home and want it soon? Order online by 2 p.m. to get it same day. Same day valid on eligible in-stock items in select zip codes only, subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase, exclusions, and more terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
When your little one has a cold with a fever, try new DayQuil Kids Cold and Cough Plus Fever. It's the daytime coughing, aching, sore throat fever just for kids medicine. DayQuil Kids Cold and Cough Plus Fever offers fast, effective cold and fever relief for kids ages 6 and up with a delicious grape flavor that kids love. New DayQuil Kids Cold and Cough Plus Fever will help them feel better fast so they can get back to the fun stuff quickly. New DayQuil Kids Cold and Cough Plus Fever. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Whether you're tinkering in your garage or tackling big projects, if you know the value of working with your hands, you know Harbor Freight. And you can be confident knowing that at Harbor Freight, you can get quality tools at prices that work just as hard as you do. Because the only thing more satisfying than a job well done
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Play that song, Ben. Play that song. Play that music. It is a football Friday. It's a real football Friday. It's not a preseason football Friday. We love those too. But this is a football Friday with actual football coming up on Sunday. This is an actual football Friday with football coming up tonight on a Friday.
In Brazil.
In Brazil, Seth, here on Sports Radio 610, baby. And we have football last night, and the season got kicked off in big fashion with a rain delay, a weather delay, but then it was worth the wait because it was a hell of a game. 27-20, the Chiefs beat the Ravens. Man, I'm juiced up for this show, man. I'm fired up. How you feeling?
This is it feels good. It feels right. I've talked to a few listeners and various people over the last month, and who said, I'd never really followed a team through the offseason the way I have this year. Yeah. And it makes sense. I think there was a certain excitement, and there's a certain appeal to both D'Amico and Nick Caserio and all the moves they were making, and all of the intrigue around Deshaun, that people are as...
CJ.
What did I say?
Deshaun.
Well, it's true.
There's a lot of
still
intrigue
wrapped
around
up with
Deshaun. That one
well.
I wanted to make sure we corrected.
All right, we can't be making these mistakes in week one, Seth.
Well...
Damn it!
Week one is the time to make them,
So you're right. Yeah, I got to get out of my system. This is my 3 illegal formations.
Right.
Okay. That the Ravens had last night, where they decided to set an example with the Ravens and the Ravens alone. They let the Chiefs pretty much damn near get away with murder before they would finally call. Anyway, a lot of people are really just, I think, brimming with more excitement about this Texans team than they have in a long, long time, if ever.
Yeah.
So it's hard not to get excited and screw up a bunch of names and, I don't know, maybe punch your neighbor if you're angry. You got a lot of bottled up energy right now.
You do. And we're ready because it's literally been a couple of weeks since a football game. You know, the preseason, they give you this 2-week hiatus where there's nothing right before the season. So, yeah, we got a lot of pent-up stuff going on right now. So we'll get to the Texans. That game last night was a lot of fun, man. Ravens and Chiefs, the rematch, I thought lived up to the hype. There was a little sloppiness in the game, as you pointed out. The refs were a little selective in trying to, I guess this might be a point of emphasis, how the tackles are lining up now, it would appear.
Well, it was the same thing last year.
Yeah.
They started off, and it honestly, I realize this too. This is something that pretty much defensive linemen get irate and livid about it because the offensive tackles are allowed to line up deeper than they should be, which gives them a big advantage. And nobody wants to see this flag or anything. It's like J.J. Watt, me, and John Grenard are out there on Twitter like thanking the football gods that they're actually calling it.
I was so happy for
meanwhile,
you guys.
everybody else is like, this is screw you, Goodell. Who the hell cares? Like, yeah, and I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah, I know. If it's meaningless, if it doesn't give them an advantage, then just go ahead up and line up at the line of scrimmage where you're supposed to.
Okay.
It's a big deal. But then they do, like, Jawan Taylor is one of the, worst in the league. They let him get away with murder with it, where they flagged the Ravens on their opening drive 3 times for it.
Yeah.
And that part was getting extra frustrating for everybody, whether they care about the rule or not.
Yeah, that just goes to show the filter that shows up on my social media feed. It was you and JJ tweeting about how awesome this is that they're calling this now. I'm like, this must be a point of emphasis. This is flooding my timeline with Seth and JJ.
It happened last year at the beginning of the year, too, and I think it was Jawan Taylor that they actually nabbed for it a couple times. But it's just – he's the most penalized player in the league. Laramie Tunsil, maybe you just be careful, I guess, if it's going to do anything at all. Laramie's going to have a whole bunch of false – Jawan Taylor gets away with leaving like a half step early before the snap.
Yeah.
Routinely. He gets flagged for it every now and then. It's disgusting. Laramie does the same thing, not to as bad a degree, but he gets nabbed for it.
I saw a lot of that. Like, hey, Laramie, are you watching the game? Just keep an eye on this for.
They don't have the sack to actually keep up with enforcing it.
No, probably not. So I guess my question: if you missed the game last night, 27-20, the final score. The Ravens were down 27-17 late in the fourth quarter. They kick a field goal to make it 27-20. Defense gets a stop. They get the ball back with 2 minutes to go. And Lamar Jackson drives them down the field. Drives them down the field. Unfortunately, they had already coughed up 2 of their timeouts on defense earlier in the half. So they only had 1 timeout to work with. But they were able to get into position to at least run 3 plays down inside or about at the 20-yard line of the Chiefs. Lamar Jackson misses the one they're going to want to have back isn't the play that got overturned at the end, the Isaiah Likely touchdown. Lamar Jackson made a spectacular play, and Isaiah Likely made a spectacular catch, their young tight end, in the back of the end zone. That was initially called a touchdown. Upon review, a toe on a blade of grass on the white, and it got overturned, and that was it. Game, set, match. The Ravens were going to go for 2 to try to win the game. That would have been super exciting to see what would have happened there. Yeah. So we were deprived of that because the play was just barely out of bounds. The play before that is the one Lamar Jackson is going to want to have back. Zay Flowers was wide open in the end zone. Nobody near him, wide open in the back of the end zone, and Lamar Jackson just sailed it. He missed him. He just missed him on the play. Otherwise, they're going for 2 on that play.
There was and that it wasn't initially intended for Flowers. He saw Rashad Bateman breaking free, and there were so many things in that game where, initially you're thinking, okay, well, boy, they're doing the same thing they did last year where it looks like they just forgot that Lamar Jackson can run, and why are they doing this versus the Chiefs? But Lamar Jackson did end up running 16 times in the game. Yeah. And part of it is that the Chiefs defense, hats off to Steve Spagnuolo, the defensive coordinator, even though he gets away with calling timeouts that he's not allowed to call and everything else that was annoying about the Chiefs in that game, where it felt like the officials were totally on their side. Those defensive backs, including one Justin Reed, The one man who was brave enough to stand up to David Culley once upon a time.
Yep.
Justin Reed and those defensive backs, they were just demons. I mean, they'd come up, and anything that the Ravens tried to do out in the flat or with any of the short passing game, they just completely snuffed it out. And the Chiefs they'll load up the box versus Lamar and play single high safety and stuff that other teams are scared to do, but they do a good enough job at that it makes it hard to run, even for Lamar Jackson.
Yep.
And they can do it because they're really good. They're really good. At this point, the only hope the Ravens really have, I think, is if they hire Steve Spagnuolo to replace John Harbaugh at the end of this year. Right? Just go ahead and hire the enemy, get him over here, because you guys are not getting over that hump. Although I mean, you were very close to getting over the hump at the end of the game.
They were close to getting it over the hump last year. They turned the ball over twice in the red zone last year.
I'm kind of arguing against myself as I say it because I got to remind myself the Ravens have played
dead even.
There were 805 yards of offense in this game, and I think the Ravens had more offense than the Chiefs. It was it was impressive offensively in a lot of regards. The Chiefs were just a little bit more dialed in and had a lot more help from the officials.
It was a super entertaining game. Like the bottom line, if you didn't have a dog in the fight, it was a fun game to watch, especially in the fourth quarter, watching Lamar Jackson do his thing. This is my question, I guess, Seth. Like, this is what I care about as a Texans fan. From what you saw last night, are the Texans on the level of those two teams this year? If you plunk the Texans down for one of those two teams in the game last night, is it a nip and tuck game going down to the end here where they stand toe-to-toe with these guys? Because those are the two teams that are ahead of them on the odds board right now in the AFC.
Okay, if we look at the Texans versus the Ravens, since that's the one we've seen most recently, I think that just as Mahomes was kind of able to take advantage of the Ravens linebackers and pass coverage a good amount, I think the Texans very much have the ability to do that this year. I think when you look at the Texans versus either of these teams and how will the offensive line hold up to really good defensive linemen, there's reasons for concern, but there's also, I mean, if you look at the Ravens offensive line, that is a work in progress right there.
Doubt. Yeah.
Going up against some of the best defensive linemen in the league, most notably Chris Jones. Chris Jones had his way with those guys at times, but when you have a really good quarterback, he can make up for it. You know, even one of the reasons the Chiefs won that game was because Lamar Jackson was strip sacked. I don't want to do this because I like Lamar Jackson and I thought he played pretty well. He doesn't have to get strip sacked there.
Right.
I mean, that was a little bit of a lack of awareness. For a guy that's got really good pocket awareness and mobility and everything, he kind of put it up like he was doing the Statue of Liberty play.
Yeah.
And that ended up being a field goal for the Chiefs. So I think, if anything, in a weird way, it made me feel better that the Ravens have their offensive line issues, and yet they were able to move the ball, I think, with a few different twists of fate, and the Ravens could have scored a couple more touchdowns in that game.
Yeah. Ultimately, whether the Texans can hang with them right now is relevant, but it's not as relevant as it could be because they don't play these teams until week 16 and 17 this year. They don't play them until Christmas time.
I kind of made a joke early in the game because people were gushing about how fast Lamar Jackson looked because he was so skinny. I don't know. Fat Lamar did just fine against the Texans last year, but if skinny Lamar ends up being a better version of Lamar, I would remind everybody, Halloween, Thanksgiving, Christmas Eve,
good call,
three big-time eating holidays there's a very good chance that he's 20 pounds heavier. But this is just the way it goes in the NFL.
Yep.
It's hard sometimes. People, I'll tell you what, Sean, when you're an NFL player, you can afford all the candy you want. People give it to you. People give it to you. You don't even have to go trick-or-treating. It's hard.
Dude, especially at Christmas time. They play the Ravens on Christmas Day. The Texans do a really good job of feeding the media at the games, like up in the press box.
Yeah.
You get cake pops and cookies and candy and an ice cream bar and a carving station and everything else that makes all the listeners hate us right now as media members. The Texans give us those things. Do the exact same thing in the Ravens locker room for that Christmas game. Specifically in front of Lamar Jackson's locker.
Have a Christmas feast out for breakfast right there.
Yes.
It's kind of the
big cake pop station. Put it right there at Lamar Jackson's locker. Just hundreds of cake pops.
You don't want nothing that, but somehow make it with no carbs whatsoever. Like nothing that'll actually might enhance their performance pre-exercise. Just a whole lot of really heavy, fat-laden stuff
there you go.
That you don't need in your belly before. I completely joke about that because obviously it's cool that he lost weight and everything. Like Fat Lamar has won a couple of MVPs.
Yes.
And I'm jokingly calling him Fat Lamar because he just whatever. I think that him being skinny, if he ends up running as much as he did, and he actually dished out a couple hits in that game.
Yeah.
I do wonder. I would worry for his physical safety over the course of a season.
Oh, he can't run it 16 times a game. Yeah, he can't do that every week.
Yeah.
He can't do that every week.
You got to have a separate Chiefs game plan maybe where he does run a lot, but he's going to have to dial it back.
Yeah, it's a pitch count, man. Like you got to we only need to put Fromber out there for 6 innings against the whoever the crappy teams. Same thing with Lamar and the carries. All right, we're off and running. Football Friday, man. It's here. Week 1 is here. Let's get into it. 6-pack for the Texans. 6 things to watch for the game against the Colts on Sunday. And it's on. And we've got some fun facts here about the Texans as well that we'll get to. We'll get to the Astros, too, and headlines a little later on this hour. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast. But before you do, proud sponsor of the Houston Texans is the folks at Texas Star Grill Shop. Rick and Michelle Martin, the patriarch and matriarch of that business.
and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah, we're really excited about this week. We're excited to prepare for the Colts, big-time matchup for us. So we're really looking forward to it. Had a really good day of work today, our first one, prepping for the Colts. So excited about, all of our guys are out there, available, working. Excited about the work that we put in today.
As D'Amico Ryans, he's excited for week one. We're excited for week one. Hopefully you're excited for week one. Noon kickoff Sunday, Texans and Colts here on Sports Radio 610. 9 o'clock. Texans countdown. That'll be me and Seth getting you ready for the game. Very excited, Seth. I would contend that this, and I don't think I'm being hyperbolic or off base here. The first goal every year is to win the division. I know the goal is to win the Super Bowl, but I know a lot of coaches look at it first like, hey, let's eat what's on our plate in the division, win that, and then the chips fall where they may when you get to the postseason. In terms of winning the division, and thus, to me, maybe in terms of doing what you want to accomplish this year, this empirically is the most important game on the schedule. I know the Chiefs and the Ravens are bigger marquee value. I know they're going to play some primetime games against the Cowboys and the Lions and the Jets back to back later this season. But I think the Colts, I feel strongly the Colts are the second best team in this division. You win the game at their place, as you have done each of the last 2 years. And I don't know what the win probabilities are and the percentages. I just know that you win this game, and it really enhances your chances of accomplishing that goal of winning the division.
The pregame show last night, that NBC pregame show is by far my least favorite studio show in all of football. Yeah. But Rodney Harrison and Tony Dungy were sitting there talking about, at some point, I was just half listening, but it was some situation where if the Patriots lost, they were going to have to go play in Indianapolis in that environment and how they didn't want to do that, which I really wasn't buying. But I was kind of thinking I don't think the Texans are all that scared of that environment.
No.
They went in there in what amounted to a playoff game last year and shut those stupid pasty-faced Indianapolisans. They shut them down
early.
So it was that incredibly loud fan base up there and everything, playing in their little tin can of a stadium. It was no big deal. So I do like the notion of C.J. Stroud going up and just owning that stadium.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
me too. So let's get to the matchups in this game here. The six-pack. Ben, do we still have our little thing where I open a can of something in there? Do we still have that? The little sound effect. Yeah. Okay. Can number one. And I know this is one that's going to be high on your list, Seth, because for you, coming into the preseason, the interior of the Texans' offensive line was a major concern. And hopefully they alleviated some of your concerns throughout training camp. But this is, if we're kind of stack ranking the interiors of the defensive line they're going to go against this year, this one's pretty high up the board. With DeForest Buckner and Grover Stewart. This is a big matchup on Sunday.
If you really want to be the team that you're capable of being, it's one of the huge questions is how are you going to do versus stout front sevens? I would extend that back to the linebackers. The Colts, they don't necessarily try to fool you a whole bunch. They might change. Maybe Gus Bradley, the defensive coordinator, changes some things this year. But they just line up and they play good, fundamentally sound physical football on defense. And those interior defensive linemen are really good. The thing about the Texans in the run game, Bobby Slowick talked about it yesterday where he wasn't making excuses, but he said he felt like they didn't really have a lot of continuity on the offensive line during training camp. Which, that basically amounts to, Laramie Tunsil didn't practice.
Correct.
That was... I'm looking around, and I'm like, all right, I know, the right side guys took a day off here or there, but for the most part, it was Laramie Tunsil didn't practice. So that doesn't make me feel a whole lot better about the interior offensive line. I'm optimistic about both Drew Scruggs and Kenyon Green in the long term, but it's really a matter of, all right, now you've got continuity, it's week one, and I don't need them to shut down DeForest Buckner and Grover Stewart, but those two guys are one of the best tandems in the NFL. If you're running this scheme properly, you don't have to manhandle people. Yeah. You just got to be technically sound, get your head in the right spot as an offensive lineman, and wheel on guys or push them where they're going to begin with, and just be crisp with it. And you can take advantage of that when you have a back like Joe Mixon. So that's really, look, I'm not sitting here in my mind hoping to see them drive DeForest Buckner back into Zaire Franklin's lap or anything. Right. They just got to be on time and precise with their responsibilities. In pass protection, I'm not as worried about it, Sean. This is where I'm getting kind of cocky. We can talk about it when we get into some of these other matchups. But there's something about this team that I'm not worried about the pass protection at all.
Okay. Well, let's get to number two. Number two. Yeah, thank you, Ben. Thank you, Barkeep. I'm just excited to watch this one because you're excited to watch this one, I know. Laramie Tunsil against Leatu Latu, the rookie defensive end.
Yeah, so one of our listeners yesterday said he bet an over-under on how many times I say Leatu Latu today. And I don't know if he thinks I'm too fixated on this or if he just thinks I like saying Leatu Latu. But Leatu Latu, I love this kid as a prospect just because he's got a good story that he, it was basically barred from playing football because of a neck condition. He doctor shopped around until he found a doctor at UCLA that would let him play. So he went, and in the meantime, he was like, when he wasn't able to play, he and his defensive line coach sat down. They studied James Harden to incorporate a Euro step into his move, into his pass rush arsenal. And he's very, very polished, and the kid has worked his butt off. But he's not necessarily all that scary of an athlete. He lines up on the right side of their defensive line. He's going to go against Laramie Tunsil. And I think that this will be very much a Laramie Tunsil giving Leatu Latu a welcome to the NFL education and NFL pass rushing. Man. Yeah, I like Latu as a prospect. I despise him and I hate him, and I wish everything bad upon him now that he's a Colt. But I am intrigued to watch this matchup and to hopefully see. Look, Laramie Tunsil was never full go during training camp. I hope Laramie Tunsil is sharpen on his game. Yeah. I don't want this to be a reminder to Laramie Tunsil. They're like, hey, you're not quite there yet.
That's right. Which brings us to number 3 in the 6-pack, which is if they are able to pass protect, this is the fun part. Unleashing hell on the Achilles heel of the Colts defense. These 3 receivers and Dalton Schultz going against this defense, specifically this secondary, I cannot wait for this. I am so excited about this.
I don't know how they consume their sports talk up in Indianapolis. Probably like Sports Talk Telegram or something, a bunch of laggards up there. But I would imagine that there's a lot of conversation about this. They're looking around at their young defensive backfield and thinking, what the hell are we going to do about this? Are we just going to sit back? And I think they're going to play conservative coverages. The Colts, again, maybe this will change. They don't blitz a lot at all. They're very safe. They had a lot of sacks. They had a weird dynamic where they had a lot of sacks, but not necessarily a whole lot of quarterback pressures. They got lucky a little bit. But this is why I don't worry about the pass protection, Sean. Mm-hmm. With the Texans' receiving weapons, they can put Nico Collins in the backfield to be an extra blocker and be just fine. You can have 7-man protection. Keep Nico Collins at the tight end position to help chip or jam a defensive end before you take off in pass protection. There's going to be guys open. So I think that Bobby Slowick can do anything and everything he needs to do to help out those interior offensive linemen early on in the game. And there's still going to be opportunities downfield. Yeah. We'll get into the Anthony Richardson matchup. There's things about him that make me nervous. But when it comes into just turning this thing into a shootout, I think this could be a really fun game. Yes. They could really, really unleash hell in this one.
Yeah, this is going to be fun. Last one on the offensive side for the Texans. This is Joe Mixon's debut. I'm intrigued by that. I am equally intrigued by who gets the 7 or 8 or 9 carries that are not Joe Mixon carries in this game. Is it going to be Dameon Pierce, who is listed on the depth chart at number 2? Or is it going to be Cam Akers, whose performance in training camp would dictate that he's probably the one who deserves the second running back carries? I'm very interested to see who's active for the game. Maybe they're both active for the game. I don't know. Again, the running back position, not named Joe Mixon, has a vast window as to what we could see on Sunday against the Colts.
Usually last year the Texans would go into the game with 3 running backs active. Remember at one time it was Mike Boone. Dario Gumbawale wasn't active early in the season. It was Mike Boone. So one of the active running backs, it might not be Dario Gumbawale. I feel like somehow people have established him as a fixture and a special teams absolute need or whatever. But
it was the kicking stuff last year that did it for him.
Yeah,
the emergency kicker.
I think that I'm going to be intrigued to see if British Brooks is active. So there's Cam Akers or Damian Pierce, but then also, all right, is one of those guys inactive, but British Brooks is active, and they're going to try to use him as a fullback and see how he can do. What's the over-under? If you had to guess, let's say it's even odds or whatever, who do you put money on being active in the game if only Cam Akers or Damian Pierce was active?
I'm going to say Cam Akers. I'm going to say ultimately you can't treat this like these carries in these games don't matter. You cannot have a guy working out his kinks on the road at Indy in week 1. And that's what Damian is doing right now. He's, in their eyes, some people probably view him as he's done. He can't play in this system. At worst case, the Texans view him as somebody who's still working through a lot of things. You can't work through things against the Colts in Indy in week 1.
I think so. Carson Steele is the rookie, I think undrafted free agent running back for the Chiefs. And early on in the game, I wanted to see Carson Steele. I
saw that too. You wanted to see him bad.
In the preseason, it was fun to watch. He kind of mimics Pacheco's running style, but it's a fun name to say. And they did put him in the game early. He got some carries later on, but they put him in the game and they kind of had him split out wide.
Yeah.
And then I'm thinking, okay, for the Texans, if they were to use one of their backup running backs, Cam Akers, when he splits up wide, stresses the defense more so than Damian.
No doubt. Yeah, no doubt. All right, let's get these last two, and let's flip it over to the defensive side for the Texans. Anthony Richardson, I'll say versus D'Amico Ryans. Here was D'Amico earlier this week on prepping for Anthony Richardson.
As we prepare, right, it's we look at everything. Right? We look at everything. No, Richardson had a sample size of plays, not many. So still a young player in this league. Still has a lot ahead of him. All right, a lot of ball ahead of him. But we just go off of what we see. That's all we can do. Focus on what we've seen on tape, and try to work from there.
Okay. If I put myself in the offensive coordinator or head coach's position of a team that has a running back with incredible athletic ability.
Do you mean a quarterback or a running?
What did I say?
You said running back.
Son of a dang it, man.
They have a good one of those too. That's why I wasn't sure. Yeah.
Get your head in the game, Seth. No, thank you, Sean. Quarterback. You got to make this devil's compromise every single game.
Yeah.
All right, long term, I can't be running this guy so much because he's going to get injured. Like Lamar Jackson last night. I mean, there's people saying he needs to run more, and I kind of agree with them, but he ran the ball 16 times in that game. You can't do that for the entire season.
No.
And I think Shane Steichen right now is thinking that same thing. I think the thing about Shane Steichen, the coach and offensive coordinator for the Colts, as opposed to like Todd Monken for the Ravens, I think Steichen is brilliant in the RPO game. Those guys, with Gardner Minshew as the quarterback, they executed it really well. And you use the threat of the quarterback run without actually having to subject him to that much abuse. That's the biggest thing. The RPO game, when the linebackers just have to wait on making their decision on whether they're in coverage or coming up and filling, it burned the Texans last year. It's a weird thing to say, but honestly, in this game, really, the linebackers are the key to whether or not Anthony Richardson really eats, I think. It's just, do they not get exposed by the RPO game? And then other than that, just play your responsibilities, all 11. And Anthony Richardson's going to get his yardage in the run game, but you just can't let it be a 25-yard touchdown run.
Yeah, and that leads into the last one here in the six-pack, number 6. Is, I feel strongly you got to make Anthony Richardson beat you with his arm, win first and second down, all those cliches. If they do decide, Seth, maybe to stack the box a little bit and they're leaving their corners out on islands here, Stingley is perfectly equipped to handle that. This is Kamari Lassiter's debut. Is he is he going against Michael Pittman Jr. at times? Is it Alec Pierce? Is it his former teammate, A.D. Mitchell, who started out at Georgia, ended up at Texas? Kamari Lassiter in his debut versus whoever is a really intriguing thing for me on defense.
Yeah, and again, this comes back to Shane Steichen, too. So Shane Steichen is kind of my coaching version of Leatu Latu. Really intrigued, liked them, was excited about these guys until they become Colts. And now I could care less if they get scurvy. Just please. Which is probably it's still a thing up in Indianapolis. They're not big into their fruits and vegetables, obviously.
Scurvy, beriberi disease, everything.
Yeah, so Shane Steichen is going to scheme up some stuff for Kamari Lassiter, and I'm here for it. I'm excited about it. I'm very much in that mode of, man, test him. Go ahead, test him. Let's see what we've got.
Yeah.
And Kamari Lassiter is thinking the same thing.
Yes. Oh, hell yeah, he is. Hell yeah, because they ain't attacking.
Test me. Somebody challenge me.
Wear a headband that says "Test me," Kamari Lassiter.
I bet Lassiter was kind of PO'd after the Giants preseason game. He probably went into that game thinking like, oh yeah, they're going to test me. Let's go. Let's do this.
Dude,
and then they didn't.
You didn't even know he was out there. They didn't even go his direction. All right,
not as a criticism of him. He just didn't get the opportunity.
Didn't get to. Yeah. All right, let's get to headlines. We haven't touched on the Astros yet, so let's do that. We'll get to the Stros. Bad week so far in Cincinnati. Against the Reds. We'll get to that. We'll get to the NFL. If you missed it last night, we'll get you all up to speed on Thursday Night Football and a whole lot more in headlines coming up next. Man, it was fun doing little prize picks last night with some regular season NFL football. Yeah, that's right, football season.
Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, today's headlines. We'll start with the Astros. We've not touched on the Astros yet. The Reds sweep the Astros with a 1-0 win yesterday. Hunter Brown was awesome. Again, 6 shutout innings. The only run of the game, a solo home run given up by Brian Abreu. I believe to our arch nemesis, Ty France, is who hit that home run, if I'm not mistaken. Am I right about that, Seth? Did he hit the bomb yesterday against the Stros? Old Ty France? I'll check. But the Astros, they lose 1-0. Reds sweep them. That's 9 in a row now the Reds have beat the Astros, going back to a series in 2019. So yeah, bad news, but they're back home this weekend for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Yeah, this
who by the way, are the hottest team in baseball right now.
Right. Which is honestly, okay. I mean, there's just it's one of the weirdest and hardest things to figure out with this baseball team is who the hell are they? Who the hell are they? I wish I knew better what Spencer Arrighetti was. I wish I had a better feel about the rotating cast of minor leaguers in the infield, the actual major leaguers in the outfield. Kyle Tucker and his broken leg and whatever the hell it looks like for him. I mean, we're coming up. We're in uncharted territory with Kyle Tucker coming back from an injury that's put him out for this long and affected him so deeply. So in him getting his timing back, et cetera, I wish I could be as cocky as hell and just say, oh, yeah, the Astros will figure it out. Man, this is as dicey as it's been in September. Even though I don't fear for the playoffs right now, I fear for just exactly what kind of a team is it when it enters the playoffs. Yeah,
that's a good way to put it, because it was dicier last September. They were in danger of not making the postseason going into the final weekend of the year. But yeah, in a weird way, I felt like at least I knew what we had last year, and they ended up winning 90 games. Yeah, this year, the Tucker thing is a big variable, and it was France who hit the home run yesterday. The Tucker thing is a big variable. They are saying now like it might be this weekend, so they're getting a little more specific with things here. So when we come in on Monday, Seth, there's a chance that we are discussing actual Kyle Tucker at-bats in Major League Baseball games.
Yeah.
That would be big.
It's strange. I'm trying to decipher exactly how the Astros are talking about an injury situation or what have you. It gets dicey. But yeah, Kyle Tucker coming in and just hitting a couple of bombs. All I'd ask for is like a first pitch home run, maybe. That's all I'd like to see.
That's all.
Can you do this for me, Kyle Tucker? You've had time to rest. Maybe study the pitchers that you're going to potentially be facing. You could just do that against your old buddy Brent Strom, okay?
The noteworthy things from yesterday's game: Joe Espada got ejected on one of the worst on one of the worst upholdings of a call that I've seen in any sport on replay ever. They called a foul ball on Alex Bregman, kind of check swinged, and they said he fouled the ball off. It was so clear on replay, it missed his bat by like 3 inches and scraped his jersey. He should have been on first base. He ends up striking out, and it looked like they ejected Bregman at first. Bregman turned around like, you're ejecting me? Because he was walking away after the strikeout. No, they ejected. Espada must have still been chirping from the dugout, and they ejected Joe Espada. That was horrible.
It was 3 inches away from the bat.
Horrible.
And I don't even know what the excuse for the umpire is. It's you didn't hear, because the ball. It's not like the ball hit a bone or something. It would have sounded like it was hitting a bat. And however the rules are that you can overturn. Because the call was a foul ball, but you can't overturn a check swing. It was asinine. It was just horrible baseball.
The problem was they went to New York, and New York screwed it up. They reviewed it on replay, and New York screwed it up.
Yeah, the replay. That's what I'm saying. There's some intricacy of the replay and what you're allowed to overturn and everything that made it more annoying. But it's astounding to me that baseball screws up replay as routinely as it does. Yeah. It's the simplest sport. Of all the sports, baseball and tennis should be the sports that it's so easy because there are clear-cut lines, and it's a tiny ball with a hard ball with edges that hits. Baseball. You disgust me sometimes. Yeah.
Diamondbacks in town tonight. Framber on the mound against the D-backs tonight at Minute Maid Park. So see you out there. Texans Colts on Sunday. We broke that one down. We'll continue to break it down here at the top of the hour. The Texans, fun fact here, trying to uphold a current 8 8-game winning streak in road division games. This is one of the more remarkable. This is even more remarkable to me than the Bill O'Brien being 24-1 in games he leads at the half or whatever it was for a while till the Texans stunk. The Texans have won 8 straight division road games. This goes back to when David Culley was the head coach. It's one of the. I know it's not a great division, but it's one of the weirdest anomalies that I've ever seen. That kind of flies under the radar a little bit.
I don't know. It feels like in every game packet there's something like this where, because there's weird stuff like this all over the place. It's just usually not in a relevant statistical category.
Yeah.
So you can go, if you go looking for it, you're going to find a bunch of stuff like this. It doesn't make me feel like, Texans have owned this division on the road. Although, no, what it does do is it does make it fun. When you think about what the emotions of that fan base has been.
Yeah.
So but I don't think that's clear and present in the minds of a lot of fan bases. Like, oh no, oh boy, here they come again.
No.
Wrecking the division. So the fun ones are like the various streaks the Texans have had against the Jaguars. The fact that the fun streak for me is, you want to talk about fan misery, the Colts have not had a victory in their last 10 regular season openers, and including a tie versus the Texans. Yep. So they are 0-9-1 in all of those openers. They've just basically used it like a preseason game, apparently.
I guess so.
And the potential to make the Colts fans extra miserable and aware of that fact. Colts fans are very aware of that fact. That makes it that much more enticing, especially since the last time all those jamokes showed up to a football stadium to watch an NFL game, they watched the Texans shut them down.
They did.
With great emphaticism.
With great emphaticism on a dropped fourth down on a dropped fourth down pass late in the fourth quarter that might have won the game ultimately for the Colts if he
they got shut down, Sean. It was emphatic.
Yeah,
it was emphatic.
I think you're going to be more impressed with this streak when I tell you in the 7 o'clock hour what a $100 parlay would have paid if you had bet the Texans on the money line in all 8 of these games.
Oh, yeah, back when you were examining the money lines for consecutive road victories in the division.
I'm not saying I should have won this money. I'm just going to tell you it tells you what the odds are of something like this happening. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
Yeah. It's pretty remarkable. I'm not sitting there going, no, I wish I put $100 on an open parlay for the next 3 years. In 2021. That's not what I'm saying. The Thursday night football game last night, Chiefs 27, Ravens 20. So we get the season started. This was a game that very easily could have gone the other way. The Ravens drove down at the end of the game. Lamar Jackson missed a wide-open Zay Flowers with about 10 seconds to go in the game. The Ravens had the ball at about the 20-yard line of the Chiefs. And then on the final play of regulation, Lamar Jackson scrambles, hits Isaiah Likely in the back of the end zone. Touchdown Ravens. They're going to go for 2. They're going to go for the win. Love the mentality there by John Harbaugh. But wait, they review it, and Isaiah Likely had about as small a fragment of the back line of the end zone as I've seen in overturn. I mean, it was so close. And the Chiefs end up escaping 27-20 last night in a very entertaining opening to the Thursday night schedule.
Lamar Jackson says he still thinks it was a touchdown. I don't understand. I mean, some people were arguing that maybe by the curve of the shoe, the tip of the
that it wasn't touching the line.
Wasn't touching. Like, all right, is that where we are? Under standard definition television, they probably would have upheld the call, but unfortunately, we live in an age of 4K.
Yeah.
It's digital. And they made the correct overturn.
Yep. So
and he also, by the way, he was trying to he was actually targeting Rashad Bateman. And it wasn't intended for Zay Flowers.
The miss?
The miss to Flowers.
Okay. Well, that explains why he missed so badly then. I mean, Zay Flowers was all alone.
It's weird. I would have kept that explanation in my pocket. I would have said oh no, I missed way worse than you thought I did.
Right.
It wasn't even a bad throw to Flowers. It was a really bad throw to Bateman.
Yeah. Packers and Eagles tonight in Brazil. You can hear that game right here on Sports Radio 610. Our baseball talk is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile. You can get tons of benefits. Still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at t-mobile.com/switch. All right, tracing the trash talk. A lot of trash talk been going on between C.J. Stroud and various Indianapolis Colts. At least they're construing it in India's trash talk. I don't know. We'll take a listen to it. We'll go through the lineage here, the chronology of the trash talk between these two teams. That's coming up next. But first, I want to talk to you homeowners out there, you business owners that suffered damage in the storms, damage to your home, damage to your place of business. You placed your claims with your insurance company, and now you're waiting to hear. Or you're hearing very quickly, but you're not hearing what you want to hear. You're getting a denial of your
HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
The Thursday night game last night. Middle screen, Coach Middle Screen texting in. You can text the show 713-572-4610 if you want to hit us up. We're going to get to the trash talk between CJ and Indianapolis here in just a second. Middle Screen says, it's crazy to me the ref called that a touchdown when he was standing right there. It seemed clear live that the foot was out. However, I'm particularly amazing at judging catch and no catch. You are amazing, Middle Screen. Here's what I would say. This is what popped into my head before I even saw who was texting it in, is that a lot of times the referees on the field will make, if it's a 50-50 call, they'll make the call that will trigger an automatic review from the booth. You know, so if it's a touchdown, they automatically review that. That's why when there's a fumble and they're not sure, they usually call it a fumble because then it has to be reviewed because it's a turnover.
And they can continue play that way and everything. It's easier to overturn it's a lot easier to overturn that than to, say that it was a clear recovery and everything else like that. Yeah. I was surprised that there were and maybe it's just flat out because you want the Chiefs to lose. I get that. I wanted it to be a touchdown. Sometimes I'm disappointed in myself that I don't hate the Chiefs more than I do. They annoy me now. It's not even like when Xavier Worthy shows up early in that game and then often with his 2 touchdowns and you realize, man, okay, there's still valid concerns about Xavier Worthy's size, I guess, but I don't think it matters on that team. Rashee Rice, honestly, look, it's not even a moral thing. It's not like Rashee Rice, like his crime was a serious crime, his alleged crime was a serious crime and everything. It wasn't like a domestic violence type thing or something like that. So it's not like I'm up in arms morally about it. And yet, he's out there on the field in week 1.
Right.
He's just after, running just as fast on the field as he did on I-45 away from that accident scene. It's not even the Chiefs themselves. It's the whole damn situation. And then the Chiefs, clearly, Sean, I don't like to talk about officiating all that much, but my God, you flag the Ravens 3 times for illegal formations on their first drive, trying to set the tone for how you're going to officiate offensive linemen being deep in the backfield. And then Jawan Taylor just gets away with it all game, except for a couple times they called it. But he's offside. I mean, he's false starting almost every single snap. The offensive tackle for the Chiefs.
Yep.
The Chiefs touchdown where there was the big scrum. Pat Mahomes comes up and they had the ball carrier moving backwards, and the official in the booth is like, well, sometimes you give it a little leeway there when you're on the goal line.
They got a lot of leeway on a lot of things last night.
A leeway with the Chiefs, yeah. The Chiefs get a lot of leeway.
They just showed the Zay Flowers miss. I think what most people saw is Lamar Jackson missing Zay Flowers in real time. They saw it as that, and as you pointed out, Lamar Jackson I guess said after the game he was actually looking at Rashad Bateman.
He was looking at Rashad Bateman, and then I think the way he phrased it didn't make sense. I think he was kind of he made a last-second decision that maybe made the errant throw.
They just showed the play on TV in the studio here, and they showed it from behind the line, from behind Lamar Jackson, and I can see that. I think he was expecting Rashad Bateman to keep running, to keep crossing. And Rashad Bateman kind of stopped, and so it kind of stopped, and Zay Flowers happened to be standing there wide open, so it looked like it was intended for Zay Flowers.
But you end up wondering, it's still a high pass, though. But so, maybe he did end up, as Rashad Bateman stopped, he's adjusting and throwing to Flowers. I don't know.
Yeah. He missed both of them badly. Either one.
Right, yeah. Regardless of the reason, there is, man, and a couple of our listeners have already texted this in. Lamar Jackson is scary as hell. He was very the Texans have no ability to talk any smack about Lamar Jackson, but if you compare Lamar Jackson to CJ Stroud, the thing that's glaring in watching that game is that CJ is such a great anticipation thrower.
Yeah, big time.
Where Lamar is more of a see it, throw it, does a great job in the passing game, but it just doesn't feel like art the way it does when CJ is starting his throwing motion before Nico Collins is even really into his break yet. All that stuff, CJ's just really advanced with it. And I think, over time that tends to age better than all the other things.
Certainly than a running quarterback. I mean, Lamar Jackson is going to – we've seen it all. We've seen it with all these guys that run the ball a ton. It just over time that can't be all that you're doing. Or a huge part of what you're doing, like it was for Lamar Jackson carrying the ball 16 times last night, most of them on designed runs. All right, let's get to CJ here. CJ and Indy and CJ. These two sides appear to not like each other very much. I don't know if this is where it all started. This is not directed at anybody in particular with the Colts. This was just sort of a drive-by on the city of Indianapolis. This was CJ sitting in the back of an SUV. His documentary that they filmed, like a 20, 25-minute documentary about the offseason prior to his rookie year, where in a part of it he invited Tank Dell and Nico Collins and Dalton Schultz and others to come out to L.A. and do a little bonding, work out, go out at night, dinners, play video games, sit in the hot tub.
Going out at night, it was like going bowling.
Yeah, like CJ style going out at night. Yeah, and so they're all in this SUV. And CJ is talking about his friend Caleb, who's in the SUV as well, who sort of is like handles his business. He's like what Uncle Nate used to be for Johnny Manziel, like he
except like an actual somebody who's qualified.
He's really good at it, unlike Uncle Nate.
He's not just a glorified bag man.
Right. So Caleb is one of CJ's high school friends, and here's CJ talking about like having to talk Caleb into moving to Houston to be with him, and Indy catches one here.
I actually appreciated it, and I just kept asking him, and he finally buzzed. But I guarantee if I went to the Colts or to a weak city, he would happy. And I don't blame him.
If I went to the Colts or some weak city, and I wouldn't blame him. You love that, Seth. I
love it so much. Some weak city.
So that was.
It is. I think Indianapolisians even feel that way. They know they've got a weak city.
I was
trying to look up what you're supposed to call people from Indianapolis. I call them the poop eaters. Ben, remind the people of why they were called the poop eaters.
He estimated that just the residents of Indianapolis ate about 2,000 pounds of cow manure every year.
Yeah, it's really disgusting. So,
did they mean a piece or as a cumulative city?
I'm guessing it was per capita.
Okay.
I think that was usually that was from Stuff You Should Know, I think, the NPR podcast.
The average Indianapolisian eats a ton of manure each year. Yeah.
Now, those stats were from probably, I think it was like 2020. So not, who knows? Who knows?
Yeah.
It was actually from like the late early 1900s. But anyway, so the 2,000 pounds of manure eaters per year, they know that it's not a great city.
Yeah.
They try to act like everybody cares about Formula One racing and or IndyCar racing and everything, but other than that, they don't really have a lot going for them.
Okay, so the real battle lines have been between C.J. Stroud and the guys on the In the Trenches podcast, I should say.
Zaire Franklin's podcast has E.J. Speed, his fellow linebacker from the Colts, up there on the show with him a lot.
Yeah, so it's really Zaire Franklin and E.J. Speed going against CJ. Now, here's the thing. This all started with the two of them and at least one other person on the podcast back in mid-January, actually marveling at CJ and giving him his props for how well he played in that Week 18 game against the Colts.
I got to be honest, I got to give that respect to CJ, man. Hell of a young player, bro. Young player. Hell of a player, period. I ain't going to lie to you, bro. That 2nd and 14 that he threw, bro, when he rolled out, bro, I ain't going to hold you. So, look, first of all, man, ain't nothing worse in the defense than when you get them off schedule. Like, you get them 1st and 20, 2nd and 20, 3rd and 16, and them get it. Oh, my God. What?
It hurt. That hurt.
That hurt, bro. Oh, my God. You mad as on that first down. Like, that's when you get the, what the happened? Ooh. Bro, look, we covering man to man. I swear to God, I'm on Singletary. Covering man. I see the pocket collapsing. Singletary start, trying to break free, scramble drill. I plaster, eyes on it. Woo. He break. All right, whatever. Then I see the ball go. I think it's going out of bounds. I'm just watching that. Then I see Nico just running for that. Nah, ain't no way. He ain't doing. He caught that bitch. I'm Singletary just look at me like, that's CJ.
Yeah.
And that just let me know, like, dang, he be doing like that all the time.
Crazy part about playing a quarterback like CJ, he won't even be looking at the read. And then he got about one more look before it get ugly for him. and then he look at your guy and you didn't plaster like, gotcha ass. And then this look somewhere else and throw the ball for a completion. You like, nah.
That's what I like about CJ the
That's
most.
your third read. You know how degrading that is for a quarterback to hit his third read?
That is
degrading.
That is phenomenal audio. I just want to say, like,
right.
that as player podcasts go, stuff like that is so much more fun to me than like doing the X's and O's and stuff like that. Just hearing guys freak out about 3rd and 16, second and 14.
There's a few good player podcasts and some former player podcasts where it is basically just guys telling. Marshawn Lynch had one where he was talking about the hardest he was ever hit by a linebacker was DeMeco Ryans. He told that story the other day. And that stuff, people love that stuff. Like, the feeling of what it's like. And it's degrading. It's degrading when that guy, and that's when, the great thing about that is that's when guys who are in coverage start blaming the pass rush. Yeah. And then the guys from the pass rush are blaming coverage for why they can't get sacks.
Yeah.
Fomenting discord, degradation. That's what C.J. Stroud does.
He does. Yeah. He heightens the discord. So you're probably saying to yourself, Sean, that doesn't sound like trash talk to me. It wasn't. They really like C.J. Somewhere along the way at the Super Bowl, that podcast was back in the middle of January. Somewhere along the way at the Super Bowl in February, these three, E.J. Speed, Zaire Franklin, and C.J. Stroud, encountered one another. And apparently CJ said some things to them that they construed as disrespectful at the Super Bowl. So it wasn't stated publicly. We'll get to CJ talking publicly on the $1 Million Worth of Game podcast in just a second.
Yeah.
But it wasn't publicly, but it was construed by the Colts as, okay, this is a little disrespectful. CJ talking trash, I guess, about him throwing for nearly 400 yards in a loss in Week 2 against the Colts, got under their skin a little bit. Here was Zaire Franklin on Chris Long's podcast, the Green Light Pod, back on May the 9th, talking about just this, CJ running into him at the Super Bowl.
I'm not going to lie to you. I love CJ, man. I support all our young brothers at quarterback, but CJ, he done said a lot of wild stuff to me and our run-ins, at the Super Bowl. I need to see that boy again.
What did he say?
We were talking, and he was, how the Super Bowl is at Radio Row. It's big, all that stuff going on. So he had the XM radio right before me. He was on there talking about how he cooked the Colts in both games. And I saw him and I pulled him aside and I was like, when you play Anthony, it was like 28-7 and like, the second quarter, we were kind of blowing you out. Yeah, you threw for 300 yards, but...
That's not a cooking.
Yeah, and he was like, bro, I ain't cook you. And I'm like, look, if that's what you consider a cooking with the loss, I mean, congratulations. And, and then I have to remind him as well that he's never beaten Anthony.
Oh, I love this. You're a psychological warfare guy.
Okay, well, he's never beaten Anthony. And also, Anthony didn't make it to the third quarter of that game.
Yeah, Anthony finished one of the 4 games he started last year. So there it is a little. Sometimes it's boring to talk about potential for injury because you can say it about every football game ever. I mean, Anthony Richardson still has to prove that he can finish more than 25% of the games he starts.
Yeah.
So that's a glaring statistic. Oh, and this is a team that likes to hit, Sean.
Yeah.
They like to hit.
Yeah.
Jimmy Ward ain't afraid of no smoke. You're not afraid of no flags. Woo! Whoa! That's right. I pick up most of my slang from Zaire Franklin.
You do?
That's where I got respect my gangsta from.
They said that all the time.
That's what they said about... I use it all the time. That's what they had said in that podcast about Dalton Schultz. That he said he respects his gangsta.
Yeah.
Because Dalton Schultz doesn't go whining to the refs or anything. He'll get up in your face and ask for some more. Yeah.
Good job by Chris Long getting out of Zaire Franklin. what was actually said. And I love
in that moment. Chris Long sounded like Zaire Franklin's gay friend. He's like, what'd he say? Dish, girlfriend.
What'd he say?
That was good.
Save that, Ben. That'll get used again. Oh, that was funny. So CJ obviously got under their skin at the Super Bowl. And I honestly, if what Zaire Franklin is saying is true about CJ Stroud saying that he cooked them in 2 games, I'm a little bit on the Colts side in this one. That was a little Deshaun-like to cite your 385 yards passing in a double-digit loss.
Yeah.
Like, settle down, CJ. I kind of get it.
That was hard. If Texans fans can take themselves back, our listeners, our dear listeners, that was one of the hard things for me after that Colts game, was that I didn't want to be like, propaganda guy or anything. But there was a part of the way CJ played after they were down. And remember, they were down partly because CJ Stroud got strip sacked. And it wasn't, that was a little bit of a look. Veteran quarterbacks are going to get strip sacked at times too, but that was something that CJ got a lot better at, is how to handle the ball with traffic around you. That was still a little bit of a welcome to the NFL type of phase there for CJ. So it was partly his fault that they were down as bad as they were. So, but there were things he did in that game. Yeah. It wasn't like he was just, that huge deficit was in the first quarter. It wasn't like he was facing prevent defense the entire time.
Correct.
So, and he did some really good things in that game, but you didn't want to be in that trap of thinking like, oh, great, what are we going to do? Give ourselves, pep talks and impressive losses for the rest of the year. So there is some truth to it, but yeah, they lost the game.
Yeah, they lost that game. I just remember saying to Clint right after that game was over up in the press box, I'm like, okay, one thing I know, C.J. Stroud's not the problem after that game. He's not the problem.
And you remember the Jaguars coaches were telling Bucky Brooks before the game the next week, like, man, this kid, he's doing some crazy stuff for a rookie.
Yep,
yeah.
He's got it. All right, so that was Zaire Franklin on the Greenlight podcast. We've got a couple more cuts here because this thing went back and forth for a while during the early summer months. Hell, this sustained us during the doldrums of the offseason at times. So after this, about 3 weeks later in early June, CJ and Tank Dell go on the $1 Million Worth of Game podcast. And they were on, it was like a 2-hour podcast, but the subject of the Colts and the trash talk back and forth. And that very cut you just heard from Zaire Franklin came up with CJ. They may have even played it for him. I don't recall. But I want you to picture this. You're going to hear CJ talking about Zaire Franklin, zipping back at him here. But I pulled this audio from a video of the three guys on the Trenches podcast watching CJ say this on their iPads. So picture Zaire Franklin and EJ Speed, and there was one other Colt in the room there, all holding iPads. Because if you hear like murmuring or laughing in the background, that's who it is. They're all sitting there watching this and putting it in the mental bank, getting ready for week 1 of the season.
But y'all know what time it is, though.
Uh-oh.
Drop it.
Oh, you want me to drop? Okay,
but I guarantee if I went to the Colts or like a weak city, he would not be here.
And he be talking about me all the time, and I know he gonna see this. I ain't tripping. Who? Zaire Franklin from the Coast.
Hey, you from Philly?
He said something the other day, it was like on a podcast. He said that in person, I said something to him, like talking mess. I'm like, I don't remember that, to be real. Like, we was at the Super Bowl, I seen him, and somebody asked us to take a picture together, so we took a picture together. I think I was just like talking, like, you know what I'm saying, like just on some cool shit. Like, we off the field. I'm not really tripping off you, bro.
So he was capping on the podcast?
I don't think he was capping. I might have said something, but it rubbed him the wrong way. But you know, y'all Philly a little sensitive, man. You know, the thing that I don't agree with all these podcasts these players have, my boy EJ Speed, and I tell him this to his face. I don't even tripping. But like a lot of dudes come to these podcasts, like, oh yeah, I'm coming to hit. I'm gonna hit CJ in his face. I'm gonna get him next year. Like where I'm from, we say, why ain't you ain't do something where you was mad at? You was mad right there, my. Do something. Right. You could have made hella plays, bro. You could have made plays, dog. Right. You could have shut me up right there, but you didn't. I mean, we played him first game of the year. We play him after they plays. It's gonna be rocking. Indy hates me already, and I love it.
Yeah, he loves it.
Hey, look, man, he said Philly sensitive.
That's what he said.
I'm a little sensitive.
That's what he said.
He said, and I took that person.
Okay, so those are the guys. Those are the indie guys after they got done watching it. Yeah.
Every time we talk about this, we get flooded with people explaining to us, mansplaining to us. They're like, "Hey, these guys actually like each other." You know, EJ Speed's friends with CJ. Let me tell you something. Maybe you guys don't have brothers. I love my brother. But, Sean, when you were gone, Brandon Scott and I stumbled into a conversation about I kind of openly wondered, like, if you've ever been in a fist fight in your life, at what age were you when you got in your last fist fight? And it ended up, you know, like early 20s was probably the mean on that. I answered, I realized after that show that I was like, oh, yeah, I didn't count the fights I'd gotten in with my brother up to the age of 30. You know, like, I just didn't count them because, yeah, I love my brother, but I got in multiple scraps with him I remember I dented a Volkswagen in Austin with his body once, multiple times in my 20s. We loved each other. We're still brothers, but that I didn't even count it, but things boil over. It's almost worse when it's somebody that you like.
Yeah.
So, yeah, don't let the fact that these guys like each other or have respect for each other take away from the fact that I think there's extra heated emotion here.
Yeah.
This is like, you think John Harbaugh and Jim Harbaugh were just like saying prayers, wishing for nothing but good tidings for the other one during their Super Bowl game?
God, no.
Especially Jim.
Well, right. Although John is looking more and more like Jim. Like on the sidelines last night, I'm like, he's kind of got that same like.
They've got strong genetics in that family.
They do.
The dad.
You're
on
right.
The father's side, they all look alike at this point.
But John Harbaugh always looked like Steve Guttenberg to me, the actor. He's looking more like his brother now. But the dad looks like if you did age progression software on Jim Harbaugh like 25 years from now, that's the dad. He looks exactly like his dad. It's incredible.
You know who was looking rough last night? Ooh. A guy that forever has had the reputation of never aging. Chiefs fan Paul Rudd.
I didn't see him. I didn't see him.
He looked like a confused, escaped mental patient. I don't know if he's preparing for a role or something, but he did not look like the Paul Rudd who never ages. Dude. He didn't look old. He just looked kind of rough. I got to think. I think he's preparing for a role.
Yeah.
I don't know what that. He may be doing method acting or something.
That's got to be nice to have a job where you can just lean on that if you start to look crappy. Like, oh yeah, I got a role coming up. That's why I put on 30 pounds. I'm going to start doing that here. Like, yeah, our bosses acted. We're on YouTube now, so our bosses have asked us to start playing roles on the air. So I'm going to be the role of a very, very large fat guy. That's why I'm getting so fat.
You're prepping for a role. It's amazing how committed to the role you are. You know, you just the guy. Boy, wow, that guy's dedicated.
Guy. Yeah.
He's like Christian Bale.
He
just owns the role. Yeah,
it's weird. He never plays any roles of skinny guys. It's very strange. He's always fat guys in these roles that he has.
As people tend to point out to me, thinking they're the first one to ever point it out, I look a lot like Case Keenum. I think that I need Case Keenum to become a fixture. If you guys missed it, he was in an insurance ad last night for Progressive. Very funny insurance ad. If he can become a fixture as an insurance company spokesperson versus like choosing to go into coaching, take the insurance job, man. Oh, wow, that's a gig. And I could then work my way into kind of like a
Big Brother.
What was Chris Paul's brother's
Cliff
role?
Cliff.
I could be like the Cliff Paul to Case Keenum.
Case Keesum.
Yeah, or Case Keesum.
Or Case Keesum, either one. Yeah.
Wait, back to Bad Blood.
Back to Bad Blood. Before we get to the last cut here, where a couple days after they watched that CJ clip, the Trenches guys had kind of had it. Well, actually, let's play it, and then I have a question for Seth. Here's a couple days later. They've had a chance to process this for a couple days, the Trenches podcast guys, of CJ calling them sensitive, saying he didn't say the things that he said. All those things. Here they are. They've kind of had it with CJ at this point.
We gonna dress bro or what? Because we going viral right now. Everybody, damn, Z, da-da-da-da. I'm done.
I'm cool.
I ain't got enough to say.
CJ said what he's supposed to say, in my eyes. I'm glad he bopping this though, but like, you feel what I'm saying? Week one, like he said. So I'm standing on the week one. That's all he in it. Can say whatever they want to say. Week one, we strap on the pads and we go at it again. But to say I didn't make a play is crazy. Crazy enough to say that I didn't make a play or whatever like that on him. We got footage. But you feel what I'm saying? He made plays on us. We made plays back and forth. But now that we know the smokers in the air, let's get to it.
All I'm going to say is I let my beef slow cook, man. I let my marinate, I'm done.
Yeah,
done. I actually don't even care about last year anymore, bro.
Yeah,
it's all new. I don't give a about nothing that happened. I don't care about what it was. I care about what it is.
It's a fact.
So you feel me? That's just kind of where I'm at with it.
Week one is going to be crazy.
Momentous.
There's not really much to say about it, man. Look. We ain't gonna be going back and forth on socials. Like, we ain't gonna really run into each other. Like, this ain't basketball. This football. I get to put my hands on it.
This is gonna be so fun on Sunday. I cannot wait.
This is kind of a low-key barbecue grudge match there, too.
It is.
You like your beef slow cooked, huh?
5-day brisket. Yep.
With your whatever they do up in Kansas City with your burnt tips or whatever.
That's
okay,
right.
Great, cool,
yeah.
Cool. I do respect Zaire. I think Zaire Franklin sometimes in the midst of all this, I think he thinks of himself as an old-school football guy, yet at the same time he realizes, like, this is very new age of me, isn't it? Like creating social media beef and everything. So he's conflicted, which is good. I like him conflicted.
I do too.
I want him to be in an existential crisis by the third quarter over who he even is as a football player anymore. Let's do that. Let's send him into an emotional turmoil. Thank you.
That would be nice. Of all the things that were said in those cuts, to me, you tell me, Seth, you're the former player. To me, the one that I feel like, of all the things said by the Colts, by CJ, I feel like the one that probably cuts deepest, the one that angers the other party the most, was CJ calling them sensitive. Am I right about that? Like,
I don't know. That's tricky because when somebody calls you sensitive, you have that knee jerk, like, oh, I gotta. That really got me, but I gotta really not display any sensitivity right now.
Right. Yeah, like that. It's a good shot by CJ. I would say.
Like when somebody says when you're a kid and they're like, why are you denying it? Why are you acting so guilty? Why are you, why are you so sensitive?
Yeah.
I thought the one was CJ saying you could have did something then.
Yeah.
About EJ Speed.
Yeah.
I feel like that's like, oh, okay. Oh, I could have did something then. Yeah, I could do something right now too. Yeah, they're I don't care how much these guys technically like each other. This stuff pops up, man.
Yes. This is
what I would worry about classically. Like, take whatever you know about CJ in or out of it. I would worry in any circumstance like this. I don't want my quarterback being emotionally involved. I want him to be calm, cool, collected assassin as much as possible so he's making good decisions. And I trust that CJ won't let any kind of that type of stuff boil over into his play. But that's the standard thing that I would worry about in any scenario like this is generally most quarterbacks don't play. They're not like pitchers where they play well when they're angry.
Right.
Except for the great ones. I think like Tom Brady, and so maybe I'm rethinking this. Maybe I would like CJ can prove himself really by being the quarterback that does like take it to another level when he's angry. Yeah, so I'm going to flip-flop on that. Okay. I do want CJ to be all about this. Yeah,
yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. Payne and Pendergast with you. So there's the chronology of the trash talk between these two organizations, and it's going to be fun on Sunday. Noon kick here on Sports Radio 610. Stephon Diggs named a captain earlier this week. He was pretty emotional about it yesterday in the locker room. He wasn't crying or anything, but this was clearly something that was super important to Stephon Diggs.
It was a personal goal of mine, but it was so personal that I didn't really share it with too many people. It was just something that I feel like I had to work for, I had to earn, and something I wanted for myself, and not just for me. I feel like being a captain and that level of accountability not only just holds those around you accountable, but holds yourself accountable. You are who you are. You can't run from that. And I did want to be a captain. I want to be able to lead this team to not only victories, just working hard and consistently setting the standard. You know what I'm saying? Of working hard and, playing at a high level, competing at a high level, and being yourself. I got here from being myself. I wasn't nobody I wasn't. Kind of going back to what you said as well, with CJ, he told me to be myself and take pride in being yourself. You know what I'm saying? That's why we brought you here. So it feels good. I'll take one more question if you got it. I was happy.
Okay, so just to set the view of that there, for those of you that didn't see the video of that, Will Kunkel of Channel 26 was the one that asked the question. So Stephon Diggs is kind of eye contact with Will Kunkel throughout that whole answer we just heard. And then at the end where he goes, I'll take one more question, he starts to turn to somebody with a question. And he turns back to Will Kunkel and says, I was happy as bleep. And then takes the last question. It was really cool.
That's cool. Yeah. You know what, honestly, and there's a tendency, you never want to admit that you really wanted to roll like that or whatever. Like there's a dynamic there where it's really cool that he, said it was a stated goal of his. Now, the part two, so regardless of, and he had some good quotes about just the past being the past. He said he wasn't going to talk bad about Buffalo, made an analogy about how he's not going to talk bad about his old girlfriend to make his new girlfriend feel good. And I admire the analogy. So I think that it's very, very real. It's not just a cliche or something that guys going to a new team and being in a new setting, they do sometimes they change or they mature or what have you. I can tell you just, when I came to the Texans, I went from being a guy who was drafted by the Jaguars, was a young player with a bunch of veteran players on the team and everything. And I came to the Texans, and all of a sudden, I hadn't even really been thinking about it because I still thought of myself as a young player. But all of a sudden, I was thrust into a role where the coaches all were very much like wanted me to be one of the veteran guys on the team. And it changes you. And you start thinking about things differently. And you become, in a lot of ways, you become a different person because you're in a different environment, different expectations. And you see it happen a lot. And I think that for Diggs, regardless of what happened in Buffalo, it's cool that I think he's doing a lot of this consciously. Yeah. So whatever was his fault or Josh Allen's fault or Sean McDermott's fault, I think there's a part of him in that answer there where I think, you realize like, okay, I'm at a different stage in my career. I'm on a different team in a different situation. This is the role I'm going to play. And he can, still be himself, but like whatever bygones are bygones, it's exciting. Like I'm excited for Stefon Diggs. Mm-hmm. I think you kind of can take these leaps forward in maturity or wisdom or whatever you want to call it, and it feels like he's going about it methodically. I like that. Yeah. I like that for what it means for the Texans.
I do too. I like it for what it means for the Texans. I have a hard time believing that a big part of Stefon Diggs wanting to be a captain here wasn't at least partially fueled by all that was being said about him after being traded to the Texans. He's on. Shut
up the haters.
Yeah, like he's on. We know he's on social media. Like he's on there. Like we know he sees it and he hears it. Like it's and I think that's a natural human nature thing to want to do. To go, hey man, look, I probably part of that was my fault, but not to the degree it's being depicted by people up there. Even things like him, he hadn't been named a captain yet when he was gesturing on the sidelines talking to CJ and whatnot, and everybody from his two former cities are saying, see, look at this guy. Yeah, you can have him, Texans. He saw that. So I think it has to at least be partially fueled by wanting to stick it to the old girlfriend a little bit,
Maybe, yeah. I do.
I don't know, but for me it would,
Right. But I think part of it though too is like kind of the maturation process is not worrying about stuff like that. So it's finding a balance with everything. I think, I try to, CJ and Bobby and D'Amico. I've noticed this especially with Slowick and CJ. They say the same things a lot of times when they start talking about leadership or decision, like all the various other off the field types of things, where you can tell they're kind of reading the same literature and everything. and the one thing about and I try to go deep in on the coaches and read the books they read. I read the books that Nick Caserio has read, all that. I think the one thing about leadership is, Trust is a theme that keeps coming up. These guys, Slowick and D'Amico and CJ, all will, if you go through the transcripts and hit Command F, you're going to see trust come up a lot. The thing about it is that you could read a leadership book and have a checklist of things you should do as a leader, and you see that, I think, with a lot of guys that are trying to become leaders. Yeah. But like at the very root of it all, sometimes you have to fundamentally change the way you operate with other people, your teammates, your subordinates, whatever it might be. It's not like you can check off the lists of things that make it look like you care about the people around you versus really changing your worldview and really like learning how to genuinely care about people and show them that you care. And that's like the deeper level of it. And I think that CJ very much gets that. I think Diggs being around CJ is going to be really good for just kind of learning that, like when to not get too worked up about discord or anything like that, and just genuinely caring about your teammates and then working through the issues.
Well, and they have a coach that lives that. D'Amico said it from the first question of his introductory press conference, said that my thing is I care about these guys as people. I want them to be better husbands and be better siblings and be better sons and things like that. And this is where, too, I got excited. I saw an interview that Aziz Al-Shire did. I think it was with Randy McAvoy. I saw a clip of it yesterday. And Aziz sounded like D'Amico. He was talking about being the leader of the defense, playing that position, but being able to instruct and be critical of teammates in a constructive way. It's easier to do that if they know that you care about them as a person. When you connect with them on a personal level, it makes that communication so much easier. There's no contentiousness. There's no, this guy only cares about me as a player, not a person. I thought it was fascinating to see Aziz, the player, like almost mirroring what his head, and it stands to reason the guy was around D'Amico for his formative 4 years in the NFL, And
I think in a lot of that too is just like Al-Shire is just wise beyond his years in a lot of ways. I think sometimes Aziz Al-Shire, when he talks about his upbringing and everything, one of the most interesting things I saw him say where, like, okay, this dude's just, this is a mature person.
Yeah.
He said when he got to college and he started meeting people from different backgrounds and everything, and he realized, like, oh, wow, a lot of people have had a lot of challenges in their life. And, like, oh, okay, like, this is, instead of, like, using it as, like, some banner to show how tough he is, he saw it as a way of, like, oh, okay, yeah, like, I've had hardships, but this person's had hardships too. Yes. And, like, I can see how we relate to each other even if we come from different backgrounds. I think CJ very much has that when it comes to, like, relating to guys from different backgrounds.
Yeah.
Like, Cade Stover and him couldn't have had more disparate childhoods in region
friends.
Where they grew up, family life, everything else like that. And yet those two are like blood brothers as described by CJ. It's really cool.
It's really, really cool. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Football Friday, getting you ready for Texans and Colts. Let's circle back to the Astros for a minute, though. Did the Alex Bregman contract extension that I think most Astro fans think is coming from somewhere else, Alex Bregman's new contract, did it get a little easier for the Astros in the last 48 hours to retain Alex Bregman? That is next. West Point Lincoln, they're trying to make it easier for you to drive off the lot in a 2024 Lincoln Navigator right now. The original West Point Lincoln location, Katy Freeway, exit Kirkwood. My good friend Chris Poulos, the owner there, who was the VP GM for decades, and then he and his family bought the dealership a little over a year ago, and it's been awesome. Ryan O'Kane, the GM, great guy. All of them big football fans. So if you're ever over there purchasing a vehicle, start up that football conversation. They love that. But Ryan and his team are awesome. And right now, 0% financing for 60 months on a Lincoln Navigator 2024. 2.9% for 84 months on a 2024 Lincoln Navigator. They're even doing 0% for 60 months on a 2024 Lincoln Aviator as well. If you're in the market for the big dog, a new SUV, get to West Point Lincoln now. WestPointSales.com. Katy Freeway, exit Kirkwood. It's West Point Lincoln. Tell them Sean Pendergast sent you by.
We got ChatGPT to help us introduce you to our newest host, Reggie Adatula.
This guy's Instagram is like a bad Netflix series you can't stop watching. Not because
Point Lincoln and Katy Freeway. 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you. Football Friday. We'll get back to football in just a little bit. A little detour for the Astros here. They lose 1-0 to the Reds yesterday. Hunter Brown was amazing again. The Bats were not. Brian Abreu gives up a home run to Ty France, who is basically Albert Pujols when he plays the Houston Astros. Ty France cannot be stopped. They're back at it tonight. They're back home for a series against the Diamondbacks this weekend. Diamondbacks, one of the hottest teams in baseball. Framber Valdez on the mound tonight. Good on good, iron sharpening iron. It'll be fun tonight out at Minute Maid Park. As far as developments go with the Astros long-term over the last couple days, Matt Chapman, third baseman for the Giants, who is a Scott Boras client, was one of many Scott Boras clients who thought they were going to get a whole lot more money this past offseason than they did. Chapman ended up signing a Correa-type deal. Remember the deal Correa signed with the Twins the first time around, where it was a 3-year deal for $100 million, but Carlos could say sayonara after any of the 3 seasons. It was very, very player-friendly in terms of the flexibility of the deal. And the Twins did that to get Carlos in the building, and it's worked out. He's a Minnesota Twin long-term now. Matt Chapman did the same deal, different dollar amounts, but same deal with the Giants. He signed a 3-year, I want to say, I forget what the dollar amount was, but it was the same style deal. It was a lot less than Matt Chapman thought he was going to be getting in free agency. And he signed a 3-year deal where he could opt out after each of the years. This is the first year of that deal. Well, Matt Chapman's been amazing for the Giants. He's been a very good hitter. He's been his usual, if not better, Gold Glove self defensively. So they went ahead and they gave Matt Chapman, Seth, 6 years, $151 million to remain. This is not an opt-out thing. This is a conventional 6-year, $151 million deal to be the third baseman for the Giants. I think this is the template if Alex Bregman is to remain a Houston Astro. If you want Alex Bregman to stay here, this would be the one that I think that the Astros and both sides could say.
Yeah, it
seems
seems
the
like the kind. Right. And who knows what Alex Bregman feels about his value or what have you, but this is that compromise between the Astros are never very unlikely to give a 10-year deal ever, except for Alex Bregman. If it was something like this seems like a reasonable compromise.
Yeah.
And it's a precedent set where Alex Bregman can look at it and feel like, all right, given my my drawbacks as a player or what have you that have kept me from being like really the perennial all-star or MVP candidate that at times it looked like he could have become. This one makes sense.
Their career paths are so similar. Matt Chapman and Alex Bregman are almost the same age. Chapman's a year older, came in a year later. Bregman came into the big leagues in 2016. Chapman came in 2017. Early on in both of their careers, within the first 3 years, they were both top 6 or 7 MVP candidates, multiple seasons, Bregman and Matt Chapman. They're good, but not elite hitters. Bregman's got, since 2020, Bregman's OPS is a little under 800. Chapman's is 755, so Bregman's a little better there. And I'm going since 2020 because that's before 2020. Bregman was amazing. He had an OPS of over 1,000 in 2019. That Bregman, I don't know, is walking through that door again. It's been 5 years now since that. I think this is more who he is. They're both elite defensively. Chapman has won multiple Gold Gloves. I think Bregman could have easily won a Gold Glove last season. Their wins above replacement are almost identical. Bregman 38.6, Chapman 37.3. That's a cumulative stat just as to how good and effective they've been at helping their team win ball games. The big one, Seth, they share the same agent. So right. Scott Boras. So that's the biggest commonality in all of this is the same agent that did this deal for Matt Chapman is Bregman's deal. Now, Bregman doesn't think this is a good deal, 6 years, 151, or he wants significantly more years or money, then that's up to Scott Boras to go try and get it. I just think this just looks like too good a blueprint and too fortunate an occurrence. If you're someone who wants to keep Bregman, would you sign Bregman if you were Jim Crane to 6 years, $151 million?
I would. I'd feel good about it. Just because, and I think with Bregman, there's peak Bregman, and then there's Bregman through his career on average. And the hard part about it, I think emotionally, I try to get over it, is that, yeah, he's going to go through his droughts. But he's very, very consistently and good defensively. And I try to take myself out of my Astros fandom uniform, take off my orange cap and my jersey and everything else like that. There are a lot of teams that are going to look at Bregman the same way they did at Correa, which is the playoff experience matters. I think the experience matters. The consistency defensively really matters. And you look at Bregman throughout his career in the playoffs. A, he's just got way more experience in the playoffs than just about every other player in baseball. And B, he's been the same guy. You just read off his career stats. They're about the same as what they are for his playoff stats. Yeah. There's a 790 OPS, which in the postseason, it's a lot harder to have a good OPS in the postseason. Yep. Faced really good pitching all throughout. Other teams that aren't the Astros will look at Bregman as a guy that, like, you know what, this is exactly the kind of guy, just like the Astros did back in 2017, the kind of veteran player you bring onto a team that's just trying to get over the hump. And he's got his warts. He's not the perfect player or anything. But I just wonder, will the Astros look at him the same way, or will they say, look, we cultivate guys that can do this in the playoffs, and we're not going to pay the premium for it.
Yeah, I don't know. If it were a pitcher, like when Framber eventually walks, right? Yeah. If he walks, because Framber, like Kyle Tucker, Framber's got one more year of team control, and then he could be gone. And nobody talks about Framber in a long-term deal. I don't know why that is. Maybe because Tucker just gets more attention and Bregman. But it feels like nobody's brought up Framber lately about a long-term deal. So let's assume he walks. I do feel better about the Astros backfilling a starting pitcher than I do a position player. That's been a little. I know Pena's been good in Correa's absence, but they haven't found a replacement for George Springer. And I don't see anybody in the organization right now that gets me all hot and bothered at third base for Alex Bregman. Like that's a trick.
He's off playing for the Blue Jays right now.
And even if it were Will Wagner, I would be like, all right, well, we'll see. He ain't Bregman, So 6 years, 151, I would do that if I were Jim Crane. I know 6 years is the exception to the rule that, for a veteran player on a second contract kind of thing, but I would do this deal.
I think how the Astros handle Justin Verlander in the offseason will be interesting. That's the one. I think, honestly, Verlander, there might be more scrutiny and potential uproar over Verlander than with Bregman, in that if the Astros give him something that looks like a really generous deal just to stick around for an extra year. Yeah. I don't think I don't have the appetite for it right now just because he's old, and all right, he's just, you go through an entire season and he's available for a few weeks and he's not available for a few weeks and he's working through a neck injury and all of that. If you get him at a really reasonable rate, that's one thing. But man, if they give him something that's way juicier than it feels like it should be, and Bregman walks and gets a deal like this somewhere else, then I think people are going to be PO'd about that.
I think they will. I don't think that's going to happen. If I had to predict, I don't think that's going to happen, and here's why. Well, for one, Verlander needs to pitch better just to be in that conversation, for one. But let's say he gets back to being average, and your concern is that they pay him for somebody who's way above average, which is a valid concern. I think there's two reasons why it wouldn't happen, Seth. One, they're paying a lot of people next year to not play baseball for the Astros. They're paying McCullers. They're paying, they had to pay Montero to go away. They had to pay Abreu to go away. Their dead money is more than it's ever been through this time. So I think that diminishes the chances of them doing it. The other thing I would say is they've let Justin Verlander walk once already. They let him go to the Mets, and so
they got him back when the Mets were still paying a huge portion of his salary, right?
Yeah. So I'm not that concerned.
I get, you know what it is. Part of it is just I fear the back of the baseball card.
Sure,
that mentality, and just and I don't look Dana. I don't. Dana Brown will, toe the company line and say back of the baseball card, but I don't think he's wired that way, and that's. Maybe this is one of those conversations where Dana Brown really starts to assert himself and has to just. As firm a stand as you can take against the owner and whatever the owner wants. You got to say, look, this is a tough decision, but this is what we got to do. You know?
We'll see. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you, heading into the 8 o'clock hour. J.J. Watt had Houston hyped yesterday. We will let you hear why coming up next.
Oh, you'll get hyped when you think about how you'll feel after you get your retirement plans in order. It seems like such a big obstacle. You start to think about, and maybe you manage it yourself a little bit, but you realize, like, oh man, I'm a little too emotional.
AM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast into the 8 o'clock hour. We'll do our first regular season edition of 5 Reasons I Hate You for Indianapolis at 8:23-ish on the show. Next segment. People asking on the text page, will 610 be carrying the Brazilian game on the radio tonight? That is the Packers and the Eagles in Sao Paulo, Brazil. We will. We'll be carrying we're your home for all the primetime NFL games here in Houston. Sports Radio 610.
A lot of people, I know we have that one listener who thinks we should be boycotting this game for political purposes or what have you. All right, great. That's fine. You fight that fight, man. I'm going to watch some football, all right?
Hell yeah.
I'm a fan of globalism when it comes to football in terms of just give me a football game on Friday night, I'll vote for whoever you want me to. I'll buy my vote.
It's It's that's a good maniacal laugh, man. You got to break that out more often. The Friday night aspect of this game, it feels weird because there's high school football tonight here in Texas. Amy and I are going to the Astros game tonight. I'm like, okay, we're going to the Astros game. But I do want to peep in on that football game a little bit,
Okay, who's carrying it on television?
It's on the Peacock
app. It's Peacock again.
Yeah.
Okay, so all right. So I was good last night. Was that? Yeah, I can never remember who I have a subscription to or not.
Yeah, it's not. But to be clear, not everybody subscribes to the Peacock app. It's Peacock app only tonight, I believe. It's a streaming. It is a streaming game tonight only, if I'm not mistaken.
Wasn't last night's? Oh, could you watch it? You could watch it on NBC last night?
Yeah, you watched it on Channel 2 last night. Yeah.
Oh, all right. I watched it on the app. I didn't know I had a choice.
It was.
I'm so lost. I'm such a damn boomer on all this stuff.
You are. Okay. You stream everything, man.
So you can only watch it on the Peacock app. It's in Brazil. This is the first thing that jumps to mind for me is that this is running back summit versus running back summit. This is Saquon Barkley for the Eagles versus Josh Jacobs' new acquisition to the Packers. And that if you're somebody that feels like, you know what, the pendulum has swung too far. Running backs still do matter. I think in the case of the Eagles especially, this is one where you really want to see if that without Jason Kelce, that is still probably a really good run-blocking offensive line, and can the addition of Saquon Barkley kind of re-tap into everything Jalen Hurts can do.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one of the matchups to watch tonight.
Yeah, for sure. Especially when you consider that Austin Eckler was the leader of the Summit meeting last year, and he's just a complete non-factor now playing for the Commanders. This should be whoever wins this game, whoever's team wins this game, should get to basically take control of the running back consortium, you know what I mean? Like when Jon Snow got declared King of the North, if whoever wins this, that's a Game of Thrones reference, people. For those
Nick
who don't
Sirianni's kind of like the little 12-year-old chick that actually is running the show, like is a hard ass and everything. That's Nick Sirianni in this matter.
That's him. Yes. All right, Jake.
Matt LaFleur is like, I don't know, somebody who was banished to the wall.
Oh yeah, one of the crows. J.J. Watt got people excited yesterday, man. This was really good work, man. If you're listening right now and you're part of the Texans digital content team, bravo.
J.J. Watt is Tormund.
Doing it as Tormund, he is. They're doing an amazing job. So there's a hype video, which I know several of you have seen. It plays well with just audio, so it's a couple minutes long. Get comfy. It's J.J. Watt basically walking out of the tunnel in an H-Town blue T-shirt and narrating a series of really cool highlights with some audio mixed in and whatnot. Let's play it for you here. But it's up on all the Texans social if you want to go find the video. Here is J.J. Watt getting you hyped up for the season.
You hear that, Houston? Silence. Sometimes that silence can be deafening. But in that void, there's a whisper of what's to come. A pulse reverberating through the city that grows stronger by the second. You can feel it in the air, a rumbling, an anxiety, that feeling in the pit of your stomach. Echoes of expectations.
Then there's this team in Houston. They brought in Stephon Diggs, they bring in Joe Mixon. Well, we got massive respect for what they got going on.
It's an earned sensation, and you can't shake it.
I've felt it before. I know what it's like.
Dalton throws it. It's intercepted. 1, 10, 5. Touchdown, Texans. And Reliant Stadium has erupted.
The energy, the speculation, the expectations.
What do you think of the Texans' hype?
Expectations from the outside have gone through the roof.
They have a target on their back.
But listen, the hype, that's just chatter.
It doesn't matter what people say on the outside about the men in this room.
They're pretty steadfast in not listening to the outside noise.
In the end, we're the Houston Texans, so we can't worry about what happened last year.
Because around here, success isn't owned, it's leased. And rent, that shit's due every damn day. We're relentlessly focused on one thing, building this foundation our way. But not only for this team, no. This is for all of H-Town. The heartbeat of this city is what drives this team forward each and every day. So now it's finally time to break that silence and make noise the only way we know how.
Here's it out for Collins. He's got it. Throw down. Will Anderson. Stingley with the interception. To the end zone. Touchdown.
Houston dominant.
On the damn field. H is up, H-Town.
Yeah, it's really good. It's a good video, man.
That was good, very good. I knew that, look, I wanted to share the experience of the people who are listening to it for the first time, so I had listened to the audio last night. I haven't watched the video yet.
Oh, really?
So, right, yeah, so I wanted, like, I'm glad that you kind of laid it out visually. I saw, like, the first 5 seconds of the video, and it was really, like, they're zooming in on the stadium at night, or the stadium at night. And I was like, you know what, no, I want to share the experience of people who haven't watched it, and kind of just take it in that way. Oh. And so... I thought very good by JJ. I thought the first 30 seconds, they did a really good job of building up to it.
Yeah.
I felt, in a lot of ways, it was like the first time I ate a kolache, where I'd heard a lot about them. I'd never heard of them before, but then I came to Houston and people were talking about this kolache, and I kind of like, I remember my mouth watering, the anticipation, feeling I could feel my pulse as I waited, and I had that, then I got that feeling in the pit of my stomach, and it was a good feeling, damn it. It delivered. It delivered.
That's a funny analogy. See, what I'm thinking, my analogy right now, as pertains to you having not watched it yet, I feel a little like when somebody tells me, hey, Sean, I'm about to start in on The Sopranos. And I'm like, oh, I'm so jealous of you, of the ride you're about to go on and experience for the first time. I'm a little jealous of you, Seth, that you haven't watched it yet, that you still have not gotten to experience this for the first time.
I park myself. I'll have to, maybe I'll wait. You know, I should do this, Sean. I will wait to watch it until right before our pregame show on Sunday.
Okay.
And I will. That'll be my pep talk.
I have to hold
for
you back
going into this game.
Yeah.
And I'm just gonna sit in a dark room and just take it all in. Yeah.
I was very impressed.
I'll go old school. I'll take some mini fins that I got stashed in my in my bureau or something.
Yes.
I'll kick it like it was in the 90s. That's right.
There you go. They let JJ curse in that thing. I think we had to censor it. He said that success is not owned; it's leased, and the rent, that bleep is due every day. He used the S word.
Oh, all right, okay.
Yeah,
you know what? Okay, that makes more
edgier.
sense then. I was a little nervous about, uncertain about that part. That makes more sense to me. Okay. That was good. I like too that. Remember, we're no. It's nice when the players that you're mentioning, whether it's Nico Collins or Derek Stingley or whomever else, are guys who are like, oh yeah, I'd buy that jersey.
They're actually good. Yes.
Yeah, it's not when we were trying to prop up who's that linebacker?
Christian Kirko?
No, the guy that got hurt on the field.
Kamu Grugier-Hill.
Yeah, Kamu Grugier-Hill, where it's like you're just trying to talk yourself into Kamu Grugier-Hill, or like it felt good that they're guys that I genuinely felt good about.
And that thing you hear, that's the heartbeat. Kamu Grugier-Hill with the sack. Yeah, you're right. That would have been a tough video to sell back in 2022, but man, now it's here, man. It's easily sellable. Payne and
JJ's done good things for not just the Texans, but I think the AFC South in general. The fact that whether you love or hate Pat McAfee, now that he's on ESPN, he's omnipresent, and he has JJ Watt on regularly during the football season. And those two, as AFC South alumni, they go at it about the AFC South, and I like that. I like more attention focused on our little corner of the world.
That's really cool. Have you guys seen the text message? Have you guys seen the story about JJ donating 5,000 pounds to a kid in Green Bay who is running a marathon for mental health this weekend? The kid didn't know who Justin Watt was. So it sounds like maybe he donated it anonymously under the name Justin Watt. You know how you see the names of people who donate things?
Oh, yeah.
I guess. I have not seen that story. I have not yet, so I apologize.
5,000 pounds?
5,000 pounds, I guess. So maybe it's a kid.
Maybe he did it from when he was in England or
maybe,
something?
I guess.
He's over there with his soccer club?
Could be. Yeah, could be. I know I'd not seen that. But if you've seen it, text in and tell us where we can find out more. The audio alone, a lot of people texting in. I want to run through a wall now. The audio alone gives me chills. That had a high chill factor for me. I was definitely multiple times throughout that got chills listening to it.
The Texans have done some really cool things with video over there, and they kind of started in on it before they made an actual turnaround as a team. But it's really fun to watch now because it's like high quality cinematography. They're up there. They could be approaching Rams level in some ways with some of the stuff they do with videos and little mini documentaries and everything. They do a really good job with it. For anybody who actually cares about that stuff, I just look at it as like it's a nice sign of a NFL team that's like rolling with the cutting edge stuff.
Yep.
You know, they're not just some backwater hicks that are just kind of taking their revenue shares and going. It feels like a very modern NFL organization.
Big time. Let's go. I'm hyped. Text message 0074. Straight chills, man. 9903. Geez, gave me chills, and I've already watched it 3 times. Me too. I watched that thing 5 times last night, and just listening to it, I got chills listening to it.
Which specific players are you think people are getting most chilled over, like chilled in an excited way? They're getting the chill. They're getting goosebumps. Text that in. I'm curious. Not the marquee C.J. Stroud or what have you. And I would say maybe not even a Derek Stingley, but just amongst the rookies or new additions.
Oh, okay.
Like, is it Stephon Diggs? Is it Kamari Lassiter? Who are you just really thinking like, oh, I can't wait to watch this guy actually on the field. I really need to see this. Will Anderson. Just open it up to anybody, whether they're a marquee guy or not.
CJ and Will, there's a Pavlovian thing with CJ and Will for me that's traced back to the night the two got drafted, which I still watch on a regular basis. I go back and
still watch them like walking across the pedestrian bridge and everything else.
The whole thing. I go back and I watch the studio crew sitting there speculating about what the Texans could do it to, and let's send it up to the commissioner. And then they pick CJ, and then the whole thing where now the Texans have traded up. Dude, if you're a diehard Texan fan, I promise you, if you go back and watch that, considering how important that's been to the shift with this team, you will get chills watching it every time, watching CJ just be so hyped to be a Texan and Will so hyped to be a Texan. And now that it's played out the exact way that both of them wanted it to play out here is really cool.
Well, you know, the cool thing about my favorite part of that weekend was when they did the introductory press conference and you had Will and CJ out there together. And I think that was the first glimpse you got into the dynamic between those two. But then also CJ, you know, CJ's a slow burn in a lot of ways. It's not like it's, you know, there's some athletes where you almost like Will, honestly, like you know exactly who he is, like the first couple interviews you watch. With CJ, kind of the same way it was with him on the field in training camp. He's kind of methodical. He's very... he's a serious young man in a lot of ways, and it doesn't always feel like it takes a little while to get to know him. In that introductory press conference, I think he was really comfortable up there next to Will, and I think you saw the more extroverted side of CJ, and that was really cool. I just remember thinking like, all right, this is different.
Yeah.
this is something new and maybe different than I had seen from. I'd watched a bunch of C.J. Stroud interviews and everything because we had known for a while that if they were going to take a quarterback, it was probably going to be him.
Yeah.
I got excited about that press conference. I allowed myself to get excited about that press conference.
The best part of that press conference, as it pertains to C.J., was when Nick wasn't getting enough questions. So CJ kind of steered it over to Nick. Like, I don't know, why isn't anybody giving Nick his flowers? You know, like, it was really
and even in the photo shoots and everything, when they showed the quote unquote off camera stuff, but when he was joking around with Will and everything, you saw that different side of CJ than maybe you'd seen before. That part was cool.
It was great. A lot of people texting in on your questions. So, well, first someone texts in, swinging through Shipley's now for a dozen kolaches. Thanks a lot, Seth.
That's how you honor the city of Houston.
That's it.
And listen, Czech Americans. I know it's not a Texas kolache, okay? I realize that the actual kolache is the pastry one or whatever. Yeah, I know. I just what I think of as a kolache, all right?
Yeah, there you go.
Don't go all Italian on me explaining what pizza's supposed to be. Pizza is American pizza for all I care.
That's right. A lot of Lassiter on here for guys you're looking forward to. You know, got the chill bumps getting ready to go watch a lot of Lassiter. And he's on my list too. Daniil Hunter shows up a few times on the text page. Someone says Diggs, Mixon, Lassiter.
Mixon might be, you know what? Mixon might be the one that's been lost in the shuffle in a lot of ways. Partly because of, we mentioned the running back summits earlier. Partly because the running back is just undervalued perhaps at this point.
Yeah.
But Mixon might be low key a guy that's a key to high-level success on this team.
Oh, yes.
Even if he doesn't have an incredible season.
Agreed.
Because there's elements to the running game where the running back can make the offensive line look good more often than the offensive line makes the running back look good, honestly. I think there's times a good, solid, quality running back can do more with imperfect blocking and can kind of sometimes just make those guys look like better run blockers than they are. And if Mixon can do that, and if along the way the run blocking does get genuinely good, he doesn't have to be all pro or Pro Bowl even, but it might just be that 1-2 punch, making a legitimate 1-2 punch combo of the pass game and the run game that makes it a genuinely elite offense.
Yeah, make us better in the red zone, man. Make it so that the red zone isn't so confined. Because that's the problem for the Texans now when they get in the red zone is they have no running game, so it's confined space to try to throw the ball in, man. Just give us the threat of the run down in the red zone. That would be huge. 5 reasons I hate you. We do it every Friday before a Texans game. We do Indy twice a year, and we managed to come up with new material. There's a lot of reasons to hate Indianapolis, so we'll give you 5 of them coming up next. But first, nothing to hate about West Point Lincoln. Love West Point Lincoln, and the proof is in the
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's do it. 5 reasons I hate you. And boy, could they have put a more hateable team in week 1 for us to do this exercise? I think not.
No,
Indy. You hate Indy. You hate them already.
Yeah,
Seth.
there's none. I don't have to dredge up some feelings or anything, or go all water boy on it. How do I get myself angry about the vast wasteland that is the pathetic backwater driftwood, and enjoy your cousin marriage piece of crap state of Indiana.
Don't use it all up yet. I've got a bullet point for you in there. Save it.
That is an inexhaustible supply, Sean. Inexhaustible supply. This spring never dries up.
All right, let's do this. 5 reasons I hate you. Let's start with a new one. This one has never popped up before because this song just popped up in the preseason. This clown named Seth DeFlo Erskines. I hate him because of what he does to your good name, Seth. His first name is also Seth.
Seth has lost a lot of value over the years. It used to be a relatively rare name, and then it just, I don't know if it was a Seth Rogen influence or what. There's a bunch of Zoomers named Seth, but whatever.
Including this guy, Seth DeFlo Erskines. This was before the Colts were playing the Broncos. I should probably go check and see if he's got a Texans song for the game. I'll do that in the break. But this was the song he had during the preseason for the Broncos. Take a listen.
This is our Colts. This is our team. We bleed blue. This is our Colts. Whether win or lose, we love them. For the shoe, beat the Broncos. Let's show them who the real horse is. This is our team. Go Colts!
With the nay at the end.
The nay at the end's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie.
That's frankly, it's sacrilegious. It's that. That's one of my. I listen. You hear a lot of depending on which team or what have you. In the NFL weight rooms, usually the veterans get to pick the music, and a lot of times it ends up either being gospel or Christian rock. Mm-hmm. I'm a little bit more partial to the gospel, just because the Christian rock feels like you're trying too hard. Mm-hmm. But there's some catchy tunes.
There are.
And that was one of them.
Yeah.
That was. I used to enjoy working out to that one. It was. So now I don't like that they've bastardized it.
Sullied that song for you.
Used it for the very worldly concern of propping up your football team. The most heathen of all the franchises, by the way.
Right.
You're going to tell me Jim Irsay?
Yeah.
You're going to take that Christian rock song and make it about Jim Irsay's team? My God, how much meth did you do to come up with that idea?
Jim Irsay, who tweeted yesterday, "Roof?" ? And that was it. What's he talking?
I've donated a lot of money to people in poor communities, and you're buying crack, Jim. My God, what the hell are you talking about?
All right, so that's
big baggie full of oxycodone.
So that's reason number 5. Seth DeFlo Erskine's songs.
What a bastard! I hate that kid.
Okay,
unless he's special needs or something.
I don't think he is. I don't think he is.
Okay.
Number 4. They're smug GM, and I have friends who are friends with Chris Ballard, so I apologize
Texas City types
to those friends in advance. I know maybe listening right now, but smug Chris Ballard after they got Leatu Latu with the 15th overall pick, the first defensive player taken in that draft. Here was Ballard on the Colts' internal, all the content that they're putting out there on draft weekend in the war room. Here was smug Ballard after Latu landed a Colt.
We had the best rusher in the draft.
He got the best defensive player. All those 14 guys in front of me are so stupid. Someday maybe they'll win one playoff game in 6 years too.
We got the best pass rusher in the draft in the middle of the first round, where he was probably appropriately rated because he's not actually considered your classic Myles Garrett or Will Anderson type.
That's the
best.
best.
You got him exactly where he should have gone. Chris Ballard acting like it's a coup or something.
He is.
It's like acting like, I got a $7 refund on my taxes.
Yeah.
Oh, Daddy, take that, Uncle Sam.
IRS is so stupid. They're so dumb.
I got 29 miles per gallon out of my Toyota. Woohoo!
Oh, the gas, the petroleum gods are so dumb.
I got a guy who had marks against him because of college production injury history and not all that spectacular athleticism outside the first top 5 picks of the draft.
15th pick in the draft. Play it one more time, Ben, so people can hear it again in case they didn't hear it the first time.
We had the best rush in the draft.
It's the cackling that gets you right there. Like everybody's stupid.
It's like you shoot your 22 in the air in celebration. Like, ping, 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 ping.
All right, number three. 5 reasons I hate you. Number 3, they are war room cheerers. Going back into their war room. They cheer picks on cue. It's rehearsed. They wait for the GM to walk in. They all stand up like a dictator just walked in, and they clap for the cameras. You know who hates people like this? I'm not gonna speak for him, but I'm gonna let him speak for himself. Nick Caserio does not like war room cheerers.
I mean, I'll probably get cursed out for this, but, you know, the teams that after they make a pick and then the camera's in the room, like, they have the whole room stand up and clap. Like, I mean, give me a break. But we just...
Call him out, Nick! Call him out!
We just pick the phone up. Hey, you know, we're on the clock.
That's
we're
good,
about
man.
to
That's
pick you.
Good. We got what we needed.
Yeah. It's disgusting. A bunch of guys. They're like chimpanzees congratulating themselves for their autoerotic activities. It's like, all right, good job. You picked the guy at your allotted slot. You really got that one. You really put it on the rest of the league. How about, it's good for you. The other part about the Colts war room that's fun is it looks like an episode of The Office where like people they're very aware that the camera is there. They're all Steve Carell in The Office where you're kind of like, oh wait, there's a camera here. What can I do? And they Chris Ballard takes a furtive look at the camera and then celebrates. It's
they had some scout that acted like Jim Halpert, like looking at the camera like the shoulder shrug. I'm doing a shoulder shrug, people. Sorry. Shoulder shrug with a grin on my face. All right. Reason number 2. I just wrote annuals.
We're only up to reason number 2? Oh, we're
counting down.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, we're counting down. So we're up to reason number 2. Annual. I just wrote annual Seth inbred indie people reason.
Right.
The floor is yours. Go ahead. Yeah.
Which feels, it's dicey. You know, somebody pointed this out to me long ago. Like, when it comes to issues like incest and what have you, clearly, don't worry about it because, like, with Indianapolis, I'm not talking about the dicier aspects of all that. Like, this is willing adults marrying each other. Like, this is like, I'm a 48-year-old Indianan. I ain't got none other options in this life. Hell yeah, I'll marry my sister. Look at her. Look at that ass. Look at it. I can't believe I got the best cousin in the bunch. Woo! Bring out the air gun, mama / auntie. I want to shoot it in the air. I'm going to take my Crossman pistol and I'm going to go paint the town rouge. That's French for purple. Yeah, this is consenting adults deciding that the best option they have in life is to sweep their sister off her feet and carry across the threshold into your tarp-covered trailer. And then fill her full of meth because that's what she likes.
That lived up to the hype.
We got the good stuff.
That lived up to the hype. My favorite part.
We got the Walter White up in here. Shaking a pill bottle. That's the mating call there. They're shaking a pill bottle.
I don't know what your exact wording was at the beginning of that whole thing was, but where you said a conversation I once had with someone about incest. I'm like, who are you sitting around having conversations about incest with?
Game of Thrones enthusiast.
I got you. Last one.
Yeah, this is classic Game of Thrones type.
Yes,
This is people. This is arranged marriages between cousins.
Right. It's Indianapolis is basically King's Landing or Westeros or whatever.
Just without the actual money and resources and all of the other stuff that goes with it.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, reason number one.
Still very fond of the venereal diseases, like a lot of medieval whorehouses.
Okay,
but
we're on reason number one. You got your stuff in. lay off them. Seth, those people have families, as you just pointed out.
I know. And the family tree is fascinating to look at. It's like a lesson in geometry.
A straight line.
Yeah.
All right. Reason number one. According to one scientist,
He estimated that just the residents of Indianapolis ate about 2,000 pounds of cow manure every year.
It was. Now that was from back when they first decided that okay, maybe we need to regulate some of these food manufacturers a little bit. Things are getting a little out of control. Indiana was they were kind of like, it took Louisiana forever to raise the drinking age to 21. That's how Indiana was with their manure eating. They were like, get out of here, Uncle Sam. You're not going to take away my constitutional right to eat manure.
People loved your rant, by the way. Seth, mama/auntie, LMAO. Mama/auntie hit again big with somebody else. Seth has me cracking
Mama
up.
auntie.
Mama auntie.
There's a common phrase up there. If you hit Control F on anything in like Indiana state legislature or anything, Mama auntie comes up a bunch of times.
Someone put Lucas Oil and then in parentheses, ing up your cousin stadium. Lucas oiling up your cousin stadium.
It's a big family reunion there at Lucas Oil Stadium. Basically, people wonder how are they so good at staying quiet when the offense is on the field, and people will say, "Well, Peyton Manning trained them that way." Like, no, like Peyton Manning threatened to expose their family tree. He just they're
he extorted them.
Yeah. I was like, I'll blow the roof off of all of you and your cousin marriage if we don't do this.
He said, "You be quiet," and they said, "Yes, me be quiet." Yes, thank you. Right.
You be quiet. We'll let you sleep inside tonight. Ooh.
Payne and Pendergast. All right,
Mama sister, did you hear that? Seriously though, awful state. Veer around it whenever you can when driving.
We are in the middle of two of the craziest streaks in recent Houston sports history. I actually put up a poll. I was mildly surprised at what won. I won't say what won because I want Seth to guess, but which poll, or which streak I should say, is crazier? The Reds have won 9 straight against the Astros going back 5 years. The Texans have won 8 straight AFC South road games going back to the David Culley era. Which of these is crazier when I say that to you? We'll talk about that coming up next. Yingling flight. Had me a couple Yingling flights yesterday afternoon over at my local
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you. Seems like you guys enjoyed 5 reasons this week. We'll read some of the texts in a minute. So this is crazy. These are 2 streaks that I was unaware of until this week that both the Astros and the Texans are involved in. And ironically, based on how these teams have performed over the last several years, which these 2 streaks extend over, the Texans are on the good side of their streak and the Astros are on the wrong side of their streak. But as has been pointed out many times over the last 4 days, the Astros have not beaten the Reds since the 2016 season. They last beat them in 2016. Since 2019, the Reds have beaten the Astros 9 straight times. They played them 3 times in 2019, 3 times last year, 3 times this week, and they've won 9 straight. The Texans have won 8 straight AFC South road games, and I know the AFC South has not been the AFC North or fill in the name of any good division, but the Texans have won 8 straight road games against Jacksonville, Tennessee, and Indianapolis. So I asked the people, which of those is crazier when you hear it? Of those 2, which is the crazier of the 2, Seth? Which is
the one the one with the Reds, I just look at it as that's just it's a statistical oddity. And do the Reds feel like they own the Astros? Okay, great if they do. I don't think it does anything for anybody. I think with the Texans having the 8 straight road victories, in some respects, all right, that's a statistical oddity too, because it's not like the Texans were good 2 years ago and that it was just some display of dominance. If anything, it's kind of embarrassing for the AFC South that extends back to 2 years ago. But I do think it does feel good now that the Texans are very, very competitive again. I do like the idea of maybe starting to really just own the emotions of those fan bases
on the road,
and those teams. Yeah, on the road. Of we came into your place. Hey, Indy, we're taking your cousin home with us. You don't get to kiss her tonight. We're gonna take your first cousin home with us, and she's gonna have her, and we'll let her have her way with us. I like that. I like that a lot. I think that you can. Especially in a place like Indianapolis where they have the advantage of playing in a dome, just as the Texans do as well. But if you want to think of yourself as a scary place to play, get out there in your fancy white uniforms and go out there and play your brand of football in front of all your loud fans. And you know what? Doesn't matter. We'll shut you up. Shut you up good.
It doesn't sound like you think the Astros one is really all that crazy, that it's baseball and it can happen and there's, it's a 162-game season and these are just 9 games.
Yeah, I'm honestly astounded that you're as fascinated with it as you are.
I'll tell you why.
Because it's not like you don't tie it to any particular thing the Reds have been doing it or something. It's just one of those weird things.
Well, I'll tell you why in a second. But 61% of the people, for what it's worth, I just gave you the number. So forget about the poll. 61% of the people think the Astros streak is crazier than the Texans streak of winning 8 straight division road games. This is where I found it crazy because, look, along the way, you did face Garrett Cole and Justin Verlander twice and Hunter Brown and Spencer Arrighetti having just won the pitcher of the month. And there's a few janky pitchers in there too, like Brandon Bielak is in there. JP France last year is in there, right? Along this 9-game winning streak.
I light a candle for JP France every day. Yeah. He's the forgotten Astro, yes.
Yep.
He's the forgotten developmental pitcher, yes.
In terms of the sheer math of it, this is what fascinates me, and there's a gambling angle involved, so maybe that's why it fascinates me more than you. If you had put $100 down on this winning streak, you would have made $193,000. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying boy, y'all are dumb. You didn't start putting money down on the Reds against the Astros in 2019. What I'm saying is, this is a 2,000 to 1 shot of this happening. This is a 1 in 2,000 chance of this happening. That's what's so crazy to me. The even crazier thing is the Texans won. Because there were several of these games where, believe it or not, even though it's Tennessee and Jacksonville and Indy, there were several of these games that the Texans have won on the road against these teams where they were 10-point underdogs, 7.5-point underdogs, significant underdogs. The first one of this streak in Tennessee, the money line was plus 575, which is massive for an NFL game, which means you got to bet 100 to win 575 on the Texans. if you had started this, if you had sat down Tennessee road game in 2021, the David Culley, and say, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to open up an 8-game parlay that's going to last for the next 2 seasons or 3 seasons, and just kept putting the Texans on the road into that.
Yeah.
$100 pays $969,000.
So it was, just when you factor the odds into it, it's way more improbable because when the Texans were bad in 2022, then that's where it really it's like a good baseball team losing to a lesser baseball team. It's as close to a coin toss as you can get in scenarios like that compared to other sports.
Right.
It's just not as easy to beat up on another baseball team in the regular season. Where with football, when you're the worst football team going in and facing a good football team at home, it's hard. It happens, but not all that often that you win that game. So yeah, it's kind of crazy. I wish I could tie it to like, D'Amico was the coach that year also or something. That was the year that D'Amico was just starting to institute his stuff. That's the part that's you
want it to mean something. I'm just fascinated that it ever occurred in the first place. You know what I mean? Like that's and the Texans, and they're both still current. That's the thing. It's not me going back and reading an article like, do you realize 5 years ago that the Reds beat the Astros 9 straight times? Like, we're still living this right now. Like, these streaks are both still active, and one of them is being defended on Sunday on our very air at noon.
You know what, Sean? You should blame Nick Caserio for the fact that I'm not as impressed by it as you.
Yeah.
Because in some of the literature that he's given me to read, as he tries to indoctrinate me,
Okay.
I asked him for a list of the books that he's read, and I've read a couple of them so far. A lot of it does drive home, kind of like ignoring stuff like this.
Yeah.
And that, crazy coincidences happen all the time, and they're absolutely meaningless. So you got to be really, really careful about tying too much significance to them. So you can blame Nick Caserio for me being properly indoctrinated into just his way of thinking. That, you can't get distracted by these little oddities or what have you. You got to try to separate the signal from the noise.
Again, Nick Caserio, who on this show has said, I've probably played slot machines once in my life in a casino.
Yeah, he understands the odds. He's like, all right, great. Okay, great. Oh, I hit a jackpot in my first ever at one. He understands that it doesn't mean anything.
Like the Reds were underdogs in 8 of these 9 games. Like the Texans were heavy underdogs. The only game the Texans were favored in this streak that I'm talking about here, that they've won 8 straight on the road in the division, they were a coin flip. They were a 1-point favorite last year in Indy in that Week 18 game. That's it. Other than that, they've been pretty substantial dogs. Yeah, man, $100, $1 million for you.
The biggest upset was them versus Tennessee last year,
right? The very first game of the streak back in 2021.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm counting backwards on the list there.
Last year they weren't that. That's how bad Tennessee was in some respects last year, was that when Case Keenum started that game.
Small dog. They were small dog.
Okay,
yeah.
I got you.
Yeah, they were 3-point underdog.
So that one feels good.
Yeah.
It feels good that the Texans were a heavy underdog to Tennessee went to start that streak, and they still pulled it off.
I like what you're saying, where this is where this is relevant. Put the Astros aside. I'm with you on the randomness of baseball. It's just a crazy random thing. Like that's crazy random. But I like what you're saying about like this. They've already established this win streak over the division in their place, and now they've got a team that's equipped to take this thing for another 8 games. In a division, quite frankly, that's set up if this were the Lions, they would be like, okay, we got to deal with the Packers. We got to deal with Caleb Williams now. If this were the AFC, say this were the Bengals, they'd be like, all right, we got to deal with the Ravens and the Browns and the Steelers.
You should bring this up to Nick, whether it's on air or not, if you see him at the game on Sunday. Obviously you won't, but next week. I think that you should, because this is the tempting part for a GM. This is what Nick, I can almost guarantee you this is the way he would look at this. It's tempting for the human involved in it to want to take credit for it. And Nick would be on guard for that. Like, if there's any part of him that thinks, well, yeah, maybe it's because we've drafted really well for special teams or what have you. That's where he'd be like, wait a second, no, you can't fall into that trap of of thinking that, oh yeah, this is because the plan's all working out.
He is literally the only one still left from in the building, probably, other than ownership and people on the business
side.
Some
of the players,
and a couple of the players, Nico Collins and a couple other guys who were even around for that first Tennessee win back in 2021. So, yeah, there you go. People think the Astros one is crazier, but financially, you'd made a lot more money betting on the Texans, nearly $1 million. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Seth, you want to get the people up to speed on the injuries?
Yeah, okay, here you go. You got to worry about MJ Stewart with his knee. He's not going to play. That's it. He's the lone member of the Texans injury report as of yesterday. For the Colts, Josh Downs out with an ankle. That's significant as well. And that is your injury report. It's short in week 1, baby. Let's keep it that way. That's your injury report brought to you by Mokaram Law.
All right, up next, we've got trash talk between the Colts and the Texans. CJ and Zaire Franklin have been going at it. We will go through all of it. The chronology is going to get you fired up for Sunday's game, which you can hear right here at noon on Sports Radio 610. Men's Tea Clinic, I want to tell you about right now. Today's Friday. That's Men's Tea Clinic Day.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, Seth, I've got good news and a good life lesson here from a texter. This is from a little while ago on the show, but if you're still listening, texter, we had a texter that texted earlier this week that got fired and said he sulked for a day, and then the first thing he did when he woke up was turn on Payne and Pendergast and get into the workout room, work out and get a better outlook on life, and not get a better outlook on life, but just keep a positive outlook and go find the next thing. Update. He's the guy he texted on Wednesday. He went back. He called his old boss, and I don't know why he called him, but called him. They hadn't found his replacement yet. They gave him his old job back. Got welcome back in. He said, thanks for the kind words the other day, guys. That's a testament to doing good work and not burning bridges. Amen, brother. Amen.
Good job.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, some cautionary advice for everybody. Not that you're going to get fired anytime soon, but it could happen. Man, you got to fight human nature and just do not burn bridges unless it's justifiable or something, If you whatever, but when
smart.
There's no reason to dish on social media. I've seen too many people with a high opinion of themselves basically cut off a future source of income just because they burnt bridges when they didn't need to burn bridges.
Yep.
It's as bad as it is to call your ex-girlfriend when you're drunk, 1,000 times worse to tweet about your former employer or something like that, and for petty stuff. And just ask yourself, does this actually serve me in the long run?
Yeah, man.
And almost always the answer is no.
Yep.
Now, if you're trying to expose some kind of injustice or something, that's different. But usually what you're trying to do is expose your personal injustice.
Yeah.
And it doesn't do. Plus, other employers see that too.
Right.
And what they think is, potential future employers, they think, oh, okay, so that could be me someday.
Yep.
If I hire this guy, he's going to talk smack about me after if things go south. So no, not even gonna go there.
Yep. Now, C.J. Stroud talking smack about the city of Indianapolis, we encourage that. He can do that. I don't think he's ever worried about Jim Irsay employing him someday. C.J. will have a job for a long, long time here in Houston. But the trash talk between C.J. Stroud, the linebackers on the Colts, the general ill will between the two sides right now leading up to Sunday's game in Indianapolis has been a lot of fun. It really started with CJ right here. This is back in the summer of 2023. Summer of 2023, CJ and his people were doing a documentary where they were following him around during the offseason. He invited his teammates out to California. They had a big condo in L.A., and they were working out and hanging out afterwards, going out to eat at night. CJ sitting in the back of an SUV here with his high school friend Caleb, and he was telling the other guys that were in the SUV he had to kind of sell Caleb on moving to Houston to be his kind of personal assistant, and here's what it sounded like.
I actually appreciated it, and I just kept asking him, and he finally buzzed. But I guarantee if I went to the Colts or to a weak city, he would happy. And I don't blame him.
The Colts are some weak city. They didn't like that in Indianapolis at all.
I like that. Now that, I'm all for that kind of smack talk amongst athletes where CJ's not even taking on the Colts themselves. In some ways, he pities the players on the Colts. Mm-hmm. He pities Zaire Franklin that he's stuck in that. What did he call it? What kind of city? A weak city.
Weak city, yeah.
That he's playing in that weak city.
Yep.
I mean, Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning doesn't live in Indianapolis.
He lives in Denver.
He lives in Denver.
Yep.
So clearly, that probably resonates with some Indianapolisians who are stuck there themselves because their cousin wife's father, who's also your uncle, his backwater farm country is there.
So that was
tied to the land.
So that was the first salvo. CJ at the city of Indianapolis. So then the season goes by. Texans have a really good season. They beat the Indianapolis Colts in Indy in Week 18 to clinch a playoff berth. The winner of that game would have gone on to the postseason, and it turns out won the division. It was the Texans. Just a couple weeks after this game, Zaire Franklin and EJ Speed were on their podcast, the Trenches podcast. Is it In the Trenches or just the Trenches podcast? Whatever. It's something with the trenches. Yeah. It's their podcast, and this is an actual trash talk here. This is the two of them just marveling at what C.J. Stroud was able to do to them in Week 18.
Gotta be honest, I gotta give that respect to CJ, man. Hell of a young player, bro. Young player, hell of a player, period. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. That 2nd and 14 that he threw, bro, when he rolled out, bro, I ain't gonna hold you. So look, like, first of all, man, I don't know, ain't nothing worse in the defense than when you get them off schedule. Like, you get them 1st and 20, 2nd and 20, 3rd and 16, and them get it. Oh, my God. What?
It hurt. That hurt.
It hurt,
bro.
Oh, my God, you mad as on that first down. Like, that's when you get the, what the happened? Ooh. Bro, look, we covering man to man. I swear to God, I'm on Singletary. Covering man. I see the pocket collapsing. Singletary start, trying to break free. Scramble drill. I plaster. Eyes on him. Woo. He break. All right, whatever. Then I see the ball go. I think it's going out of bounds. I'm just watching that. Then I see Nico just running for that. Nah, ain't no way. He ain't doing. He caught that bitch. I'm Singletary just look at me like, that's CJ.
Yeah.
And that just let me know, like, dang, he be doing like that all the time.
Crazy part about playing a quarterback like CJ, he won't even be looking at the read, and then he got about one more look before it get ugly for him. And then he look at your guy, and you didn't plaster like, gotcha ass. And then this look somewhere else and throw the ball for a completion. You like, nah.
That's what I like about CJ the most.
That's your third read. You know how degrading that is for a quarterback to hit his third read?
The last part's the best. You know how degrading that is for a quarterback.
You know what? Honestly, as EJ Speed is talking about that and how degrading it is for him to like a lot of times he's actually hitting his fourth read. Like with Dalton Schultz, sometimes Dalton Schultz won't be in the route concept, but he's adjusted to the coverage the way that CJ knows that he's going to adjust to the coverage. And when it looks like he's out of options, he just whips it to Dalton Schultz. That's the part that's where it really highlights the comedy of the S2 cognition test, because the S2 cognition test, amongst other things, is supposed to measure like how well you track multiple moving objects at one time with your eyes and what you do with it. And I think the sense I get is that it doesn't actually measure how you're seeing the things that you can't see. As a quarterback, it's that classic, from A Beautiful Mind, where you just see everything kind of coming together differently, or Neo in The Matrix. I think that what CJ has is a very, very good ability to understand what's going on the other half of the field. And based on what the coverage is and based on what he knows the receivers and how they're going to respond to it, so that when it comes down to that last moment, he doesn't have to see and verify. He can throw on trust. And, I mean, watching Lamar Jackson last night versus C.J. Stroud and the way he operates, I think that there's just a clear, obvious difference in C.J.'s ability to throw with anticipation versus not just most other young quarterbacks, but most other quarterbacks in general. Yeah. And part of that is just that he sees the stuff he can't see, and he trusts that his receivers are doing the right thing because he's worked with them. And that's the part that gets all these ex-quarterbacks when they watch C.J. Stroud. That's what gets them so excited.
Yeah.
You can't measure that with an S2 cognition test as of yet. I'd love if the S2 cognition people were like, hey CJ, we'd like to maybe work with you and figure out what we missed. We're kind of like we're leaking information to the press and making it look like you were an idiot. Could we not do that again?
He killed that thing dead. Was there any S2 talk during the draft process this year? There was none.
God, no. It would be the dumbest thing you could have ever done.
None. He killed that thing dead.
They should have said there wasn't anybody. This guy might go high because he scored low on the S2 cognition test.
Right. Might be the opposite now. All right, let's get to more of the trash talk. So somewhere between those accolades that the Trenches guys were giving to CJ and somewhere between January and I'll call it May, at the Super Bowl is where it happened, it would appear. CJ bumped into EJ Speed and Zaire Franklin at the Super Bowl and apparently was not, at least in the eyes of Zaire Franklin, not very respectful to them. Brought up the fact that he cooked them twice last season, even though one of the cookings took place during a game the Texans lost by double digits at home.
Yeah.
And Zaire Franklin was none too happy about this. This did not take place publicly. This was a private conversation. But CJ, in the eyes of Zaire Franklin, very disrespectful, and he disclosed this in early May on Chris Long's Greenlight podcast.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I love CJ, man. I support all our young brothers at quarterback, but CJ, he didn't say a lot of wild stuff to me and our run-ins, at the Super Bowl. I need to see that boy again.
What did he say?
We were talking, and he was, how the Super Bowl is at Radio Row. It's big, all that stuff going on. So he had the XM radio right before me. He was on there talking about how he cooked the Colts in both games. And I saw him and I pulled him aside and I was like, when you play Anthony, it was like 28-7 and like the second quarter, we were kind of blowing you out. Yeah, you threw for 300 yards, but...
That's not a cooking.
Yeah, and he was like, bro, I ain't cook you. And I'm like, look, if that's what you consider a cooking with the loss, I mean, congratulations. And, and then I have to remind him as well that he's never beaten Anthony.
Oh, I love this. You're a psychological warfare guy.
This is like that part of it to me is kind of a lame back and forth on both guys' parts. Like CJ saying, I cooked you, and it's like, yeah, you lost. And then Zaire Franklin like, you never beaten Anthony. Yeah, well, I mean, he didn't make it out of the first half of that game, Anthony.
This is what I'd say if I had to workshop it with CJ. I'll be his trash talk consigliere.
Okay.
In the game that mattered, the Texans torched the Colts for a touchdown on the first offensive play for the Texans in that game.
At your
Week
place.
18.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say something along the lines of like, look, that game right there and everything I did against you in the second, third, and fourth quarters of that game, that's when I knew I had you in Week 18.
Mm-hmm.
We had that planned all year long, and we were just waiting to unveil it. And you guys are so easy to figure out.
Yep.
Something along those lines. CJ could put his own sprinkle on it, make it sound better. That's a theme you should go for. But to Zaire Franklin's credit, he's acknowledged in some of these interviews, like, they won the game that mattered. They won it. Basically a playoff game. They won the game that mattered. But Zaire Franklin, he can say he loves CJ all he wants. There's a duality to that.
Yes.
There's a part of him that seethes with rage. The same way pitcher that broke his hand for the Astros.
Philip Maton. Someone brought him up on the text page earlier.
Yeah. You think Philip Maton did not like losing to his brother.
Right.
And his brother getting a hit off of him in that game. He broke his hand afterwards. That's Zaire Franklin. Franklin,
yeah.
Philip Maton is Zaire Franklin in this.
Let's get these other two cuts in. This is the best one to me. This is the guys on the Trenches podcast, each holding an iPad, getting ready to watch CJ talk trash about them on the $1 Million Worth of Game podcast. So just know the voices you hear at the beginning are the Colts guys, and then they hit play basically on CJ's trash talk about them.
But y'all know what time it is, though.
Uh-oh.
Drop it.
Oh, you want me to drop? Okay.
But I guarantee if I went to the Colts or to a weak city, he would.
And he be talking about me all the time, and I know he gonna see this. I ain't tripping. Who? Zaire Franklin from the Coast.
Hey, you from Philly?
He said something the other day. It was like on a podcast. He said that in person. I said something to him, like talking mess. I'm like, I don't remember that to be real. Like we was at the Super Bowl. I seen him, and somebody asked us to take a picture together. So we took a picture together. I think I was just talking, you know what I'm saying, just on some cool. Like we off the field. I'm not really tripping off you, bro.
So he was capping on the podcast.
I don't think he was capping. I might have said something, but it rubbed him the wrong way. But y'all Philly a little sensitive, man. The thing that I don't agree with all these podcasts these players have, my boy EJ, Speed, and I tell him this to his face. I don't even tripping. But a lot of dudes come to these podcasts, oh yeah, I'm coming to hit. I'm gonna hit CJ in his face. I'm gonna get him next year. Like where I'm from, we say, why ain't you ain't do something where you was mad at? You was mad right there, my. Do something. Right. You could have made hella plays, bro. You could have made plays, dog. Right. You could have shut me up right there, but you didn't. We played him first game of the year. We play him after they plays. It's gonna be rocking. Indy hates me already, and I love it.
Hate him.
Hey, look, man, he said Philly sensitive.
That's what he said.
I'm a little sensitive.
That's what he said.
He said, and I took that person.
Okay.
All right, so there you go. The sensitive part. I think that's
it is
what.
True. You don't mess with people with Philly. I mean, like Will Smith came out of Philly. That's
Ask
a lot
Chris
of tough
Rock,
guys. Yeah, that's the whole. Yeah. They're tough. They'll take on 135-pound comedians who aren't expecting to get punched
exactly.
As they're emceeing a ceremony. Yeah, that's you don't mess with that. You don't mess with that kind of toughness.
Last one. This is just a couple days after the one you just heard. These guys, the Colts guys, have kind of had it with CJ. I think this cut, they sound like they're ready for Week 1 to get here.
We gonna dress bro or what? Because we going viral right now. Everybody, damn, Z, da-da-da-da. I'm done.
I'm cool.
I ain't got enough to say.
CJ said what he's supposed to say. In my eyes, I'm glad he bopping this though, but like, you feel what I'm saying? Week 1, like he said. So I'm standing on the week 1. That's all he in it. Can say whatever they want to say. Week 1, we strap on the pads and we go at it again. But to say I didn't make a play is crazy. Crazy enough to say that I didn't make a play or whatever like that on him. We got footage. But you feel what I'm saying? He made plays on us. We made plays back and forth. But now that we know the smokers in the air, let's get to it.
All I'm going to say is I let my beef slow cook, man. I let my I'm done.
Yeah,
I actually don't even care about last year anymore, bro.
Yeah,
it's all new. I don't give a about nothing that happened. I don't care about what it was. I care about what it is.
It's a fact.
So you feel me? That's just kind of where I'm at with
it. Week 1 is going to be crazy.
Momentous.
There's not really much to say about it, man. Look. We ain't gonna be going back and forth on socials. Like, we ain't gonna really run into each other. Like, this ain't basketball. This football. I get to put my hands on.
Ooh, shots fired at basketball, huh? Shots fired. I didn't hear that the first time. Huh?
You are allowed to put your hands on other basketball players.
Yeah.
Not as sounds like Zaire Franklin was arguing for the hand check. But I think that much like for everybody saying like, well, no, those guys actually like each other. That might be true up to a certain degree, but it feels very much like when siblings might love each other, but they go at it like cats and dogs. Yeah. I've never been more invested in my hatred of the Colts than I am right now.
I know.
And I very much look forward to CJ owning that city for a long, long time. I think
we'll get to some of the keys to the game later in the hour. I just flat out, I think CJ is going to eat on Sunday, man. I think he's going to have a huge game.
Honestly, as good as the front seven is for the Colts, they've got question marks in their secondary, and I don't really know what their answers will be for C.J. Stroud and all his receiving weaponry. And you might say, well, yeah, but what about the pass rush? I'm not worried about it. Look, as long as those 3 receivers are healthy, as long as Dalton Schultz lives and breathes, as long as you have Joe Mixon as an option out of the backfield, Bobby will scheme up pass protection. He did it all last year long. The Texans weren't actually all that bad in pass protection. The notable incidents of, like, obviously the Ravens game and the Jets game were glaringly bad, but the health factored into that. And right now, Week 1, health isn't an issue. You got one guy on the injury report, and that's MJ Stewart on the defensive side of the ball. I'll be really surprised if the Colts put up much of a fight defensively.
Yep.
Like Zaire Franklin can say all the stuff he wants to say. Maybe he could have a great game, but I don't see how Zaire Franklin is going to do a damn thing to stop Tank Dell. Or Nico Collins on a slant over the middle.
Or Diggs.
What do you think you're Roquan Smith? Did you see Roquan Smith last night?
Right.
What did he do to stop Rashee Rice?
That's
My
right.
God.
All right, coming up next, we're going to get you ready for Week 1 in the NFL. We'll do Texans and Colts before we get out of here later this hour and lay out the keys. But this is a big weekend of NFL football here in Week 1. One of the biggest debuts, I would say, in recent league history is happening this weekend that I know people are going to have their eyes on, and I promise you it's not a rookie nor somebody who just signed with a team. You'll let you hear who that is coming up next. But first, Texas Star Grill Shop. Look, it's Friday right before Week 1. We got a game tonight, man. Tonight would be a great night to grill. As you're getting ready to watch a little football straight out of Sao Paulo, Brazil, get to Texas Star Grill Shop today and get your grill game upgraded. The experts there, the Martin
CNN.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Not a bad slate of Week 1 football coming up this weekend. I would say the Texans and the Colts are probably one of the more interesting games if you weren't in either of those cities that people would keep an eye on. But I like to kind of take a look at the weekend and build it like I would, like a wrestling card. Like they got the undercard, the mid-card, main event. And I think there's 4 or 5 games I'm really intrigued by this weekend. And the first one, Seth, is tonight, Green Bay and Philadelphia, where it feels a little bit like the game has taken a back seat to the trepidation of some of the players in merely being in Brazil. Players like Darius Slay, who had this to say on his podcast earlier this week.
Let's get into this Brazil trip. Week 1, I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait. But, man, I do not want to go to Brazil. And you want to know why? I'm here to tell you why. They already told us not to leave the hotel. They told us we can't do too much going on because the crime rate is crazy. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, NFL, why would y'all want to send us somewhere with the crime rate this high and like, we out the country. So, the first thing people think is, like, something terrible can possibly happen. I told my family, do not come down there because, like, I'm not going to be nowhere to be found. Really, I'm going to be in a hotel chilling, minding my business, playing my game after a long 9.5-hour flight. So I don't have no intentions on doing that. I'm going to eat hotel food. I'm doing everything.
Look, I know some members of the audience were upset with me that I downplayed. They thought I was downplaying the crime problem in Sao Paulo, which I didn't intend to do. But I will say I can see where, as a player, I think this is what happened, and I'll credit some of the other listeners for pointing me to some stories. I think a lot of the players from both of these sides, from both of these teams, were excited about going to Brazil, and in their mind, they were like, "Oh, it's a South American vacation." And then they got their talking to from the team security officials that explained, like, why we're going to limit your movement and activity and all of that, because as a team, you're thinking about. Honestly, you're thinking about like 5 dudes on your team. Right. You're thinking about the 5 dudes that are just idiots and that are gonna find a way to get themselves in trouble. So we're gonna be in the bubble environment, and then we're gonna be out. So a lot of guys probably had their hopes dashed a little bit, and they also got because of those 5 dudes, they put the appropriate scare into them about what they can and can't do in Brazil.
Yes.
So as far as but we had a few people say, like, well, why would they do this? It seems like it's fraught with peril. Lots of teams do this all the time, especially when you think about like more high profile soccer players in the eyes of Brazilians who make more money than football players, et cetera, et cetera. It's not like this doesn't happen all the time. The NFL has played boatloads of games in Mexico City. It goes off without a hitch. But I think that's the part where when people ask why are they doing this in Brazil, Brazil has the second highest fan base amongst foreign countries of the NFL. They have a huge NFL fan base. It makes a lot of sense. But the other interesting dynamic of this is the fact that Twitter is banned in Brazil right now. Yeah. So a lot of, I guess, Eagles players and Eagles wives are like tweeting on behalf of their husbands.
Oh, really?
Back from okay. I'll have to go check that out this afternoon. And Packers wives as well.
Okay, I got to see how comfortable would I be with Amy being my mouthpiece on Twitter.
One thing I would worry about, I would worry that Amy would start spouting off political statements or something that might put you in danger.
No, she wouldn't. All right, so that's the undercard is tonight, Green Bay and Philly. Hey, just 15 seconds or less, who do you think wins this game tonight? Green Bay. Who do you got between Green Bay and Philly tonight?
I've got Green Bay.
Yeah.
I do like Jordan Love. I'm intrigued by the Eagles' offensive line and their lack of Jason Kelce, yet still very good rushing attack, rushing blockers with the addition of Saquon Barkley. But there's just been too much dysfunction in Philadelphia for me to really buy into them just yet.
I'm with you on that. As far as Sunday goes, as we stack this thing, the mid-card, I would say, this might be the most intriguing game of the weekend from the standpoint of 2 things. One, the loser of this game, for sure the sky will be falling Monday morning. One of these 2 teams is going to be 0-1, and on Monday on Sports Talk Radio in that city, the city's going to be going crazy. And also this game features I think the most the most scrutinized debut of anybody in any job this weekend, Tom Brady's debut as a broadcaster, Dallas at Cleveland. Whoever loses this game, the fan base is going to be going crazy because I think these are both teams that could view themselves as dark horse Super Bowl teams, and I could see either of these teams, Seth, going 6-11 this year also. Here's a big window for both of these teams, and you got Brady's debut as the backdrop of all of it. This is super, super fun.
Brady with a gag order in a lot of respects on what he can and cannot do,
How about
too.
that?
We're going to see if Brady doesn't how he's gonna weigh all those factors as he becomes thinking about becoming a Raiders coach.
Owner, yeah.
Yeah, or owner, excuse me, not a coach. Look, Deshaun Watson, it's as much as there is drama in Dallas and as much as the what happens with Dak afterwards, that doesn't really hit home as much, even though it's a concern on for the Texans' schedule this year and everything. I think the Cowboys are going to be a good regular season team. Mm-hmm. They've had no issue being a good regular season team. I think Dak Prescott's going to play just really, really well. It's all about the playoffs for them. For Cleveland, this is a stacked Cleveland roster, but with a quarterback who has been outperformed over the last 2 years by Davis Mills. Davis Mills has over 1,000 more yards passing in the last 2 seasons than Deshaun Watson. Are there reasons behind that? Yes, sure. But Deshaun Watson has made about $235 million more guaranteed over the last few years than Davis Mills as well.
Did you happen to see the hype video that Cleveland did about Deshaun Watson, that the Browns did about Deshaun Watson?
No, I didn't.
Narrated by Bernie Kosar, who I hesitate to make fun of because he's in really poor health right now.
Yeah.
But if you watch, especially if you watch it right after the J.J. Watt video, you're like, oh my God. Like, they are trying so hard. The whole hype video, Seth, is about Deshaun working through his rehab, and now Deshaun is back. I got to find that during the break, Ben. I'll try to find it during the break and get it to you in a reasonable amount of time and play it back-to-back with J.J. Watt. It's like, holy cow. Anyways, I'm excited for that game. Dallas at Cleveland. 2 more. Semi-main event, I'll call it. Rams at Lions Sunday Night Football. These are 2 of the better teams. Detroit is considered, behind San Francisco, the next best option out of the NFC for the Super Bowl. And I think the Rams also, still with Matthew Stafford as their quarterback and Sean McVay as their coach, they have Super Bowl aspirations as well. They had a really good draft. It's Stafford versus Goff also. Like, these guys are both going against their old teams. That's always fun.
And I'll tell you, too, the Rams, who we got to see in practice, but not much of in the game of their starters, and especially their young, new defensive linemen and pass rushers. The rubber meets the road for Jared Goff in a lot of ways here. And whether or not he's the guy that can actually do it for you in the playoffs. And I've become a little bit of I'm thinking about making the Rams my NFC team to cheer for this year.
Oh, okay.
So I'm heavily invested. What's the line on this game, Sean?
Good question. I would guess it's in Detroit. I would guess it's Lions 3.5, 4 something.
Yeah.
I'll look it up right now. But yeah, I would guess the Lions are a small favorite.
And I'm not down. It's weird. The Rams have almost become kind of like a darling underdog.
Yeah.
And yet I've been impressed by the way they've been able to turn it around over the last couple of years.
I was a little off. Lions 4.5. So yeah.
Okay.
So I don't know. Rams might feel frisky in that game. I'm guessing it's going to be rocking in Detroit for Sunday Night Football with Matthew Stafford on the other side. That place is going to be going haywire. By the way, you can hear that game right here on Sports Radio 610, as you can hear the Friday game tonight between Green Bay and Philadelphia. As well, you can hear the Monday Night Football game, which is my main event for the weekend. This is the game I am most looking forward to seeing other than the Texans game. The Jets, the return of Aaron Rodgers, and they do not give him a tomato can to beat up on in week 1. They are sending him out to the Bay Area to face the San Francisco 49ers.
Right. And now in this, honestly, if you think about all the reasons that Aaron Rodgers, by the end was very disgruntled with Green Bay management, at least one of those things was that he very rarely had a really good defense on the other side of the ball. Now he steps into a situation where the offense for the Jets has very much been the issue. But he does have a really good, I think the Jets, how good of a defense were they? I think they were better than, a lot of people last year were trying to say that they thought that the Jets defense wasn't actually that good. And I don't think I don't think that took into account the fact that the Jets defense got no help or support from the offense last year.
Right.
I think that the Jets defense, coupled with an Aaron Rodgers, if he's healthy, if he's throwing the ball well, if he can do all those things, this is this could be a classic victory for the Jets, even if they lose the game, just if they go and slug it out and Aaron Rodgers has a good defense on the other side of him and he looks vintage in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
And it's also like it's weird to say that Brock Purdy is still proving himself, but in a lot of ways I think people think he is. But Brock Purdy and all of that offensive weaponry versus that Jets defense, this is one of my favorite matchups to watch in terms of multiple storylines of really good football players.
I agree. I think it's the main event of the weekend for me is the Monday night game between the Jets and the San Francisco 49ers. All right, up next, final segment before Seth and I get into game mode for Sunday here, and we'll talk to the guys on In the Loop. J.J. Watt got us hyped earlier. A lot of you loved hearing this. If you missed the hype video that the Texans put out, we'll have the audio for you yesterday. Chill bump factor was very high with the audience earlier on this. We'll see what the 9:30 crowd thinks of it. We'll have that for you and get you ready for the matchup as well with some of the keys we think you need to see on Sunday, and that is all coming up next.
Really fun event at Zadok Jewelers coming up just in a couple weekends, September 21st from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Their annual Watchtemberfest, which is a great event, not just because of all the special watches and rare limited edition novelties that they bring in from all over the world, but just because of the whole environment they
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah, we're really excited about this week. We're excited to prepare for the Colts, big-time matchup for us. So we're really looking forward to it. Had a really good day of work today, our first one, prepping for the Colts. So excited about, all of our guys are out there, available, working, excited about the work that we put in today.
All right, that was D'Amico Ryans, excited for week one. That was on Wednesday when he met with the media. D'Amico and the Texans will be on their way tomorrow to Indianapolis to take on the Colts. You can hear that game at noon kickoff, 9 o'clock pregame here on Sports Radio 610.
He sounded excited.
He does. As excited, as animated as D'Amico. Now, D'Amico can get animated, but he reserves that.
But he very much gets into, respectful coach mode when it comes to talking about matchups and everything.
Yep.
The closest, he's one guy where the transcripts sometimes look more exciting than the way he composes himself when talking about the opponent.
Yeah.
The transcripts from earlier in the week, where he didn't really sound all that excited, but he used the term wreak havoc when asked about the prospect of seeing Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter out there at the same time. He said he was excited about seeing them wreak havoc. And, he said it in that same tone of voice where he's not trying to give bulletin board material or anything. But I do think, look, we know D'Amico is very much he's a defensive line collector. He's a collector of defensive linemen. I'm convinced that every morning he walks into Nick's office and asks if they can sign a defensive lineman that day. And D'Amico has to talk him out of spending all their money on defensive linemen. I think D'Amico is really genuinely excited about those guys coming off the edge and what they might be able to do.
I like to think he's like Veruca Salt in the Willy Wonka movie. And he's like, I want a defensive lineman now, Daddy. No, Veruca.
Is he wearing a little fancy lad Englishman outfit?
Yeah.
Like knickers and a floppy hat and everything and a big lollipop.
Yeah, he's Veruca Salt's older brother, D'Amico Salt. Yeah, that's what he is. Texans Colts Sunday at noon. By the way, somebody is asking, can you all post the 5 Reasons I Hate You segment that I can share with my Colt fan friends, please? Yes, it's up. We put it on the podcast. Ben, does it get its own little podcast segment?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's up.
So it's up. You can find it on our podcast page.
I can't wait until Indianapolisians start fact-checking and disproving all the things I said in that.
I'll be ready.
We're actually only 4th in cousin marriage. We're not the top state in the union in cousin marriage.
Yep.
Yeah.
we
don't eat that much poop, actually.
We're only 5th, and it was only 1,000 pounds of manure. Losers. Yeah.
I mean, and the vast majority of those come from 3 counties.
Yeah. Exactly. See, we're top-heavy in manure consumption. So this J.J. Watt video, man, the mere mention of it, text message, I watched the hype video 5 times, chills every single time. If you missed it, you can go find it. It's on the Texans social media. I'm sure it's up on their YouTube. I know it's up on their Twitter because that's where I saw it. Instagram, I'm sure it's up as well. You can find it anywhere. But
I'll do a reaction video to it later.
Oh, good.
Free. That's free money, man.
Oh,
the Texans don't. The Texans don't put in a copyright claim when you use their stuff. It's awesome.
Oh, that's awesome. So are you going to react to the overall video, or are you going to pause it at times and then react?
I'll pause it at times.
Yeah.
You got to say that up front because some people don't get the concept of a reaction video and they get angry that you don't let it play all the way through. I did a Taylor Swift reaction video last year just for the hell of it.
How'd that do?
And the Swifties were actually really cool about it.
Yeah.
They were kind of cool that here's a middle-aged dude who's an NFL guy who's not bashing Taylor Swift. So they were accommodating of my ignorance about Taylor Swift stuff.
Good.
And it was fun. I kind of like Taylor Swift now.
Yeah.
Mostly because the Swifties were nice to me.
Well, and then they click. They also click a lot, Seth. They click on a lot of Taylor things. I would imagine that video did pretty well, is what I'm saying.
I don't want to spend too much time in that space because I'd end up looking creepy, okay?
Sure.
So I'm not, It's
but
not like I'm trying to make that a cottage industry for me.
That's fine, but as a side benefit, it actually, I would imagine, did pretty well for you on the YouTube clips.
Oh, yeah, but then there's still a few people that are like, how come you're not letting the video play? It's kind of the format, all right?
Gotcha.
Welcome to the internet, you bastard.
All right, so J.J. Watt, the hype video from the Texans. We've got the audio for it here. It's about 2 minutes long. It's even just the audio is excellent.
Yeah. So I've listened to it, but I haven't watched it.
You haven't watched it yet.
Yeah,
you haven't watched it yet. So just to set what the look of it is, JJ is in a blue, like a H-Town blue, H-Town blue T-shirt. I don't know what the slogan is on the front of it. And he's walking.
Hex code right, Sean.
He's walking down the tunnel out onto the field where the players come out at NRG Stadium, and he's the one narrating this as he's walking. The camera's up in his face. They're showing highlights, playing audio. Here's what it sounds like.
You hear that, Houston? Silence. Sometimes that silence can be deafening. But in that void, there's a whisper of what's to come. A pulse reverberating into the city that grows stronger by the second. You can feel it in the air, a rumbling, an anxiety, that feeling in the pit of your stomach. Echoes of expectations.
Then there's this team in Houston. They brought in Stephon Diggs. They bring in Joe Mixon. Well, we got massive respect for what they got going on.
It's an earned sensation, and you can't shake it. I've felt it before. I know what it's like.
Dalton throws it. It's intercepted. 1, 10, 5. Touchdown, Texans. And Reliant Stadium has erupted.
The energy, the speculation, the expectations.
What do you think of the Texans' hype?
Expectations from the outside have gone through the roof.
They have a target on their back.
But listen, the hype, that's just chatter.
It doesn't matter what people say on the outside about the men in this room.
They're pretty steadfast in not listening to the outside noise.
In the end, we're the Houston Texans, so we can't worry about what happened last year.
Because around here, success isn't owned, it's leased. And rent, that shit's due every damn day. We're relentlessly focused on one thing, building this foundation our way. But not only for this team, no. This is for all of H-Town. The heartbeat of this city is what drives this team forward each and every day. So now it's finally time to break that silence and make noise the only way we know how.
Here's it out for Collins. He's got it. Throw down. Will Anderson. Stingley with the interception. To the end zone. Touchdown.
Houston dominant. On the damn field. H is up, H-Town.
That's good. That's a good hype video.
That is good. Yeah, dude.
I was feeling the actual emotions he was talking about. He was taking me through the excitement, the anxiety, hearing your pulse, all of that. Very well done, Texans media people.
Yes.
That was very well done. I think I wonder if we're going to get JJ doing the voiceover as the intro to one of the primetime games.
Oh.
You know, they do those a lot of the various networks do the little intros, and a lot of times it's a celebrity. One of my favorite current voiceover celebrity is Willem Dafoe in that Nike "Am I a Bad Person" ad.
Yeah. That's good.
I think JJ's going to get good at this. He's I think that was really, really good, but with more practice, he could get. I'm not claiming he's Willem Dafoe as an actor just yet.
Right? No, not yet.
But I think he has that potential.
He does. I have the audio of the Browns season hype video. Would you like to hear it?
Yes.
Okay.
God, yes.
This is Bernie Kosar narrating the Browns season hype video. Here's what it sounds like.
There are three words you hear a lot at the start of any NFL season: expectations, anticipation, excitement. And for us this year, it all feels warranted.
Touchdown!
All the achievements, the highlights, the memories of last season, giving way to big expectations, huge anticipation, and tons of excitement for this year. And this guy is in the middle of all of it. Remember this? I've been there. I've felt that kind of pain. I've cared that much about the game. And I know Deshaun does too. The toughness, resilience, commitment, passion, it defines the way he plays. And I know it's driven his rehab too. Now comes the reward for all that work. The return. Deshaun's back. The Browns are back. I don't know about you, but I'm ready for kickoff.
They're trying so
Back
hard.
from what, Bernie? Back from what? Oh, okay, that's right. It was an injury, not the suspension. He already came back.
He came back from that, silly.
He came back from the suspension, and then he got injured. And then he played, and then he got injured again.
Yeah.
So it's not back from the suspension. I had to remind myself halfway through. I couldn't remember if I was listening to the Browns hype video or Alex Bregman's statement after the being better than everybody else scandal.
Yes.
I wasn't quite sure whether was this a scripted.
Dude,
it sounds like Kozar showed up and was reading it for the first time. Let's do this thing in one take.
Yeah.
Old one take Bernie, that's what they call me.
It was, the part where he's like, even his rehab, he attacked. Like, it's just a weird thing in a hype video to mention somebody's rehab.
Yeah.
You know?
And again, I think a lot of Browns fans are kind of like, yeah, he's back.
Right. For 3 more years. Like, they're Xing days off the calendar till the end of 2026. Like, they're
what could have enticed him to come back? Oh, yeah, he still has the most lucrative contract in NFL history.
Yeah,
okay.
that's right.
All right.
That's right.
All right.
That's right. So if we're playing, like American Idol here or whatever, I grade the Texans hype video vastly superior to the stuff the Browns are putting out. I don't want to be too hard on Bernie Kosar. He's not
kind of similar
well.
in that, it's both two franchises. The Browns have had a much longer plight, obviously, but you got two all-time greats from the franchise, but who were never able to win a Super Bowl. So there is that, it's almost like you're finishing unfinished business when you have either Bernie Kosar or J.J. Watt come in to do it. I felt it a lot more with J.J.
Yeah.
I tried to put myself in the shoes, the tattered and worn shoes of a Browns fan, and didn't feel it, and I wasn't feeling it in that one.
Nope, not at all.
No.
Not at all. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula are here. They are in the loop. So we just got hyped with the J.J. Watt hype video audio.
Yes, sir.
It's really, really good. What part of what aspect of the game this weekend, like matchup or whatever in the Colts-Texans game, are you most excited to see? Whether it's a new player on the Texans or whether it's a specific matchup, what are you guys most excited
to see?
Excited to see that is also kind of a key to the game also.
Well, I just want to see – I want to see Bobby Slowick get to work.
Yeah.
I've been talking about that a lot. I think all these new toys, man, I've said it multiple times. I think it's going to be fun to watch.
They don't have a good secondary either. Like the matchup works out very, very well. What about you, Reggie?
I'm going to focus on what I've always said is the most exciting part of football is offensive line play.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody, you cannot deny that offensive line play is what the people show up for. No, I mean, look.
Seth's right there with you on that one.
In its simplest form, the game is about blocking and tackling, right?
Yes.
And so, if they can block this up, obviously the defensive line for the Colts is one that's formidable. But then also, are they going to be able to create holes that generate running lanes? And so that's very much where my eyes are trained.
Yeah, that's huge. I mean, if you want to be genuinely elite, they've got to have a good rushing attack this year. It doesn't have to be league leading or anything, but they got to be able to take advantage of some of these coverages they're going to see from opponents. This week especially, the Colts are going to do everything they can to help out that young secondary of theirs, and that means that you're going to see a lot of lighter boxes. Can the Texans take advantage of that? I don't worry about the pass protection as much because Bobby can scheme that up, but Juice Scruggs and Kenyon Green specifically. Really, all right, let's see you deliver on some of this promise. And we saw glimmers of it, but we haven't seen this entire offensive line together in a game situation yet this offseason. I want to be pleasantly surprised. But, oh, wow, you know what? They're way further ahead in the run game than I thought.
Yeah.
Way further ahead in the run game than I thought.
Interior on interior. Interior O-line Texans, interior D-line Colts is going to be a big factor. That's going to be a big deciding factor in this game.
And the other way, too. Interior
stopping
Colts.
the run.
Yeah. Well, you know what? No, good point, John, because last year, you go back and watch that Week 18 game, and, man, there were times where Jonathan Taylor was untouched on some of those long runs until 7-8 yards. He had to break one tackle 8 yards past the line of scrimmage, and that's on the linebackers too. That was Christian Harris played in that game. He was culpable for some of those long runs because the linebackers were not great in that game. The front seven for the Texans probably one of the more underrated tests because we're thinking about the edge rushers and how good they can be. The entirety of it in the run game and the pass game, there's some unknown commodities there.
100%.
Simple question for each of you. Okay. Get on the record now. Joe Mixon will have the most carries of anybody, barring injury, on Sunday. Who has the second most carries on the Houston Texans?
Cam Akers.
I said Akers too. Who do you say?
Dameon Pierce.
You say Dameon Pierce. Why do you think Dameon Pierce?
This organization has been so committed to the bit on this. I don't think you give that up in week 1.
The bit.
No,
the bit.
They've been very Astros-like in that regard. They've been the way the Astros were committed to Abreu. Yes, that's what the Texans have.
The bit is the best
felt.
part of that whole line.
Just picturing Nick Caserio doing bits.
Not to imply
what's
that they're
the deal with
insincere.
airplane peanuts?
But yeah, this is the way
you kind of implied that. You kind of implied that.
All right, my bad.
No, I
just
no. I think it's accurate.
I think it's good.
No, Reggie, there's a part of me that feels like I think that D'Amico and Nick are doing the right thing, saying the right thing publicly about Dameon Pierce, but much in the same way the Astros were trying to do the right thing, say the right thing, to do right by the player to try to bolster up Jose Abreu's confidence. I find it hard to believe that Nick and D'Amico both feel 100% positive that Damien's going to be the guy he was in 2022. I don't understand how they could genuinely feel that way. So I think that they're kind of waiting to see as well.
All right, we got to get out of here. But one more thing before Thursday Night Football. I know you guys both watched the game last night. Watching that game, how do you feel about the Texans? Do you feel like you plunked the Texans down in for either?
What
of
did I
those
just
teams?
tell you?
Am I leading? Am I segueing you in? Okay, good.
You're leading right into
I want to know what I just want to make sure you guys were talking about that because I want your opinion.
Hang
on
tight
that.
because that was my number one takeaway.
Okay, good. Okay,
Number one
that's what's going to
takeaway.
kick off in the loop
With
okay.
a bullet.
Okay, good. I haven't looked at the rundown or anything.
Yeah.
That's just all of us being simpatico here.
Love to see it.
I think just to sum up that one last question, I don't think that the second leading rusher in terms of number of carries is a running back at all. Mixon might be the only running back who gets any carries in a game.
That happened a few times last year, yeah.
I know, but backup running backs don't typically get many carries at all. I think it's going to be a wide receiver. I think one of those guys gets a couple end arounds in the game.
Oh, and that's huh?
That'll be your second leading number of touches in the run game, like other than C.J. Stroud scrambles.
Yeah, or no, or C.J. Stroud kneel downs at the end of the game.
There you go.
Yeah.
How about that?
I like what you're doing
How about
there.
that? Those are carries.
Victory
Those
formation.
count. If he kneels down like 3 times and gets a couple carries, I'm going to come in on Monday.
Yeah, told you.
Peacocking. Yeah.
I think they changed that, by the way. But yes, I know your point. I got your point.
Yeah. Okay, now I'm looking that up. All right, we're done. We're out of time. Seth, I will see you Sunday morning, 9 a.m., Texans Countdown, baby.
Antibodies and all the prop bets on C.J. Stroud kneel downs to you.
Got that right. All right, we're done. We are out of time. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. By the way, you're listening to KILT and KLT HD2 on Odyssey Station. They're in the loop, and they start now.
You're damn skippy that we start now on what is a funky football.
Oh, it's
Friday.
funky today. That's
Woo!
right.
In fact, I don't know. Like I might be putting Fig
Yeah,
on
they
the
do
spot.
record it as a.
Yeah.
I thought they changed that.
Oh, okay.
Oh wait,
Are we still?
Appreciate you, Sean. And Seth. Are we? Nope. Okay, excellent. I was like, look, man, if we want to go ahead and clean that up, we absolutely can. I want to make sure that we're all good there. But there's the funk. There's the funk that came in. So it's a fact-filled, funky Football Friday.
Yeah.
Is what we're doing.
Yes, it is.
Oh, yeah, Sean, you didn't hear it. Okay, so Seth was like,
What
they
did he
did change
say?
it. He was confirming that he saw that they did change that.
They did change the kneel down.
So
thing.
you're
Oh,
good.
okay,
You're good there.
good. Okay, well,
Excellent.
I stand corrected. On
No,
with the show.
Thank you. We like to finish what we started here on Sports Radio 610. And what we're starting is the NFL football season,
Yeah,
baby.
man. Yeah. Let's start with what Sean asked us. Because that like literally I walked in before the show. I saw you. I said, "What's up, man?" And then immediately, not long after that, I said, "This is what stood out, man." And it's amazing. For 20, what season is this? 22, 23? Something like that? 23
Oh, for the Texans?
For 23 years, 22 years, 23 years. Every time I would watch a big-time Chiefs versus Ravens type game on the screen, on Monday Night Football, Sunday Night Football, whatever, there was a thought in my mind like, these guys are in another league. These guys are in another league than the Texans. Like, the Texans cannot do this. The Texans cannot be on this field at this level with these types of teams. Last night, I'm like, Texans are right there with them.
Buddy. And that was a banger of a game.
And it was a hell of a game.
I went out of the way and immediately early on after the first, touchdown for either team and was like, this game is drugs.
Yeah.
I might have been a little premature. It might have just been like excited to be back in the football swing of things.
Yeah.
But, man, it delivered, man. I had a friend text me that, if this is what the NFL is bringing in week 1, it's going to be a great season. I was like, calm down. Vikings-Giants is not going to deliver like that. However, right, like this was such a fun game to watch over the course of it, and we want you to get involved, right? Obviously, we always got the YouTube, Sports Radio 610 on YouTube, 610 Houston on Twitch. Odyssey app, always there for you as a companion. Then get involved. Text in 713-572-4610. What were your takeaways from the opener, the Ravens visiting the Chiefs in Kansas City? Because you mentioned that your takeaway was that Texans are good as these teams.
Yeah, I can't tell you how many times, hundreds of times, I would watch great teams play, and I would be like, they're in another class.
Yeah.
That's another class of football than what the Texans play. They're not anymore. That was my big. Now the game itself we're getting into, and it was there's a lot to cover on that, especially as an opener. It was a terrific opener, but they're not in another class than the Texans. They're not.
That's interesting perspective. I still want to see the Texans in week 1 before I am fully there, but I think that I understand where you're at, and I think that it's a fair statement to make. I'm still not entirely in on if I believe that to be 100% true, because I think I have some concerns, and I think they jumped up from this game, right? And I mentioned it, right? I was kind of making a joke in the idea that, hey, man, the most exciting part of a football game, offensive line play. But I thought that was one of the takeaways for me in this game. Hey, man, the Ravens O-line, and I think we talked about this a little bit yesterday, the idea that they've had some shifts.
Yeah.
They had some guys kind of move around in their starting offensive line, and boy, was that evident. They couldn't block up anything. And so Lamar Jackson was out there fighting for his life. And I was like, okay. And of course, passing, when it comes to pass blocking, I don't think that's necessarily the Texans' issue. But hey, man, the Derrick Henry thing, the things that we talked about he might be a little bit, slower of foot, but it was very evident that there was not a lot being blocked up for him, and I was like, oh, okay, this is what it could possibly look like at times. Although I think we all have faith in Joe Mixon, his abilities to do things. I was like, oh, okay, this is what ends up being an issue if your offensive line isn't where you want it to be.
Yeah. And
that could be a potential downfall. Not saying that it will be, but that could be something that could be harmful for the Texans at some point.
No, I hear you. And as much as I say, that they're not in another class, those teams, than the Texans, the Chiefs are the best team in the NFL. I think that's being pretty evident last night with that defense. I don't really hold too much against Derrick Henry as far as he's slowing down.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Chris Jones right in the middle of that will make you look bad.
That is a hell of a defense.
He's not the best defensive tackle in the league, right? Aaron Donald left and took his ball with him, and now it's all Chris Jones' world, right?
I don't think there's any question about that. And Mahomes can still do some magical things, So they're the standard. I'm just saying the Texans are right there with them.
I like what you're doing here.
But the other part about this is they also have some flaws. Boy, Xavier Worthy. Whew.
Fast at football, huh?
Dog.
Fast on that football
Bills?
field. Yeah.
What was the Buffalo Bills doing, man?
What were they thinking?
God bless them.
What were they thinking?
Just go ahead and give
that was stupid. I got to do John Witherspoon and Friday. That was stupid.
That's right. The rich get richer. As that was another thing, man. That Kansas City speed. Whew. Although I will say, right, 2 Xavier Worthy touchdowns within this, and I know everybody went to the speed. The thing I went to is, okay, Andy Reid, experienced play caller. Zach Orr, new defensive coordinator for the Ravens, first-time play caller. Because there was the first one, right, on that end around, I guess, is what you'll call
rush.
it. Buddy, they had all 5 offensive linemen and a tight end out in front of him. He's fast, but it's great if you have a caravan as well.
Yeah, no question about it. But and also both teams last night, you'd have to look a little harder for the Chiefs.
Yeah.
But they have flaws that can be exploited.
Sure.
I thought they both did. I'm not sure. We talked about Travis Kelce yesterday when we were talking about this game. I did anyway. They have another tight end that's going to be something of a problem as well, the Chiefs. But I feel like they're thin at running back. The Chiefs are. So you can maybe kind of try to make them one-dimensional. They're the best team in football. I mean, let's not parse that. But the thing with the Ravens, I don't know what it is about Lamar Jackson. Like, he's so good.
Yes, he is.
He's so good.
Yes, he is. He was like, oh, the offensive line don't want to block. I will do it by
so
myself.
Freaking good.
I mean, that first possession when I also, hey, so illegal formation is going to be a thing, huh?
Okay, well, you'll hear about you'll hear about.
Hey, what was we talking about yesterday with pet peeves?
Yeah.
Brother.
That's the one I'm talking
The
about.
ref show.
Man.
Yes, the
Oh,
ref show
my
came
God.
out.
Yeah.
And I understand this is a new emphasis that they have. You got to make sure that you are lined up in line, and if you are more than halfway behind that center, you are, in the backfield.
Okay.
And Ronnie Stanley just couldn't get that right. But they had 4 penalties on that first possession, if I remember correctly. Did not matter one bit on that first possession.
No,
they just
it
got out here
didn't.
and
But
kept going.
you're going to hear about the refs during confessions. Trust me.
Excellent.
On that. But no, as good as Lamar Jackson is, there's always 3 or 4 plays, and there were last night, where you're like, you got to make that play.
Agreed.
You have got to make that play. Not even that difficult on some of them. Whether it was the wide open guy in the end zone or
was that Zay Flowers across the
yeah,
middle?
it was Zay Flowers. I was trying to remember who it was. It was Zay Flowers.
I thought Zay Flowers could have sat down, but
maybe
now we're picking nits.
But it was ahead of him. Like, it was way up and ahead of him. So it's like so good, but there's always 3 or 4 plays. Chiefs have a couple of little things that maybe you can get, you can exploit. But what a way to start football, because that was something special, man.
That was a very, very fun game within the course of that. I was trying to think. Going back to like the play calling situation is like, this is where Bobby Slowick. I think that he has an opportunity to really show out when it comes to this Texans team. Is there's ways that you can make the speed that exists on that field look even better when you have that right scheme and you have that right play call. And so I'm super excited for what it looks like for him with this Texans team. Is how do you now take an incredible talent like Joe Mixon? How do you make that, elevate that, right, with the play call? So I'm super excited for that. But no, it was a super fun game to watch. Was there anything else that jumped out to you in the course of this?
On this game last night?
Yeah.
Really just that Xavier Worthy. I mean, I mentioned it. I mean, this is exactly this is the last thing you wanted to see the Chiefs get. Like this is, like Figgy said, that was stupid.
They're about to have some fun with him, man.
They're gonna have
Goodness gracious,
fun
man.
with him.
Remember, and like this is the thing, is Andy Reid, when he gets speed, problem, right? Because obviously I hadn't really thought about the fact that Isaiah Pacheco, fast in his own right. Obviously you have Xavier Worthy, Rashee Rice, got some speed right up the alley.
He's playing, right?
Right, he is playing this season, pending more or a change in the legal matter. I know that Mike Florio talked about that on the broadcast last night on NBC. The idea being that, there's probably not going to be anything till the end of the season anyway. So at that point, then discipline might come for him. So they're just going to have that dude out there all season long for the Chiefs. Remember, the Chiefs added Marquise Brown, previously of the Ravens, but last played with the Cardinals. That's another dude who has some speed that is going to add an element. This Chiefs team is going to be it's going to be one to contend with. Plus, that defense still looks pretty damn solid.
I think it's still the strength, if that sounds like I know that sounds crazy, but I think it still is, because it gives them more possessions. It gives Patrick Mahomes more chances to do what he does with all that speed. Rashee Rice, I mean, really, really good game last night. Like John McClain said, though, you're better off having a wreck, walking away, getting perhaps felony charges dropped on you than placing a bet.
That's right.
Because placing a bet gets you suspended.
One of those actively messes with the money. What a cynical sport in life we live.
Yeah.
From the 713, why didn't Baltimore run Derrick Henry more? He set the tone on the first touchdown, then do play action. It's a no-brainer. That's an interesting question, because I mean, in that first drive, they started him with the football, and then they brought in Justice Hill, who came in and kind of did some things. I don't know. That's going to be an interesting thing to watch develop when they get him in there and how they utilize him, the Ravens, over the course of the season. Yeah, I know someone mentioned that he, to them, looked a little bit like Dameon Pierce that we've seen of
Derrick
late.
Henry?
Yeah, Derrick Henry. With, sometimes if the blocking wasn't quite in
was he that bad?
No,
I don't think so. I don't think so.
No,
but
he wasn't.
I think also the idea that, hey, man, Derrick Henry was the most sought-after running back this offseason, and then they add him to this Ravens team that has that running capability. I think our expectations got high, and it didn't feel like it was quite that. What came to mind, as I mentioned, Justice Hill, him, Isaiah Likely, There was a lot of juice in this game.
There was.
That was very fun. Isaiah Likely had one of those ones where you just leave a dude in your dust and walk it into the end zone. Justice Hill in open field sat somebody down. I remember. I absolutely love watching just the football of it when you get that one-on-one open field matchup and a dude makes a dude miss. That's always very, very fun.
And we didn't even mention, you reminded me with Likely, they could have easily tied this game. We thought they did tie this game.
By a toe.
I mean, it was like
by a
there.
toe. Like, I immediately went to, like, the Kevin Durant of it all. Like, hey, man, if you had a half-size smaller shoe, we're talking about either overtime or, honestly, they were about to go for 2.
Yeah, they was going for 2.
Yeah.
Nah, they ain't tied the game yet, but they was trying to win the game.
Yeah, so there's that, too. So, yeah, man, I mean, terrific game, terrific finish. To overturn that last touchdown, it would have been a great finish with it going for 2. But I walked away just thinking, I'm not going to say they don't scare me, but the Texans are in that class.
I'm guessing the Ravens less than the Chiefs for you then?
Yes, much or more so than the Chiefs. The Chiefs are clearly the team in this league, and I haven't even seen the other 30.
The other thing about the Chiefs, and even I'll put the Ravens in here too, they just look experienced, man.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't like
point.
the sexiest game where they just throwing up 40 on you. But man, they look experienced, man.
It matters playing.
Like when you play them, you gonna have to play. You can't. It can't be no mistakes or anything like that.
Nope, not at all.
Man, some of y'all are being a little harsh on the Ravens. Ravens offense didn't look great. Seemed like a college offense. Of course, the Lamar Jackson kind of hate in some ways, saying that he is.
Hey, the
just a
Chiefs'
really good
defense
running
is pretty good, man.
Yeah. I don't know
more
that
than pretty good.
I don't know that there are going to be nearly as many teams in the course of a season that's going to force the Ravens to get that one-dimensional in some ways either.
Yeah, that's why, and plus their offensive line, first game, struggling and all that. That's why I don't really hold last night. I mean, the dude did score a touchdown against Derrick Henry, because I think Derrick Henry he saw something last night that he's not going to see a lot of this year, and that's just a wall in front of him.
Yeah. But, still, very fun game. Came down to the wire. I don't know that you could ask for much more in a season kickoff game. And we go again tonight, gentlemen.
Yeah, we do.
With the game in Sao Paulo. I can't imagine it gets better than the game that we got last night, though, right?
I don't know,
Eagles
man.
and Packers.
You never know, man.
Yeah, it's the NFL. We're going to go through all this every game later in the show, but no, I'm looking forward to tonight. No question about it.
Yeah.
Love.
We're being dropped right into it, right? In like day after day after day of football. As Fig mentioned yesterday, a friend texted me this before we go here. Over under 1.5 on game stoppages in Sao Paulo.
Oh, that's a good.
You know what I mean?
I hadn't thought of that.
Somebody running on the field, just something happen. Flares.
They're big
smoke.
They're big on flares in Brazil.
That type of stuff. Over under 1.5. Because I actually took the under. I think that the NFL is going to be very, very on top of trying to keep everything in line.
I don't know.
You taking the over there?
I might. There might be 2 stoppages. Some crazy run on the field, then flares, shooting on the sideline and everything else.
Fig, where you sitting on this?
I'm going to say under. I mean, will the flares get in like that at the stadium? Because I know they be kind of strict. I couldn't even get in with my doggone microphone with a credential.
It's a different country, man. I've been to some
That's
games.
a little scary,
I've been to some games where I'm like, how'd they get that in here?
We'll see. We'll see tonight. Hopefully you have Peacock, because that is going to be streaming exclusive. Like, NBC is really making sure that this streaming site that is there, right? Just like everybody had to figure that out in the postseason last year.
Yeah.
This is Peacock exclusive. So maybe you're just going to go about your Friday night if that's not what you're on. But yes.
Hey, it's a good app to have.
It is a good one. If you like wrestling, if you like soccer, or if you just like The Office, I think it's
or
still
Law and Order.
Law and Order. Whole catalog there. You can feast for years off of Law and Order. But there you go. Season opener in the books. We are off and running, ladies and gentlemen, on this NFL season and in the loop for this funky Football Friday. Coming up next, Stephon Diggs is hype to be here. And then also, let's start on some questions that could shape this NFL season. We'll do that next.
Nick Caserio previewed the Texans season opener.
You ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live.
Love it. Love it.
Always local.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Funky Football Friday here in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and myself, Reginald Atatula, ready to have a lot of fun heading into week 1. Texans, Colts, Sunday, noon, here on Sports Radio 610, starting at 9 a.m. with Sean and Seth with the pregame, take you all the way through the game, and about 3 hours after the game with Sean and Clint. Look, this is the place to be. This is the place to be, especially this time of year. All the time, to be honest, but especially this time of year. And especially with where the Texans are, man, with the way that this team is gearing up to be a very good team in the league. What a time, man.
What a time to be alive as a Houston Texans fan. I mean, the best, the absolute best. And, yeah, this is the place to be, no question.
All right, so y'all were texting up a storm on the text line, 713-572-4610. I say that in a happy way, not an upset way. I'm always excited when folks get involved. I mentioned the idea of the possible stoppages in the course of this game that's happening tonight in Sao Paulo between the Packers and the Eagles. That 281 mentioned that don't forget that there was a laser pointer on Brock's face when that game was in Mexico. So, definitely on the table that things could maybe get stopped.
It's going to be wild.
Okay.
It's going to be wild.
We'll be checking that out.
It is appointment television.
Checking that out on Peacock. And also from the 713, they mentioned, though, that that Peacock doesn't let you save and rewatch the games.
I didn't know that.
But it makes sense because the NFL also has that other product called NFL Plus that they want you to have if you want to watch replays and things of that nature. And I was like, it's all about that money, baby.
Yeah.
But you could do it with Amazon, though, right?
Can you?
I'm not sure.
I think so.
Okay, so maybe that's just an NBC device.
Because I think Amazon always give me the option if I want to watch the game from the beginning, if I want to watch the highlights leading up to the live part.
Yeah.
I don't know if I could go back, after the game is over, go back and watch it.
Yeah.
But
maybe that's an NBC Universal failing as opposed to an NFL money grab. But, then I wouldn't put it past the NFL to be like, no, don't give him the option.
We can't do
but
that.
Amazon probably paying a little more money, too.
This is true.
They sure are.
Yeah.
Money talks.
Yeah.
It does. Someone else who talked, Stephon Diggs, number one in your program, maybe number one in your heart, depending on how you feel. He is getting ready to start his tenure in earnest with the Texans coming up on Sunday. And so yesterday, getting ready for week 1, he was talked to, the media scrum, as they call it, in front of his locker. And, I mean, he just seemed hype in general. And so, first of all, as has been kind of the topic overall in general when it comes to Stephon Diggs, life after Buffalo, how it is coming in and being here compared to his previous place. Stephon Diggs addressed that.
I mean, that's kind of hard to say. I always believe in where I'm supposed to be, when I'm supposed to be there. My feet are right here. This is where I'm at. And I have a lot of family. I don't talk bad about my old girlfriend and make my new girlfriend feel good. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was a good fit, too. Some great people over there. But being here, this is where I am right now. This is where God placed me. And it's amazing people here. You know what I'm saying? As far as like it being a good fit, this is where I'm at. You know what I'm saying? This is where I'm placed. It is some great people here. I can't say there's a lot of Southern hospitality here, even on this team, even around the building. I'm just happy to be where I am. I can't say it enough.
Don't talk about my old girlfriend just to make my new girlfriend feel good. I like that.
That's nice.
I like that.
I like that.
I do too. Stephon Diggs, you mentioned just a second ago, number one in your program, maybe number one in your heart. He might be right now. For me.
Okay.
He might be.
All right.
Ever since they got him, I was just amazed that people were like, what's his role going to be? Come on, man. And then
or even just can it work?
And can it work? And I think part of it, Reggie, is like, I hate when people are erroneously pigeonholed into this role or this character or this reputation.
Like Lamar Jackson?
Like Lamar Jackson. If we're being honest, a lot of times, we'll talk about that on a podcast or something.
Yeah, sure. ITL After Dark.
That's right.
Hey, that's a good idea.
But
wait, that sounds like more work. I hope Parker's not listening.
Yeah, but like, I get that there were some things in Minnesota and things in Buffalo, but I just feel like he's been pigeonholed into this reputation, this character that's just not true. And I also feel like he's damn good. And you're going to hear him talking about, being named a captain.
Yeah.
The sincerity just drips. Like, this is not, some guy saying, oh, well, I'm just happy to be here. And, all these cliche-ridden answers. No, you can just feel the sincerity. I'm not gonna say he's my favorite player right now on this Texans team, but he's on the short list because I feel like he's going to be great. I like you mark it down, man. 10:30, on Friday, September 6th. I think Stephon Diggs is going to be the best player on this offense, not named C.J. Stroud.
All right, so first of all, you said to mark it down. I'm not BSing with you. 10:30, September 6th.
Yeah.
Stephon Diggs, best player on offense.
I believe it.
All right, got you.
I believe it.
Second of all, Fig, should I hold his feet to the fire and get that actual updated list on what the favorite team players are? Should we do that?
Yeah.
All right.
I think probably
this is the non-CJ category because he's everybody's favorite.
Yeah, I know that.
All right.
I feel like maybe week 4, as we get along in the season, you know what? Tank Dell is my favorite. He's the best player on this team.
Well,
just a rotating.
Hey.
Yeah. You know what? Nico
Tank Dell's still your
Collins.
favorite, huh?
Yeah. When people
He's still my favorite. I have no smoke with Tank Dell.
I'm just instigating. Don't worry
All
about
right,
me.
so when people ask me who's your favorite kid, I got 3 kids.
Mm-hmm.
I always say each one of them depending on the day.
Boo.
Each one of them depending on the day. Hey, it's a fact.
Get on your Deion Sanders and put out an active ranking.
His real favorite kid is his middle son.
That's what everybody says, and it's just not true. My
it's his
kids
middle
say
son.
that. Didn't you ask one of my kids, like my daughter, who's his favorite? And they go, oh, BG.
Yeah.
Like, come on, man.
It is.
Depending on the day.
That means that you're very transparent. You might not want to admit it, but everybody else can see it.
So I would say Stephon Diggs right now, today, number 1. I'm pulling for him. I love his game. I think he's been miscast. Who else on this list outside of C.J. Stroud? I don't know, man.
Tank's
on the list.
I think he's gonna have a good year, man. If he play all games, he's gonna have a good year.
709 yards in 11 games.
Yeah. Tank's on the list. I think Danielle Hunter is going to be on that list. Too. I think Danielle Hunter is going to be on that list.
All right.
I'll get back to you on 3.
Very good. By close of business. All right. Stephon Diggs on being voted a team captain by his peers in that locker room.
Everything. At this point in my career, it's my 10th year in the league. Obviously, the past couple of years I've been a captain, and going to a new team, new scenery, new people, and I kind of echo this from the get-go, earning the respect of my teammates, my coaches. So when I say everything, it means everything to me. You know what I'm saying? I play this sport with a chip on my shoulder. I approach each and every day the right way. I try to. I play with a lot of passion and I work at it. So to see that your peers acknowledge that and your coaches acknowledge that, because your teammates vote for it. And I don't think people really know that, but your teammates vote for it and they respect me and they appreciate me, and it goes the extra mile for me, and I just want to do everything I can to be the best captain I can.
When it comes to the captaincy, is that something you wanted? Is it something you strove for, or is it just kind of happened?
Well, I'll take that comment back. Personal goal, it was a personal goal of mine, but it was so personal that I didn't really share it with too many people. It was just something that I feel like I had to work for, I had to earn, and something I wanted for myself, and not just for me. I feel like being a captain and that level of accountability not only just holds those around you accountable, but holds yourself accountable. You are who you are. You can't run from that. And I did want to be a captain. I want to be able to lead this team to not only victories, just working hard and consistently setting the standard, you know what I'm saying, of working hard and, playing at a high level, competing at a high level, and being yourself. I got here from being myself. I wasn't nobody I wasn't. Kind of going back to what you said as well, with CJ, he told me to be myself and take pride in being yourself. You know what I'm saying? That's why we brought you here. So it feels good. I'll take one more question if you got it.
On a recent
I was happy.
My man turned and was like, all right, we'll keep this moving. Wait. I need to add this one more thing. Right. There was points in that where you could maybe say, oh, he was given maybe maybe not even a canned answer, but PR answer, one that you expect to. But they're shown through moments just like that at the very end where you could tell it felt very sincere. And maybe I'm just, you could pull the wool over my eyes or what have you. If you want to view it that way, you absolutely can.
But I think it's legit.
He seems giddy at the opportunity of being able to have this and have that honor of being one of 7 guys on this roster designated as captains, one of 3 guys on this offense. And when you know your quarterback is already going to be one of those, I think that it holds a special level of weight for a dude like that, and that's where he is, right? And it seems like it almost broke down by position room, right? When you got quarterback, and then a lineman, and then one of y'all pass catchers, whatever, and one of y'all whatever was Stephon Diggs in this instance, and it seemed like it mattered to him a lot, and he took it to all of the aspects of it, not just the idea that these guys like me, these guys respect me. These guys also expect me to hold myself to a higher standard, and he used the word accountable, which is something that we talked about.
And lead. And to lead. This is something that I think, and you didn't hear the other part. It was just kind of garbled. It was kind of a mess of people in there and a lot of background noise. But the relationship with C.J. Stroud, he said that's family. Like that's it's already become that deep a relationship, and that's part of that leadership thing as well. Because C.J. Stroud is the obvious leader. And Stephon Diggs, and he have made this connection. C.J. Stroud is going to try to connect with everybody, but it seems like it's even closer with Stephon Diggs.
Our guy Ocho texts in from 713. Reginald, don't fall for the banana in the tailpipe, man. The Texans making Diggs a captain is top tier placating, period. Here's the thing I'll tell you. Let's go with the cynical perspective that this is placating. Good. Right? Like, my response is good. You have him on a 1-year deal, right? Like, if you want to be on the negative side of this, you have him on a 1-year deal. And you're starting off from a place where you're like, if you're placating him, that's got to earn you, what, 7-8 games?
Yeah, it's a 1-year deal.
Right? If you're in that place, you're going to get through like half the season just off the idea of giving him the captaincy, right?
Yeah, we talked about it earlier this week. It's a no-lose proposition for the Texans. If it doesn't work out, cool, we'll see you later.
And again, that is a cynical perspective that I don't subscribe to, but I think even if you're in that place, go ahead and placate the man.
Yeah.
Like, you have an opportunity because what he brings to the field when he is playing at his highest is worthwhile. And it's worth managing that ego if that is the way that you view it, which, I mean, again, he takes a lot of umbrage with that characterization of him. And it seems like Lopez does as well.
I'm in.
Let's do it. There you go. We're getting started on a football Friday, a funky football Friday.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, my bad. I need to make sure I have that on the up and up here in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, though. It's time for our question of the day, and it will be funky football Friday related. As a fan, what's one football game that you will never forget? Text them in, 713-572-4610. We'll discuss that next.
Football.
Texas Star Grill Shop is Houston's headquarters for the best grills at the best price. It's Texas Star Grill Shop.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Is this It Seems to Hang On?
I think so.
Funky Football Friday here in the Loop as I try and figure out. I'm always just playing a game with Fig at this point. Trying to guess the song. Let's
name
know.
that tune.
Yeah, name that tune. That's a fun little addition on our Question of the Day segment here.
I feel horrible that I don't know that. Usually Friday is my wheelhouse, man.
It's funny. I got a whole rotator. I'm taking you behind the curtain now.
Yeah.
I got a whole rotator full of music like this, and I put it in there during 2020. So we was broadcasting from home, and I'm like, we got to get the vibes up, man. COVID and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah. So
Check your email, by the way.
Okay.
Check your email.
Okay, got a check coming or something?
Yeah, it's important. It's an important email.
Very nice. It seems to hang on Ashford and Simpson.
Okay.
Count it. Love to see it. Question of the day. What is the football game that you'll never forget?
And I, this is a question I want you guys to think about. It doesn't necessarily have to be the best game you ever saw or the most important game. It's more the most important game you ever saw. The one that you will never, ever, ever forget. You were there. It's football.
Or maybe you were just watching.
Or maybe you were just watching. But
NFL, college football.
NFL or college. What's the one game?
If you're really feeling it that way, maybe high school football, depending on what it was.
Maybe.
Shout out to the high school football
Don't give us
teams
no
out
high
there.
school football stuff, man.
Hey, you never know.
Unless it was like a legendary player.
Yeah, sometimes the
that you
playoff
saw.
games be
Hey,
on
it's all
another
personal.
level.
It could be 713-572-4610.
That's the Ohio and Fig.
They don't know. They don't know
That's
anything
the
about
Ohio
Now we gonna get some all the time when I made the last shot.
No.
Like, we don't need your Al Bundy stories.
No, we
man.
don't. I'm glad you said that.
Like if you talk about when I saw TJ Ford or something like that playing, or Chris Bosh or something like that, then cool.
I'm glad you said that because I'm talking about that as a fan.
Sure.
Back in 1968 when I ran the ball in the end zone.
We don't
had 3 catches for 45 yards.
We don't have any time for that. That's why we pose the question as a fan. What's the one football game you'll never forget ever? And let me start it to kind of give you a template of what we're looking for here. Because mine is not like whatever,
It doesn't have a nickname?
Aggie's doing this. It doesn't have a nickname.
Okay.
Like just the game you will never, ever forget. So November 24th, 2012. I looked it up. Okay. Last game of the regular season, Texas A&M against Missouri. Okay. My daughter was a sophomore at Texas A&M.
Okay.
She texted me, and she said, "Hey, will you be my date for the Aggie game?"
Oh, that's adorable.
Yes. And so she was a sophomore, so she didn't have great tickets. We were on the third deck. It was Johnny Manziel against Missouri, and I'm up there with the students, me and my daughter with the students, watching the Aggie game. Manziel, I think, threw for 400 yards. They beat him 59-something. It wasn't a great game, but it is a game I will never, ever forget for that reason and lock up the Heisman Trophy.
Yeah.
So, that locked up the Heisman for Johnny football. So that's kind of what we're looking for.
Okay.
And it could be a great game. Maybe for you it is. What's the one game that you will never, ever forget?
I'm going to be a real basic, with this answer. And shout out to the multiple people on the text line, 832-936. I know I've seen some other people come up with this game. I just a little bit of history for me. When I did move out of Houston as a youth, we ended up moving to the Austin area. And so I was there when it came to high school. I went to Round Rock, Stony Point, if you're familiar, right? If you keep up with the high school football championships and stuff, especially in the kind of the teens in that area. School did a little bit of something, not much, but a little bit. And so I was in that area when the 2005 Rose Bowl came through.
Oh, okay.
And Vince, speaking of Heisman trophies, Vince Young went and repossessed that one, right? Like that was one of those. That was the year was that Reggie's year? Was that Reggie Bush with that one?
Oh, yeah.
And you look at that Rose Bowl and you go, oh, okay, so that guy's the Heisman then? No. The running back on the other team. No. The dude who looked like he was floating and he looked like he walked into the end zone in the highest pressure situation at the end of the game with the two best teams meeting up at the end of the year. And by the way, the two best teams all year long, right? Like they were 1 and 2 for pretty much the entirety of the season that year. So It's like, no, it's the other guy, the running back was. And I was like, no, Vince Young, the dude wearing number 10 for Texas. That's the Heisman, right?
Yeah.
Like that was the type of game that it was, and it was great both ways, obviously. But yeah, I will never forget the image of seeing Vince Young running, but looking like he's just gliding.
He was on his tippy toes.
I don't know if he was touching the ground. He looked like he was floating across the field.
And don't forget the year before against Michigan, who they play on Saturday tomorrow. Similar performance. I think that was the one that really put VY on everyone's radar against Michigan, and also in the Rose Bowl. Figgy, the one game. Doesn't have to be. It's up to you.
Back when I played in high school.
Oh, get the hell out!
All right. Okay. What did you play in high school, by the way?
I ain't played nothing.
Okay.
I was playing in the streets. That's what I was doing. No, but honestly, this was recent, man. The last time they played at NRG, that playoff game against the Browns.
Okay.
To me, I know a lot of people, whenever we talk about the greatest games in Texans history, the most memorable games, a lot of people bring up the J.J. Watt, the interception against the Bengals, the pick six. But, man, this one was crazy, man. It was so loud. This was probably the loudest that stadium been in a long time, man. And nobody, I don't care what nobody say, but nobody was expecting that beatdown to a number one defense in the league.
Yeah.
Somebody that came here a couple weeks ago and beat you. Man, it was crazy, man. And I was even listening to the call on the Vandy call, like just listening to the game, and he damn near lost his voice.
He
man.
did, and that's why this question is so great. It's up to you. It's your personal game that you will never ever forget. Actually, I remember this game, and it was a high school game from the 7-1-3. Speaking of Vince Young for Madison against North Shore in the Astrodome. I remember that.
Yeah.
Game. I remember it vividly.
That's what I'm saying. Some of the best ones are high school ones. 7-1-3. Y'all said no high school, but Kyler Murray absolutely destroyed us in the state championship. Since then, it's been absolutely crazy.
That type of stuff is cool.
Yeah.
Doing something like that. I want to hear about your high school experience.
Yes, exactly.
Not right now. Not right now.
There's some people mentioning some other things. Monday Night Football, Oilers, Dolphins, Earl Campbell, 199 yard, 4 touchdowns.
I remember that one. I was in high school. I remember watching that very vividly.
I definitely remember this one. 8-3-2, Texas Tech versus UT Crabtree to put Texas Tech in the number 2 ranked spot.
That was. I bet you every Texas Tech fan out there. And I remember. I mean, it was.
There's a lot of Texas fans that remember that too. I will never forgive Blake Gideon. I saw Blake Gideon in high school be a quarterback and be a safety, one-handed catches and stuff. Couldn't catch one that fell in his breadbasket, and ultimately let Texas Tech win that one. That was crazy. Let's see some other ones. More people mentioning that Rose Bowl. 1969, Texas, Arkansas made me a football fan for life. Okay. That's classic.
That's old school.
409 said J.J. Watt pick 6 playoff game.
Yep, that's the one you were talking about.
The reason why is hilarious, though. They said went to jail that night.
Oh, wow.
Man.
DUI for the Stafford PD. Okay. Remembering for different reasons.
Might be a little bit
TMI. Be careful next time, man.
Yes, avoid the bookings.
Let's not do that this year.
713 Steelers, Oilers, Mike Renfro catch. Okay, man, I like some of y'all are getting deep into the bag. Someone mentioned the 2018 Kansas City Chiefs Los Angeles Rams Monday night game, 54-51 at the Coliseum in L.A. Crazy. You said somebody's on the phone line.
Yeah, we got Scott on the line, man.
Scott, give it to us. What you got quick?
Oh, hands down. My wife went to Alabama. I went to A&M. 2012, Johnny's coming out game at Alabama. We didn't even sit together at the game. and as soon as Alabama started making that comeback late in the fourth quarter, she started coming back up to our section where all the guys were sitting, saying, we're back, and then DeShazer Everett makes that pick in the end zone right in front of us. And I'd never felt so good in my life because I think Bama was number 1 or 2 at the time, and it was, anyway, about 6 months later, we were divorced.
Oh, well, all because Nick Saban struggled with mobile quarterbacks. Ain't that about a B? That's crazy. Appreciate you, my man.
Wow.
I didn't expect that one.
Johnny led to divorce.
I was just thinking, like, dang, that's a damn good marriage to be on 2 different teams like that.
Apparently, there
didn't work out, man.
There was a crack in there somewhere. But Godspeed, man. Hope it all worked out. No, look, it's a personal thing, and that's what makes it so great.
Last year, Texans, Tampa Bay. I saw someone mention Ron Dane going wild. Ron Dane running all over the Colts was the one that came in. All right, you threw in a basketball game, 8-3-2. We're talking football right now. Appreciate you what you're doing. 8-3-2. Houston versus New England, 09, last game of the season. Locked in, winning the first winning season for the Texans.
Yep.
Okay. And someone also mentioned just like the very first Texans game beating the Cowboys.
Oh, yeah, that was mentioned a couple times. Seth Payne. Yeah. Shout out to Seth Payne.
Another one, too, that we kind of sleep on, too, the last game of the season last year against the Colts.
Oh, that's a great one.
Oh, yeah.
Remember,
that is a great one.
We was in the bar watching that game.
Yeah, it was wild.
That was like a playoff atmosphere type of game.
The noise was like a stadium.
Yeah.
In that bar. It was wild.
It was loud. And then when that guy dropped that pass for the Colts, it was just like a celebration. It's like,
I'll tell you another one I'll never forget. You reminded me when you said bar. We had a watch party for Texans Bengals in 2011, the first playoff when Kevin Walter made that catch against the Bengals to clinch the first ever division playoff champion appearance by the Texans. That place, people were throwing beers in the air. There was glass on the floor from glasses breaking.
Man.
It was wild, man.
Yeah.
Oh, man. There's so many coming in that I'd love to shout out. I'll do my best to do that as we continue in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where I'll get you some more of y'all's favorite football games that you will not forget. But also, it's a funky football Friday, so let's go ahead and give you your NFL star games for Week 1. We'll do all that next.
Yes, sir. Nearly 50.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Brought to you by Quick Assist. Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Football terms, I keep getting drawn all sides by the intro to Around the NFL because when it says John Lopez and Reggie Atatula, I'm like, all right, time to talk. And I'm like, no. Still got to make sure that we let you know that you're listening to Sports Radio 610. Let's clean some things up. I know on the YouTube chat, I know I'm not responding back in the chat. I see y'all talking. Somebody was asking, who's on the other side when it comes to the Colts pass rush? Everybody knows about the rookie Latu. Don't forget Kwity Paye on the other side.
Yeah.
That cat, he has been getting better over time.
No, he has been, and you and I were talking offshore. I was thinking fishing. Off air. I think this is what they're counting on. They're counting on him having a big breakout season this year. He's gone from 4 sacks to 6 sacks to 8.5 last year. Watch that dude. Watch that dude because I think that's going to be potentially problematic.
So there's that. You guys, in our question of the day, y'all responded in a big way to the football game that you'll never forget. And we talked a lot in the positive. Maybe there was a couple negative, like when Kyler Murray busted y'all's high school team in
Mike
the
Renfro.
Mike Renfro. 93?
No, 93 too. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like 93 came up quite a bit when it came to Oilers-Bills. That one came up a lot. Someone 3 said they were at the Rosencopter game. Never forget that bleep.
If I made a list, it'd be a long one.
79 Cotton Bowl, Houston Cougars up 21 against Joe Montana in a snowy mess.
The chicken soup game.
Yeah.
He went in at halftime, had some chicken soup, came back, threw 4 touchdowns,
and
I think.
I've heard that's good for the soul. I have heard that.
Yeah.
Shout out to Donovan McNabb.
Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and get into these NFL star games for week 1 as a fun layout of week 1 games. Obviously, we've already gotten it kicked off with what might be one of the games of the year, and that's probably early to say it, but it was fun. It delivered in a big way.
Yeah.
Ravens Chiefs in Kansas City to kick things off. Moving on from that, we start tonight with Friday. You have your Sao Paulo game between the Packers and the what's the word? Eagles is the word that I was looking for. All sorts of things coming through. So Lopez, go ahead and star me up.
Well, do you want to start 1-star all the way up to 5-star, or 5-star down to 1-star?
What you think?
What do you think, Figgy?
Let's go 5-star to 1-star so that we can actually give the good games.
Don't bury the lead.
Yeah.
All right. So 5-star games. We got 4 of them this week outside of last night. I like Packers-Eagles in Sao Paulo, as you just mentioned. Really looking forward to Jordan Love. See what he can. He's the NFC's. He's the NFC's C.J. Stroud. I mean, there's no other way to put it. Plus Saquon.
Yeah, that's true. Like, what does Saquon look like on that team? For sure.
So I think
that got Josh Jacobs too.
Yeah,
Josh Jacobs.
Yeah.
So
that's the one I keep forgetting is that Green Bay ended up with Josh Jacobs as an upgrade, or is that an upgrade?
That's going to be a fun game tonight. Fun to watch. Fun on the field. All of it. 5-star game. Let's not beat around the bush here. Texans Colts is a 5-star game.
That's right.
It is. No, it absolutely is. Has all the ingredients. You know, you got
beef.
Yeah. You got beef,
right? And then you also have
star power.
It's a division game.
Division game. There's intrigue. I think
2 quarterbacks that was drafted pretty much back to back, kind of.
Yeah. High expectations, rivalry. And I put this in kind of my little notes here. Get used to how this feels, man. The Texans going to play a lot of these.
All right, so when you talk about get used to how this feels, I understand, like, now we're delving into the idea of, like, one rivalry versus another rivalry, but
high-level games.
Do you anticipate when it comes to this division, the Colts being the one that feels like this the most compared?
I do. The team I hate the most as far as rivals is the Titans, but in terms of the next 6, 8, 10 years potentially, I'm feeling it here. And not just against the Colts. I'm saying get used to playing in these types of games.
I think you're right. But that got me thinking, like, which of one of these teams in the division do you wonder if this will be the biggest for?
It would be the Colts, too, because they do have a court. I mean, I don't know if he's going to be good or not, but he's going to be around for a little bit.
Yeah. And feel free to disagree. This is my list of 5-star, 4-star. I put Rams.
Agree to disagree.
Agree to disagree. I put Rams Lions. I think that's
I'm here. I'm here.
Yeah, Puka. The revamp. I mean, the Lions basically changed their entire secondary,
which they needed to. Right?
Which they needed to.
That was the weak side of the ball for them, right? Offense, they had gotten dialed in, and when I say the weak side, it's respectively because Aaron Glenn did a great job wringing out talent or good play out of what was a limited talent defense.
Yes,
they've definitely tried to up that talent there. And so, what is the hype for what's happening with the Lions and then the Rams? What does that look like? Sans Aaron Donald now, and obviously with the further, I don't want to say decline, but with the further aging of Matt Stafford, what are they able to ring out offensively?
It's going to be a terrific game.
And hopefully, if he's healthy,
terrific. And Jets at Niners is my other 5-star game. Monday night, Aaron Rodgers. Let's see if he can go more than 4 plays. First of all, and then after that, I mean, the Niners have unfinished business, but they've also been in a little bit of drama. A lot of bit of drama this offseason. So they got to get well and get right, pretty quickly.
Yeah. But then also, what are we finally going to get the prince that was promised out of the Jets, right? Like that.
There we go.
Last year, that was all of the rage in the offseason. It's like, oh, they actually got a quarterback, and this is a team that all they needed was a quarterback. I think that our fascinations have shifted in a way where we're not thinking about that as much. But I think that's still in the back of my mind. Like, were they really just a quarterback away?
And they're really good. And Breece Hall, everything else. All right, 4-star games. I got 2 for you.
Okay.
Jaguars at Dolphins. I really think the Jags have a lot to prove. Starting obviously at the quarterback position with Trevor Lawrence, and they're going to find out pretty quick because the Dolphins. That is a team that I just have to watch almost every week. I mean, they're just so explosive. You never know when they're going to bust out a 60, 70-yarder. And you never know who it's going to be,
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you there. I had to go back and think back who was the defense coordinator on this team, Anthony Weaver, for the Dolphins, and I kind of want to see that matchup, right? The Dolphins defense versus that Jaguars offense. I know that they've done a little bit. They've moved in silence in some way.
Yeah.
And so I kind of want to see what the Jaguars offense actually looks like and if they're going to be anywhere as inept as they seem like they were last year.
Yeah, no, that's going to be one to watch. And the other 4-star game, Cowboys at Browns. Dak, 2 rookies starting on the Cowboys offensive line against, oh, by the way, Myles Garrett, the defensive player of the year.
Yeah.
And, the Cowboys are always kind of must watch, just whether you hate him or love him. And the Browns, man, Deshaun too. Did I mention Deshaun Watson?
I don't think you had yet. Appreciate you getting that in there. Yeah, no, is he going to be anything?
Yeah.
Right? Like, that's the thing that's been incredible is that you saw him be a quarterback, especially when he was here, that looked like people were talking about as being one of the best in the league.
And was.
His fall from grace has been... Whoo, I don't even know what the right word is, right? There's so many that flash through my mind that feel like they could be fitting. Just is he going to be able to be anything, Cable? Because we've seen all sorts of different dudes have to be able to step into that
and they have doubt.
Offense. That's defense.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
They have a lot of doubt.
Yeah, you don't keep all them quarterbacks if you don't have doubt. And also, it's Tom Brady's first game commentating.
Oh, that's
right. Yeah,
I didn't even put that in there.
Yep.
Big time. 3-star games. Cardinals at Bills. Some people are kind of buying stock in both these teams despite a lot of transition. Cardinals kind of came on at the end of the year. The Bills made a lot of changes, starting with Stephon Diggs and then the salary cap and everything else.
Yeah.
I'm not a Bills believer, as you guys know, but this will maybe go a long way.
Yeah, I think that you're spot on with that. I guess, to be fair, I didn't do a lot of watching of the Cardinals last year because why would I do that?
Yeah.
So, yeah, it would be fun to just get an eye on them in this season a little bit. But, yeah, I think that might be. And then this really is just getting an eye on them game. I don't know how much I'm, like, super intrigued, but, yeah, I just kind of want to see what these
Marvin
teams
Harrison Jr.
That too.
That's fair.
It's got a 3-star feel. So does Titans at Bears. I think a lot of people are going to be watching just kind of see where Caleb Williams is, what he does. Can he bring this Bears team back to life? And it starts, this weekend.
Are the Titans going to keep being a boring team to watch?
Well, I'm glad you said that.
Because they used to be boring as hell to me. I'm not going to
lie. I'm glad you said that. Yeah, Brian Callahan, who knows what he's going to do with that offense. This game reminded me of a reality TV show that I like to watch.
Okay.
Flip or Flop.
Oh, okay. Nice to know that you're an HGTV guy.
Yeah. Are these two teams going to flip the script, or are they going to flop again?
Okay, all right.
Patriots at Bengals is also a 3-star game. It might be ranked a little high this weekend, but I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued more with Joe Burrow.
Maybe like a 2.
It might be a 2. I'm not going to argue with you on that. But I'm intrigued. I'm a big Joe Burrow fan.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see what he can do. The Patriots, though, they're in rebuilding mode, and who knows what they're going to have, at quarterback especially. So
yeah.
Raiders at Chargers is a 3-star game to me.
Agreed.
Probably would have also been a 2-star based on the Raiders, but you got Jim Harbaugh, you got Devontae Adams, who's still holding a grudge of all things. The schedule release video that the Chargers had when they had him in a trash can or something. He was talking about that this week.
He was.
He was talking about, and Justin Herbert, another quarterback that I like, but I can easily be talked off that.
Devontae might be dealing with the downside of not having a quarterback that's of particular interest. Because if you had a quarterback, a lot of those questions probably still get fielded towards the quarterback.
Yeah.
He is the man of note in that locker room, so you get to answer the question. It's kind of the and I'll liken this to basketball. With the Knicks, when you were in full James Dolan mess.
Yeah.
Except like James Dolan don't step in front of cameras, and at that point Phil Jackson was really not kind of indisposed, and so all the questions about their mess went to Carmelo Anthony like he was running something. Like I feel like that might be where Devontae Adams is right now, where he is answering all the questions because their quarterbacks aren't people that people want to ask a whole bunch of questions.
Yeah. Another 3-star game. Broncos at Seahawks. Bo Nix, the first rookie to start an opener since John Elway for the Broncos. No pressure, kid. No pressure at all. And the Seahawks, they've completely changed their defense.
I like this team.
Do you like the Seahawks?
I like the Seahawks. I do.
I think, I said defense. Their offense. They're the new offensive coordinator, all kinds of, new open type offensive approach.
Yeah. You're moving away from the entrenched Pete Carroll, and now, some of those struggles that had been, entrenched, using that word again.
Yeah.
Those go, and now you have a young, fresh mindset with Mike McDonald, and seeing how he comes in and establish this. I mean, hell, they got into quite a few fights in preseason just because Mike McDonald was like, let him get into it. And so I kind of want to see what the tenor of this team is.
I think it's going to be pretty intriguing. Another one that maybe you could talk me into making it a 2-star, not a 3-star, and that's Commanders at Buccaneers.
Yeah, that's 2-star-y for me.
You think it is?
Real 2-star. I mean, there's the intrigue of the new. And that's the
Jaden
benefit.
Daniels is what kind of did it for me. I'm a big fan of his, and I want to see what he's got, much like Caleb Williams. And it's pretty good Bucs defense. sleep on the Bucks. I think they got a little something going on.
I'm sleep. You're going to have to wake me up on the Bucks.
I got them winning that division.
I remember.
Oh, that's right. You do.
Yeah, you're going to have to wake me up when it comes to the Bucks.
I have the Falcons winning there, but don't sleep on the Bucks. 2-star games. We got 3 of them. Steelers at Falcons. Who's ready for Russell Wilson versus Kirk Cousins? Come on, raise your hands.
That's right.
I just kind of want to see the Falcons actually get the ball to their best players. Shout out to Arthur Smith, right? Like, I just want to actually see Drake London and Kyle Pitts and Bijan Robinson have the ball in their hands. That's really the thing for me.
It's a kind of game. As is Panthers at Saints. Neither of these teams are going to be good.
I don't like none of those teams in that division, man.
Neither of these teams are going to be good.
I feel like those teams be stinking it up for the whole NFL.
Isn't it great to have another division that you can look at and laugh?
But you got Bryce Young and Derek Carr. Stories in their own rights. You know, Bryce Young, what's he going to do? Derek Carr, what's he not going to do?
That's right.
What's he not going to do?
Let me see Spencer Rattler at that point, man.
Yeah. And then the last 2-star game, Vikings at Giants. I put in my notes on this one, Hawk Tua.
Okay, that's I don't think that means what you think it means.
No, not that Hawk Tua. I mean like a legit Hawk Tua.
Okay, all right. Okay.
See?
All right.
You went there. I didn't.
That's fair.
You trying to spit on something?
Hawk Tua, bad teams, underwhelming quarterbacks. I'm just going to look at the score and maybe the roundup.
What makes me laugh is that I'm always I keep that red zone on me, know, and so you can tell a game stinks when you're like, isn't that game on right now? I haven't seen it quite a bit, and I have a feeling that might Vikings Giants might be one of those where you just I haven't seen him on pop up on red zone. Have they not done anything fun over there?
You can have that one. All right, 1-star games, Figgy. None. It's the first week of the season.
Hey, I like that.
It's the first.
I like that.
Hope springs eternal. We are going to have more than enough time to put some 1-star games on the list. But
next week, some of y'all are getting bad mouth.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Giants are going to be a 1-star game no matter who they're playing next week. But for now, 2 stars on Vikings and Giants and all those. But no, man, look at all the 5- and 4-star games.
God bless.
4 5-star games, couple of 4-star games, and that's not counting last night. Going to be a fun weekend.
5-star game tonight, Packers-Eagles. You can hear it right here on Sports Radio 610, courtesy of Westwood One. And, of course, another one that you can hear right here is the 5-star game, Texans-Colts, Sunday, noon, here on Sports Radio 610. Our guys, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne, will get you ready for that one starting at 9 a.m. on Sports Radio 610. There you go, around the NFL. Actually, one more thing I should have mentioned around the NFL. Someone else get paid?
Yeah, Jalen Ramsey.
I've seen that, yeah.
24.5 or 25.1.
Okay.
Something like that. 24.1 or 25.1, but who's counting?
He got paid.
Yeah.
He became the highest paid, and so it's 24.1 because we just saw who was it that got 24 just a couple days ago as a cornerback? Was it Surtain?
Surtain, yeah.
So Jalen Ramsey coming back around with that Mulligetta ski mask, and they was like, hey, you know what time it is. We need that plus 1.
Yeah.
And that's what you got, 24.1 on a new 3-year extension to make sure that he is the highest paid cornerback. Casario! Keep that in mind, buddy, when Stingley comes up and when he's ready for extension next season. There you go. Around the NFL, in the loop, Sports Radio 610. Thanks for hanging out with us. Someone said 281 Russell Wilson likely to miss the opener with a calf injury. So
that's up in the air.
That is up in the air.
No, I saw that, and a couple of texters said he might miss. He's going to miss. It's still to be determined.
We'll see how that ultimately plays out. Coming up next, the coordinators talked before this Week 1 matchup. Bobby Slowick had some interesting things to say about this offense. I'm interested in what your take is on it, and we'll get that next.
We got ChatGPT. In the Loop and The Drive on a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday. Game analysis, inside info, and your reaction starting at 6 a.m. on Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Oh, you love to hear it on
Figgy checks his email.
Football Friday here in the Loop Sports Radio 610. You got John P. Lopez. You got Figgy Fig on the ones and twos playing the funk, and I'm Reginald Atatula. Yes, Joseph Goodridge. Daz Band in the house. You love to hear it. Earlier, we asked on the question of the day, what is a football game as a fan that you just will never forget? And from the 832, they went down and they went back. Steelers, Oilers, Astrodome in the 70s when a Steelers defensive back broke Earl Campbell's ribs. They said they could hear the hit. That was December 3rd, 1978, Oilers, Steelers. And that defensive back was Donnie Shell.
Donnie Shell.
Okay.
I'm trying to go into the bank and remember that game. I don't actually remember it very well. I do remember the first NFL game, regular season NFL game I ever went to was the Isaiah Robertson game when Earl Campbell buckled his chest. You've seen the highlight, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I was at that game in the end zone. It's awesome.
Some other ones, 979, the most boring game ever. Titans-Texans. VY had just gone rogue. Titans only had 162 yards. Someone else mentioned 281. A&M LSU 7 overtimes. I'm still physically tired from that one.
Yeah, I was there too. I almost fell asleep in the stands after the final score. I didn't even want to drive because there was going to be traffic and all that. I was like, you know what, I'm just going to take a little snoozle right here until traffic clears, but no.
A lot of great ones. October 21st, 07, Texans-Titans. They said them and their dad got tickets when Sage Rosenfels almost brought the Texans back to win it. A lot of the good ones coming in. Appreciate you guys getting involved with the show. Always fun when you do that. Let's do this. Bobby Slowick, along with Matt Burke, and I feel bad because Matt Burke, I feel like just in general, he is treated as if he is the redheaded stepchild.
Yeah.
Right? Because it's like, all right, Slowick on offense, D'Amico on defense, and that's it. And it's like, well, Matt Burke's over there.
I'm sitting right here.
And I will contribute again to that treatment because I did not pull some audio from him, although I thought he was somewhat insightful in some of his conversations. But I didn't want to focus on Slowick because this offense is a focal point for this Texans team going into this season. And both of these coordinators talked to the media yesterday. And so I did want to go through some of the things that Bobby Slowick talked about. And let's start with, as we mentioned earlier, we were talking about Stephon Diggs and how excited he is. And me and Ocho have been going back and forth on the text line, not in a contentious way, but having a good
you'll learn.
A good conversation. I'm good. I'm always good for
great.
a conversation.
He's great.
And I thought that he brought some good points to the fore. I mean, I respect it, and we'll see how it plays out. I just disagree. Be like that sometimes. But within the course of this, we were talking about, the Stephon Diggs and the vibes around this. And Bobby Slowick has done a little bit to help me kind of appreciate the way that they view him. And this goes even further on this. I believe that let's see. Yeah, this is Slowick's 3. The third cut with Bobby Slowick. He was asked on if the addition of Stephon Diggs to the offense has changed. Actually, no, that's not the one I'm looking for. Just the first one. Sorry, the first.
He's one of us.
Yeah, it's the Diggs being one of the guys.
I've said it before. He's one of us. It was pretty. I was pretty quick to see that once he was here. I was talking with him. He was around the guys. The fact that he was voted captain, I think, shows that he's one of us. They respect him. They appreciate how much he works, and he cares a lot. He's going to do everything he can to prepare himself for game day to make sure he's in the best spot he could be to go and perform. And he's ultra competitive. That's one thing. Really, all of the guys we have here right now, that stands out. CJ is an ultra competitive guy. Steph, ultra competitive. Nico, Tank, Joe, they're all just incredibly competitive to where, if at any point, any snap, they lose, that's not good enough. And that's how we approach it.
Boy, it's going to be fun watching Slowick's hands on the dials. And it was fun last year. Yeah. But with these guys, you just heard him talk about Steph in particular, and Steph is probably at the center of it all, but he's not it. I mean, what Slowick's going to be able to do with these guys, you can just tell that he's going to be able to really open up. We're going to see new things. We're going to see different things than we have before.
Yeah, and I think that Tank Dell on the pivot kind of gave me another level of comfort knowing that they've got plays dialed up for every single one of those major players, and so I know that it's going to be very incumbent upon that man Bobby Slowick to make sure that it gets around and make sure that the offense is as multifaceted as it should be, that it doesn't lean too heavily in one way or the other. Speaking of this offense, a lot of consternation, a lot of hot wind by us and the likes of us about
I don't know if I appreciate
Dameon Pierce, but also in the context of a fullback, right? And all those things. And Bobby Slowick was asked about not having a fullback.
That really has been the exact same all the way through my time here. You know, we're going to do everything we can to put our offense and our people in the best spots to do what they can do. And sometimes that's going to be 11 personnel. A few times last year we went 10 personnel. That can be 21. That can be 12. So it's more so, you know, how we want to construct the roster with D'Amico and with Nick and what they think is best for the team. And then, I mean, we like I've said already, we got enough ammunition. Like, no matter what, we feel like we can make it all work. You know, we can attack a defense any way we want. So as far as like the fullback specifically, that's never been a requirement. You know, that's something that we'll use if we have available, but we're going to use everything we can.
Okay, this is where you have to kind of raise an eyebrow. Yeah, because he said, you know, we're not incumbent, it's not essential. We'll use it if we have one available. But they've used it. They've had a fullback.
Yeah,
they had two fullbacks last year.
You think he's trying to convince himself in some ways?
No, I don't. I think it's just, look, this was an ongoing story the whole offseason.
Yep.
You know, when we're going out to training camp, I kept saying, boy, that's interesting. They haven't really used a fullback on that set, and it was first team versus first team. Then we go to the preseason games. Well, they didn't really use a fullback. Then I actually counted how many times they used a fullback in the third preseason game, which is the one that mattered with all the starters. I'm like, they didn't use them at all. They used Stover, Jordan. We've talked about it, you know, et cetera. So, I mean, his approach, I get, you know, we'll use what we have, but they did have a fullback before, and now they don't.
Yeah, and I think the idea that he's trying to at least sell us here is the idea that, yeah, that was a thing that we could use, but it's never been necessary. And so, and I think the reason why I found it interesting, why my eyebrows raised, and why I think that I'm leaning towards believing him in some ways is the whole idea of the fullback in these Shanahan systems is to create a mismatch within the defense, right? Force them to have to cover this guy, and then if that guy's in a different position or is capable of doing multiple things, now you have forced a mismatch. You have enough guys to force mismatches in all sorts of different ways. And so I think if that general foundational idea of why you use the fullback is something that you can get to, and the fullback itself, I don't know, is the like linchpin and necessary and what makes it happen. I think it's just it's a nice thing.
Oh, don't get me wrong on this. I like this.
Yeah.
Like I am an advocate of it. I'm just saying that I took note because I was so intrigued by it. I like the idea of Cade Stover being a tight end, maybe some sort of flex and a fullback. Same with Brevin Jordan. Maybe British Brooks is going to be in there, but he is not a by definition fullback. He never has been. So I like this. I want to see this. Is part of this ties in with my, you know, what we were talking about just a second ago. He's got some tricks. He's got some new stuff, and I want to see this. I'm just saying it's a little bit of no, you really did have a fullback last year. You had two of them.
Shout out to the 832 who's mentioned the idea that Beck was basically a tight end lineup in the backfield. But you mentioned tight ends. That texter mentions tight ends. Bobby Slowick on if the addition of Stephon Diggs, you know, has, you know, to the offense has changed some of the roles for tight ends at all.
No, not in my mind. And the reason I would say that is the receiver matchup wise in pass coverage is pretty clear, especially the guys you're referencing. Like, they're going to make sure they put good coverage defenders on them. Tight ends are always going to be a difficult matchup for a defense. Do we want to treat them like he's a receiver, or do we want to treat him like he's a tight end? And when they treat him like he's a tight end, let's make sure we have someone that can go win in routes. And if they want to treat him like a receiver, let's big body him and you know, let's use skills that other receivers may not necessarily have. So I always think that there's something there that you could take advantage of. And we got a room that's all very different. That's also what's fun. Like, Dalton's a very good separator, route runner, and he has fantastic hands. But then you have Brevin, who's explosive, fast, can move, can even beat DBs with just speed. And then Cade is very consistent and extremely physical. And really all three of them have a purpose, and they can do a lot of different things that you can take advantage of.
Yeah, the same thing with what they're doing, because he had actually mentioned previously they can go with no fullbacks or no backs, and that's where these tight ends and maybe a back in motion like Joe Mixon comes into play. And you said this, the mismatch. Imagine the mismatches if you have three wide, a tight end, and Mixon in motion. Holy smokes.
Yeah, good luck.
I mean, holy smokes.
Because at some point, you've got somebody defending one of those dudes that you don't want defending one
He's
of those
overmatched.
dudes, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I thought that's going to be fun. And there's a couple more things. I don't know if I'll have time, and we might have to find another place to make sure we get them in because I found that to be interesting. But Bobby Slowick, over the course of, I believe, the offseason or at least camp, has talked about the idea of having C.J. Stroud, forcing him out, not being able to get to his first read, right? Forcing him down deeper into the progression. And so he was asked about how much CJ has learned on that type of exercise on forcing him going past his first read.
I think he's always been all in on it. He understands how valuable that is as a quarterback to just be able to stay on the field, get to third and manageables. And that's really what it's about. It's my job to get number one as open as possible all the time. But not always going to do that. And when I'm wrong, how right can you make me? Are we wrong? Like, man, I just called a play and we lost 4 yards? Or can I call a play and be wrong and we gain 6? And that started towards the end of camp. That happened a lot. He really is bought into staying on rhythm, getting the ball out on time and really getting it to our playmakers' hands as often as possible. And that's not easy to do. Like, you have to be very deliberate in how you approach every day to go put that into action. And it definitely has grown.
This is the least of my worries. I don't know about you guys, because we saw CJ last year kind of become that type of quarterback. So imagine after an offseason.
Right, and that's my thing is I love the prospect of that as continued progression with C.J. Stroud. And I love the way that he lined it up, right? The idea, we've put a lot at Bobby Slowick's feet, and deservedly so, but the idea of, hey, if I do make a wrong call, and if number one receiver, and when he said number one, I was like, is he talking about Diggs? Just like, if the number one option on the play is not open, can you then somehow make it right?
Make me right. I like that line.
I love that idea where it's like, a bad play call that is possible to happen with any play caller. Is it going to be negative, or is it just going to be not as explosive as previously desired, but still a good decision? And so I thought that was really interesting. I'll circle back around to the run game and how that works, because what he had to say about the offensive line I thought was fascinating for me. But actually, you know what? Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Give me Slowick 4 here, because I just found this to be really interesting, how much different Bobby Slowick thinks the run game will be this year because of the additions and consistency with the offensive line.
Yeah, I'd say consistency-wise, that's a really big thing to me, continuity up front, and I still don't necessarily know through the preseason and camp if we've gotten quite as much continuity with the starting five as we'd love to have so far, but we're getting there in regards to that. I'd say, like, just scheme-wise, you're always going to grow and evolve with what you have, and we have a starting point of our run game that we believe in, and we believe what it does for the rest of our offense. But I think if you would have watched last year, like, we changed what we did in the run game. It wasn't the same as it was early on in the year, and every offseason you kind of do a deep dive, a self-study, then you kind of formulate a plan of what you want to do going into the next year. And inevitably this year is going to adjust again as we keep going and just see how everything comes together with a new group. So it's like everything, it's ever evolving, but it is a big emphasis for us. It takes a lot of snaps off protection, takes some snaps off our quarterback, and it can heavily influence, some of the pass game and being able to get explosives.
What did you hear there? Because, like, one of the things he didn't seem like he was like, yeah, we're selling the idea that, the offense line is going to be like, there's a little bit of, hey,
for sure,
we'll see how this goes. But I found it interesting, the confidence in, we've seen progress and we expect more progress as we go along.
I said it yesterday. They don't know.
Yeah.
They don't know. They think they know. They know a lot more than any of us. But based on the preseason and what we saw from Dameon Pierce and the offensive line, they can't know that this is going to be automatically a good run attack.
And so, that's definitely going to be it was already going to be a place that we were watching. I think that answer and the way that he answered it, obviously trying to make sure that there was some optimism, but I'm very intrigued to see, like, he's like, hey man, there hasn't really been that much consistency when it comes to the five up front, where, we want it to be good and we made progress last year, but more progress needs to be made. That gave me a little bit of intrigue into what we see Sunday at noon versus the Colts in Indy for these Texans. So, look, man, Appreciate Bobby Slowick talking to the media and giving us those insights. He sounds more and more head coach.
He's a head coach.
He's ready for that.
He's a head coach.
There you go. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including what's happening with the Astros. Like, how are they in a race again? We'll talk about it next.
The wait is and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
What's happening? What's popping here? Sports Radio 610 in the loop. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and myself, Reginald Atatula, hanging out with you. Let's get into the big things going on. And your Astros.
My Astros.
I mean, just generally.
No, I know. I'll claim them.
Okay, cool. You sounded like offended when I as though I was
Astros
handing you a hot potato of some
Houston's
sort.
Astros.
Unfortunately,
or we see somebody acting the fool. That's your boy.
Yeah. What's happening with your boy? Did you ever do that with your wife?
She gets
your
so
son.
mad.
Look at what your son did.
No, she gets so mad. Like whether it's the kids or a player or something. Isn't that your guy?
She hates that.
Oh, she hates that.
Yeah, my wife hate that too.
Really?
Apparently, her dad used to do that a lot, and it used to irritate her.
She really hates when I say your boy.
Yeah.
Your boy so and so.
Hey, I saw your boy.
Hates it.
Okay. All right. Well, unfortunately, one thing that you hate to see, just in general, is that the Astros still couldn't get a win against the Reds.
9 years.
It's been a while.
Golly.
It's been a long while.
9 years.
And of course, when you talk about your boy, right? Your boy Ty France is the one who did it.
What was he? 7 for 10, 7 for 11 in the series?
I mean, it felt like he was
ripping
37 for 7.
Yeah,
like he just homered in the 7th inning, and that was the single run in this game. Hunter Brown handling his business in this one. We talked about how because of the Arrighetti not getting out of the first the day prior, that it was going to be incumbent upon the starter to give you some level of depth in this one. 6 innings.
Yeah, you don't. There's some games that you just sort of chalk up, and I felt like yesterday was one of those. Kind of an it happens game. You got a great pitching performance. There was another great pitching performance, and there was a clutch hit. It happens. So it's not necessarily time to overreact or lay out some big, okay, this is a trend that is disturbing. It's not necessarily that. But there were a couple of familiar little issues that need to be cleaned up fast.
Yes.
And, oh, by the way, they're playing, and I feel like I said this last week, they're playing maybe the hottest team in baseball right now.
Arizona Diamondbacks.
Yeah.
Coming are your next matchup in the course of this one. That's going to be real interesting to see for your Astros. As you mentioned, the hot team in the Diamondbacks coming to town. In fact, playing tonight. 7-10 first pitch, and you're going to have Brandon Pfaadt, who was a very good pitcher as well, deep into the playoffs, was incredible. I mean, thus far, not the greatest season, 4.32 ERA this year, but that he has the capability of pitching at a high level. But you got Fromber going, which is nice.
Yes.
You got to get back to winning ways, especially because you look at the standings in this, and again, it tightens up a little bit once more.
That's the thing.
I don't want to say that it's tight, but
it's down to 4.5. Yeah, down to 4.5.
Because it gotten back to 6, right? You're having this kind of ebb and flow in some sorts in the way that this goes. And once again, after a couple of games, 1 in a row by the Mariners, and after you drop 3 in a row to the Reds, there you go, close again.
A couple things here for both you guys. Number one, is Kyle Tucker going to be in the lineup tonight? Or is he going to be on the roster tonight?
No.
I'm going to say no.
I'm going to say no, too. And second thing, I want to do what Joe Espada wanted us to do. We're sitting here doing the show yesterday.
Okay, we're going to come back to the positives of this.
We were sitting here doing the show yesterday. I look up during a segment, 5th inning, really hard hit ball to shortstop, and Jeremy Pena backhands it, scoops it up, jumps in the air, throws to first base, boom, boom, bang, bang, gets the guy out. So there was a play that a really good major league shortstop makes that was good, and he made it. So kudos to him.
Yeah.
Kudos to him.
Woo!
We don't just talk about the bad plays. We don't just talk about the errors and all that stuff, although the errors have still been there. But
and just the general lack of runs saved.
Yes. Just a little shout-out doing what Joe Espada said. You don't talk about those. Yeah, we are. We just did. But I mentioned the little things that might be, need to be cleaned up and cleaned up fast. Jordan was 1 for 11 against the Reds. Can't win anything without Jordan. I've said it multiple times. They have great players here that make great plays, have great at-bats, have big moments. Jordan is going to be the difference. He was 1 for 11. Also, Bregman 1 for 7. Altuve 2 for 10. Yanner was 2 for 9. So clean that up, get some offense, get some runs going.
And, it'd be great to do it against these Arizona Diamondbacks coming into town. And, again, fend off the Mariners. Like I don't think any of us really believe the Mariners will catch them, but hey man, just put it away. Like don't make it a thing for the rest of the season.
Don't make it a thing.
Yeah. Some other things that are popping. It's college football. Week 2 coming up. And are you excited about this slate? Are you enthralled?
Well, I'm always going to watch college football. You know how I am with that. I just love it. But it's a relative, not even relatively. It's a weak schedule. It's a weak schedule this week. It's the NFL's first weekend, and it's the weekend when college teams play a lot of cupcakes.
Especially after like they try and get the flash of week 1, and then they go back into all right, let's not do
you got
too much.
Michigan and Texas.
Yeah, Texas is going to run them off the field, man.
Oh,
I actually agree with this.
Texas is going to run them off the field.
The line currently, according to ESPN Bet, is 7.
It's not 7.5 anymore.
It's not 7.5. I got 7.5 in my pick'em league.
Yeah,
but yes, it's a -7 in favor of Texas. Yeah, Michigan. This is not Michigan of last year. That number 10 ranking that they have is a little bit of respect.
Yeah,
I think week 1, and it could just be general week 1-iness, for lack of a better term. But yeah, week 1 they did not look like they had the same level of strength, and for sure, quarterback coming in is not J.J. McCarthy. As much as I might be one that talks a little bit down about J.J. McCarthy, he did bring a certain level of quarterbacking caliber that it does not seem like
I could see this being a 3-score game.
I could as well. I was thinking 2 scores myself.
Yeah, and that head coach, I don't know if he knows.
Oh, wow, you coming after Sherrod Moore?
I'm coming after the black man. I'm sorry.
That's crazy, man.
Hey, man, I just don't think that's a spot for him.
And then the only other games, how do you feel about
A&M McNeese? Yeah, I think A&M
McNeese.
I think so.
I think they might pull that one out, but who knows? Colorado, Nebraska?
Yeah, that's going to be fun.
Me all right.
I think it's
me all right.
It's going to be fun to train our eyes there. And,
a lot of hate watch, too.
You got a hate watch also?
Colorado hate watch or what?
Yeah.
Okay. I actually, I know that there's going to be, that's probably, if we were going to split this percentage-wise, the ways that people are looking at this, I imagine that is the larger percentage of people looking at it to hate watch Colorado. And although I don't know how much you should be hating watching Travis Hunter play all these snaps, it's truly incredible.
That's the guy.
I enjoy it.
Yeah, that's the guy. But I'm kind of hating watching.
People want to see Colorado crash.
Yeah,
and you will, in my opinion. But I think the smaller slice of the pie, but I think which is the more interesting one for me, possibly. I think Matt Rule is doing something with Nebraska. I think Matt Rule is going to has a Nebraska that is up to the.
We're going to find out
in some ways, and I think that this will be helpful. Although I don't know how much this will tell us because again,
it's a true freshman quarterback, right? It's that kid he was recruited by a lot of teams down here, Texas and A&M.
Oh, was it Dylan Raiola?
Yeah, Raiola.
Yeah,
Raiola is their quarterback. So that's on the slate. But again, pretty thin. You got Iowa State, Iowa rivalry, okay. Tennessee, NC State, whatever. Arkansas, Oklahoma State, kind of whatever as well. I mean, but they're worthy of a watch, no question about it.
U of H playing this weekend, aren't they?
Oh man, you had to bring up U of H.
You excited about that?
What's the spread on that?
Who they play? Oklahoma.
Oklahoma's going to put 60.
I'm guessing that one. I'm guessing in the recap of that game, it will be just listed as a lot to a little. All right, okay. So what was the guesses on the line for you?
I'm going to say, I'm calling it up, but I'm not going to look. I'm going to say Oklahoma by 29.
I'm going to be fair. I'm going to say 24.
28! Minus 28 is what the line looks like. Over-under is 49.5. So.
I could see them putting 60.
That's nice.
All due respect, U of H. They're going to give up half a hundred.
It's a rebuild.
Yeah, it's going to be half
It's a retool.
Yeah.
Hey, man, I'm waiting for Willie Fritz to come through around once he builds this thing up, though.
Yeah.
I believe in his capability of doing that, but
it's a marathon, not a sprint.
You know what? You really did. You preaching with that one.
Oh, Baylor, Utah. That might be worthy of a watch.
Oh yeah, but I think Baylor, like Dave Aranda's defense is going to be one to watch as Dave Aranda's trying to save his job, but I think they're just going to go in there and deal with
really?
I think Utah is going to come out with just hammers.
Oh, okay.
I think they're just going to.
I thought you were going to say Baylor was.
No, I think Baylor's going to do what they're going to try and show up well, and Utah is just going to hit them with hammers repeatedly, just blunt force objects.
Yeah.
Or blunt force.
I thought we had a story here. I thought you were picking Baylor.
No, I can't do that. I couldn't do that. Texas Southern Rice playing as well, so another Houston matchup there. I will keep my eyes on that space. But there you go, college football. What we're looking forward to just generally over the weekend. That is also what's popping here in the Loop. Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we have an opportunity to sit down with Jalen Petrie, nickelback for your Texans, as he's getting ready to and promoting a big event that he has, or a big foundational push that he has in making sure that we feed the babies. We'll talk about that next.
Nick Caserio previewed the Texans season opener exclusively on Payne and Pendergast.
I mean, it's a good football team offensively. They have players that can create explosive plays, from JT to Anthony to, I would put AD Mitchell in that category as well. So, we're going to need everybody that we take to the game on defense.
Hear the full conversation now on the Odyssey app.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I think this is the perfect summation of Lamar Jackson's night at Arrowhead. It's a tweet from ESPN's Bill Barnwell. Quote, Lamar made some plays only Lamar can make and didn't make some plays other quarterbacks make. That conflict was not Baltimore's biggest problem in the loss to the Chiefs, but it might be the reason they never beat KC when it matters most. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Imagine owning a piece of Texas coastal waterfront property. Your dream can become a reality. Saturday, September 14th, at the grand opening of Texas's newest waterfront community off of Matagorda Bay. You can own land on a waterfront peninsula starting at $59.9. That's right, only $59.9. This ag-exempt waterfront community has world-class saltwater fishing,
AM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
In the Loop, Sports Radio 610, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and myself, Reginald Atatula, here with you. And we have a special guest. Where's number 5 in the programs? Maybe number 1 in your heart, Jalen Petrie. What's happening, my man?
Nothing, man. Everything been good. Been enjoying camp and ready to get this season rolling.
All right, so a couple things. Obviously, you know, we've got a lot to talk about with kids' meals and Feed 5.
Feed 5 more.
More.
Yes, sir.
But let's get to what you just said. You didn't enjoy camp that much.
I did. I honestly did. You know, during the summer and all that off time, the real football players, they ready to get back going. And, you know, although it is very hot and it is some hard times in there, it was still fun. And I think we grew as a team, and I'm looking forward to the season.
Mm-hmm. What for you made camp fruitful and maybe even fun? Like, what was the thing that really stands out?
I think the continuity of, you know, being with my teammates for another year, also having a couple new teammates that brought some new energy, and just the overall competitive nature of you know, football, and just being able to go out there and compete against the best of the best. It was fun to go out there and practice against them, and now it's time to go hit up on somebody else. So it was definitely fun.
It's definitely time. Now, I want to ask you about, obviously, the big news for you on this team this year, at least from where I was sitting. We were going out to practice every day during training camp, and I didn't even see you, like, during drills with the safeties. Uh-huh. You were with the nickels. How did that come about, and embracing it? How did that happen?
Yeah, so it was just a plan that Coach D'Amico had brought to me. He thought that it would be best for me to go there in certain packages to help out the team, and I'm all for it. I don't think, if y'all knew, I played a little bit of nickel in college, so it was some familiarity there, but definitely had to learn the techniques and the ways that the Texans do it. So there was a little bit of a learning curve there, but I'm enjoying it, and I'm having fun at the position.
Help us out for those of us that aren't, like, handed the dirt football guys necessarily. Like, what is the big distinction and change for you as a player from, like, playing a true safety position to being in that nickel role?
Yeah, so I would say, to keep it simple, true safety, you most of the time going to be the one all the way in the back, or you're going to be in the box sometimes here and there, but you're a little bit farther back from the line of scrimmage from where the ball is snapped and where a lot of the initial action takes place. When you move to nickel, it's more of you're always in the box. You become like a mixture between a down safety and a linebacker in the box. So you have responsibilities like covering, blitzing, fitting gaps in the run game in the box. So it's a lot of different things that you are asked to do, and I definitely think it fits my skill set. So I'm glad that Coach asked me to do it, and I'm ready to go.
Yeah, you said that a couple of times, that it fits your skill set, and I think we would agree with that. Because at safety, and I'm very much oversimplifying this, like I'm doing this for, like, my granddaughter. Like at safety, I would feel like you're more reactive, whereas at nickel, you're attacking more. Not always. I know there's always, like I said, I'm oversimplifying it. Yeah. But that's what you do best. That's what you did best at Baylor. That's what you do best. Is that what you kind of in the back of your mind kind of always wanted it to be?
Just growing up, I feel like I've always had that, like you said, that aggressive nature to my style of play, and it definitely lets me bring that out playing a nickel. But I also love to play safety as well, be able to go back there and read quarterbacks and be a key figure in the passing game. So. Whatever the coaches need, you know, I'm ready to go.
Now, Jalen, you mentioned some of, like, your teammates, the camaraderie that you have there. Correct me if I'm wrong. It feels like there's been a decent amount of mentorship for you with Jimmy Ward, right? Like, what does that look like for you? What's been really edifying in that?
Yeah, Jimmy is a selfless leader. You know, he does everything he can to help out the team, and I think that's what kind of enabled me to, you know, say I was all in with the nickel, because I seen Jimmy do it last year, and I seen him do it in years past when he was with the 49ers. Like, whatever the coaching staff needs, he's willing to do, and he's willing to do whatever it takes to help the team win. So when you have a leader like that, it does nothing but inspires you and makes you want to do the same thing, because, you know, Jimmy's been in the league for 10 years, so he's definitely obviously doing something right. So he's a great leader in our room, and he does nothing but help us out on and off the field. He's giving us game on how to save our money, ways to be in a community. He's big on all of that. So he's one of one, and I'm glad he's on my team. In my position room.
We were at the Texans season premiere last week, and I was impressed with Jimmy Ward. They're interviewing him up on the stage, and he said, "Oh, the defense is going to win games this year."
Yeah,
that's kind of the competition that's happening right there. Because I think we've acknowledged this is a really good it's looking like a really good defense. Yeah. Is that kind of how it's going, offense, defense right now? Like you feel like you guys can win the games too?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's just a part about that, the part of ownership. Everybody understanding that their piece is important.
Yeah.
So although we do have a great offense, we do believe as well that we have a great defense as well. We take pride in our position on the team, and we take pride at holding teams to 0 points. Like, we're not trying to let nobody get anything. So I think that is the mindset first off with Coach D'Amico, and it does nothing but bleed into the team.
So within that, with this defense, one of the things that we're excited for is the possibility maybe even taking the ball away. Yeah. And like when you're playing safety, defensive back, just in general, that's something that is a statistic that's clearly front and center is interception. Yeah. Like, how do you balance that with the swarm and the physicality that Coach D'Amico runs is obviously always asking from you?
Oh yeah, that's the name of the game in football. We're obviously like I said, we have a great offense, and we always trying to get the ball back into their hands. But the true focus of defense is to take the ball away. We focus on getting 3 takeaways, and I think the swarm enables you to do that. When we're swarming at the quarterback, when we're swarming at ball carriers, we're getting the ball out. We're making him throw into uncomfortable situations, making him throw it a little earlier, and that's what leads to the interception. So it all ties in together, and they definitely, work off of each other.
How did you process last season during the off season? Because you come in your first year and it's like, wow, interceptions, plays made here and there. And then last year, I mean, I don't think I'm telling you anything that your coaches didn't tell you. They probably had higher expectations for your results last year. But you're back, and they got high hopes for you again. How did you process just the whole first year to second year to now?
Yeah, it was a eye-opening experience. I think that everything happens for a reason. We had 2 different coaching staffs during that time, so just being able to understand the different techniques and the ways that they want to use me was huge with this last coaching staff. And like I said, I'm just trying to help out the team and get as much wins as we can. I'm trying to find ways to take the ball away and help out the team.
One thing that impressed me during training camp, and I just like watching the drills and who's where and all that stuff. Desmond King was working. You were talking with him all the time between reps and everything else. I mean, that's competition. I mean, is that to me kind of reflective of the swarm? We're all in this together. I mean, you guys were competing, but it seemed like you were helping each other the whole time.
No, for sure. Whoever's on the team on the defense, we understand that it is we are competing, and it does have some competitive nature there. But we want to see everybody win, and we want to see the best guy make it out. So. Big shout out to Des for that. He was nothing but help with me in making that transition. And, I think that a lot of the success that I am having so far is a huge credit to him and what he's done in the past, because I continue to watch him and continue to ask questions about the nickel position to him a lot.
So, Jalen, we're talking to Jalen Petrie. It's nickelback safety for your Houston Texans. And you mentioned the idea of competition. One of the things I love about defensive backs, wide receivers, you're out on the perimeter, you get that one-on-one style. That competition comes out very evidently. Who on this team, on your offense, do you enjoy competing with the most? And maybe who around the league do you enjoy competing with?
Yeah, on a team, I couldn't just single out one person. But I would definitely give a big shout out to Stephon Diggs for sure. He's a true competitor. Robert Woods, true competitor. Tank Dell. Like, these are guys that every time they line up in the slot, I know that I'm gonna get their best routes. They're giving me the best releases. And also, it shows in their game that they're the best receivers in the game right now. The best slot receivers, best outside receivers. Whatever you want them to do, they're gonna block you. Like, they're never gonna take a play off. So. It's always good to go against them, and they do nothing but help me get better and continue to boost my confidence in terms of, when I go out on Sundays, I know that the guy that I'm playing across it's probably not as good as these three. So
this is true.
It definitely
this is
helps,
true.
for sure.
We want to get to Feed 5 more because this is a fantastic campaign that you have going on. But here we are, man. We're on the brink of Colts, and it's happening. It's starting, This has been a season, and you felt it. You've been around. You've had fans. You go to the grocery store, Fans are pumped up. As much as D'Amico preaches, hey, man, all we can control is today and all that, there's got to be part of you where, like, I'm feeling pretty good about this. Where do you, like, big picture, how do you feel about the season upcoming?
Oh, I feel wonderful about the season, but I think personally I'm doing a great job at honing in to the daily, like Coach D'Amico said. I try to stay off social media as much as I can. Thankfully, I have people that help me out with grocery store interactions and, pick
I
up
should have known
orders.
that. That's my bad right
Pick
there.
up orders and all of that. But, yeah, I'm just trying to keep the main thing, and try to keep all the distractions out, because I think when you do that, it helps you to focus on what matters most. And that's, like I said, winning games and, taking the ball away as a defender. So that's where I'm at right now, and hopefully I could just stay on that path and mindset.
Well, we mentioned the grocery store. Making sure you eat is always super important, and I mean, I'm interested because obviously the Feed 5 More foundation, foundation that you have going in support of Kids Meals Incorporated. Like, it's clearly something that is very admirable. What made this important to you to do to help kids make sure that they get the food that they need? Yeah,
it was really important to me. I think starting off as a kid, I love food. I still love food, and it can be kind of a hindrance at times with my job, but I love food. And when I came across Kids Meals and knowing that a lot of kids don't have access to simple food and healthy food, it kind of, it made me feel some type of way. So I was like, I definitely need to use my platform to help them out as much as I can and to just build awareness to Kids Meals. And we're doing a great job, but we definitely need to do more. So that's what I'm here for, and we're going to get that going for sure.
We want people to donate as much as they can and to help as much as they can. I saw that Group 1 Automotive is going to match every dollar raised up to $250,000. But for our listeners, hey, you got $10? You got $100? There is no minimum here, right? Every little bit helps.
No, for sure. Our goal this year with the Feed 5 More campaign is we want to feed 55,555 kids.
How did you come up with this number, Jim?
I see what
that's five.
I see what you did there.
That's 5 fives, and obviously my number is 5. And I
5 interceptions your first year?
5 interceptions.
There we go. See, I'm helping you out here.
It's all correlated. You know what I'm saying? So we definitely trying to feed more kids than we did last year. We was a little bit under that. I think around like 40, a little bit above 40,000 kids. So we're trying to go up a notch and do more. So big shout out to Group 1 Automotive for matching up to $250,000. And I'm going to also donate $5,000 for every interception that I get.
Okay. Look at that.
Every turnover that I get. So
look at that.
Outs, interceptions. We're going to get this thing rolling and make sure that no kid, goes hungry.
Dude, and $10, for considering what you're going to be getting for these kids, I'm seeing here it could even be up to 5 meals.
No, for sure. I tell everybody, if you can just skip out on the Canes trip today, on a Chick-fil-A trip, on the Starbucks drink, and just send that to Kids Meals, you're going to feed 5 kids today.
Done. We'll both do it, and we'll go from there. I do have a food question, though, because we're talking a lot about food. And this might be like a little bit insensitive, which we're talking about kids that are really just wanting to eat and have good meals, but my mind goes in weird places. I always like to say the term "at your fattest." Now, you've never been fat, I'm guessing, but
I don't know about that.
but at your fattest, which fast food place and what's your order?
At my fattest, man, so it was pretty bad when I first got into college because I was away from my parents, and you
got that freshman 15.
You did, and I was still on the team too, so I was working out, but it still caught up to me. But a bad trip that I made was I went to McDonald's at like 10:30, 11, and I got like ice cream and a whole tote of cookies.
The ice cream machine was actually working?
It was working, man. It was working. Shout out to the Waco, Texas.
And the whole
tote of cookies. And I think it's like 13 cookies, which is crazy. So, yeah, that was
hey,
me
we've all been there, man.
At my fattest. I'm not doing that no more. I got to watch myself.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm glad that you got that together. So, okay, outside of just making sure that they're loud at NRG cheering you on so that you get those turnovers, add into the fund here. How else can people get involved? Where can they go to find more information about what you're doing here?
I think the biggest thing is just tap into my social media. On Instagram, my handle is Jalen Petrie. On Twitter, I think it's Jalen Petrie 1. And I'm going to put everything out to show you places where you can donate to kids' meals and help out the cause as much as possible because, like I said, we don't want no kid to starve. I'm in Houston, and I don't think a lot of people do know, but Houston, as a city in the United States, is at the top of the list in terms of kids that go hungry. So we definitely have a duty here to help out these kids, and Kids Meal is definitely attacking that head on, and I just want to help.
Well, God bless you, man. It's a great campaign.
And in addition to that, feed5more.com, also a website that you can go to. Maybe because not everybody's on social media. Maybe they're trying to keep themselves focused like you do during the season. For sure. Best of luck this season, especially starting with these Colts here this weekend. Appreciate you taking a little time with us.
Yeah, but I appreciate y'all too, man.
There you go. That was Jalen Petrie sitting down with us. Kindness to do that, and of course the kindness of his heart is obviously very evident when it comes to the Feed 5 More initiative that he's doing in order to help kids' meals. $10 gets goes a long way. So if you can, make sure that you go and do that. Feed5more.org. I know also that you can go to kidsmeals.org. Kidsmealsinc.org.
Kidsmealsinc.org.
Those are different things.
And good on him for sort of just going right at the position change of sorts, and embracing it and talking about how this is going to be his chance to make amends, so to speak, with Texans fans.
Absolutely. 832 said great cause donating. So yeah, that's appreciated as well. And there's that, and we hope that there's more donations coming from Jalen himself, because he said every turnover that he generates.
How many $5,000 hits is he going to be able to take?
Okay.
Hopefully more, a lot.
Hopefully quite a few. Yeah. That'd go a long way. And one, as you mentioned, ingratiating himself with the Texas fans even more. But then two, just helping this Texans team do what we want them to do, which is generate some takeaways. So thanks again to Jalen Petrie sitting down with us, having a conversation ahead of Week 1 against the Colts. It's In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's about time for our lunchtime confessions, which we will do.
To the My Home Library program. For every $30 gifted, an economically disadvantaged Houston child will receive their own library of new books. Help us help Houston kids during our Kids Read Radiothon next Tuesday. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, I'm going to do something that I hate. That's kind of a confession in and of itself, but I'm going to hate myself for doing this, but I'm going to do it anyway. Those damn referees last night.
Oh, okay. All right.
Those referees last night, come on. They love them some Chiefs. They love them some Chiefs.
Oh, you think this was one-sided in the way they went?
Oh, hell yes. Okay. I don't care what anybody says. Let me go down a little list of things I jotted down. Who's calling timeout? The defensive coordinator? Yeah, you're not supposed to do that, but you're the Chiefs, so that's cool. You notice that?
I didn't.
Steve Spagnuolo came running down the sideline.
Didn't I realize that?
Called a timeout at the end of the first half. That is not legal. That is against the rules. Only the head coach in the NFL can call timeout from the sideline. Only the head coach. So there's one, all right? 5 illegal formations on the Baltimore Ravens were called. And they're showing some of the highlights on TV right now as we were a minute ago anyway, as we're watching. That wasn't. I mean, Laremy Tunsil does that almost every snap.
Well, you're going to see that is you might see some flags then. That has been something that they're trying to enforce, and it's been a focus point for them this season.
Right.
So it really felt like, you know how you can't start loose and then tighten up when it comes to rules. You kind of got to start.
They always make a statement.
Exactly, and I think that was the statement. They were like, "Look, we're gonna let you know right off the jump.
Yeah,
got to get up on that line.
All right."
Got to get up on that line.
Whatever.
It was excessive.
Also, I'm not done yet. There was a roughing the princess call on Patrick Mahomes. Dude, he basically like caressed his face, like, and they called that a roughing the passer. Apparently, Juwan Taylor can leave on whenever the hell he damn wants to.
Yeah.
He was jumping early every time.
Yeah, he was.
And apparently it's okay to grab defensive linemen's face mask, I don't know, whenever the hell you'd like. Like, I'm not a Chiefs fan by any stretch. I want the Chiefs.
Clearly.
I'm not a Chiefs fan. I'm not like a Chiefs hater. I respect what they've done. We talk about the back-to-back. I think they're going to win a third consecutive Super Bowl. But here's the thing, man. They can do it on their own. They can do it on their. That was bad. That was bad last night. Yeah, I blame the refs.
I also think that I just generally come from a place where I'm not really gonna get too deep into the refs, because look, I also understand that there's going to be a natural amount of error in the course of this.
Yeah, it was unnatural.
There was some messing up. There was definitely some messing up.
Yeah.
They had a bad call or two against for the Chiefs as well, like one of those Patrick Mahomes on the sideline where he definitely got some physicality.
A little late hit.
And they're like, it's fine. It's cool. He picked up the first
I'm generally like that, too. That's why it's in confessions.
I understand.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm glad you started with this game, because I also brought up something from this game. I mentioned this to you off air earlier. I would very much like it, and I end up being somewhat of a Lamar defender myself. I would very much like it if Lamar Jackson's movements in the pocket weren't all so drastic. It feels like all of his movements are big ones, and I gotta admit, it would be nice if he got a little bit more subtle in some of those, right? Where sometimes you're not making drastic movements.
Yeah.
Kind of like CJ Stroud. Like CJ Stroud he's got very good at like managing the pocket, and it's one of the things about that game that makes me excited for what's happening week 1 is I want to see just how much better CJ Stroud has gotten at manipulating that pocket and managing the pocket, because he's already been pretty damn good at it. Just sometimes less is more. Just a slight step up.
I thought that was a really good observation by you. I hadn't quite heard it put like that. I think every time I see him make those drastic movements, as you call them, I know he's going to run. Whereas even CJ Stroud at this point, early in his career, when he makes those movements, I know he's trying to just buy time.
Well, it's funny because Lamar Jackson, he has been trying to pass it sometimes, but sometimes just like it's bailing out of the pocket because the move is so big that now you're already kind of out of that space, and now you just need to go and roll out. And sometimes I'm like, all you needed was a slight step, create another second, and get that pass off. So, yeah, in an attempt to not be too defensive of Lamar Jackson, that is a place where he definitely needed some improvement in my estimation.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Man, so I was super fired up for the season, the kickoff last night. I'm like, look, I ain't doing nothing. I'm about to watch the game. I'm chilling. I told my wife, she was down for it. I kid you not. It was like the third quarter with 3 minutes left in the game. Old Unc over here was falling asleep, man.
Oh, I believe it.
Oh, man.
I was in there dozing off. I'm like, man, I looked at the time, like, man, this game is on too late.
You're that guy.
Yeah.
Were you the guy that was mad with that delay? Like, why did it take so long? Let's go.
I was heated.
Yeah.
I was heated when they said they starting the game at, I think it was like, I want to say 8 o'clock, 8:45 Eastern time or something. It was something crazy. I think it was
8:20, 7:20 here.
7:20 was when it was supposed to start.
Yeah.
We ended up
They
getting
start about 8:40.
Yeah,
8:40
about 7:40 local.
Yeah,
and that was helpful for me. As I'll tell you, I'll tell you why in a second.
I was so mad, man. I was so pissed off.
I'm not gonna lie, man. I was not gonna be out on last night's game. It was a great game. I wanted to see it all. But there are times on Thursday Night Football, where I'm like, I'll catch the rest of this tomorrow.
Yeah, no, 100%. And that's why I was so pissed off, because I'm like, I gotta see how this game ends.
Yeah.
And it took all the way to the clock says 0.
And you're already sleep deprived this week.
Yeah, that was the problem. I was gonna say, don't blame it on you being on. Blame it on the fact that you just got bad sleep the night before.
Yeah, nah, that's true. That's true.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Well, I think I'm going to spill the beans. I'm going to go ahead and make somebody mad here, Figgy. I've done this before. I'm going to a gender reveal party tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
My son and daughter-in-laws.
Hey,
congratulations. Okay, congratulations.
Grandbaby number 3.
Which one?
Jacob and Sahar.
Okay.
The grandbaby number 3 on the way. The oldest one is, I think, 22 months. And here's
she
the
looked like she about 6 years old, man.
Big
baby.
She's tall as me.
She's tall.
She about my height.
Put that basketball in her hand already.
Dude, with a volleyball,
Or
basketball,
something like that.
Like
Yeah.
she was standing next to a three-year-old the other day. I'm like, they're eye to eye.
Man.
But here's the confession.
Okay.
Just like I did with my middle son's baby about a little over a year ago. I'm not sure they've made it public yet. But I don't care.
Man.
I don't care.
Well, you made it public now. Very good.
So a little backstory.
Yeah.
The last time Lopez mentioned he was going to be another grandfather or a grandfather, somebody was pissed off. He got an angry text from somebody.
Like,
because
we haven't said that out loud yet, I mean, publicly yet. I don't care. My granddaughter or grandson in this case. I don't know.
I'll see you just being a jerk.
Yeah, pretty much.
Got it. Very
How about
good.
that?
All right. Congratulations,
gender
but
reveal.
also, yeah.
What kind of gender reveal?
Birthday
What's
cake.
the
It's going to be a cake.
Okay.
They didn't want to do anything too
Nothing
stupid.
special?
Usually some stupid ones out there.
I seen one that was kind of cool. It intrigued me a little bit, but it was some wrestlers.
Oh, I saw that one.
Yeah, it was.
and then whoever won?
It was a short little wrestler, a little wrestler.
Yeah.
I think he was wearing like blue or something like that, and then this big old wrestler is wearing pink, and so they was wrestling, and whoever won it was the one that was going.
Okay.
Was going.
Yeah.
All
So
right.
Jacob and Sahar, if somebody texts you, yeah, it was me.
Wow.
I don't care. It's
Real
my
villain
grandkid.
stuff.
It's my
Slime ball, man.
grandkid.
But it's their kid. What you mean?
It's my grandkid. Their kid.
Look at the
You gotta-
entitlement.
You got to prioritize here.
That's unbelievable.
I don't care.
Look at the self-centered nature of this guy.
Yes, I don't care.
These are my confessions.
I am from Houston. I was born in Houston. But I ain't been on Houston in a little while. And Houston traffic, I was unfamiliar with your game. I had to take my aunt to the airport yesterday, which I was very happy to do, I will say. Like, this wasn't one of those, I hate to do it. Right? I was like, yeah, I'll take to the airport, no problem. Let's go. I thought I was like, I know it's going to be kind of a rush hour kind of time.
Bush?
Yeah, IAH for sure.
But he started damn near in Tomball.
Yeah. Aunt lives pretty far out northwest. But I was like, yeah, it's no problem. Just kind of budget my time a little bit, buddy. I got in that road. I was on 290 parked, and I was like, extra 45 minutes in what I had already pre-calculated as a rush hour time to get to her. And then
like
we had
Home
to hustle.
Alone at the airport.
We had to hustle. Yeah. And so my thought was the whole time I had anxiety because I was like, I'm gonna make her miss her flight. It's an international flight. Like I can't have her miss her flight.
Yeah.
We made it, but that took me. I was on these streets after work about 3.5 hours, and I literally, the only thing that was the saving grace, I literally pulled into my apartment, got into the apartment, turned on the TV right before the game kicked. That was the saving.
Good thing
grace.
it was a little late.
Exactly. And so you was mad about it being delayed, and I'm sure there's a lot of
it
people.
worked out for you.
For me personally, appreciate it. Got to watch that whole game sitting on the couch.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I got a quick two-piece right here of a confession. My first one is, man, shout out to all the guys with small feet, man.
Oh, wow.
We was a win yesterday, man. Isaiah Likely, if he would have had a smaller foot, hey, they could have. They had the chance to win the game, man. So that made me think, man. Shout out to all the smaller feet fellas out there, man. We could get whatever shoe we want, and we could have got that touchdown, man. I'm just saying. But the second confession is, I think I became this guy, man, with the weather delay.
So you're the old guy falling asleep early.
Yep.
Then now what?
Now we gotta build a dome, man. We gotta be playing in the dome, man. We can't have no weather delays and stuff in football, man.
Everybody need
a dome, man.
Everybody put a dome.
Put a roof on it, man. That was so irritating, man. I'll be thinking about stuff like this. What if it went on all night? What if it was a storm all night with lightning?
Yeah.
Game would have had
like you would have had to cancel the first game of the season, which everybody was looking forward to this game, man. AFC rematch. The first game, man. We got weather delays, man. Put a dome on it, man.
You're not wrong. I agree. Green Bay included.
I wasn't even that type of person for real.
Buffalo included, especially Buffalo.
When it started affecting games and stuff like that, man, it's time. It stopped being cute, man.
Mm-hmm.
Put a dome on it.
Yeah, I'm there for even like similar reasons, but not quite the same reasons. It's like when we get out here and it's like damn cold and they got folks out here, the fans out here sitting in the cold. I'm like, why?
Yeah,
for who,
what are we
for
doing?
what? The idea of football weather is stupid.
Hell, the playoffs last year.
Yeah.
Yeah, that messed up
We
a
had
lot
people-
of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had people who had to have
Very
parts of their body
sick.
amputated.
Very
Yeah.
affected.
You got teams playing on a random Tuesday now because they had to move the game because of what? The weather.
Yeah.
Put a dome on it, man.
But pay for your own dome, though. Don't make the city pay for that.
Of course.
There you go. Some lunchtime confessions here in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Shout out to the 832 who did not know about the Black National Anthem. Because they were like, I have a confession. That song that nobody knew that they opened up with was like 20 minutes. Went on like 20 minutes. No one knew one word of the song. I did find it funny watching the broadcast. I was seeing how uncomfortable everybody looked. And some of that was just there were a whole bunch of dudes ready to play the game with an added delay. And they're just like, what are we doing? We want to play football. All these anthems before the games are all funny to me anyways. But here we go. Coming up next, NFL season technically started, but we haven't gotten all the way in, especially with your Texans that start on Sunday. Let's talk about some questions that could shape this 2024 NFL season. We'll do that next.
On with Payne and Pendergast.
Texas Star Grill Shop is Houston's headquarters for the best grills at the best price. It's Texas Star Grill Shop.
Live from the Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Funky Football Friday here in the Loop. Sports Radio 610. You got John Lopez, you got Figgy Figgy, you got myself, Reginald Atatula, hanging out with you, jamming with you, leading into a football weekend that consists of college football tomorrow, actually NFL football tonight,
yes,
which you hear on Sports Radio 610. That is Packers and Eagles in Sao Paulo. And so that should be a fun one to keep our eyes on. And then, of course, your Texans taking on the Indianapolis Colts Sunday, noon in Indy. Pre-game starts at 9 a.m. with Seth and Sean here on your home of the Texans, Sports Radio 610. All right, let's do this. The NFL season has started with the kickoff game yesterday between the Chiefs and the Ravens, in which the Chiefs won 27-20, barring a toe. If there was a toe that slid back about an inch,
Figgy would have scored.
Yeah, Figgy would have scored.
I'm just saying, man.
We don't have to talk about the fact that the ball might have been over the top. But if it was just the making sure to get
my
the
foot
feet
would
down,
not been on that line.
You are 100% correct. Nobody can deny such things. But let's talk about this piece from the Ringer. A guy that I'm very fond of when it comes to these pieces, Stephen Ruiz, good writer on football for the Ringer, put together some questions that could shape this NFL season. I kind of want to run through some of these. I'll bounce around on these. One of those we already kind of got a little bit of a taste of with the first game of the year. But how will the new kickoff rules affect the game? Obviously, there's the dynamic kickoff, as the NFL has tried to kind of put it, where, instead of a unit would start at the opposing team, or the coverage team started at 40 instead of the 30. They can't wait, or they can't move, rather, until the ball is caught. There is a landing zone where in that 20-yard space, if the ball lands in there, you have to return it. However, kickoffs were supposedly up 70.5% during the exhibition season, during that kind of pregame situation or preseason game situation. In the regular season, in that game last night, it looked like all the other kickoffs that we've been seeing prior, because all those balls were going out the back of the end zone.
Yeah, I'm starting to worry about my theory that this is going to be much more exciting play. It's not going to be an automatic bathroom break, et cetera. We'll see. That's one game. But it's clear that special teams coordinators are making a very conscious decision. Do we think we can make a better play by getting it in the landing zone and tackling the guy inside the 20 perhaps, or just go ahead and boot it and get it at the 30?
Yeah, I'm wondering too. Like, is this a thing where they want to keep everybody healthy too?
Well, I mean, that was definitely the impetus for them kind of changing the kickoff. Was the kickoff is the most dangerous play in the sport, right? Statistically, there is enough that we can say that. So they wanted to see if they could find a less intensive kind of play that they could use for a kickoff, and having those
closer
quarters closer.
Yeah,
you don't build up as much speed and have as many of these clashes. But with that being the case, the reason why they called it dynamic was not just that part. They were anticipating it generating more returns, because that was also part of the impetus was, hey, the kickoff has gotten stale.
It was awful.
People are just taking touchbacks, and we're not getting that. We're not getting action on that play, and that's already limiting the action that you're getting in this game. And so, with that, the dynamic play kickoff was supposed to do that, and as of right now, it hasn't. I don't think that extra 5 yards of the 25 to the 30, just like the extra 5 yards of the 25 from the 20, I don't think that is enough of an incentive to make teams not want to, or to make teams want to put it in play and avoid a touchback. That is very much possible.
I'm going to sort of just wait on that, but the Chiefs clearly, the Chiefs said, screw it.
Sure,
we'll take the 30. They also have one of the best, if not the best, defense in the league.
That's fair.
So that's where it comes into play. Like, okay, we trust our special teams. We'll boot it into the landing zone, tackle them inside the 20. We're good to go. So I'm going to wait on that a little bit.
Okay.
But I am having more doubt. I thought it would be really something to watch.
Yeah, I thought it would be too, but it was something that we need to see. Tyler Dunn of the Go Long newsletter said either you realize that it's a contact sport and just have a kickoff, or eliminate it altogether. He's in all or nothing position here. I think that'll be interesting to continue to watch. And shout out to the 281 who says they think that you'll see underdog teams take more risks with the rules. So,
yeah.
Again, we'll have more opportunities and more data to look at, even just after this weekend. All right, here's one. How will Derrick Henry fit into the Baltimore Ravens offense? We started seeing a little bit of that. How do you feel about that through one game?
Also, again, I'm not kicking the can down the road here, but I feel like last night was something of an aberration in terms of what he was running against. Chris Jones by himself, and certainly the terrific Chiefs defense. He had 46 yards. I forget how many carries. Wasn't exactly stellar, but I think Derrick Henry still has one season left in him. I don't know if it's going to be 1,800 yards, but I think he's going to be effective, especially next to Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I don't know that the Chiefs are going to, or rather, I don't know that there are going to be other teams like the Chiefs that are going to make it that damn hard on the Ravens for doing that. But he didn't. Clearly he was never like a burner in that way, but he did not look as explosive in those very.
He never had a chance. He was getting hit right. He was Dameon Pierce-like.
That was a comparison that we have seen during the course of today already. How about this? Which Jordan Love will we get this season? Because there's a lot of Jordan love, for lack of a better way of saying that, no pun intended, right? For him after he kind of really finished off the season well, and when a lot of eyes are watching in the postseason, he showed up pretty well. Let's be honest. But first 8 games of the season, he was not good. Negative EPA when it comes to expected points added. The yards per drop back was mediocre. Success rate was pretty problematic. Weeks 9 through 18, there was a clear uptick, right? Positive EPA, very positive EPA. Like he was doing good things in that. And look, if you look at it as that was kind of his rookie year, you can maybe just write that away as, okay, he was figuring some things out. However, he's the dude that people will point to in some ways about, hey, you're sitting guys, you give them an opportunity to succeed. You would anticipate that he comes in more veteran-like in those first 8 weeks. It's a possibility that is some of what he is as well.
Yeah, this is one that's incredibly intriguing. I think very highly of him based on the end of the season, as you pointed out. But, you can't ignore, it's still to be determined because of the entirety of last season.
So that one is one that we'll get a little insight into tonight. Another one that we'll get a little insight into this weekend. Will Tom Brady be any good at calling NFL games? Because, there's a level of kind of assumption that it will be great, right? He is probably the best player in NFL history, at least the most decorated quarterback at the very least, something that you could be said. And he brings a lot of knowledge. However, we've seen dudes that we thought that were great players that end up in the broadcast space that aren't good. He's immediately jumping into the number one team. Will this go well?
Your guess is as good as mine. Because as far as predicting it, I think he's going to be good, not great. I think he's just been programmed in such a way for damn near 25, 30 years, if you count everything, to just be, protective of the game and the teams and the players. That's hard to just sort of turn off, But I think he's going to be good because of his knowledge alone. Remember when Romo came in, they're like, this is the best guy I've ever heard, as an analyst. And then what happened? But he was the best because he was still not far removed from the game, that he could predict plays. He could see things happening. I think we could see some of that from Brady, but as there's separation, are we going to get the real analysis, the real critique?
Yeah. And I do think that he is a worker, so I imagine that he's probably, although if that Raiders thing comes through, I do wonder what, not having some of those production meetings will do.
Yeah.
But, yeah, apparently Brady said in June, quote, I can give my opinion, and if people want to listen, great, but if they don't, that's okay. So I at least that gives me some hope that he's willing to, have some of those critiques and really give opinions as it goes through this. All right, which rookie quarterback do you think is going to be most pro-ready? That's another question that could shape this NFL season as we continue to move along here.
Yeah, I've been a huge fan of Jaden Daniels. Before the draft, I said I thought he would be better than Caleb Williams, and I still think he could be, but Caleb Williams is better equipped. He's better equipped to make a splash, I think. With the players around him, with the weapons that he's got, et cetera. So I still like them both. I like Daniels a lot. I like Williams a lot. But we're gonna probably get more highlights, so to speak, with Williams this year.
And you think it's between those two? Like there's none of the other ones.
Penix Jr. I didn't have high hopes on.
Yeah, but he's not gonna have an opportunity to. Yeah, that's fair.
Based on that, but what we saw in the preseason looked pretty damn good.
Yeah, and I guess how long does it take for Drake May to try and take that position?
Yeah. And there's no J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah, J.J. McCarthy's hurt. Okay.
No.
How about this as we continue to move this along? Some questions. Which young offensive coordinator will become the next coaching star? Because we got a real good candidate here in Houston.
It's got to be him. You mentioned Aaron Glenn earlier in the show. I think the top two candidates on each side of the ball are going to be Aaron Glenn and Bobby Slowick. And I don't think it's going to be even close. They both they're both polished. They both sound like head coaches already. And they both have certainly earned their stripes. I'm going to be just real interested to see who else sort of emerges, as a coordinator, because there will be someone.
Yeah, and you're right. Bobby Slowick is the leader in the clubhouse because he was already in a place where we're pretty sure he had the opportunity to take a head coaching job. Ryan Grubb of the Seahawks offensively is one of those ones that's going to be interesting. Joe Brady, Bills, is going to be a fun one too because he would have to do more with less this season. If he's able to do something there, that will be something worth watching. Does Vic Fangio's defense still have it? Remember, there was a point in time in the NFL where that was the en vogue defense. The Vic Fangio's tree of things, he's got things figured out. And that wasn't that long ago. 2-3 seasons ago, it felt like Vic Fangio's defense was the one that was running things. He now takes over as the defensive coordinator for the Eagles, a team that needed some coordinator help and love. Will that thing prove to be something that still works?
I think it's going to work in Philadelphia, simply because I think he's got some weapons. He's got some things to work with. But again, hey, tune in tonight. I mean, it's going to be interesting to watch as it progresses over the course of the season. That's for sure. So, not to hem and haw. I think yes. I think he still is going to be a successful defensive coordinator.
How much time does Jim Harbaugh need to win with the Chargers? That's a question that's really important because there's a lot of love for the Chargers here, just in general. Around the NFL, and because of the way that he's a winner and all these things, but they're starting from a place that isn't the easiest to jump out of, and so there is a reasonable expectation that there's going to be a little bit of a time to get to that place where the winning really hits. How long is that? Because
are you talking playoffs?
I mean, people are talking playoffs with them, so I think you probably have to talk playoffs.
And success in the playoffs.
Success in the playoffs, I think you can put that away, right? Yeah. But just the idea of getting to that place with this team that they're currently dealing with.
I think maybe this year.
Okay.
He's got a quarterback. And I know you're not as big a fan of Herbert as I am, but he's damn good. And you give Jim Harbaugh, a quarterback, he's going to win, even with lesser talent in other places.
Definitely some of the questions that are going to be necessary. One more that was in there: how long how well can the Bills replace Stephon Diggs by committee?
Well,
that's going to be really interesting to watch as well within the course of the context. Yeah, Keon Coleman's going to be really important there. I believe. What's my guy's? Khalil. I forgot his name, and I forgot. I always hate when I do that.
I just feel
Shakir, I believe.
I know a lot of people still believe in the Bills. I don't. I know how good Josh Allen is. I do like his game. I think he's probably gonna have some success. They did a lot of slashing and burning, man.
Yeah.
And they did a lot of slashing and burning.
Shout out to the 936 who also throws up when it comes to offensive potential stars. Ben Johnson, offensive coordinator for the Detroit Lions.
For sure.
That's definitely one because he's done a great job making sure that he's had some great talent to work with, especially offensive line-wise, making sure that Jared Goff, shiny in that offense. There you go. Some questions that might define this NFL season as we get ready for week 1 this weekend, kicking off with the NFL. Coming up next, let's get into this. Who needs to make which players, individual players, mind you, must, in fact, make a good first impression for your Texans against the Colts? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about that next.
We got ChatGPT to help. play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Woo! Funky Football Friday here in the Loop. Sports Radio 610. You got John Lopez. You got Figgy Fig. You got myself, Reginald Atatula. Getting ready. Final hour of the program. We got to hand it off to our boys, Ron and Clint. They are actually out on location because it is a Football Friday. I don't know how funky it is for them. It's funky here.
It's funky here.
We'll see just how funky it is for them. I mean, this place has a potential of being funky, doesn't it?
Oh,
these guys are out.
Great place.
Out at East River 9, 65 Hirsch Road in Houston.
Highly recommend.
So yeah, if you have a little bit, or if you don't have rather somewhere to be this afternoon, early afternoon, because they're going to be out there from 2 to 6 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
Go say what's up to the fellas and maybe, hit a couple of golf balls, have a couple of brews, something like that. That sound about right?
That sounds great.
Okay, very
and
good.
It's a great place to go hang out. I think it's lighted, too.
Okay.
Yeah, the East River 9 is lighted, so
Perfect.
that's always good.
Go say what's up to Clint and Ron out at East River 9, 65 Hirsch Road. They will get going here in about an hour. Right now, though, let's talk about which individual players for your Houston Texans must make a good first impression, particularly if they want to get a W in Indy at Lucas Oil Stadium. This Sunday, noon, is when it kicks off. And, John, I have a strong feeling that you have a name that immediately jumps up, a name that has already come in on the YouTube from Nick Goes Vest Mode, Joe Mixon.
Joe Mixon is one, for sure. He's not my number one.
Okay. Let's go with yours.
Yeah.
And I know that we'll get back to Joe Mixon because Joe Mixon is an interesting answer for me.
No, he absolutely is. I want to know what you and Figgy think as well because you know what they say, you can only make a first impression once. And for some players more than others, that first impression this year, it's kind of going to just sort of start the narrative. And a lot of people, once a narrative starts rolling, a lot of times, people are like,
hard to break it.
Yeah,
you got to go out of your way. There's got to be an abundance of
he's a
evidence
blah,
against.
blah, blah, based on one game or based on 2 games or whatever.
Hell, that's what the hell we've been talking about with Stephon Diggs.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
There's a strong narrative there.
I think for not PR, but narrative purposes, Dameon Pierce, if you get on the field
buddy.
and you carry the ball.
The way that we talked about Dameon Pierce, I don't know why my brain just did not even think about that.
Yeah, that's my number one.
That's very fair.
That's my number one. I mean, it's so obvious. It's so important. And the boys asked us this during toss this morning when we were walking into studio. I had, my answer because I said it here on the show, who's going to be carrying the ball second tonight? Sunday. I think it's going to be Cam Akers. I think that depth chart was just another solid, so to speak, for Dameon Pierce. Maybe a little bit to throw the Colts off the scent a little bit, which I never buy into. They know the story. They follow this stuff more than we do. But if Dameon Pierce it does carry the ball second, let's say he gets 6 carries, because Joe Mixon is going to carry the load.
Absolutely.
Yeah, let's say he gets 6 carries, and he goes for 12 yards. That narrative, it ain't going nowhere anytime soon. I don't unless he runs for $180, in week 2 against the Bears or something. He's got to have a good first impression.
You're right. I do wonder, and maybe this is just me being so process-driven versus results. How much of that do you think is actually the numbers themselves, or if it looks like he's actually seeing the gaps better, even if the numbers aren't there in a big way? Do you think there's a possibility for that narrative to not be as big?
Maybe, but what if Joe Mixon has 18 carries for 101 yards, and then he has 6 for 12?
Yeah,
that's a bad look.
And look, I understand. I'm being in some ways devil's advocate here, and the devil don't need no advocate. But I'm for me, it's all the thing that's gotten me about Dameon Pierce. I know that the eight carries for 9 yards in the preseason was the easy stat, but for me, it was just he looked like he did not have a feel for the
and
way
Cam Akers did
the way to run behind this line, right, or in this blocking scheme, and that was the thing that got it for me. And so, if for some reason that looks different, I feel like I'll be quicker to get back into the place where I'm like, okay, cool. Even if the numbers aren't there as much, although to be 100% fair, I'm trying to envision what it looks like if you're seeing the gaps well, but also still not putting up yards. I'm trying to envision what that looks like, and I don't have a great answer for it.
And let me go through the other 3 very obvious ones here, because I've got some not so obvious ones, and I want to know what you guys think who has to have a good first impression. The other obvious ones are Kenyon Green, of course.
Sure.
John Mechie, of course.
Okay.
And Titus Howard.
Yes.
Of course.
Yes.
So the obvious ones are Dameon Pierce by a mile, and then those three guys. Here are some not so obvious ones that I think it would. I'm not saying it would be like make or break, but man, it would be cool if they make a good first impression. Number one on this list for me is Will Anderson.
Yeah.
We love him. We know what he's going to be. We talk about how great he's going to be. And we saw some hints of some real pass rush prowess at the end of last year. Hey, get me a sack, man. Give me a sack and 2 tackles for losses. And then all of a sudden people are going to be going, all right, it's happening. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting. We got some folks getting involved. 713, they said Mixon's going to be washed up. Okay, you're coming in hot with that one. Okay. We got you on wax, though. So if you want to come back around and be like, nah, you see, I told you, you will have that down. But that is, you were out there early on that one. Okay, 832, I agree with. Lassiter and To'o must make good first impressions.
To'o's the next one I was going to mention.
The Colts will test them early and often, and that is 100% true.
Lassiter, I guess I just have more confidence in, but he's not wrong. Mine is To'o.
Especially with Lassiter, like he has the possibility of being matched up with some speedsters. Now, one of them is not going to be in this game. Wide receiver Josh Downs is officially out for this one. Now, kicker Matt Gay is a TBD still, and he's dealing with a hernia.
Man, I hope he does play.
He did kick this week, but he's dealing with a hernia.
I don't know how much.
But yeah, Josh Downs, speedster, he won't be there. But there's some speedsters in there, and I know we've felt comfortable. We've been kind of assuaged with Kamari Lassiter and the way that his technique has kind of made up for that 4.6 speed.
Yeah.
But when you actually get there on that football field in games and you got some speedy guys that
you
are going up
punched in the face as Mike Tyson.
Right. So it will be interesting to see how he holds up in that one.
And then I have one more not so obvious one, and then I want to hear what you guys think are the most important first impressions. And text in 713-572-4610. You know how I feel about Stephon Diggs this year.
Yeah.
I think he's probably my favorite player. He's so integral. I think
you're holding the ticket on first pass to Stephon
Diggs. I'm holding that ticket too. But it would be cool, man. It would be cool if he makes that big time first impression, and not only is my opinion justified, but a lot of fans will feel really, really good about Stephon Diggs.
I do wonder though, right? Like I don't know that the Stephon Diggs narrative is about the first game at all. I feel like the Stephon Diggs narrative is, does it go south?
Yeah.
Week 10, week 13.
That's fair.
Wild card round, right? Like I think those are the questions that I think that people are really more looking at.
Yeah.
And so I don't know that you can do anything for that narrative in week 1, honestly.
Yeah. No, that's fair. What about you though?
A name that came up that was a good one was Danielle Hunter, but I think I was looking more interior. I'm looking at someone like, I don't know which one to pick between Mario Edwards and Fatukasi, and maybe we just go ahead and put them both together. Like I think that this is going to be an interesting space, and how do they help the likes of Hansen and To'o by making sure that those guys are clean with strong play in that defensive line spot. And of course, I think there's a lot more comfort and belief in those guys, particularly Fatukasi, who free agent acquisition and that stuff. But I think that first impression is going to be go a long way rather in helping people believe that the run stopping of this defense can be better.
Figgy, you got anybody?
Yeah, I think I got two. I think the texter who brought this up, Kamari Lassiter, I'm gonna be looking at him as a first impression because I'm not too confident at the other people they got behind him.
Well, that too.
So if he can't handle the pressure and all that stuff, man, it's going to be a long season. But
or at least the first impression will say that.
Yeah. But my second person, I got to look at Jalen Petrie, man, because this is a new role.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah?
This is a new role, man. He struggled. We know he struggled last season. So I want to see how what's his first impression for this new role.
Not only first impression, but if it lingers, I mean, this could be his last year here. We thought that was on the table that last year might have been his last year.
And then honestly, we're going to be having questions about, hey, we should have had somebody. I mean, we should have looked more in the safety market.
Yeah, and there's one name in particular that you start looking at when you talk about Jeffrey Simmons, right? Now, another thing you mentioned this DB depth. If it's a little bit of a struggle situation for Jalen Petrie, what is your next answer there?
Yeah,
right. Because again,
Miles Bryant.
Yeah. Jeff Okuda.
Well, at the nickel. You're talking about Lassiter.
Oh,
no, but that's Lassiter. I was talking about Petrie.
Miles
really?
Bryant.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know.
That's also another thing that is interesting to watch.
Tell you what, while we're at it, Kalen Bullock, I think he's another one of those depth chart guys that is not real. Most of the depth chart is accurate. I think Damian Pierce is inaccurate, and he's actually the third running back. We'll find out. I think Kalen Bullock is the starting safety. Like, he's going to be trot out on the field. And he, his first impression is going to go a long way as well. Like, if he's going to just get picked on or, whatever, maybe beat somehow or whatever, I think Kalen Bullock would be a big one.
Someone brought up Azeez. Do you think that it's like, because the question is individual players that must make a good impression. You think that's going to shift anything if Azeez maybe doesn't look like he is all the way the beast in the middle of the defense that we anticipate?
Well, I think, yes, if he makes a bad first impression,
okay,
yeah, that's going to go a long way. But for me, it's not even a factor. I'm just so in on what he can bring and what he will bring for this squad. But yeah, if it all of a sudden you're like, oh wow, where'd that come from? He didn't look good at all. Then yeah, could be something that could linger a little bit, and no question about it.
All right, so if you want to keep sending those in, please do. But Lopez, you got in the group chat while I was traversing all of Houston yesterday, and I saw you let us know, like, hey, it's a video done dropped. J.J. Watt officially getting the Texans hyped for the season, and it's a long one, but
it's a good one.
It is a good one. This is what it sounds like.
You hear that, Houston? Silence. Sometimes that silence can be deafening. But in that void, there's a whisper of what's to come. A pulse reverberating through the city that grows stronger by the second. You can feel it in the air. A rumbling, an anxiety, that feeling in the pit of your stomach. Echoes of expectations.
Then there's this team in Houston. They brought in Stephon Diggs. They bring in Joe Mixon. Well, we got massive respect for what they got going on.
It's an earned sensation, and you can't shake it. I've felt it before. I know what it's like.
Dalton throws it. It's intercepted. 1, 10, 5. Touchdown, Texans. And Reliance Stadium has erupted.
The energy, the speculation, the expectations.
What do you think of the Texans' hype?
Expectations from the outside have gone through the roof.
They have a target on their back.
Well, listen, the hype, that's just chatter.
It doesn't matter what people say on the outside about the men in this room.
They're pretty steadfast in not listening to the outside noise.
In the end, we're the Houston Texans, so we can't worry about what happened last year.
Because around here, success isn't owned, it's leased. And rents, that's due every damn day. We're relentlessly focused on one thing, building this foundation our way. But not only for this team, no. This is for all of H-Town. The heartbeat of this city is what drives this team forward each and every day. So now it's finally time to break that silence and make noise the only way we know how.
Here's it out for Collins. He's got it. Throw down. Will Anderson. Stingley with the interception. To the end zone. Touchdown.
Houston dominate. On the damn field. H is up, H-Town.
H is up, H-Town. That was the hype video.
I'll get you going. Who doesn't love a good hype video?
I'm going to be the jerk here.
You're not? You don't like them?
It's fine.
Fine.
It's fine. I know. I saved it for after. I've heard everybody's super excited. To me, the hype video, movie trailer, right? And
well, there's some great ones.
There are. But for me, if I decided I'm going to watch the movie, I'm going to watch the trailer.
Really?
Yeah. That's how I kick it.
I think the trailer kind of gets you more excited for the movie.
I think the trailer just
kind of like a hype video.
The trailer just gives me opportunities to have the movie spoiled in some certain ways.
But see, the only time I get hyped for the movie trailers is if I'm actually in the movie theater. I feel like every movie trailer look fire. So like, I want to see that. Ooh, I want to see that. Yeah. It's like 3 or 4 trailers. Like, oh, I want to see all of these.
Oh, Cars 2? I'm in.
I was like, yeah, it's cool. I have a strong feeling that everybody else is in a place where they're like, oh man, I'm ready to run through a wall. And I was like, that's cool.
It's all right.
That's cool.
It was all right.
I kind of understand where you're coming from because
I don't.
it's like I'm already ready. And I mean, I ain't
But
need
it gets
that.
you going,
I ain't need that
man.
hype video to get me ready.
Yeah,
I'm already ready.
I will be seated watching football. But you're
not going to be as hype.
I will not be in a different state. I will not. I will be ready to watch this football. Oh, there's some agreement. I thought I was going to be out here on the island. Okay, that's different. Very
Really?
good. Appreciate you guys.
Hey.
I'm going to go ahead and take my one or actually two responses that confirm what I'm doing here before the hate piles in.
Turn the text line off.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah, we did it.
Except your win, right?
We won. What's always a win. 1:20 p.m. We get to get into Figgy's mixtape. Fig, what you got for
Yeah,
us?
speaking of getting hyped and hype anthems, we gonna have a battle, man. We got a Colts anthem and we got an H-Town anthem. So we got to pick the best.
Colts versus Houston.
Yeah, man. We gonna pick the best one. Plus, I found the new funny podcast, man. I ain't realized how funny this guy was, former NBA player. He got some funny stories about Bron. And also, what's the normal thing that feels illegal when you do it? 713-572-4610.
Okay. Let's do all of that next.
The wait is
We are post-deadline, and the Astros are finding their groove.
Yes.
Right on time. Think about how much grief Dana Brown got. We're a good team. I believe in this team. We're going to turn it around. He was right.
Yeah.
New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610 on a Funky Football Friday. And look, man, we just played the hype video that Reggie wasn't really too hyped about.
Bro,
last
all the curmudgeons came out. I appreciate y'all. Everybody was like, I also have complaints.
I want to.
Ain't really hype him up as much, but we're going to try to get hype for the game on Sunday.
All right.
So I got a Colts anthem, and this guy pretty much went viral a couple weeks ago, making his own Colts song. And he released another one today, man. He had a special guest in the video. He had a Colts mascot in this video.
How about that?
What's the mascot's name?
Blue something.
It might just be Blue.
Blue?
Yeah.
I think it's just Blue. So Blue made an appearance for this one.
It is Blue.
Yeah. And I want to get y'all thoughts on this. We're going to do like a battle.
Okay.
Who got the better hype song, or what song gets you hyped the most?
Okay.
So let's start with the Colts guy. I forgot his name, but you'll know when you hear him.
Yeah.
All right, Colts season is here. Let's go Colts! Woo! This is our Colts.
Oh.
This is our team. We bleed blue. This is our Colts. Whether win or lose, we love them. For the shoe, beat the Texans. Let Goodson get his good pay back. This is our team. Go Colts!
Can't beat that nay, man.
Hey, man.
You can't beat that nay.
Was that karaoke? Why he can't stay on beat? That's my question.
I don't know. It sounds like a whole bunch of unseasoned chicken, man.
Not only that, why can't he come up with another song? That's the same song he had 2 weeks ago.
Is it really?
Same song, just changed the words a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah. So that's a thumbs down for me. That did not
Texans hype song better win.
Yeah. So speaking of that, man, shout out to my man Big Tight and Peasy of the Menard Boys.
Okay.
So Ashley
we said that at the same time.
Yeah. So Ashley Big Tight, he was part of Swisher House back in the day.
Okay.
Well, then they won. Well, then they won.
Yeah, so you kind of getting a feel for what type of flavor this is about to be, Texans anthem. And Gerard Johnson actually got me hip to these guys.
All right.
Yeah, he sent it to me a couple months ago, was like, hey, man, this is it right here. They told me to send this to you, man. So I'm going to play it, and let me know what y'all think. It got a very, very, very H-Town flavor to it. H-Town flavor right there.
I got them 2 fingers up, 2 fingers down. Gotta represent for that whole H-Town. Houston got a problem. Talking about the Texans. 7-1-3 on the field and they flex. 2 fingers up, 2 fingers down. Gotta represent for that whole H-Town. Houston got a problem. Talking about them Texans. 7-1-3 on the field and they flex. 2 fingers up, 2 fingers down. CJ Stroud got the ball. Y'all gonna have to lay it down. Whole line of vicious. Joe Mixon ready. Cutting up on boards like a machete. Putting up numbers. Get to the bag. Stephon Diggs doing quarterbacks bad. D'Amico Ryan calling shots like a ball. Defense greedy. We take food out your mouth. Bulls on parade. Time to go to work. We're trying to knock your quarterback number off his shirt. Yeah, we going in. Win, baby, win. The line opening up holes the size of IT.
Yeah. I love this. I have the same question as the 832. This on Apple Music? Is it streaming yet?
It should, man. Look up the Menard Boys. Look up Big Tyke. Yeah, man. Shout out to them, man.
All right.
You can tell these are some musicians, right? It's mixed well.
First of all, in terms of the
Also, it knocks.
In terms of the battle, this is like Oklahoma and U of H.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
This is like
Oh,
they just put half a honey on our Colts guy. Secondly, I got a lot of points here. Being the rap expert that I am.
Sure, of course.
So that's first thing. It was a romp. Second thing, correct me if I'm wrong, but it has a little bit. It sounds a little bit like, remember that song in my throwback, Y'all don't remember that one? I bet you our listeners do because it was an H-Town song. It sounds a little bit like that, which is a good thing. And third,
I kept thinking Goody Mob.
I was thinking, exactly. That sample was. From
I got to
Goody
find
Mob.
that throwback song and I'll send it to you, Figgy. But anyway, third thing is, I mean, I don't make executive decisions. We're a team here, but I highly recommend we make that in some kind of rotation.
Yeah, let's play it every Friday.
We got to put
to
that
get
in,
us hype.
Got to put that in some kind of rotation.
Yeah, maybe we could play it every Friday to kind of get us hype.
That was really good. That was really good.
So on a scale of 1 to 10, what y'all got?
For a hype song, that is appropriate for what we do on this station.
I just enjoy listening to that song. I would listen to that. That's going in my title.
I'll give it a 9+.
I was going to give it an 8. That's an 8 for sure for me.
Yeah,
I agree, man. But
that was really good.
Yeah, shout out to the Menard Boys, man. They doing their thing, man. I actually met them at a tailgate. They was at Nutsaid Tailgaters, and they actually performed the song there. So it was dope, man. I'm like, y'all gotta send me there so I could play it.
Yeah,
for the whole city of H-Town. So I saw a tweet from Reggie yesterday.
There was a lot of them.
Yeah, it was a lot. I had to actually scroll down a lot to get back.
Welcome
to
my Twitter when a game is on.
Yeah, but you mentioned how I think you retweeted the Ringer WNBA show.
Yep.
It's a podcast that's supposed to be happening.
Yeah.
And you were like, I got a lot of podcasts in the rotation now. I'm gonna have to put this one in there too.
It's a problem. I try and just inundate myself with podcasts. It really is an issue.
Yeah, no, it is. I'm kind of in the same way too, but I also found the new podcast, man.
Yeah.
I didn't realize this guy was so funny, but shout out to the podcast Club 520. That's with Jeff Teague.
Okay.
Jeff Teague, and he have a bunch of different NBA players on and stuff like that. And he told a really funny story. I didn't realize how funny this dude is, man. So he told a funny story about LeBron, playing LeBron in the Eastern Conference.
What is it, the 520 podcast?
520, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Club 520.
Club 520 there.
Yeah, and he talked about how, I think it was the 2015 season when Atlanta was like the best team in the league. And they pretty much swept the Cavs in the regular season. And LeBron walked up to him and said, "Hey, I figured y'all out." And he didn't know what he was talking about, but this is him telling that story.
Y'all got swept, right?
Hell yeah.
Lost to Bron, though. Because it's Bron. I swear to God, All-Star, he told me, we swept him in the regular season. Yeah. Beat him by 25 every game. He came to me, he was like, "I figured y'all out." Before the game started, "I figured y'all out."
They do say that. Kobe said that same.
You figured us out. Man, all he did was wrong. 3-1 pick and roll.
Yeah.
He bring me up there, set it, I'll hedge. Eventually, I got to switch. Bag me down, get to the free throw line, shoot over me. If somebody help, throw it to J.R. Smith, 3. Throw it to Kevin Love, 3. I was like, yeah, it's over. Yeah, it's over. He figured us out. Ain't no way I can guard Brian. It's over. Like, what? Like, what we gonna do?
Yeah, it's over.
I thought that was hilarious because they did get swept, I think, in that series. Yeah. And for you to be sitting there as it happening, like, yeah, he figured this out. It's over.
Yeah, Jeff Teague has been great on that podcast.
He's great, man. He's great. And so for the simple fact, you sitting there, because usually when a team is down 3-0, we know it's over, but they still got to go out there and play.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
but for the simple fact, he just knew it was over.
Yeah, Jeff Teague really does a great job of like pulling the curtain back where there's certain things that we believe about how players take these games in and do,
and the things they say publicly.
Yeah, and he's talking about just cutting up on the sideline and how they know maybe the coach doesn't want this or that, or how they know the game's over and stuff like that. And Jeff Teague, we've seen a lot of players go into this podcast space, and that's great. But he also is one of those guys that he didn't take himself seriously at all. In fact, he clowns on himself more than anything.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because here's a clip of him kind of trash talking to the Cavs at one point because I think he had a good game against them. And LeBron took exception to it, man. He kind of called him out.
And we had a game, and I think I had gave Deladova like something crazy. I was like, it's gonna be a long night. And he was like, can you score more than me? And I was like, yeah.
Deladova told you that?
No, bro.
Oh,
I was gonna say, if Billy told you that,
he talking about, yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, look, I'll Boosie in the crowd, feel about it. Yeah. Yeah. Bro, I'm like, well, you got to show me. Man, I averaged 18. I averaged 18 that series, man. Probably like 38.
Oh my God. Man, that was so hilarious, man. How you just talking trade? Like, can you average more than me? He said, yeah. So he's feeling himself. Yeah, little Bootsy in the crowd and all that stuff. Only averaged 18 points.
Yeah, and this is the thing. I'm not going to go listen to these podcasts all the way through, but the way to do this, just post up on the social media when they post the clips.
Yep.
Perfect.
Yeah.
It's just enough.
I think he earned a subscriber for me, man.
Okay.
He's pretty funny, man.
All right, so when you catch the funny ones, just be like, hey, Reg, I caught another.
Yeah, here's one.
All right, a normal thing that makes that feels illegal when you do it, man. 713-572-4610. I got a couple things on the list. I want to see what y'all
I
feel
got
about
one.
these.
Okay.
It took half a second.
What you got?
When you brought this up before the last break. So you guys know I don't smoke weed, but I do take.
That's right, officer.
I do take CBD drops every night. It kind of lets you sleep a little better.
Okay.
You know, kind of lowers your blood pressure or whatever. You know, just anxiety, all that stuff. Just have a nice evening. Every single time, there's a CBD shop across the street from my house. Every time I walk into that CBD shop, I feel like the
looking over your
cops
shoulder.
are going to bust down the door.
That's right.
And they're going to say this is an illegal operation, and you, sir, you're going to go to prison for 20 years. Every single time. And part of it is, I'm not so sure they don't have other stuff there. If you really ask.
If you say the right word, if you say the right word, and they're like, "Oh, please follow me to the back, sir."
Hey, give me the special.
Exactly.
Give me the
Come back here as a mob back there.
I've been doing this for 5-6 years, and every time I walk in there, I'm like looking over my shoulder, like I'm about to get busted.
Well, I mean, it's good to have a little bit of awareness to you, keep your head on a swivel. But yeah, no, I feel you. I've been in a similar situation with spots like that, like, you know, sell things like in that same vein, right? I think THC might, or like Delta 9, I think is technically
those things
legal.
apparently, and I haven't taken it, but they always say you should take this. It's a little stronger. But I've had like my kids and stuff take Delta 8, Delta 9. They say, dude, you basically get high.
Yeah.
And
like, so I'll walk in the spot and I'm just like, there's no way. Like this is allowed. So I know exactly how you feel.
Yeah, I got a couple lists. I'm gonna run down them and let me know your thoughts. So calling in sick. Do you feel you feel kind of bad? Do it feel like it's kind like you're doing something wrong?
No, if I got to do that, I will. The problem is I just don't think to do that enough. I need to keep that in mind where it's like, oh, you can go ahead and call in sick.
Yeah, I don't like to, as you know, Figgy. I don't do it, and if I did, it would be because I was sick, so I wouldn't feel bad. I wouldn't feel illegal.
Right.
Yeah. What about walking out of a store without buying anything?
That is the one. That is the one. Because walking out of a store, I feel terrible. Like, I'm making eye contact with people like, you gonna have an issue? Do you see me?
Yeah.
And I mean, honestly,
check my pockets.
Walking out of a store, period.
I walk out
with
like
your hands
this,
up.
Like,
walking out of a store, period. Right? Like, I don't know. In my brain, I'm like, how do I make it apparent that I was looking for something that I couldn't find? Like, you kind of walk out and now you're acting a little bit like, well, I guess I couldn't find it. Now I gotta go. But even walking out of a store, period. If I buy something, that receipt is visible, baby. I want you to be able to see the receipt that I paid for this. Hey, everybody see this? There's a bag and everything. I paid for it.
Hey, sometimes I'll be talking to myself like, hey, they ain't have what I wanted.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, God.
So I can let y'all know, hey, I came in here for some.
I was going to buy something.
Yeah. Like, you know what? I changed my mind.
Yeah.
Another one, buying when you buy something or sell something on Facebook Marketplace,
dude,
and you got to have to meet up in the parking lot at night.
That's why I don't do that. I'm not doing all that.
I'll tell you how.
It's like a drug deal, man.
I'll tell you how much it makes you feel like you're doing something illegal. I've done that once. And as soon as I was helping I think it was my son get a dryer, a laundry dryer. And I went with him and dude, it was in this apartment and it was shady and we're carrying it out down the stairs and there's cars driving by and I'm like, this is not good, man. We're going to talk about the police showing up. No, yeah. I'm never going to buy, all due respect, never going to buy anything again on Facebook Marketplace.
Shout out to 832 going to the gas station restroom and not buying anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you probably should.
That felt a little shady.
Yeah, you probably should.
Yeah. How about this? You brought up police passing the police car when you're not speeding.
Every time.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Every time.
What's funny is when you're behind like a bunch of cars,
everybody's going slow.
That one car don't want to pass the cop.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so it's all this traffic, and it's a cop that's on the phone, ain't paying no attention.
Supposedly, there's police officers that do that intentionally just to mess with folks, which I find to be hilarious.
You think?
When I'm not in that situation, then I'm very upset. Come on, dog, let's go.
Yeah, the last one for me, this is personal for me. I always feel like I'm doing something illegal whenever I go through TSA. I just be scared for some reason. I just be like, I don't have anything in my pocket. I'm good to go, but I just be worried, like, man.
Because you don't have to be doing anything wrong. If they decide that you are the random check,
yeah.
Now
my thing is customs.
Your whole world.
Like when you travel internationally.
Customs is the one.
Because usually I'll have like a couple cigars that I probably shouldn't have. Oh, I forgot.
Oh, that's because you be messing around.
Yeah. Or a bottle of wine or something. I just don't want to claim it. So usually when I go through customs, I do have something illegal.
Yeah, no. Customs is one of those ones because I'm just like, everything's good in there, but I don't want any trouble.
Yeah.
Right? Like I don't want to have to explain things.
Yeah.
The more levels of explanation and the more places where we got to try and figure something out adds more opportunities for misunderstanding that I do not want.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. But that's all I got, fellas.
Right, good stuff.
Figgy Smith's Take, Sports Radio 610, every day at 1:20.
There you go. You love to see it. It is indeed, though, a funky football Friday. In fact, for Football Friday, the drive is out. East River 9 out in Houston, so you want to go and see those guys. But coming up next, before we hand it off to them, Texans win because, Texans lose because. What are the situations that would cause the Texans to win or lose the game on Sunday in Indy? Let's do that next.
Nick Caserio previewed the Texans season opener exclusively on Payne and Pendergast.
I mean, it's a good football team offensively. They have players that can create explosive plays from JT to Anthony to, I would put AD Mitchell in that category as well. So, we're going to need everybody that we take to the game on defense.
Hear the full conversation now on the Odyssey app.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. There is a
are owned by Vanguard's fund shareholder clients. Copyright 2024, The Vanguard Group, Inc. All rights reserved. Vanguard Marketing Corporation Distributor.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Funky Football Friday here in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and myself, Reggie Atatula, hanging out with you. We're getting you ready for Texans Colts. Wow, I was about to go to Titans. I'm that ready.
We'll get there.
I'm that ready to do that. There will be 2 times for that, but no, we start in Indy with the Colts. That is Sunday, noon kickoff. You can hear that starting at 9 a.m. right here on your home of the Houston Texans, Sports Radio 610. A lot of people looking for that song, Fig. I believe are you going to help them out with that?
Yeah, so it's on all streaming platforms.
Yeah.
The song is called 2 Fingers Up, and it's featuring Lil Pat, Big Tyke, Chubbs, Malone, and one person I ain't even mentioned that was on the song, Paul Wall.
It's Paul Wall, baby.
Oh, wow, baby.
All right. Excited. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to get that on the social media as well. But, yeah, you want to make sure that you're getting ready for our guys, Clinton, Ron, The Drive, also Tyler. I don't want to forget T-Mill. The Drive is going to be handling things once we hand it over to them at 2. They're out at East River 9 in Houston. So, yeah, go see what's up with those fellas. I saw someone text in earlier that they got all their work done all week, and then their boss said that they needed them for something, so they're not going to be able to make it out. And I am hurt for you, friend.
Man.
I am hurt for you.
Call in
all
sick.
your work done, too.
Hey, call in sick.
Yeah, exactly. Just be like, well,
it's not legal.
I just heard that, the kiddo at the school need me to come pick him up. So,
yeah,
do what you got to do. Go see the fellas. All right. Let's do this. Texans win because, Texans lose because. As we head into the weekend, looking forward to week 1 of the Texans season, what are the things that are going to happen or that could happen that would mean that the Texans win? And on the negative side, what are the things that could happen that would make it so that the Texans lost?
Well, I'll start on the negative side because we got to leave them with an upswing here, right? So, to me, it's just so obvious. Jonathan Taylor demolishing the middle of that defense.
Yeah.
We've seen it before. 800 yards plus in 6 games against the Texans. His name is Jonathan Taylor, but you can call him TY because that's kind of what he's become with the Texans. Like they lose because and that's not even counting what Anthony Richardson might do. And we don't know.
Yeah.
But as far as like the path to victory, or like people like to say for the Colts, it's Jonathan Taylor just shredding this team.
If they can't stop the run, that will be a big issue in the course of, if we're talking Monday about a loss, that's definitely going to be a big part of it. You want to get a win because in there?
Yeah, I think the win, it may be as obvious, but I think it's certainly to be determined. It's like how Bobby Slowick utilizes all these weapons. One of the ongoing themes here is, are they going to feed them all? There's only one ball, and everybody's going to want to eat and all that stuff. Bobby Slowick, I have all the confidence in the world, has a plan to do that. Can they do it? And I'm not talking about just the 3 wide receivers. I'm talking about, we've talked a lot about Dalton Schultz underneath, Joe Mixon out of the backfield. How about that tight end that's not a tight end? I mean, that fullback that's not a fullback. Yeah. And using him out of the backfield. The mismatches, I mentioned this earlier. Just imagine, and I want to see this, and I think we are going to see this. 3 wide receivers, no backs, the tight end, and the back coming out of the backfield, I should say.
Yeah.
That's 5 weapons, man.
Yeah.
And how he's going to use it. They're going to win because of Slowick's ability, and obviously C.J. Stroud, but Slowick's ability to just make them guess every snap.
Yeah. For me, Texans lose because the interior of the offensive line does not have their best day.
Mm-hmm.
We know that the interior of this defensive line for the Colts, when you talk about Grover Stewart, you talk about DeForest Buckner, those guys can really get after you. And obviously the run game is something that this Texans team needs to show itself capable of doing. But also, we talked about the idea of there's possibility of getting pressure up the middle. And I know that, typically the Texans' offensive line pass blocking is fine. C.J. Stroud, we know that he's managing pockets really well. But no quarterback wants that pressure up the middle. And we saw what pressure can do when that offensive line isn't on it. with Lamar Jackson. Now, he was out there creating, but even with all of that creation, it looked like he had a heavy weight on his shoulder.
Yeah.
That'd be a problem if you're looking at it with CJ dealing with too heavy of a load and he can't not being able to get the ball
Sure.
out to all those weapons that you pointed out to. Texas win because they're able to stop the run, like as you mentioned. Right?
There we go.
If you have the likes of Henry To'oTo'o, you have Jake Hansen stepping up and really filling those gaps in the ways that they're supposed to, now you're cooking with grease, right? Now you're in a good place because I don't know that offense is really going to kill you passing the football. Although, unless if the eyes are fooling you and you're seeing guys really biting on the run and then those passes are just going right over the top of that linebacker, then that could get real dicey. But I think if those guys are capable of really stepping in and playing like D'Amico Ryans believes them capable of, I think this should be a good one.
It's always a cliche and sort of like a crutch. Oh, whoever wins the turnover battle, whoever wins, So I'm not saying that. But I'm saying if Kamari Lassiter shows, because they've got two good wide receivers.
They do.
And we know.
Although one is the standout.
Yeah, Michael Pittman. But let's say, Kamari Lassiter holds his own there. Anthony Richardson, my big criticism of him, as much as I know what he can do, and he's just a physical freak and all that, is he's not real accurate. Like sometimes he'll throw the ball right to you. So if you have good coverage on the other side, and good coverage deep, maybe they'll snag one or two, and that'll change the whole game.
Some other ones that came in, Texans win because we decided to let Richardson make the plays only he can make. We should concentrate on forcing him to pass into the defensive backs. As you mentioned, Texans lose because Laramie Tunsil gets treated like the Ravens left tackle Ronnie Stanley.
That's on the table.
That is a possibility with the emphasis that they're placing.
That got me nervous.
That is on the table.
On lining up in such a way. Some other things that came in, 9-3-6. Texans lose because they can't stop the run and can't protect CJ. Another one, Texans lose because we underestimate the Colts. 2-1, win if they can stop the run and run the ball. Okay, all those coming in. I appreciate you guys getting involved.
If they can't win because they can't protect CJ, that's a whole nother problem.
It
right
sure
there,
is.
man.
It sure is.
Yeah.
And Texans win because CJ spreads the ball around to 8 or 9 different targets. Oh, I like what we're doing
I said
there.
5, but I'll take 8
all
or
right,
9.
all sorts of people getting active.
Look at Sims getting some catches.
Let's spread the ball around ourselves.
Wait a minute, is that Juice Scruggs with it?
All right, that's illegal. That's not allowed. I know that for certain. I don't know a lot. That's not allowed. What is allowed and what we should do as we spread the ball around is head out to East River 9 in Houston, talk to our guys, Clint and Ron. Fellas, how y'all doing out there?
We're good out here. Reggie, listen, I expect you to make your way on out here, Reg. Listen, you're seeing the city again. I know you grew up here, but you're learning the city again.
Yes, absolutely.
This is a spot, man. You need to stop by. It's right downtown, man. The first tee, all you do is see the skyline. And listen, you want a little pickleball, you can do that here too. Good food, good drinks. I just had that smoke club, and I might fall asleep here in just to be honest with you. But no, man, you got to get down here, man. This is one of the dopest spots in all of Houston. Right here is crazy. Just a 9-hole golf course right in the middle of the city. So no, it's a great spot, man.
Don't tell me, I'll pull up.
Hey, Reg, 9 holes, lighted. So look, you can. I don't know your situation, but you can bring a date out here. You can bring your lady out here. You can come with the fellas and just play around. And you don't have to go home when the sun goes down. You know what I mean? You can play. You can play for a while. And I'm gonna tell you, the literal first tee box right here. Ron talked about the skyline. I don't know that there's a better visual of the Houston skyline than this right here. So. When you're standing on this first tee right out here. Get somebody to stand behind you and take a picture, Reg, and it screams H-Town.
Okay.
Big time.
And I would also like to add, Reg, if you so choose, you don't have to bring nobody out here. If I remember the last time I was out here, you don't got to bring a soul out here, Reg. Okay. All right, I'm just saying. As Clint said, I'm not sure of your situation, but I mean, you everything's available.
That's right. I'm in the business of acquiring free agents at this point. You know what I mean? So,
well, come on out here, baby.
Hey, let us live vicariously. Come on out, baby.
I already just told him that.
All right, cool. Look, y'all mess around. I might be out there in an hour if you're not careful.
Man, might as well, man. Might as well. No, good time. Hey, man, how you all feeling about this one? It's the first one in which I believe has the potential of being the greatest football season in this city. How you feeling about game one?
Feeling really, really good. I understand, though, that, and I've said it, I think the Colts game is probably the most perilous of the first 6. No question about it. So it's going to be fun, man.
Yeah, man, there's a lot of stuff that I can't wait to see. I'm optimistic, but I'm also understanding of the fact that I haven't seen it on the field yet, and that's really the thing for me. I'm ready, pumped to see it on the field, and so I'm excited. I'll be listening to you guys. I might just come out there and see you, in fact, here in a bit. But if you want to go out and see them, make sure you tap in East River 9, us downtown, hang out with these fellas, grab a brew, swing some clubs, do all of that. But you can always catch these fellas right here, Sports Radio 610. You're listening to KILT HD2 and Odyssey Sports Station. And on this Football Friday, The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live, and we are live here on the road again. Our first Football Friday of the season, and it brings us here to East River 9. Easy to get to, man. Just come on down that long road, and you'll be in one of the coolest spots in the city. And Clint is in the building. I see Tyler is in the building as well. And you can be in the building here, and our raffle is up. What people got a chance to win a foursome?
Yeah, you can win a foursome out here at East River 9, and we'll be raffling that off. I guess Ron will tell you what time that is, but the fine folks here, not only can you come out and enjoy a few drinks, but tremendous bar setting here, and that the menu's solid. We just had a nice little bite to eat. But if the weather permits, you can win a free round of golf for you and 3 buddies.
We get a chance to party.
That's right, man. So come on out here, and our raffle table is right next to us, and you'll just put that in the box. I see some people already fill their names out, put it in the raffle box for their chance to win the foursome. Let's do it in the 4 o'clock hour. Why not, man? Let's do it in the 4 o'clock hour. Let's hook somebody up then. And it'll be a good time out here. So get on out here. You got to be in person to win that thing. I'm telling you, somebody yesterday, they left. They filled it out. They left, and their name was called first to win them tickets to the Bears game against the Texans, and they wasn't in attendance. And we had to go on to the next person.
I'm going to tell you, Tyler left. He introduced himself and left. And then I hate to tell you, Tyler,
name.
Look, he had a chance to win the cooler, but he wasn't there. And then I think what'd you say? There was 2 or 3 people.
2 or 3 people who
that missed on the on the tickets.
Yeah, that's tough. And somebody said, hey, they just left. They just left. Well, yeah, they fresh out. So get on out here, have a good time, and hang out with us and give you a chance to win. All right, man, the season has started. We got a lot to talk about with the Texans as they get ready to face the Indianapolis Colts, and their season gets off. But last night, things kicked off in the NFL. Hey, you said it was appointment TV, and you had to watch. You talk about soap opera. I mean, to the very, very end, until it went to the officials in the booth, and the Chiefs won by a toenail, 27-20. And all I could think about were people who lived their lives like Tyler Milner, who are sitting there like at a 3-point spread, thinking to themselves, "All right, dog, if I had the under, like I'm sitting pretty right now when he scored this touchdown, but I took the over. Damn, we just lost this thing, and then they took it right back, and somebody won some money, and somebody was hot, smoking hot. But it was a great game to kick things off, Clint.
Look, I thought it was an unbelievable game. I mean, that's as close to a playoff atmosphere that you're going to have out of the gate in literally the first game of the NFL season. A lot of times, at least my expectations, a lot of times you got teams that haven't played much football, got their superstars, their starters, haven't played much in the preseason. And so it's a little bit of a slow start. You know, maybe guys aren't as into it as they are later in the season, knowing that they've got a 18-week season counting a bye week. But last night, I know for me it was appointment television, and once I sat down in front of that TV, I was on the edge of my seat damn near the entire game. You could tell the look in Lamar Jackson and Pat Mahomes' eyes. The game just it didn't appear to me to look like they were just like, oh man, let me knock the rust off, man. Let me get this season started. Nah, the intensity was through the roof, the sense of urgency was through the roof, and it ended up being a hell of a football game, man. So yeah, Ron, that was big time, man. That's the way you kick off a damn NFL season right there.
Yeah, man, and the implications could be big. Like that big toe being out could be a huge thing down the line, determining where games are played. To the point I sent that tweet out last night that was fun. I hope we get to see this game again. I hope we get to see this matchup again. But for the Ravens, it could and potentially have to take place back in Arrowhead again because of this game. We'll see how things go. Obviously, there's 16 more to go, but you get a head-to-head win, and there's only one bye and where these games get played. So that was a potential opportunity that the Ravens missed there in that game yesterday.
Yeah, look, I think it was to me that's the missed opportunity is the theme of the entire game. Yes, as you see it in terms of the whole season, it could end up being the loss that keeps them from the bye or home field advantage or all of the above. But if you just watch the game, to me, when you're playing Pat Mahomes and you get opportunities, you got to get 7. When you're playing Pat Mahomes and you get opportunities to make big plays, you got to go make them. You can't have penalties. You can't have things holding you back. When you're playing Pat Mahomes, you can't afford to waste all of your second half timeouts. On defense early in the second half.
They were stuck with one timeout.
Yeah, man, you look at Lamar Jackson and as much as you talk about he is the MVP, guys. It's so hard to watch watch football in general.
Clint, that was one of the best games I've watched Lamar. He almost had 400 yards of total offense himself.
It's unbelievable. And it's important how he did it, too. One, against a great defense, but it's important. They were using his legs both on platform, in scheme, as well as –
But he was dipping.
He got sometimes where he was dipping. So that's how you – now, you would like for him to be protected more. You'd like for him to not have to dip so much. And when he does run and take hits, it's by design. So I think they couldn't protect as well as they thought they were going to be able to protect up front, which, thank the Lord, you got a Lamar Jackson in that kind of situation. But even if you get down to Lamar Jackson, the missed go route down the sideline where Zay Flowers was had a couple of steps beyond man coverage, and he underthrew it a little bit, and it ends up being a good defensive play. The miss on Zay across the middle and down there would have kept a drive alive, may have even scored, but would have definitely kept a drive alive inside the red zone. The missed touchdown late, obviously, to Zay Flowers, where it was more of a miscommunication. He thought he was going to settle, and Zay kept running. Those are the kind of things, man, that you just cannot afford to do in, 3 or 4 or 5 of the games that you play a year. Those are going to be the difference in the game. And when Pat Mahomes and now this Chiefs defense, when they're the team across the field from you, you just cannot afford to make those kind of mistakes.
I'm interested from you because sometimes, and over the years, we've had conversations about plays in which, like, hey man, that guy was wide open. How did he miss him? Or I remember one time, Odell's dad sent in some videos trying to crush Baker Mayfield, and you're like, nah, man, dude, when you're playing quarterback, you're not even looking that way. Like, yeah, it's fun to put somebody open when the first 2 reads are on the other side of the field. A lot of people thought 3 of the throws at the end that Lamar could have made. The first one to Likely, in which he got injured, where he was pushed out.
Yep.
The one that everyone's talking about with Zay Flowers, and then at least those 2, because that last one was probably the best throw he made of the 3. But those two are those throws in which you look at it, because a lot of people are saying, yeah, Lamar played great, but those 2 right there. Those are throws that almost anybody could have made. Were those tougher throws? Because in postgame, he said he wasn't even looking at Zay Flowers. That's not who that ball was intended for. He said it was intended for Bateman, and he saw him late.
Well, it looks a lot worse to us because you just think, man, how are you not looking at him the whole time? He's running across there by himself, where in reality he's going through a progression, and when he locks eyes with whoever he was throwing through to typically – he don't realize he's been open, and he's open 10 yards deep, especially down there in the end zone. So to me, that was a communication. The Likely injury miss, that was a big miss. That was a really
first one, yeah.
But here's and as good as Lamar Jackson is, Ron, there's a handful of guys that play the game the way that Lamar Jackson plays the game at the NFL level. It's not easy, man. You got to have a freakish amount of ability, and it's when you play the game like last night. When I talk about the runs that were in scheme, that has got to be the identity of what Baltimore does, right? But they've got to find a way to limit him having to run around out of scheme, because when you're constantly having to run around and run for your life and try to make a big play here, and you're trying to run with your legs and nothing is in scheme, man, things are moving 9,000 miles an hour. You know what I mean? The thought of just quiet mind, quiet feet, boom, here comes Zay Flowers across there, just put it in his chest, lead him, don't lead him.
Chris Jones breathing down your neck. By the way, how do we come up with that? 2 plays in a row, Justice Hill, one-on-one, Chris Jones. Now, Lamar was helping him, but that's the other thing that I looked at when I'm like, I think, Lamar is a great player and has got to make those throws. But, I mean, he wasn't just sitting back there just with a clean pocket. No. He's out here he was running back and forth trying to avoid Chris Jones and Justice Hill.
Look, he did everything he could, but the thing is like early on you could tell they couldn't protect, so they're trying to throw the quick game. They're trying to throw the screen game, and you can only get so much mileage out of that. You couldn't protect him well enough to throw the deep ball a lot of the time. And so he did everything that he possibly can. But when we're talking about the Baltimore Ravens as a Super Bowl favorite, a Super Bowl contender, like we got to understand, like when you've got to ask Lamar Jackson to play that kind of football, as good as he is, you literally, it's so difficult to go from Chris Jones is breathing down my neck, here comes this defender, here comes that defender, let me move, let me shake, let me do this, to quiet mind, quiet feet, let me deliver this football. It's so difficult to do that, and even as good as Lamar Jackson is, he's going to have hiccups along the way. And so that's why it's if you can do it inside the scheme, it's going to help you a lot more than just, hey, man, Lamar went out there and made plays. Now, it's a lot easier said than done, right? Because the Chiefs' defense is absolutely one of the best things that I've seen that I saw the Chiefs do. Smartest things that I saw the Chiefs do was when they started just going, hey, Chris Jones, you have the freedom to tap anybody on their shoulder and say,
for about 2 years now.
I want your seat. Yeah. I want your seat.
He chooses who he wants to go against.
Well, you talk about Justice Hill. Like it makes it impossible for an offensive line to zero in on him.
And he'll wait to the last second.
Absolutely. He risked. This ball was snapped a couple times. He was standing up.
I thought he might have been offsides almost.
He wasn't even ready.
No. And did it to the other guy next to him.
And a couple of times, he actually got blocked because he wasn't ready. But boy, when the confusion that causes and the mismatches that it creates, because the offense cannot be right when you're doing that. You just can't stand up there and react to everything that Chris Jones is doing until the play clock runs out. So that's tremendous what they were able to do last night, whether they're getting mismatches or they're just making the Ravens sit deep in that play clock. That was good defensive stuff.
I'm watching that last night, and you look at it from a Texans lens, and 713-572-4610, those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in always with this as well. Now, we know, like, those two teams are arguably, and they were last year, but those two teams were the top of the AFC. When you think about the AFC, that's the top of the AFC. The Ravens and the Chiefs, I think many people looked at them, maybe throw the Bengals in there, maybe throw the Texans in there, maybe throw the Jets in there or the Bills, but those are the teams at the top of the AFC. When you watched that game yesterday, did you get a sense that I feel good that the Texans belong with that group? Did you get it? Did you watch that and get a sense that, yep, the Texans could have played in that game. The game would have gone – the Texans could have been in that game like the Ravens were against the Chiefs. The Texans could have played with the Ravens that way. Did you get a sense of that feel watching that?
No, I'm not there yet. I need to see some action with and that's not a knock on the Texans. That is last night what we watched was cream of the crop, best available in the AFC.
So you watched that, you weren't thinking Texans are there.
I'm hoping they are,
but you just need.
But no, I'm not. No. That because you're talking about two defenses that were Yeah, well, I don't either, D'Amico. We'll see. I mean, you get to show it to me. Show it to me before I bring it to the airwaves. I'll tell you that. I don't see it, Ron. I haven't seen it. I can't go out on that limb yet because what we saw last night, I mean, that was big time, man. That was Super Bowl caliber football being played on both sides of the football. It was one team that's been there, done it. It was very comfortable in that kind of game. Had a 2-score lead, took advantage of some mistakes, and then it was another team that just refused to go away with a couple of players that are just absolutely elite, being game changers. And so, the defenses were tremendous. I got to see the Texans get there, man.
I think.
I hope like hell they are.
I think absolutely on paper they are. What I watched yesterday, on paper, if you watch it, you sit there and you say, all right, on paper, I think the Chiefs. I think that the Texans could score with the Chiefs and the Ravens. On paper, when you look at it, you think they've got the weapons. I look at them, they clearly, to me, have better weapons than the Ravens all around. And the Ravens didn't even really use – now, they got Lamar, but they didn't really use Henry a lot. But you look at it, you say, yeah, those weapons match. I can even look at the Chiefs and say they've got the weapons that match that. Now, I don't know about – and defense, too. I feel like those defenses, it seems like the parts on paper could hang in there. Now, the experience those two teams have, the wars those quarterbacks and coaches have been through in these big games are something that they don't have on paper. But on paper, I was saying, yes, like you, we'll see when they play. But if you just look at it, if you just say, they can match up with them. They can match up with those teams. And to me, if I'm a Texans fan, I watch that and I think, I can't wait till we play those two teams later in December to see where we stand at it. Now, we may get new evidence against the Colts and come in here Monday and be like, that on paper stuff is garbage because when they went down there, I don't think they'd be able to hold Derrick Henry or Pacheco down because of what Taylor did to him. But at least on paper, to me, it felt like, the Texans can hang with these two teams.
Oh, I think on paper, yeah. No, on paper, they'll stack up with anybody in the damn league. I mean, there ain't no doubt about it. But what I watched last night wasn't paper.
There's some added stuff. It's clearly two teams that have been through the wars.
There's two teams there. Again, one that just expects to win the third in a row, and another one that is. Yeah, I hear you. And another one that is
we got to address him.
Unbelievably frustrated that he hasn't, stepped over that hurdle yet in terms of getting to a Super Bowl. So I hope like hell. And on paper, yes, you are. And I'll be honest with you, I expect them to be. But do I think right now? Would I bet on it right now? No, I got to see a little something.
Listen, I'll be honest. Some of you may disagree, and that's fine. But last year, whenever they stepped on the field with the Ravens, there was at no point either one of the games that I think they were going to win.
Yeah.
Even the playoff game after what they did to the Browns, when they stepped on the field and you saw their dudes and your dudes, I said, Baltimore's going to have to shoot themselves in the foot for them to win. Someone texted in and said, Clint, I agree with you. I think our defense could have played in that game depending on our cornerback situation. The big question is our offensive line. Can they play? Could they play against those defenses? And, those are question marks. And I think we'll learn a lot of those question marks coming up tomorrow, coming up on Sunday.
That's another good takeaway. Localizing that particular game. It was clear Baltimore's offensive line is not. They're in trouble against Kansas City. I think they're going to be fine during the regular season, and as they work some things out. I think the Texans' offensive
line. I feel more comfortable about them than I do the Ravens right now. Now we'll have to see, but just with the guys they've got up there.
Yeah, we'll have to see about that. I jumped the gun. They are. Kansas City's front is clearly a problem, and it starts with Chris Jones, and that's why I've always talked about. Man, you get that interior defensive lineman. Hell, he bounced outside half the time, but that interior defensive lineman that can just cause problems like that, to that degree. It is hard to figure it out, man.
And they're going to add They're going to add Charles Omenihu when he recovers from his knee injury as well. That's where the strength of that defense is. All right, coming up, some important news here for the game on Sunday that I think is in help to the Texans' chances of winning. We'll pass that note along to you. And there's one thing that I took away from that game yesterday that I think could spark a conversation about the Houston Texans. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Sagamore, Rob.
That's right. Download the Odyssey app now and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
As we continue live here on this Football Friday, people out there let me know. I apologize on YouTube and Twitch. Apparently, all you could see was my chin and nipples the entire way, and I apologize. If you let me know, Tyler, let me know out there.
I'll let you know every week, brother.
If it's pulled up there.
Hey, you got some nice nipples, man. You might show them things off, baby.
They run hard.
I'll show mine if you show yours.
But no, you just show yours. So I got no way to see it. So, but I apologize, and the folks will let me know. Hey man, we only seeing your nose. We only seeing your crotch or whatever it is. I do want to pass.
Don't put it on your crotch now.
I'm just saying if it's low.
That'd be hateful to some of us others now.
That'd be low. Oh, well, that lady in Cleveland. Said that's why I get stopped in the ESA line. Anyway, I do want to pass this along. One, we are live here at East River 9. Come on out. I mean, listen, the bar is starting to get set up. I see people ordering drinks. This lady behind the bar looks like she's about to make some real serious drinks to get people wired up on this Friday. And the staff is great, so come on out. Good food, good drinks as well, and your chance to win a foursome round here at East River 9. They've got 9 holes. You got a chance to have you and 3 of your other friends and your peoples to come out and play around here. So all you got to do is enter and write your name in our raffle, and you'll have a chance to win that. So come on out and have a good time. I want to pass this note along, and I think this is helpful to the Texans, but does take away something we talked about potentially wanting to evaluate, and that is Josh Downs. Josh Downs, the slot receiver for the Colts, has been ruled out of this game with an ankle injury. He was trying to get in, but he is not going to be able to make it, Clint. He is ruled out with an ankle injury. So they're down a weapon there, down a slot receiver for the Colts there in Josh Downs. So wanted to pass that note along. We'll give you the rest of the injury report. Things to be looking pretty good for the Texans in this thing, but Josh Downs is out. All right, Clint, I'm watching yesterday's game, Tyler as well, and one thing for me was established. Now I think Baltimore has got a little bit more to get through with their team, and the score of the game kind of dictated it. But you could see, Clint, I think Baltimore knows full well who they are offensively for the most part, what they want to do, and I think we'll see more of Derrick Henry and the ground and pound and running it, down teams' throats like they want to do. And then we see the Chiefs. We know they want to get it outside. They put it in Pat's hands, a lot of quick stuff. They use the speed of Worthy. They use all of these things in the middle of the field. They want to get the ball out. We know exactly who the Chiefs are offensively. Going into this right now, do you feel like you know the clear offensive identity of the Houston Texans? Do you feel confident that you know exactly who they are? And do you think who you believe they are is matching to what Bobby Slowick and DeMeco Ryans believes their offense is?
Let me unpack that.
Because it's two different things there. Because I think there could be a thing that D'Amico and Bobby wants them to be, but does that match exactly who they actually are?
Whether it's D'Amico or Bobby, or whether they admit it or not, I mean, they've got to run the football better than they did last year if they're going to win football games. If they're going to compete and legitimately be a Super Bowl caliber team. And ultimately, if they're going to end up being fair to C.J. Stroud and giving him a real chance to win Super Bowls and not just put up numbers, they're going to have to run the football well. And that's going to have to be not their identity, because C.J. Stroud and these explosive weapons are clearly the identity. But I think the way that identity becomes a Super Bowl caliber identity is the run game taking that next step. And it's interesting because with Houston, like, I don't ever see – I shouldn't say ever, because I don't know Kenyon Green and Juice Scruggs inside. We hadn't seen them play against the likes of Chris Jones and, heck, some of the guys you're going to see this weekend. But I feel like you're going to be able to protect well enough for CJ to sit back there and make decisions and be highly effective in the pass game. I really do. I feel like they're going to be that idea. That's who they're going to be when it comes down to it. That's how they're going to win and lose ball games. But we'll go back to that atmosphere and just the level of play that we watched last night. If you're going to stay on the field with either one of them teams, you cannot be one-dimensional. You don't have Lamar Jackson. You cannot be one-dimensional. You've got to run the football better. So I don't know if that answers your question. I don't know exactly who the Texans are right now, because I believe
that's the thing is I'm not sure. I feel like we all believe we know who they should be.
Yeah.
But like, I would not be surprised at all if they came out and said, "Damn it, we got Joe Mixon, and we are going to establish this run. We are going to we want the running game to be better." See, I think it's a difference. I think you're saying you want the running game to be improved to complement the pass.
And that would be the identity.
And I agree with that. I'm not 100% certain that they're not thinking like, hey, we are going to be completely balanced, and we can run it and we can throw it. I don't know that they are that. Like, to me, their game and their start should mirror what it was in the playoff game. And that was first play, let's go right down the field and put the ball in CJ's hands. I think it needs to improve, but I wouldn't be surprised if they have a bigger emphasis on running the football in this game than I think maybe some of us do.
I hope that all Texans fans right now, that we can all answer your question with, no, Ron, we don't know who Houston is. Because I hope that Joe Mixon comes out and proves to be that difference maker. This offensive line has taken a step in the run game, and we can all sit back and go, damn, we didn't see this coming. We knew they'd be better. We didn't see this coming. So hopefully that's where we're at.
The hope is that they're balanced. I don't know that. I don't know that. I think they got to have that ball in C.J. Stroud's hands.
When it matters, they ain't gonna be balanced. but we got to be complimentary.
Speaking of C.J. Stroud, C.J. Stroud. It's been back and forth with the Colts for a lot of the offseason, particularly the guys on their defense. I think it's continued to be that. C.J. Stroud has not stopped talking trash. Hear what he had to say about Indy coming up next.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you about Orchard. Now, look, if you're –
ready to help your company reach the next level and beyond. Learn more at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
We're going to get your flowers for sure.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back here and on a Football Friday. Football Friday, thanks to our good friends at Academy Sports.
That's right.
As they help us hold it down all year long. And this is just the first one. This is the first Football Friday. We will be doing this until this Texans season ends. So a good spot here, and this won't be the last time we are here at the great spot here. I'm telling you, get on out here. East River 9, it is fantastic. And when you get out here, and I'm telling you, in the 4 o'clock hour, if you are standing here, fellas, you got a chance to win a foursome round here. All you got to do is sign your name, put it in that rifle box there, and we'll be giving that out in the 4 o'clock hour. So get here, come out, have a good time, have some drinks, have some good food, and enjoy yourself out here. All right, I have on purpose not listened to this because I wanted to hear this fresh and live. At first, at once, I almost thought I already did. I almost accidentally heard it, but it was some of the other talking that CJ had done. But this is one I haven't heard. So
this is in reference to everything we talked about today. It's in reference to the bulletin board material that I talked to. I didn't know that he had responded, which apparently he has. And I heard this on the way home last night. I said, "Ooh, Ron got to hear this one."
Yeah, I got to. Tyler, have you heard it yet?
Well, yeah, I had to go get it and edit it up and stuff. So I've heard it.
I would have.
Let him know, Tyler. This stuff doesn't edit itself.
I do the work for you. It's no big deal.
I would have just slashed off the front and the end if I didn't want to hear it.
That would have been a good strategy.
And just let it roll in because I want to catch it right now live. All right, listen up. This is your quarterback C.J. Stroud going into this game against the Indianapolis Colts, continuing to speak for himself and his team.
But y'all know what time it is, though.
Uh-oh. You dropped it?
Oh, you want me to drop it?
But I guarantee if I went to the Colts or to a weak city, he would not be here. And he be talking about me all the time, and I know he gonna see this. I ain't tripping. Who? Zaire Franklin from the Coast.
Hey, he from Philly?
He said something the other day. It was on a podcast. He said that in person. I said something to him, talking mess. I'm like, I don't remember that to be real. We was at the Super Bowl. I seen him, and somebody asked us to take a picture together, so we took a picture together. I think I was just talking, you know what I'm saying, just on some cool shit. We off the field. I'm not really tripping off you, bro.
So he was capping on the podcast.
I don't think he was capping. I might have said something, but it rubbed him the wrong way. But y'all Philly niggas a little sensitive, man. The thing that I don't agree with all these podcasts these players have, my boy EJ, Speed, and I tell him this to his face. I don't even tripping. But a lot of dudes come to these podcasts oh yeah, I'm coming to hit. I'm gonna hit CJ in his face. I'm gonna get him next year. Where I'm from, we say, why ain't you do something where you was mad? You was mad right there, man. Do something. Right. You could have made hella plays, bro. You could have made plays, dog. Right. You could have shut me up right there, but you didn't. If we played him first game of the year. We play him after they plays. It's gonna be rocking. Indy hates me already, and I love it.
Oh my!
How you feeling about it, Ron?
Oh my! I love that. I love it.
I knew Tyler would love it.
Let's go.
Hey man,
say it with your chest, Colts.
CJ said it with his. I just hope that the Houston Texans are ready to cash those checks, because it ain't gonna just be him cashing them, having to cash them. Listen, I kind of pushed a bit earlier in the offseason against bulletin board material. If it was real, it felt a little more harmless. But I've clearly heard how the members of the Colts linebacking corps, and he's talking directly to them. That's who he's talking to.
Said both of them's names.
Yeah, he did. It's not he's talking to somebody on the offense. He's talking to Anthony, that he don't get to see. He talking to these fellas right here and there. Listen, you just hope that he's right and that he and his team can back it up. I believe he's gonna come through it and can back it up. But can his team go ahead and cash them checks that he's right? That's an approach.
Well, look,
that's an approach.
To me, there's several things here. Number one, after hearing that, there's no doubt about it that C.J. Stroud said whatever he said in passing to Zaire Franklin. Now, he may have thought that that Zaire's sensitive and he took it serious and it wasn't serious.
There's some talking in this game.
Whatever. Right. There's clearly, which I'm cool with. Okay, there clearly is some. CJ isn't just an innocent bystander that people are taking shots at because he had a good year last year. Like in this situation here, CJ's clearly involved, first of all, which, again, nothing wrong with it. I enjoy a little friendly trash talking, if you know what I mean. But I tell you the other thing, Ryan, you mentioned the other day when we brought this up, or maybe it was B. Scott. I think maybe it was B. Scott. That the Zaire Franklin stuff, maybe that was just, this new generation, just, talking a little bit of smack and kind of some friendly talk, trash talking. And okay, you may be right, B. Scott. You may be right. Listen to that right there. It sounds to me like C.J. Stroud is all right and cool with speed. But
Zaire Franklin.
It didn't seem like he had that same.
Buddy.
It didn't seem like he had that same approach with old boy from Philly, Zaire Franklin. That's sensitive. Where I'm from, we make I don't know. I get a sense that there's a little bit more than just you're my boy. We kick it in the offseason. Ha ha. We talk a little bit of trash and it went public.
Are we gonna get your
This
flowers?
seems to be a little bit deeper than that.
Oh boy, yeah. This it's deep. It's deep. It's gonna be some talking. It's gonna be some talking in this game. You love it, like Tyler. You love this from your quarterback.
Yeah,
you love your quarterback with this approach.
Yes, I mean it's just like me. When you know you're really damn good at what you do at your job, let them know. Let them hang. I love it.
Yeah,
it's an approach.
I agree with you, Tyler, as long as you can back it up.
Absolutely.
This is my
Absolutely. And the other 52.
Yeah, as long as they can back it
That's
up.
what I'm saying.
Right.
The other 52, because I just want to make sure that the checks you're cashing, that Kenyon Green and Juice Scruggs can go ahead and back that up.
Yeah, this is. You're right, man.
That's what I'm saying, because like DeForest Buckner and E.J. Speed and all them boys in that front seven that they're going to have to deal with, they was already peaked and ready to go. There's clearly something extra that they are bringing to the table to this thing.
Yeah, that's you just better be able to back it up, man.
Kenyon's excited about playing his first game in over a year.
Yeah, Kenyon don't need no help getting Buckner fired up, right? I mean, it's
text line, I love this as long as they win.
Yeah,
I bet you do.
Look, I'm with you, and this is the key. If you had 2 or 3 years of 10+ wins and just dabbling in the playoffs each year, I could see it. My problem is that you rose so quickly last year, that we might want to just spend our time getting comfortable in this company instead of pissing folks off. That's all. That's just where I'm at.
Can I say this? This is where I wonder about it. Is like, I'm good with you. Like, hey, Deion does this deal. That's Deion, man. That's Deion since we've ever seen Deion. Deion gonna talk. Deion gonna do what he does. Maybe CJ been hiding this guy for a long time, but where was this guy? Where did this guy?
At Ohio State. Guy that came out of nowhere.
Where did this guy come? At Ohio State last year? Did you see this guy?
Mm-mm.
I know he's.
It happened on Radio Row at Super Bowl.
I'm just saying, I'm cool. Like, you've been talking, that's cool. People talk. That's do you. I'm just saying, man. You came out of. You've been Tom Brady this whole time we've seen you on the national stage, and all of a sudden, you didn't slid out to Deion.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, listen. I know he can back it up. I know he's dude. I think they got several guys do this. You put on everybody else.
Yep.
And hey, listen, maybe he's challenging these cats. Hey, come with me. Come roll with me. But this has added something to this game. This has added something to this game. From the text line, come on, Ryan. Nothing wrong with it. The greatest players have always talked a little trash. Yeah, listen. As I said, I didn't say nothing wrong with it. My thing is, this feels like a new part of your personality or something. This feels like a little bit of a change. Maybe, as I said, maybe he's been hiding it. Maybe this is the. And I'm not saying you need to be like everybody else, but this is
Yeah, no.
This was not the approach at all last year.
Just be able to back it up? And the fact of the matter is, it's a huge shift from who he was and who they were last year to this year with this kind of stuff going on, which that's human nature. It happens. When you go win a Rookie of the Year, 2 Rookies of the Year actually, and you win 10 ball games, you get the second round of the playoffs, and you live that 1 year of life, things should change for you. You better be able to back it up. You know, you just hope it's not the whole, hey, the team's a little bit better.
Breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
I don't know. What's the breaking news, Tyler?
Holy hell! It's Astros breaking news for you, Houston, on a football Friday, but we got some baseball breaking news. Brian McTaggart and others reporting it is a miracle. Kyle Tucker has been reinstated for the Houston Astros off of the 60-day injured list. His shin bone is healed, people! Let's go!
Yeah.
I've been waiting to hear that. I wanted to hear.
Is he in the lineup?
We don't know yet. We probably don't know yet. I would imagine, knowing the Astros, he goes right on in there. If Diaz, Litmus Diaz, can be brought on the team and get right in the lineup that first day, then damn it, Kyle Tucker can be brought to this team and be put immediately in. If Ben Gamble can come in on his first day and start, Kyle Tucker can come in on his first day and start. I cannot wait to see the lineup and where he is and what it looks like. But if you just missed this on a Football Friday presented by the good people at Academy Sports, the Houston Astros have their MVP candidate from earlier this year, the guy that has been their best hitter the last 2 years, their best player the last 2 years, back on the team. We'll see if he's in the lineup. But Kyle Tucker, finally, since June 3rd, it is September 6th. He has not played since June 3rd on that deep bone bruise that was a bone bruise to a deep bone bruise.
Fracture.
To a fracture, to a slight fracture, to it was deep. It was hard to see with the imaging. He is back on the field for this series against the Arizona Diamondbacks. So if you're going out there tonight, if you got tickets, you get to see Kyle Tucker. How about that?
Come on, baby.
That's big news. I just wanted to be surprised.
First week of September, just like he told you, Ron.
Yeah.
First week of September, Tucker's back in the lineup.
I mean, you mentioned it.
Bregman's still playing third base. All that, you lost all that damn sleep over worrying. Here we are.
Yeah. Finally, he was eventually going to get that right. I mean, you threw out enough dates. He's eventually going to get that thing right. All right, more on the latest breaking news as a big boost for the Astros tonight. Kyle Tucker is back. We'll look at how the NFL started last night. The Chiefs and the Ravens. Do you feel that it's more likely that the Chiefs potentially win their third straight, or do you think they're a little bit more vulnerable this year? And we'll get you caught up on the Texans and Colts injury updates. All of that coming up as we are live here on the road at East River 9 here in downtown. Come hang out with us right here live on The Drive.
All right, Kyle Tucker's fixing to be back in his Astros lineup, y'all. He's texting.
610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, number 1. Huge news coming from your Houston Astros. News that felt like it may not happen. News that you wondered, is this really going to ever happen? Well, it has happened. Reports coming from multiple sources. Adam Spollane's been on this as well. Our Adam Spolane, Sports Radio 610. This coming from Brian McTaggart. Kyle Tucker has been reinstated to the 60-day IL. Kyle Tucker, who has been out since June 3rd. That's the last time he has played baseball after fouling that ball off of his shin. He is now reinstated. We do not know if he is in the lineup yet today. I would be surprised if he isn't. Along with that, we've lost Zach DeZenzo, not to death, but to Sugarland. He has been optioned down as Kyle Tucker is back. He, I think, did a pretty good job to help this team out while he was up here. But the real big news, Clint and Tyler, Kyle Tucker is back. If you're just rolling in, he is back, and we expect him to be in the lineup today.
Yeah, look, DeCenzo made him some money. I know Tucker's the headliner here, but DeCenzo made him made him a little money.
I know he made some money, but I mean, let's get to the
well, no, I mean, look, get paid before we put the guy to bed. Let's give him a little respect. Now, Kyle Tucker,
I'm going past him.
Absolutely, this is huge, and not for any other reason other than your lineup is going to be at full strength, as full as it can possibly be with Bregman's little elbow issue, as full as it can possibly be for 20-plus games before we kick this run off to another World Series. That's it. That's all I got for you. 96 days. Absolutely. 96 days. We were almost to 100 days. I ain't worried about it, Ron. We're here. We're here.
And listen, fellas, we gotta be honest, man. He left, and he's been gone 96 days, and they have clearly changed. Like when he left, they were a team that didn't look like they were going to make the playoffs. When he was last on this team, they were under 500, and they were well behind the Seattle Mariners. And now they hold a 4.5-game lead on the Seattle Mariners, getting him back. And to me, I think the big thing with this, fellas, is now that he comes back September 6th, we'll see how they play it with him. Maybe they let him play a day, give him a day off. We'll see how they handle this thing. But September 6th is going to give him plenty of time, Clint, to get himself ready, to get himself in a good spot heading into the playoffs. Right? This would be tough if he came back September 26th and you got to go to the playoffs October 1.
Yeah.
You know, now
absolutely.
this gives him some time to kind of get himself adjusted and get himself ready, and you hope like we're seeing Justin Verlander, that's what they said, he's in this spring training period. Now, this will be some time for him to get himself through right now. So this works out really as best as it could for somebody to miss 96 days.
You got to think that the last, let's say 30 days, let's call it 30 days, that he's been able to, in the cages, the live BPs, like he's been able to swing at an impressive clip in order for them to just feel comfortable about, hey, he's healthy, pushing back in there. Like he's clearly been able to stay active and in the box and swinging the bat in an impressive way, or else I would think that there would be some kind of rehab stint. This is I think it's promising, obviously for right now. You know, just that he's going straight to the majors. Doesn't have any rehab stint going on. But to your point, I think the biggest thing here is simply the timing is going to allow him to take roughly a month, 3 weeks, whatever it may be, to get back in the groove.
Let's go around the horn, Tyler. You kick this one off. Where does he bat? Where do you have him in the lineup tonight if he's back in it?
Where do I think, or where do I wish he was, or both?
Where do you have him? Where would you put him?
I'd put him at 5.
Okay. 5 behind the 4 that have been the top 4 here of late.
Yes.
Got what you're saying? You would have, so anywhere, what is it, Altuve, Alvarez, Diaz, Bregman, and then him. Okay. in the 5 spot. Where do you have him tonight?
In the 4 hole. Put Bregman back in the 2 hole where he was absolutely shredding. Altuve, Bregman, Alvarez, Tucker, Diaz, and I don't care what you do 6 through 9.
Yeah, I would go. I'd go him in the 2 spot. Altuve, Tucker, Alvarez, and then I would have Altuve, Tucker, Alvarez. No, you're right. I'm sorry. I don't want Bregman in the 4 spot. So I put
hey, you were fixing to get roasted. What were you saying yesterday?
I don't want him in the 4 spot. But no, I'm sorry. Bregman in the 2 spot, and then Alvarez, him, and then so yeah, I'm with you on that one. The way it will shake out. I hope he's in the top 4. I'd be surprised if he is outside of it. But Tyler gave his reasonings yesterday of why he wanted to potentially kind of ease him into it and outside of the top 5. So hopefully he gets in here and this offense starts to kick and get going, because now this lineup looks a lot longer with him in it and looks a lot different with him in it. Anywhere from Diaz hitting lower in the lineup all the way down. So big news for the Astros. By the way, they have the Diamondbacks who are in the playoff hunt as well, playing really, really well in the National League, having a great second half. Framber Valdez, he gets on the mound again, and he has been arguably the best pitcher in Major League Baseball over the last several months. He has been really, really good. Last game, he didn't give up a hit in 7 innings. So we'll see what he does at home tonight. Remember, the Astros, they lead the Mariners in the AL West by 4.5. So big one tonight as Tucker is back. Should be a really, really good feeling and vibe in the ballpark tonight.
It feels huge.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
That's right, and Bagwell is not on the call, I believe, tonight. So it is a big game. It's not your fault, Jeff. Just want you to know that. All right, last night the NFL season kicked off as the Chiefs, they moved to 1-0 as they defeat the Baltimore Ravens 27-20 in a game that came all the way down to the last second, the last toe, as Likely caught the ball. It was ruled a touchdown initially, but then as replay came about, there's a show that the front toe of his foot was just on the white and out of bounds, and the Chiefs went ahead and won that game against those 2 top teams in the AFC. Clint, do you look at this and think, all right, the Chiefs are more gettable right now, or do you feel better about them potentially making history and winning 3 straight?
I feel better about them making history and winning 3 straight. I think the defense, as you mentioned, is they're at least as good as they were last year. At least in one game, they look like they're going to be as good as they were last year.
They look closer than they were. I don't know if they're good as last year, but they look closer. I thought they were going to take a pretty decent step back. I thought they would be still okay, like a top 15 defense. But with Lamar going off, they handled that. You look up, oh, shoot, they've given up 20 points like they did all of last year.
That defense, Ron, this goes back to our conversation yesterday. The Kansas City defense, they play, correct me if I'm wrong on this, probably a stat you saw. In the playoffs last year, they played the 4 top most deadly offenses, and they held them to under 17 points a game.
The Dolphins, the Bills, the Ravens, and the 49ers.
I believe those were the top 4 scoring offenses in the NFL, and they held them to under 17 points a game. That's the kind of – I don't give a damn what you do over 18 weeks. Well, obviously you got to be good. But when it comes down to it, do you have the ability to play the best offenses in the game and lock them down? When I watched that game last night, that defense – now, to your point, they damn near made it a 2-point conversion game, right?
Yep.
But that defense allowed Pat Mahomes to separate to a 10-point lead and make it really difficult on the Ravens to come back. And that defense was absolutely tremendous. And then we can't talk about the Chiefs right now without talking about that Longhorn out of University of Texas, man. Xavier Worthy last night was now. To be real about it, Andy Reid was dialing some things up for him. Now Andy Reid did his thing, but if Xavier Worthy is going to be that kind of weapon with Rashee Rice underneath, catching. It seems like every ball he catches is within 1 yard of the line of scrimmage, and then he goes and gets something.
That's the deal right there. The impact of Xavier Worthy, and then when they get Hollywood Brown back,
Travis Kelce,
but
Rasheed Rice.
it's just the middle of the field for Kelce and Rice is just going to be. It's just going to. It was scary how much. That's why I was trying to tell Tyler yesterday. Hey, them catches. I think tomorrow's I told him I thought it was going to be a Rasheed Rice day, and you could just see. All right, we're going to double Kelce. We're going to bracket him. Worthy, and when you show his speed off immediately, right off in the first drive, scares you the whole way.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then like another one, the NFL gets. How the hell did they bust that coverage for that touchdown on him?
I don't know. I don't know. But when you're playing Pat and when you got those kind of weapons, it happens.
There wasn't even a safety over there.
Yeah. To your point, Ron. Like I feel better about Kansas City right now than I did yesterday because the weapons are real. Rasheed Rice is there. Kelce's still there. Xavier Worthy is there. I thought their run game at times looked tremendous. I mean, there were like moments in that game where they're getting 3-4 yards worth of push against a good defensive front. So yeah, I think you've always got Andy Reid and Pat, obviously.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm a little bit. I'm more confident, I guess, in their chances to three-peat.
They got to clean some stuff up. They weren't real great in the red zone, but you can see the offense is completely different already than it was last year. But I gotta give some credit to Lamar Jackson, man. That was one of the best performances I've seen him have. Although he missed the throws that he would love to have back late in that game, but that game wouldn't have been there if he had almost 400 yards of offense himself. 122 yards rushing, almost threw for 300 in the game. He was scary, but the scary thing for the Ravens is they better figure out how they incorporate, Derek and everybody else, because that isn't sustainable. The way that they had to play him yesterday. Now maybe they're not down to everybody, but that wasn't sustainable the way they.
Yeah, but your point is so valid though, Ron. Like I don't care what the Baltimore Ravens do. I don't care what the Kansas City Chiefs do. I don't like the Super Bowl contending. I don't care what you do against the bottom half of the league. Right? Like figure it out against the bottom half of the league doesn't tell us anything. You got to figure it out. Like you got to get an identity that you can lean into and that you're confident in that's going to give you a chance to go out night in, night out in the playoffs and compete against four of the best teams in all of football. Right? And to your point, what we watched Lamar do last night is just not sustainable. Now I'm higher on Baltimore right now. I'll tell you this, I'm higher on Baltimore right now than I was before the game because it was obvious they were not afraid to incorporate his legs into the designed runs. I bet he had 10 designed runs last night.
Yeah, especially in the first half.
Yeah, man. I mean that's what you have to do. Now they couldn't protect. And so that literally took the in rhythm, on time, from the pocket pass game completely out.
Now the hope
of the
with that is they got young guys up there that
they're gonna figure it out.
Incorporating
they'll
figure it out. And you're not dealing with that defensive front. You said it earlier. And maybe we might have to start looking at it. The Chiefs' front four and the guys they can rotate there might be one of the better groups in the league. So they're not going to be going up like they got the Raiders next week. I mean, outside of Max Crosby, they're not having to deal with that. So a great opening first game. Two teams that I think will be there in the playoffs in the AFC.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
Wanted to pass this along. The injury report for the Texans and the Colts is out en route for this game coming up on Sunday. Clint, no surprise here. MJ Stewart is listed as out in this game for the Texans. The only one listed as out in this game for the Texans. And then we announced this earlier, and this is big. Josh Downs is listed as out for the Colts, and their kicker Matt Gay is listed as questionable. And right, Tyler, it's a leg injury, right?
It's a hernia is what's listed on the injury report.
A hernia,
actually.
Yeah. I mean, that's even bad for a kicker, for
an athlete. Anybody's got a strain,
especially what he's got to do, and that motion. So we'll see what happens there with Matt Gay and their kicker. But I think the Josh Downs one, Clint, I think is very helpful and something we talked about yesterday. That could be a key matchup. With Josh Downs, if he's able to go against Jalen Petrie in the slot with just the type of player and skill set that he has, and now they'll probably have to do something else and put other people in the slot. He won't be there. So I think that's a win for the Texans right there.
Yeah, no, I think it is too. It's one of their top 3 weapons. I would say on at the wide receiver position, one of their top 3 guys. And when you talk about what Anthony Richardson likes to do, the RPO stuff, when you talk about how important the slot receiver is to the quarterback, and I mean that's not having him is big. So not a surprise though. Ankle issue, slot receiver that plays the game the way he plays. Not a surprise that he's out. He's been struggling with that ankle for a minute now.
Yes. All right. The lineup is out. We'll let you know where Kyle Tucker is batting, and some concerns that maybe the Texans have had that I don't think Clint necessarily has in this game coming up. We'll discuss that as we continue live right here on The Drive.
Nick Caserio previewed the Texans season opener exclusively on Payne and Pendergast.
I mean, it's a good football team offensively. They have players that can create explosive plays, from JT to Anthony to, I would put AD Mitchell in that category as well. So, we're going to need everybody that we take to the game on defense.
610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as we are back here on a Football Friday presented by the great people at Academy Sports and Outdoors. Come on out and hang out with us. We are at East River 9. And coming up in the 4 o'clock hour, if you are in the building, if you are on your way here or you are in the building, you have a chance to win a foursome. All you got we got it right here. You and three other people, all you got to do is fill your name out, put it in the raffle box, and you could be a winner coming up in the 4 o'clock hour to win a foursome. Yeah, you better get up there and sign that thing, boss. I'm telling you right there.
We're prepping a box over here. Academy Sports and Outdoors isn't only the title sponsor for our Football Fridays, but they're also giving away a $50 gift card as well. 2 separate boxes. Throw your name in each box, and we'll be giving that away here in the next 30, 45 minutes.
So there it is for you. Come on out, hang out with us. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. I'm sorry the Texans cheerleaders are not coming out like they were last night. That was a real sales pitch yesterday, but you can still hang out with us. I mean, we may look different.
Yeah,
I think we look good.
I'm not going to shake my pom-poms for you, but we can have a party. Huh?
I'm glad you came in here because I was stuck.
Yeah.
I was going to say something.
You were going towards the looks.
I was going somewhere else. I was going somewhere else with that thing. Maybe if Tyler was here, it would work.
I need another one of them ranch waters.
Yeah, I bet you do. All right, here is the lineup, Clint. Altuve is leading off, playing second. Alvarez is in left field, and he is batting second. Catching and batting third, Clint, is Yainer Diaz, and batting fourth and the DH tonight is Kyle Tucker. So he is not in the field. Pena's at short. Singleton is at first. Gamble's in right field. Chaz McCormick with his third start in a row in center field, and I believe Jake is back. But he is in center field, and then Dubon is playing third base, so no Bregman tonight. Bregman, who did play in the last game, he is last 2 games, I believe. He is out today, and Dubon is playing third. But Kyle Tucker is batting in that cleanup spot, and batting fourth, and he is the DH tonight, so not in the field.
And just to be clear, Kyle Tucker is he's sitting at 19 home runs, which I believe puts him at third on the team behind Bregman and Yordan Alvarez. Yeah, man, when old buddy went out, man, he was in that MVP conversation, leading the league in several statistical categories and rocking and rolling. How can he pick up where he left off, boys?
I mean, he's still fourth in RBIs on this page right here of the people in the lineup right now. He's still or fifth in RBIs on the tied for fifth in RBIs on the page here. So with his 40, so I mean. Just to show where he was before he got injured. All right, so that's the latest there with Kyle Tucker batting fourth, so he is in the lineup as the DH tonight. No Bregman as they take on the Arizona Diamondbacks behind Framber Valdez. All right, Clint, we've heard it a little bit this week from D'Amico talking about the concern of tackling. We heard about the focus. Jimmy Ward, who was on with us yesterday, focused on talking about the tackling. So it seems like that's been a point of emphasis, talking about the tackling, which a lot of coaches seem to be concerned about early on in the season, especially week one when you haven't worked on it a lot. But we talked about this yesterday off air. That's not as big a concern for you coming up in this game.
No, it's just not a concern for me overall with the Texans. I know that comes up in the Jalen Petrie conversation. I'll be honest with you. The last thing I'm worried about with Jalen Petrie is his ability to tackle. Did he miss a couple in big moments last year? Sure, but when you got your ears pinned back and you're rushing the passer or you're trying to get it back behind the line of scrimmage. That's a tough tackle, and I just don't worry about it with Jalen Petrie. I don't look at this defense overall and say, boy, if we can just tackle. Now, last year you had some dudes that were playing because of injury, And so obviously those guys aren't as good at tacklers as your starters. So I think just naturally by having guys healthy, having your starters back, you're going to be better tacklers overall. But I don't know. I guess if you really watch the defensive film and you really want to, like you're speaking on this defense tomorrow night and you really need topics to discuss, then I guess we can get to tackling.
I get the concerns early. I get the concerns early for the team they're playing, the backs, and the quarterback that they're playing. And they just – how often has this first group of the guys going to be playing been playing to a level where they're taking people down to the ground?
Yeah, no. Look, I think there's always in the game of football, you're always putting an emphasis on tackling. And in today's game, these offenses are more inclined to spread you out sideline to sideline, to by formation and schematically put you in space to where it's one-on-one and to where there's more space for their players to make plays. And then those players are more twitchy, explosive athletes than we've ever seen. And so just by nature of the game and the way the game's played now, tackling is not going to be what it used to be. You don't have Mike Singletary in the A-gap, hitting somebody in the chin 42 times and form tackling them, right? So just by design, the way the game's played offensively, they're trying to get you in open space one-on-one to where it's extremely difficult to tackle. Like both of those teams last night. I watched stretches on both sides of the ball of that game where you're like, man, if you wanted to, you could make a strong case the last two series that this team is a poor tackling team. But it was really two of the better defenses in the game. And so I don't know.
I think people to tackle.
Yeah, I think you can always lean into tackling in the game of football. But, man, I don't look at this defense and go, man, they didn't tackle well, man. This defense don't have a chance if they don't tackle better.
I don't necessarily think it's a long-term thing. I don't think that when we look up 10 weeks, 8, 12 weeks down the line that we'll be saying the Texans are not a good tackling team. Like I don't think that's going to be one of the problems that we're saying. I do, however, for this game, and I can understand the concern and the emphasis because in Week 18 they didn't tackle. They didn't tackle well. They didn't tackle Taylor well. They didn't tackle. They weren't tackling well on Anthony Richardson early. They got a push and a concussion out of bounds in that game, but they didn't tackle well. And you're moving to the first game of the season where the tackling is more shoddy than any other time of the year. So I can get their point of that. But to the point that you made, I don't think this is a long-term thing. I don't think that this year we'll be looking at it and say, boy, they're leading the NFL in missed tackles, or boy, they struggle all the time with missed tackles. Because I think most of their guys are good tacklers. Their linebackers and their safeties and the perimeter guys are pretty good tacklers.
Well, I think you look outside at the cornerback position. I think they're above average. Even with Kamari Lassiter, we hadn't seen him play. The one thing
but he looks like a good tackle, like a physical player.
Yeah, both of those guys are physical and can tackle. You get to the safety position, I'm not worried about Jimmy Ward tackling. Eric Murray, I'm sure he's had his moments. I think the biggest complaint everybody's had about him over the last handful of years was his contract. And so, then you get down into the box and you look at Azeez Al-Shaair. He led the AFC or the NFL or somebody in tackles last year. And I'm not worried about him. Obviously, without Christian Harris, you've got some unknowns there with some of those linebackers that may play. But Will Anderson, he ain't got a tackling problem. Danielle Hunter, who cares if it is a problem? He's not coming off the field. I just don't. I don't know. I just don't look at this team and think, man, let me ask questions to the defensive coordinator about their tackling.
Yeah. This game will be important. This one will be against Jonathan Taylor, Anthony Richardson in Week 1. I think it'll be important, but down the line, I don't think so. All right, coming up, it's our Saturday slate, baby. College football is going tomorrow before the Texans face the Colts. Our games of the week, the games that we are paying attention to. And no, Tyler, you are not allowed to put down McNeese State versus Texas A&M. All right.
Well played.
All right. You sit that garbage in here, and I'm not. No, we're not doing that. There is a standard.
Did you see Wegman, man? Did you see him?
There's a standard to this thing. There's a big one in Ann Arbor. I'm sure we'll talk about here, but our game of the week, and also a little what you're watching as we are live here at East River 9 right here on The Drive. But before we get there, let me tell you about my guys at Texas Star Grill Shop, baby. They'll hold it down.
full. Conditions apply while supplies last.
Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in on a Football Friday presented by the great people at Academy Sports and Outdoors. We're here at East River 9, and a good time is had. I'm letting you know in the 4 o'clock hour, that's when you will have your opportunity to win a foursome, a round for you and 3 other of your good people can join you right here at East River 9. You'll win that in the 4 o'clock hour. Hell, you might just use it. You can play at night. They light this thing up.
Yep.
Tyler, I'm sorry you are not going to be able to win this, or I know you could find 3 other people. And I know one of them wouldn't be Clint, but I know you would find 3.
He's scared.
Well, neither one of y'all just won't find yourselves on a golf course with clubs together.
I'm just glad they got lights out there so Clint can find his ball.
Look, even when we do get on a golf course together, we're not getting the same golf cart.
Hell no.
He's the enemy.
I just don't trust your damn driving. Probably lose balls all the time too. I got to keep track of mine.
I'll be in your head from 100 yards away.
Again,
but yes, it is absolutely. Also, you can win a $50 Academy Sports and Outdoors gift card as well. There's 2 boxes up there.
You can put your name in both boxes.
Make sure you put your name in both boxes.
There you go, $50 gift card for Academy Sports and Outdoor as we're live here, East River 9. Yes, it is a Football Friday, and that does not just mean for the NFL. And by the way, remember, 713-572-4610, those of you in YouTube and Twitch, what you're watching as well, send in what you're watching. But it is Saturday before Sunday, and give me that happy music I love to hear. There it is, Tyler. Let's do our Saturday slate, and I will start, Clint. The game that I'm looking at, the game that I'm watching this weekend, and this isn't a great weekend. Last weekend there was more big games coming up, but this one not as much. There's one big one happening in Ann Arbor. But for me, the game that's caught my attention is Boise State at Oregon. And the reason why this caught my attention, Oregon was ranked – hell, they dropped in the polls after their performance against Idaho, I believe is who they played. They only won 24-14. They came into the year the number 3 team in the country, and they dropped to 7 after their performance last week against Idaho. And Boise State, Clint, has probably been the number 1 team that has selected to be the team outside of the Power 4 conferences to get that other bid outside of it. Boise State is a team that a lot of people believe are going to win their conference, and they looked good offensively against Georgia Southern their first game, but their defense gave up 40-something points to Georgia Southern. They went on the road. They're playing back-to-back road games to kick off the year, but they may have the best running back that you haven't heard of and maybe in the country. He had almost 300 yards rushing and 6 touchdowns last week against Georgia Southern. Ashton Genty, he is really, really good, can run away from people, touchdowns of 70-plus yards, 2 of them, 2 separate ones. They've got some receivers out there. They've got a really good offense. This would tell a lot to see if Boise can actually hang as they'll go to Autzen Stadium on the road in Oregon and Eugene to play this team. So that one's intriguing to me because a lot of people believe that Boise will be the team that makes it outside of the Power 4.
Yeah, look, I agree with all the points. The only thing I would say is I'm not going to doubt Oregon in any way, shape, or form because that I think they're real. I think they're real, top to bottom. I think they're a playoff, college football playoff team, even with the move into the Big Ten. And you know that is I think an eye-catching game of can Oregon separate, can they get down to business, or can Boise State keep up with them? So
because if that thing is tight, that'll be one to kind of remember later on and see if Boise can win their conference like a lot of people and be the highest-ranked team outside of that Power 4.
Absolutely, it'll go a long way if they can keep that thing tight, if not win it. So there's no doubt. I'll go with Texas, Michigan, the obvious big boy this week. And I'm going to tell you why.
I think this is get out of hand.
Well, Ron, I'm intrigued with this for 2 reasons. that are more surface level is I believe Texas is really good.
Yep.
I'm not super confident that they're going to live up to expectations. I'm not overly confident in Quinn Ewers. I don't know why I like him.
Why not?
I like him. I just don't watch him play and think, yeah, this is a first-round draft pick. I don't.
But do you watch him in play and think this is a guy that can lead a really talented team to a national championship?
Well, sure. Like he was one game. He was one game from it last year. Yeah, I do think he's a team that, if the defense is right, if the supporting cast is tremendous, could he lead a team to a championship? Sure, but they're not asking him to lead a team to the championship. They're asking him to take a team to the championship.
Yeah.
If they make a run to a national championship, it's going to be because Quinn Ewers put the team on his back and ran them there. They've already lost their top two tailbacks. Not that, look, Texas has plenty of tailbacks. They're going to run the football, but when it's all said and done, they're going to go where Quinn Ewers takes them. And I'm just not, I'll be honest with you, I'm just not one. I like the kid. I don't watch it and go, yeah, this is game changer. This is get on my back. I'll take you to a national championship. I just never have had that vibe with him. Last year he had a ton of weapons. Last year they had two monster defensive tackles that were game changers. So I'm intrigued to see can he get over the hump with me personally when I watch him, and he can do it against this defense if he can.
Michigan's got a great defense. And I don't know if they've got a quarterback, but
there you go. On the flip side, the Michigan thing is interesting because these are two powerhouses that the expectations are we're going to live in the playoffs now that it's a 12-team playoff. There's no excuse at this point in time. There wasn't an excuse before for these two teams. There's damn sure not one now when they're getting 12 in. And they don't seem to have a quarterback. And we know, look, they lost a ton of players to the pros last year. Now, Can they reload like a lot of the top teams in the SEC do, or are they in a rebuild mode without Harbaugh? We'll see. I think I'm more interested in what. A lot of times you get jacked up to watch a game because it's like, hey man, this is going to be entertainment at its finest. I'm jacked up to watch this game to see if either of these teams can legitimately live up to the hype.
Because the Michigan team I watched last week offensively doesn't belong on the field with the Texans.
Agreed.
And that, I mean, they had two quarterbacks and they're athletes and they can do, but like the one kid came in and he's a clear runner of the bunch and he had a wide open, just easy throw and spiked it 4 yards and he's got a gun, but you can just see and they're yo-yoing them in and out right now and it doesn't seem like they have just that bulldozing running game to just kind of, sit on a little bit to where, hell, they would have J.J. McCarthy, who went in the top 12, 13 picks last year, and he threw 9 balls in a game because their running game was that. Doesn't seem like they've lost a bit there as well. Doesn't seem like they can just do that like they did in the past couple of years.
Well, so that game for me, Ron, is just intriguing. You'd think you'd watch Michigan and Texas and be like, yeah, I got to dig my heels in. This is going to be entertaining. In reality, I want to see which one emerges as the real deal.
Yep. All right, Tyler, what's yours?
Not a lot to go with this. Just looking at the slate, like you said, there's one very big game. There's my Aggies, and then there's the rest. But if I had to pick one, I'd probably go Iowa State. I did actually watch a little bit of Iowa's win last week. Their offense is fun. It's like it's a little bit like backyard football. The over/under, by the way.
That's not what you normally hear with Iowa, that their offense is fun.
I know. It's odd. But that's the one I'll have my eye on, and, of course, I'll throw some betting spin on this for the people. The over/under for this game is only at 35. I feel like there's going to be a lot of scoring going on. Take that over. Get you some money. I'll go with Iowa State.
All right. No, that's a big one in that state.
And A&M and McNeese.
Okay. What's the line on that, by the way, Tyler? I mean, they ought to just destroy. They ought to destroy. I mean, what is it? It's got to be at least 30. They ought to destroy the hell out of this team. Connor better pick it up against McNeese State. I know that much.
Connor's going to be fine.
I'm sure he will be. Just better pick it up this week.
It was far from damn fine last week, though, Clint. It was far away.
I don't think anybody would would disagree at all with you on that one. By the way, what you watching a little bit? I have not watched the Michigan Untold with the Connor Stallion. Is that one better? Because these Untolds have not been real good.
Well, it just depends on.
They seem like they rushed through it.
It depends on how much you already knew and how much you already followed. I'll be honest with you. When I hear stuff like that, I don't doubt that the head coach knew. Like I don't need to hear nobody. I don't need to. Like you hired to do. Like I don't need. You can lie to somebody else. I know you knew. I know you hired the guy for a reason. Like when I watched it, I was just like, I think it's shocking how obvious it is that one, Harbaugh knew. It's the whole reason they hired the guy. The guy was known for doing what he did. And number two, there ain't no doubt about it, they paid him off.
And it's proven in it?
It ain't no. Look, they didn't investigate and discovery that joint, but look, I got an investigative mind. They paid his ass off.
All right. I'll check it out. The Steve McNair one I was not impressed with. I didn't like the Florida one that they did on that Untold. They seem like they try to rush through it, and they leave stuff out, and they rush through the thing, and it's over in 50, 60 minutes, and you're like, that should have been 2 or 3 hours. That should have been multiple episodes. So we'll see what that is. All right, Clint, as we're live here, what you got coming up at the 4?
Well, there's some players out there, Ron, some unknown players out there. That look, I know everybody wants to see C.J. Stroud. Everybody wants to see Nico. Everybody wants to see Tank. I get it. But there's some unknown players out there, Ron, that on both sides of the ball, by the way, that I think the fans need to keep their eyes on. They need to keep their head up and check these guys out. They're going to impact the game. We'll talk about the unknown players that you need to know, ultimately, before the game starts, and keep an eye on them on Sunday afternoon. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
We got ChatGPT to help us
we can be together again.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
One of them parties over here on the east side, y'all. East River 9. All you got to do, I-10 on the east side, Waco Street exit. Waco Street will turn into Hirsch, I believe is how you say it. And you can't miss it from there up on the right-hand side. If you want to bring your clubs, play this par 3 course out here, 9 holes, par 3. It's all lighted, so you don't have to leave when the sun goes down. If you want to just come out, hang out, have a little dinner. You want to have some drinks, they got a full bar. The restaurant's popping. They got plenty of TVs in here to watch Friday night football. We do. I don't even know what time's that game tip tonight. What name's that game? I guess football games kick, don't they? Eagles Packers in Brazil.
Guessing 7:20.
Yeah. Look, so I didn't know the time difference, so I didn't know if them boys were handcuffed to a certain time. 7:15. They got plenty of TVs in here. You can watch a game. A great atmosphere. Beautiful crowd. And show up. You can show up before. What time you gonna give that? What time you gonna give that free round of golf for 4? Free foursome. What time you giving that away?
4:40.
4:40. We're gonna give that away, and then
4:40.
And then we got a $50 Academy Sports and Outdoors gift card that we're giving away as well. Ron, we'll give them away at the same time. What do you say? We'll give them away at the same time. We'll double it. We'll pull 2 names out of one name out of each box and make it happen. So come through, hang out with us, get you some good grubs, some good drinks, and maybe you can win a little something here, Ron. It's game week. Obviously, we've been talking all week about it. It's Friday before the Indianapolis Colts game on Sunday. And, Ron, we talk a lot about D'Amico and Bobby Slowick and all the star players, Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson and all these guys. Truth be told, Ron, there's some unknown players. Probably to a lot of our listeners, actually. There's probably a lot of listeners out there that really they dial in and tune in right about when the season starts, right about this time right here.
Yep.
And there's a handful of players that they're gonna walk in the stadium on Sunday, and had they not listened today, they ain't never gonna heard. They've never heard of them. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm excited. I'm excited to see a few of these cats play. And it starts with that second-round draft pick out of Georgia for me, Ron.
Kid is a freaking baller.
The second-round draft pick out of Georgia. Look, I stand by what we've seen in camp. I mean, he's made plays. He's played the cornerback position well. I see a cornerback that's a little bit stiff.
He's done everything he's needed to do up to this point to be as ready and feel as good about him that you possibly can at that other corner spot.
Yeah, look, I mean, he has done well in training camp, and I didn't think I would be, but I'm at a point where I am A-okay with him being the corner opposite Derek Stingley Jr. But Ron, what I saw the first time we saw him play, he's stiff for a corner. He likes to get physical, and that doesn't always work for everybody. That leads me to a little bit of doubt, and until I see him play on Sunday, until I see him make plays on Sunday, it's gonna be tough for me to fully accept and roll on with it. So I need to see Kamari on Sunday. Kamari Lassiter, by the way.
And Clint, I believe this is going to be the start to something that we're going to see often. And he's going to have some welcome to the league moments, because I truly believe that the Colts will be the first of many teams that try to test him, that try to go after him, and try to go after him down the field. That's got to be the kind of the book on it. Is he's a physical player, and we haven't seen a lot of down the field stuff, right? We hadn't, especially in the preseason games, we hadn't seen a lot of it really in those games. Some in practice, obviously, but against the Giants, didn't get to see a lot of that, and that is the only game that he played. Right, he didn't play against the Steelers. He was injured with that ankle. So the only game we saw, the New York Giants and Daniel Jones and Brian Daboll were hell-bent on working over Derek Stingley, if you remember, in that game. But Alex Pierce is a guy they like to use down the field for the Colts. They've got some other receivers. The young kid out of Texas, Mitchell from Ridge Point High School, here in Missouri City.
Adnan Mitchell.
They got him. They use him. But Alex Pierce, that matchup, I think they're going to see a lot of. Let's test him down the field. Let's test him because you sure probably don't want to go test that other side.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of teams, I think we're going to see this early, and not just throwing the ball over there, but in particular throwing the ball down the field. As you know, you got a quarterback like Anthony Richardson who may struggle a bit with some of the accuracy. I mean, the easiest thing to throw and the thing he's thrown since he was a kid is down the field.
Yeah.
And I think we're going to see teams, and the Colts first challenge Kamari Lassiter a lot. So I think what you want to see, I think we'll get a chance to see some of that.
Right? I mean, at the end of the day, I think Kamari Lassiter is unproven, inexperienced. I think he's a little bit stiff and lacks a little bit of speed for day one starting corner. And I do believe that when it's all said and done, he's going to have to do more than what D'Amico Ryans has talked about in terms of just be where you're supposed to be.
Yeah.
So I just need to see more. I'm excited. I'm excited to see Kamari Lassiter play, and hopefully live up to all that his teammates have said and all that D'Amico Ryans has said as
Absolutely.
well. Ron, another guy on this list for me, Matt. Another guy on this list for me is Henry To'oTo'o. Henry To'oTo'o is a guy that we all know of. We've seen him play a little bit, but I think the most fascinating thing about Henry To'oTo'o is he is on record recently of saying he is a fat ass. He is a fat butt. Let's put it that way. And he said it twice. In other words, he was. I'm sorry, not he is. He was. And Ron, we've talked about it multiple times. For me, the issue with Henry To'oTo'o is he's the old school back that when it comes to covering linebackers, when it comes to running sideline to sideline, you had some questions. And I had those questions, still have those questions, but boy, I feel a lot better with the fact that Henry To'oTo'o has acknowledged, like, hey, man, I was a little heavy.
Yeah,
I've lost some weight and I'm ready to move.
It felt like he knew what he had to do. He knew he had to get into NFL linebacker shape.
And Henry To'oTo'o is going to play in the place of Christian Harris, and so we're going to get to watch him a ton. This is another relatively unknown player that you're going to get a chance to see this week. One guy that we've talked about consistently, Ron, and I'll be honest with you, Travis Johnson, Trap, he got me a little excited about it yesterday.
You've been on him since you've been able to see him early.
Mario Edwards Jr. I played with his dad in Dallas, 1-5. Great dude. Now a coach, and Mario Edwards. I can get behind, I guess, the thought that man, this guy just hadn't been in the right system. He's been productive enough to
D'Amico said that himself. Yep.
Well, we've heard multiple people talk about it now. You know, he's been productive enough to stay in the league, for 9 years. Now that he's in this system, is there a chance that he takes to this system and really shows up at a position where the Texans have? I think it's a desperate need, especially without what's the big boy's name from Tennessee, the D-line?
Danico Autry.
Danico Autry. Without him, I think it's a desperate need, man. So not only am I excited to watch the kid play to see if he can if this system makes a difference, but boy, if he does, it's going to be an absolute game changer.
Trap talked about him potentially being a really good pass rusher in the system.
Yeah.
In this system as playing as a 3 technique. If you understand it with the 3 technique all those years, what Warren Sapp is and was with the Buccaneers, that's what they're talking about there. But in this game, Clint, he's got to do the part that I think maybe, at least for me, I'm most concerned about with the interior, and that is stopping the run well enough so that they can rush the passer when they know they can rush the pass. You know what I mean? Like they know the Colts got to drop back, and that's when they can rush the passer. That's to me got to be the thing that he and Foley up there and Tim Settle and all play on the interior. They got to stop the run first so they can get to that thing. So that's going to be the big thing with him this week.
Fair to say, Mario Edwards had the best camp
of the interior guys. Some of those.
Hell, I think on the team.
He had a really good camp.
I mean, in terms of guys you didn't expect, like I expected him to be a rotational guy.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden he jumps out and he's making plays in the preseason, and now he's the talk of the interior defensive line. It's hard to – Derek Stingley had a pretty good keep.
You fellas still with us out there at East River 9? Can you hear me? The beautiful voice of your producer, Tyler Milner. Can you hear me right now? Give me something. You got nothing. I see y'all's lips moving on. Oh.
I think we dropped.
Oh, there we are.
Oh, we are? We're back?
There we are. You are gone for a little bit, but here you are.
Sorry about that.
Hey,
not your fault.
Well, Tyler, my fourth player that I think is not unknown but new position. He's unknown to the position. Jalen Petrie. Jalen Petrie for me is I love the decision DeMeco Ryans made to put him at the nickel position. I love what it brings to the table in terms of him being able to be involved in the pressure packages. I think it's allowing him to play to his strengths. But I'm concerned, and I'm not concerned. I think the challenge that we've got to look out for is Jalen Petrie in coverage against real wide receivers. Because I think, to your point earlier, Derek Stingley on one side, if the Colts offensive minds are worth a damn, which Shane Steichen I think is really good, if they're worth a damn, they are going to find out early if DeMeco Ryans is going to shadow, say, Pittman with Derek Stingley Jr. And if not, then Pittman should live on Kamari Lassiter's side and live on the side of Jalen Petrie and Kamari Lassiter. Like in the slot, whether it's in the slot versus Petrie or it's to whatever side that Lassiter is going to play, like they should absolutely Pittman should live on that side, and they should attack. I'm interested to see how both of those guys hang up, but how well Jalen Petrie can cover under those circumstances.
And, I mean, if you watched the game last night, the thing that jumped off the field and off the TV, at least for the Chiefs on their offense, was their slot receiver in the middle of the field just going off. And I think that's what you're talking about, the Rashee Rices who play in the slot a lot, and guys that they'll move around. Now guys will move guys around. But I will say, the thing you got to feel good about him, and we talked about Kamari Lassiter too earlier, was he saw a lot of Diggs in the slot. He saw a lot of Tank Dell in the slot. Now, he lost some, but he also won some and played pretty good coverage. So he's been able to see some of that in the slot from the guys that the Texans receivers can throw at him. So the hope is that has really been able to get him prepared for this.
Unknown players or players that are playing new positions to watch. That's the defensive side of the football. Kamari Lassiter, cornerback, second-round draft pick out of Georgia. Henry To'oTo'o, linebacker out of Alabama, playing for Christian Harris, has apparently lost a significant amount of weight. Mario Edwards Jr., interior defensive lineman, that was I expect to be a rotational guy, had a tremendous camp. And Jalen Petrie playing a new position, not safety. He's playing nickel defender. In coverage in particular, got to watch that. On the offensive side of the football, Ron, there ain't nobody that I'm looking more forward to watching than a damn backup running back, Cam Akers. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, to me, and I'm invested in this Texans team. Like I know C.J. Stroud's obviously great. I know Nico Tank and Diggs and all that. Laramie Todd, I get it. But of the unknowns or the guys that haven't played positions, this is really an unknown. Cam Akers coming off of a second Achilles tear, signed him late in the offseason, and I thought it was a future play. I didn't think it had anything to do this year, but he's proven to be the best back in the preseason, given Joe Mixon hadn't done much. Cam Akers, I'm anxious to see if is he the second back?
I was about to say, are you 100% sure Cam is active?
No. I'm anxious to see if he's the second back, and I'm anxious to see if he is, what that looks like versus what Dameon Pierce has done.
Yeah, he certainly deserves to see action in this game, and meaning like he deserves to be out there as the second back when Joe Mixon comes off the field. But that's the one thing is it's crazy. Who do we think right now, if you were to say, who do you feel are the two best backs on the team?
Joe Mixon, Cam Akers.
We haven't gotten a chance to see either one of them, like in any of these preseason games, run behind the number one offensive line. Yeah. We saw Joe in the joint practice against the Rams. But outside of that, in these games, the only one we've seen is really DP. We haven't gotten a chance to see them, and we've seen Cam Akers around, behind these number two lines, the third line, maybe even worse than that.
Yeah.
But we hadn't got to see him behind, the Tunzel, the Green, the Scruggs, the Mason, and Titus Howard. This will be interesting to see what he looks like behind them. Now we'll really be able to compare some of the things that. And the struggles Dameon Pierce had with those guys if he's the number two guy. But like I said, Clint, I wouldn't be shocked at all if he wasn't active.
Yeah, look, the thing is,
they got five running backs.
He could be the number two back and make a play that wins this game, or he could be inactive. That's part of what's fascinating about.
You don't think they'll have five backs active?
No,
do you?
I do not.
Yeah.
No, I do not.
And Darway's going to be active.
Darway definitely is going to be active. But the last one, we don't need to go. We don't spend much time on this, obviously, Ryan, because we ain't got it. But the. Kenyon Green, obviously. I mean, and for me, it's less about doubting that he can do something, and it's more about I'm rooting for the dude now. Like I just this kind of story, like he deserves to be rewarded with good play, and which ultimately is rewarded with praise. Like what he's done with his body and what he's done to give himself a chance to do what hopefully he does this year. Is unbelievable, and I just hope that the not the end, but I hope the next step in this Kenyon Green story is that we can all admire and applaud the dude for what he's done. You talk about an unbelievably powerful story. If this dude goes on and has a good NFL career, much less plays lights out. I mean, it's just. The power in his story is going to be tremendous. So hell, I'm rooting for him, man.
And he's got action right off the bat with DeForest Buckner.
Yeah, he does. He got a steep hill to climb, don't he?
Yeah, he does. And they'll put him in positions to check and see where he is. All right, coming up as we continue live. Remember that foursome that you can win as a round of golf here at East River 9 between you and three of your other buddies. That's coming up at 4:40. Be here. You got to be here and present to win that and sign your name up. And that $50 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors as well. You've got to sign that and be here for that. That's coming up at 4:40. Coming up next, Kyle Tucker. He's in the lineup. We'll give you the lineup. He is back on the field. And Framber Valdez, he gets to start. And he has been really, really dominant. Has he been dominant enough to make you want to bring him back for a long-term contract? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here. And look, all
economically disadvantaged Houston child will receive their own library of new books. Help us help Houston kids during our Kids Read Radiothon next Tuesday. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here at East River 9. Remember, this is it. After this segment, we will find a couple of winners. Your chance to win that foursome here and play 9 holes with 3 of your partners, your friends, your buddies, however you want it. You can play right here this beautiful downtown course. And your chance to win that foursome, we're going to be doing that drawing coming up as soon as this segment ends. And then a $50 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors coming up as well after this segment. So if you're on your way, you might want to get in and fill that out. If you are in the building, you might want to get in and fill that out. Thank you. And you'll have a chance to win coming up after this segment ends. All right. The big news of the day, I guess there's 2 big news of the day. Obviously, the Texans, it's a football Friday, and they will get going here against the Colts coming up on Sunday. And then also Kyle Tucker has made his return. He has been out since He has been out since June 3rd. It is now September 6th, and he is back in the lineup, batting cleanup as the DH tonight, not in the field, but as the DH. As a side note, Bregman is out of the lineup today. But here is his manager, Captain Joe Espada, on Tucker being back with the team.
Kyle Tucker there, excited to have him back. He is overly excited. He's happy to be back in the lineup. We all are happy to have him back in the lineup. The extra energy, to the club, the extra bat in there. Everyone is excited to have him back.
All right, he is back in the lineup, Clint. This is a huge lift for the Astros. I bet you the ovation he gets tonight is huge at Minute Maid tonight, and I can't wait to see him. Can't wait to see how he looks. Can't wait to see how he moves. Hopefully he hits one in play so we can see him running to see what that stride looks like. And I'm curious to see how long the plan is, Clint, for him to be at the DH spot. We'll see. I'm wondering if in this series at all we'll catch him in the field. That'll be interesting to see, but just huge to have him back in the lineup.
Well, Gamble swinging it as well as he has. The DH position has been a turnstile all year long, so it just makes sense, right, to not rush him back and getting the swings, getting back in the groove, getting those reps at the plate are obviously key. I'm just stoked about the fact that the timing of this thing is early enough for him to get in his groove, get his rhythm, get his swing, get his timing back before the postseason starts. The timing couldn't be any better. 20-some-odd games left, and look, let's be honest, you just got swept by the Reds, so the shot in the arm, the juice, the energy doesn't hurt. So, look, one thing I have noticed on this in this lineup, this is the first time for all my old school right left guys, and I'm not talking about my military guys. Joe had a chance. Espada had a chance for the whole lineup to go right, left, and he screwed it up by batting Chaz McCormick behind Gamble.
So I'm trying to do
if he would have just let McCormick bat 7th, Gamble 8th, and Dubon 9th, it'd have been right, left all the way through.
Clint, I think he may have just had a hard time letting McCormick bat. So
that right, left thing, I mean, if you'd have been able to do it all the way through, it would have just thrown the opposing pitcher for a loop. Man. I don't know how the manager would have managed it, man. It would have, you really would have got somewhere with that.
Yeah, especially since the relievers have to face 3 guys anyway, unless it's at the end of an inning.
Let's get that right, left stuff going, man.
Don't worry, he's got time. He's got time to have fun. By the way, if wondering about Alex Bregman, if it's just a regular day off, Espada on Alex Bregman saying he's good, a bit sore today, but he's doing well. We're trying to monitor the volume and games in a row, but he's actually feeling well. So that is the latest on him. He had played 2 consecutive games at third base in the field, and he gets the day off today.
This is a time when I'm good with the load management.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'll see how long they want to manage it.
I do wonder, like, it's got to be very minimal, right?
The soreness?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it's just weird. I mean, he's sore. He played 2 days in a row at third base, and then he's sore.
But that's the point. It's like it's got to be very, very like the sore. Like, you can't tell me he plays third base and hits, and the soreness is so much so that he can't. It's got to be so minimal that it's just like, all right, listen. There's no reason to force it. We've got to lead in the division. It's got to be so minimal that they're not concerned about throwing his ass back out there in the next day or two.
I hope so.
It's got to be, man.
They've just done this a couple of times. 5 on, 3 off, 4 on, 2 off. We'll see. Let's see if he plays tomorrow. We'll see what happens tomorrow. But that is the latest with the Astros. By the way, Framber's on the mound tonight, and as I said, man, he's been arguably the best pitcher in the second half. I mean, dominant. He's had multiple no-hit bids. One against the Rangers. He actually threw 7 innings, a no-hit ball, and 96 pitches against the Royals his last time out. They've won, I think, 10, 11 of his last 12 starts that he's had. They've won, and he's won many of them.
Yeah.
He's been really, really good. Are you coming back? Are you starting to come around again on potentially – a long-term deal with Framber Valdez?
Look, I'd be okay with a long-term deal on Framber, but I'm not going to forget I'm not going to overthink this.
It ain't going to be what he might have gotten where we were a couple of years ago.
It's not. Look, for me, man, it's not like Framber. It's not lock, stock, and barrel. He's my ace. I'm going to hook my wagon to him and ride. Like, I just can't get and I don't even know. To be honest with you, I don't even know what that means in the sense of like. When you look at the aces in this league, that when you sign them, it's like that's the best pitcher in the rotation, and he's starting the first game in every playoff series. He's the guy. Yeah. We know what we're getting.
He's pitching like that right now.
He's definitely pitching like that right now. I'm not. Again, I don't even know. I just personally, I can't view him through that same lens. But do I want the Astros to long term? And hell yeah.
Because if he continues this second half, man, that's the scary thing about him is, as we're seeing right now, and I've said this over the past several years, Clint, is this dude has the I am the best pitcher in the game in him.
Yep.
And he'll do it for stretches. And right now we're on one of those stretches where we're looking at 2-3 months, Clint, where he has been just you walk like right now today, I feel He's gonna give you 6 or 7.
Every bit of 6.
6 or 7, and he can go deep in games. He's always there. He always has a lot of starts. And when you talk about a thoroughbred, right there, he can be one. And that is what he has shown to be.
That was well done.
That is what he has shown to be.
Done.
That is our baseball talk presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. All right, y'all. We've been talking about C.J. Stroud filling himself a lot this offseason, especially with the Colts. Well, he ain't done. Wait till you hear the bulletin board material that C.J. Stroud has given to the Indianapolis Colts, and we'll see if you're good with it. That's next.
All right, Houston, I got a question for you, man. Do you know who you are going to call if you –
AmericanEagle.com at 773 Network. That's AmericanEagle.com 773 Network.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, congratulations to our winners. Robert, who won a $50 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors, and Armand, who won the four-man scramble, the round of four to play here at East River 9 as we're having a good time. We'll be out until 6 o'clock. And listen, this is a great spot to watch games. I'm counting TVs. The bar, the atmosphere is amazing. The staff has been great. They've been great. I know this. I saw her watch somebody bring a cake in here. I don't know what happened to that cake, but she looked at him as thinking the same thing I was. Like, somebody just bring a cake in a spot from the house. But no, they have been amazing here.
Somebody picked it up and took it in the back.
Somebody took it in the back. Oh yeah, they're gonna smash that cake. Looked like they had good sprinkles and everything on them. Our waitress, she's been fantastic. Me and her have matching hair. Shout out to Melissa. If you all remember Melissa then showed up and came after me and Tyler today up here at East River 9. Melissa, she's the one that tried to separate herself as the only female listener, and then all of the other female listeners, including Perry with an I, including Tony, including Karen, and no jokes, that Karen. Angie came out of the woodworks to say, hell no, we here too. And Melissa came in here and threatened him. And I believe her first words out here was, where's Tyler's punk ass at?
I said my punk ass is back here at the studio, Melissa.
Hey, you know how
Tyler, you hear how hard Tyler talking right now.
Hey, I put Melissa on the camera, and I told him, I said, she wants to know where your punk ass is at. Tyler said, well, I don't get to come to those. I'm back here in the studio. Sorry. Like,
for real,
no, it was all fun, man. We appreciate her coming out. And,
why'd she come at me so hard?
She came after me too.
But why?
She said, I ain't got nothing. She started doing it.
She called me a gentleman. She said, Clint, you're the gentleman of the group. Where's the mother?
I mean, Melissa, I didn't tell you to say you were the only female listener in the whole city of Houston.
Yeah, I think she's more mad because y'all really amped it up. Y'all kept asking them female listeners to keep shooting at her, man.
Well, I mean, we had to. We had to.
Sorry, she drives a fan of the ladies.
Yeah, y'all kept.
It was fun. It was fun. She hit me with that dirt off her shoulders like she was Jay-Z. I don't know if you meant that. Hey, boss, it ain't that cold. My man got on a peacoat tonight.
He can hear you. There's a speaker down there.
That's cool, man. Shoot, he needs somebody to hear him.
Yeah.
Ain't that damn cold out here. All right.
Melissa just needs to tough up.
Oh, I think she's tough, dog. I'm gonna tell you. I'm just telling you.
Y'all got in the ring.
I'm just telling you, dog. By the visual, she seems to be tough, and the muscle she brought seems to be tough too. Both of those young ladies seem to be tough. All right, no, we're having a good time. Come on down and hang out with us for a little bit here at East River 9. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. And as I was going to say, there's another NFL game tonight. Another game of two really good teams we'll talk about a little bit later in the 5 o'clock.
The bar has been set high, Ron.
It has, and the Eagles and Packers, you can come watch that right here. All right, but the game here, the reason why we're out here on a Football Friday is your Houston Texans are going to take on the Indianapolis Colts, and this game all offseason has started to take on more than just divisional game, more than just these two teams met to get into the playoffs last year, and the Texans won that. And by the way, I don't know if you missed it yesterday. We talking to Jimmy Ward. He said it's funny that I've been hearing this the last couple of days, that there's been some trash talk going both ways, and that is a fella who's a nut. That's a fella who may take out his own teammates on the practice field because he just plays that hard all the time. Stephon Diggs and Dalton Schultz may be able to attest to that, but C.J. Stroud potentially added some more fuel to this fire. This is him speaking about the Colts, the linebackers in particular, and tell me how you feel about your quarterback, your second-year quarterback, heading into – I mean, it's hot as hell – heading into this game against the Colts.
But I guarantee if I went to the Colts or to a weak city, he would not be here. And he be talking about me all the time, and I know he gonna see this. I ain't tripping. Who? Zaire Franklin from the Colts.
Hey, he from Philly?
He said something the other day, it was like on a podcast. He said that in person, I said something to him, like talking mess. I'm like, I don't remember that, to be real. Like, we was at the Super Bowl, I seen him, and somebody asked us to take a picture together, so we took a picture together. I think I was just like talking, like, you know what I'm saying, like just on some cool. Like, we off the field. I'm not really tripping off you, bro.
So he was capping on the podcast?
I don't think he was capping. I might have said something, but it rubbed him the wrong way. But you know, y'all Philly niggas a little sensitive, man, you know. The thing that I don't agree with all these podcasts these players have, my boy EJ, Speed, and I tell him this to his face, I don't even tripping. But like, a lot of dudes come to these podcasts, like, oh yeah, I'm gonna hit CJ in his face, I'm gonna get him next year. Like, where I'm from, we say, why ain't you ain't do something where you was mad at? You was mad right there, my do something. Right. You could have made hella plays, bro. You could have made plays, dog. Right. You could have shut me up right there, but you didn't. And we played him first game of the year. We played him after they plays. It's gonna be rocking. Indy hates me already, and I love it.
And I love it too.
All right, Clint, you played that position before. You know the position. You played against teams. And listen, this is a really, really good front seven, Clint. They got the Grover, DeBrickashaw Ferguson. I don't know why that name came to mind. But DeForest Buckner. Good. DeForest Buckner, Speed, Zaire Franklin, the one that he really talked about. This is a great pretty good front seven. I don't want to say great, pretty good front seven, Clint. And, I mean, he is letting it go, dog. I know this wouldn't be your approach. I know heading into playing Sean Ellis and heading into playing who else was the big boys? Raynoch Thompson. He may not have been there.
No, he was there.
Al Wilson over there. I know heading into playing that crew. I don't think you was reaching out just stoking the flames, even if they was talking to you. So I'm curious how you feel about C.J. Stroud. We know Tyler has lost it. That is, you talk about horniness. That just sent Tyler and some of the Tylerites out into a whole nother place. But how you feeling about that?
I don't like it. Because the way that, I'll be honest with you, like, if it's like apparently him and Speed are buddies, so that's a friendly back and forth trash talking. But the more I hear, the more it doesn't seem like the other fella that it all originated with. It doesn't seem like those two are the kind of partners that they're not close enough to be doing that. And I personally don't like it just because it could end up being a distraction. And you know, we've seen C.J. Stroud be cool, calm, collected. I've heard C.J. Stroud talk about, man, I'm working on not even cussing. I don't want to do that no more. I don't want to let my mind go to those kind of places and lose control of my tongue and things of that nature. And then here you go amping these dudes up who you got to play week one, who you got to see twice a year for at least the next 4 years, if not beyond that. So I'm not a fan. I always, with these kind of situations, I understand dudes are young, and I understand trash talking happens. I'm not one that I pride myself on not getting involved in the trash talking typically. If it goes that way, sometimes I got to get involved, but I would rather not. I would rather not let it happen. I just don't know what the end game is with something like that.
To me, and since this thing has started, Clint, since this started between him, Zaire Franklin has clapped back. He has said things. Since this thing has started, the whole thing for me is I have confidence that CJ can hold his own and cash this check. But this is a check that all of your team has to
all
has to deal with.
I think you made the best point earlier about this is like we've never seen this side of C.J. Stroud. C.J. was a great college player. C.J. was kicking ass last year, and we never saw this side of C.J. Stroud.
Humble, confident. That's how I would describe him.
Yeah, and he was very successful, very comfortable, had a lot of success doing that. And now all of a sudden, first game of the season, year two, first rattle out of the box, we got trash talking with the inside linebackers on the opponent's team. So those
couple of good ones.
Yeah, the difference, right? The difference between last year and this year, it's pretty stark. And so it's one of those where you go, is this a good idea?
Yeah, and listen, and if you've heard me over the last 4+ years, I'm into this.
Absolutely.
I like it.
That's why I knew when I heard it yesterday. I was like, Ron's got to hear this.
I like it. I like the element of trash talk. Hell, I'm a trash talker. I like to use it to get under people's skin. It's just, hey, you got to back it up. You got to back it up, and everybody got to back it up, right? And hopefully, Kenyon Green and Juice Scruggs up front are able to back this up, because they're gonna they have added. This has added some fuel.
Like it's like Arkansas right now. You came out and you beat the brakes off of somebody you're supposed to beat the brakes off of, and now you got a real game this weekend. Now's not the time to be talking trash. You played a soft schedule last year.
Yeah, had some Razorback talking ish to me on Twitter yesterday.
Well, I mean, you probably deserved it, I'd imagine.
I said, hey, bro, just focus on Arkansas beating A&M, since they've lost 12 of the last 13. Don't worry about us.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, he didn't know. He didn't put 2 and 2 together. He didn't know who he was messing with.
I was like, damn, Razorback?
But the point is, like you played a really soft schedule last year and had a great season. Are you really up to – are you up to this next challenge of – this schedule, and it starts with the Colts, and here we are. Here C.J. Stroud is talking that ish. If you can back it up, I love it. If you can't, we got to talk about it.
Yeah, and we'll see Monday. We'll see Monday when we get in here. And honest to God, we'll see how much, because I think there's going to be some big talking rolling all the way through. I think if they get close, they're going.
Yeah.
CJ's in it too. They get close. You're going to see them yapping back and forth, and we'll see if it affects this game anyway. If it affects either team, anybody has an advantage with that. All right. As we continue rolling here live on this Football Friday, a little 5 o'clock fire coming up next. Kyle Tucker, he is back in the lineup. The Astros try to get off this 3-game losing streak that they had at the hands of the Reds. They're back at it on the field behind Framber against Arizona. We'll get into that and everything about Kyle Tucker, even let you hear from the manager speaking about it. Also, big game tonight. The NFL continues. The Packers and the Eagles live from Brazil. We'll talk about that. And the Chiefs and the Ravens played last night. When you watched that game, did you feel like the Houston Texans are on those teams' levels? Do you feel like the Texans are on those teams' level? We'll discuss all of that coming up next as we continue live. But before we get there, I'm telling you right now, man.
Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
The Drive is live.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock, and it is 5 o'clock, and luckily for you, we have the latest for you, and the latest is we are live here at East River 9. We've enjoyed ourselves here, and we'll be here till 6 o'clock. And listen, the weather is good right now. You can come out here and play around. Right now it's just 9 holes. You can play around right here, and I'm telling you, as I said earlier in the show, and Tyler, you got to get here. That first tee box. It's just, and Clint, you're probably right on that. This may be the best visual of the skyline that you'll see in all of the city right here. And I've seen a lot of people take that photo. I've seen a lot of photos around here. It is a pretty cool shot when you tee off, and somebody takes the picture of you teeing off with the skyline behind it. It's a beautiful spot. So come on out here, enjoy yourself. Pickleball courts as well. Great food. Great drinks.
You ought to see this at night, Ron.
Oh, I can only imagine.
The course is lighted, but this first tee box right here, when you're up there to tee, I got some pictures or some videos. I'll post them. I actually hit a halfway decent shot on the first tee. But it's like, I guarantee you, Ron, I'll put a house note on it that there's not a better view that's outdoors. Like, there may be some buildings around here somewhere you can get in that are a little bit away from the city, and you can see a better view. Like at the post. Yeah, Tyler, I'm talking about you're standing on God's green earth, my man.
That's awesome.
And it is wide open. I mean, damn near the entire downtown. I mean, left to right, the whole thing, man. So it's
bury me in the H.
And it's even better when the sun goes down. I
didn't see that.
I do my best work at night. You know what I mean? So it's I appreciate it.
I do mine in the morning. So come on out, enjoy yourself, have a good time as we are having a good time here. It is a Football Friday, and the first of many this year, a Football Friday presented by our good and great people here.
Somebody took my drink.
They took your drink. Were you finished?
No, I wasn't finished with it.
All right, presented by the great people at Academy Sports and Outdoors. As I said here, we'll get to the football aspect of things, but big news coming out of the Astros. If you are just jumping in your cars, you've been at work, you've been doing your thing, a big thing today is the Astros are able to reinstate their guy. They reinstate Kyle Tucker. Finally, he has been off for 96 days, Clint. 96 days, and Kyle Tucker is back. And he is back in the lineup immediately. He is going to bat fourth. We'll give you the rest of the lineup here in just a bit. But he is going to DH tonight, but he is on the field, and he will be here. Zach DeZenzo is the culprit that goes down. Really not the culprit, but he is the casualty that goes down. He'll go back to AAA Sugarland. But the big news in the A story for the Astros, Kyle Tucker is back, Clint. And this is huge news, and we damn near wondered if it was going to happen. It seemed like it was so long and so many setbacks and different dates.
Yeah, this is big news. Obviously, getting Kyle Tucker back, and can I applaud the Astros for the way in which the actual return happened? Forget about how they handled the communication up until now.
I was going to say, what you applaud?
Well, I mean, the fact that, like, right now, he says Kyle Tucker's 80 to 85% of his max speed during his rehab. Okay, you could send him elsewhere to get his speed back and make sure he's full. Now, this guy should hit in the middle of this lineup if he's 75% or better. Look, if he can't run full speed, I don't give a rip. Get his bat in the lineup. Let's produce. If he can't run full speed, DH him like they're doing tonight. I love the thought of just get the bat back in the lineup, use the big league lineup to get his timing back, his rhythm back, his swing back, and all this jive. There's no sense in wasting 2, 3, 4 games down in Sugarland. I don't even know how many games Sugarland's got left. Are they done yet?
No, I don't think so.
So,
I think they got playoff games, too.
I'm all about plug this guy in and let's ride, man. I mean, hell, at 75%, he's better than the majority of this lineup anyway. Stick his ass in there and let's play ball.
What you expect tonight from him?
Well, I expect not necessarily the production that he was bringing before. Obviously, that'd be a tad bit unfair, but I expect him to look like he hadn't missed a day.
Just get through this thing, baby.
Get through it.
Just get through it, baby.
Oh, hey, I didn't even think about this.
Let's just
Tyler.
Hey, I'm just saying. Hey, can we? Hey.
We've given this guy one more thing to worry about. We got Bregman's elbows, Alvarez's knees. Now we've got Kyle Tucker's shin. We got freaking Justin Verlander's neck and shoulder. What else we got, man?
I'm just saying. Joe Biden was the Democratic nominee the last time he played baseball. So I'm just saying we're
Biden bit the bullet since the last time we saw Tucker.
He hadn't even had that. He hadn't even had that damn debate yet. I mean, it's been a minute. I'm just saying tonight. For me tonight, let's just get 4 good at bats in here. Let's just get through it. Let's get through it here, and then the expectations. 4 at bats. Hopefully you get through here. I would love to see him make contact and have to get on base. That would be great. I'd love to see him have to test it a little bit. The one thing that I am intrigued about too, Clint, is how long before he goes back to his spot in right field. Right now he's in at the DH spot tonight. That's the other thing to me is when do they feel comfortable with him getting in the field? Because that's the point where you can really it's much more difficult to control your movements, right?
Yeah. Well, look, I think he can roll out of bed and play right field whenever that time comes.
Yeah.
When it comes to the timing and rhythm and all that jive, and it's at the plate, man. If he can get this, if we can spend a week, 2 weeks, whatever it may be, getting his swing back and making sure he's right, I think he can roll out of bed and play right field. So.
Yeah, we'll see. It's just I wonder if he's got any restrictions of hey man, we ain't got to try to stretch no doubles into triples tonight. Now, I wonder is there anything with that tonight? So we'll see. Kyle Tucker back. Here is the rest of the lineup. By the way, Framber Valdez looks to continue his amazing second half. I think he's been the best pitcher in baseball here the last couple of months. Altuve's leading off at second base. Alvarez is in left field, continuing to bat in the 2 spot. Thank you. And Yainer Diaz is catching tonight. He is in the 3 spot. And Tucker is the DH. Pena is the shortstop, batting 5th. Singleton is in at first. Gamble in right field. Chas McCormick gets another start here in center field. And Dubon is playing 3rd. So if you hear that, yes, Bregman is out. Manager Joe Espada had comments and a quote earlier today about Alex Bregman saying he's good, a bit sore today, but he's doing well. We're trying to monitor the volume and games in a row, but he's actually feeling well. So we went from in this one comment, he's good, a bit sore, he's doing well, he's actually feeling well. All of those comments of reassurance from Joe Espada in that rundown. But he is not in the lineup today. I'm intrigued to see what it looks like when he does enter the lineup again, and what this lineup looks like with both him and Kyle Tucker in it, and not just what it looks like, but how it will be constructed.
Yeah, I don't know how in any way, shape, or form when it boils down to it, and it matters the most, how it's not Altuve, Bregman, Alvarez, Tucker, Diaz, Pena. If you want me to keep riding, that's I said 5 earlier. That's my 6 right there. I think those guys are the mainstays. They're going to be in it every single day. I know the DH has been fluid here, and obviously Caratini's swinging it well, and you get the left-handed bat in there some. I get that aspect, but man, for me, those 6 are mainstays that are going to be in it every night, and they need to have some level of consistency as we come down the stretch here heading towards October.
All right, as a big day tonight, and listen, all eyes are on the Texans on Sunday, but tonight is Kyle Tucker night at Minute Maid against the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, it is.
All hail King Tuck!
5 o'clock fire.
All right, last night the Chiefs and the Ravens played a really, really tight game. Some might say a classic that came down to the very, very end, to the toenail of Isaiah Likely, and the Chiefs win 27-20. We've talked about that game some today, but Clint, the place I want to go to this is out of the Texans' lens, and that is when you watch that game, when you watch the Texans play last night, or I'm sorry, when you watch the Ravens and the Chiefs play last night, did you get the feel like, yes, all right, I think the Houston Texans are on the level of those two teams? Because that's the top of the AFC. If the Texans are going to try to get to where they want to get to, you think they got to at least go through one of those teams, hell, maybe even both of them. But do you get the sense at the top of the AFC is what we potentially saw last night with the Chiefs and Ravens? Do you get the sense that the Texans are on that level?
No, I don't get the sense that they're on that level. I hope like hell that they are. I hope that's where we're headed. We clearly are on that track as it pertains to what we saw from the Texans last year, along with the win-now moves that they made this offseason. So we're clearly on that track. But no, I'm not there yet with the Texans. I need to see them get there. I need to see them. I mean, those are Super Bowl caliber teams. Those are the top two teams in the AFC. If Buffalo shows up and plays that caliber football week one out of the gate, I'd be shocked. Right? I mean, who else is up there? And if Cincinnati shows up and shows that caliber football right out of the gates after their guys hardly not playing at all in the preseason,
they're playing the Patriots. They've probably got a chance.
They may play great. They may win a bunch of balls. They may score a bunch of points.
That level.
But that level of competitiveness, that level of just, I mean, that was damn near a playoff atmosphere on a Thursday night to open the season. I mean, that was phenomenal football. That was entertainment at its finest. And so, to me, those are the two teams. They set the bar extremely high in the NFL. Now, Green Bay and Philly, what are you going to do tonight? I mean, you got a big time. The bar is set high for y'all tonight. We'll see what it looks like. But I mean, to me, those are the two best teams in the AFC. And am I ready to just outright say, yeah, man, the Texans are there? I want to. I'm excited about the season. I'd love to.
For me, certainly on paper, they look it.
Fair.
On paper, because we've been able to watch the Texans in practice and preseason up close. Hell, we've gone and seen up close at games 3 of their 4 preseason games. We watched them, and if they look on paper, you look at it, you say, yeah, the Texans' skills, their offense, they can play with those offenses. Their defense, yeah, you can see with Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson and some of the guys they have, they can be in that space. So on paper it does. It's just the difference of the wars and the experience and everything that these teams have seen and been through, the Ravens and the Chiefs, is something that we don't know about with the Texans. So on paper, to me, they did look like they could be in the same level as them.
Hey, on paper, absolutely.
But it's not
100%.
always on paper.
The expectations, absolutely 100%. My hopes and wishes, absolutely 100%. Can I sit here on these airwaves and legitimately look these folks in the eyes and tell them, yeah, the Texans are on the same level as those two we watched last night? No, I can't do it yet. We're trending that direction.
Yep.
But that was cream of the crop right there.
All right. Quickly here tonight, Packers and the Eagles in Brazil. That's going to take place 7:15. You can watch that right here at East River 9 if you want to, or wherever you're going to do it. But there's NFL as we're leading through on Friday, Thursday, and Friday before Sunday. What do you think about this ball game tonight? You're big on the Packers this year.
Look, I like the Packers. I think Jordan Love is for real. I think what they bring to the table is for real. I do. The thing is again, I mean, we're talking about two teams that potentially could be two of the best teams in the NFC. Now, I know it's not the popular pick. The Lions are out there. The 49ers are out there. The Cowboys are out there. But when you look at it and you look about recent success in regular season and in the playoffs, the Eagles are as promising as anybody out there. Now, they changed their defensive coordinator, changed their offensive coordinator. We'll see what this new-look Philly team looks like. I don't know about Jalen Hurts fitting with Kellen Moore.
That's the thing for me, Clint, because I remember when Buffalo, Sean McDermott brought in Brian Daboll, the words were, your job is to try to fix the quarterback.
Yeah.
And the Kellen Moore fixing Jalen Hurts, that is that is a wonder if that works.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to watch. But I think on paper, you talk about on paper, those guys are. I mean, they are the real deal, man. And clearly, look, they've proven. This group has proven. Quarterback, head coach, the core. Without Jason Kelsey, obviously, they've proven that they can make a run to a Super Bowl. So, I'm high on Green Bay this year. I'm high on Philly. I love Jalen Hurts. I do understand that there's a Jalen Hurts and what's the head coach's name over there? Nick Sirianni. They are clearly at odds. There's no doubt about that. I don't think they care too much for each other. I don't think Jalen cares too much for him, for being honest. But we'll see what that looks like, man. I think that the unknown right now with the Philadelphia Eagles is the hang up here. I think we know who Green Bay is. I think they're trending in the right direction. I think they're better than most people think, and most people think pretty highly of them. Who is Philly? I don't know.
All right, a question that I'm not sure we have an answer to involving the Houston Texans, and I think we'll learn a lot about that on Sunday. We'll discuss that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
We got ChatGPT to help us introduce you to our Banter. Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back here as we are live on this Football Friday, live from East River 9. Come on out and have a good time, man. We're meeting so many great people out here. Melissa's crazy ass, she's out here. And then the muscle she's got with my man over here, man. He's playing hurt. It's all right. He came through here, baby. He came through here. Said he's gonna give us some of that Diablo shrimp. I can't wait to partake in that, man. We've had a good time here all day, and this won't be the last time we're out here for Football Friday. We'll be out here multiple times as well. There's a schedule there where you can find out where we are every week, every Thursday, every Friday at sportsradio610.com. So check that out to see where we're going to be. And be that dude that's at every last one of them. I want to see that person that's at all 17.
What? Ooh, that'd be a lot of traveling.
That's some traveling. Hell, they can travel with us. Shoot, we doing that traveling too.
Yeah, there ain't no doubt. Little gas money.
Traveling. There you go. All right, Clint. I'm watching the game last night. I'm watching the Chiefs and the Ravens, and listen, it's not perfect, but obviously those two teams, Clint, they've been at the top of the AFC and at the top of the league for quite a few years right now. And when you play the Ravens, especially offensively, you play the Ravens, you know, we got to stop the run. They're going to be physical. They're going to try to be physical. There's Lamar, who's got one of, as you call, those eject buttons that can just make plays. Mm-hmm. But everything starts with, we're going to run the football, and we're going to run it a bunch of different ways. They were number one in rushing last year. They added Derrick Henry even more to that. Now, we'll see how they use him more, and I think the game dictated how much they could run. But you know what the Ravens' offense is. You know what the Chiefs' offense is most of the time. The field from sideline to sideline, big plays down the field, quick different things of confusion that Andy Reid tried to do when putting the ball in Patrick Mahomes' hands.
Look, combo of the West Coast offense and that air raid that he ran in college.
But you know their identity. They know their identity, and clearly, like I said, these teams for the last 5, 6, 7, 8 years have been at this thing, and they know who they are. Are you 100% certain? And you out there, 713-572-4610, those of you in the house here at East River 9, those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you can chime in on this conversation too. Are you 100% sure right now that the Houston Texans know exactly who they are?
No.
Offensively, at least.
I hope not.
Oh, you hope not?
I hope not. I hope not. No, look, the one thing that I know about the Houston Texans is what everybody in this building knows and every fan knows is that C.J. Stroud is the truth. And that whether he's got Tank Dell and Nico Collins and Dalton Schultz, or he's got Tank Dell, Nico Collins, Stephon Diggs and Dalton Schultz and Joe Mixon, he's going to be the truth. You're going to win a handful of games, 8, 9 games. I'm at 9 right now with the Texans. You're going to win 8, 9, 10 games every year in, year out. You're going to have a real shot to win the division year in, year out, as long as C.J. Stroud is in a Texans uniform. When it boils down to, are you a division winner and a team that can win 8, 9, 10 games a year, 9, 10 games a year, or are you a team that can win 12 and the division is almost a given, and you're going to make a run in the playoffs and truly be a Super Bowl contender year in, year out? In order for the Texans to get there, they got to be better on defense, and they got to be better in the run game. They got to be better around C.J. Stroud, period. That's just the truth of the matter. And I don't know that they're there. I know they've made win-now moves. They've acquired guys that say they're there. D'Amico Ryans, the quality defensive coordinator he is, says they're there. But rubber meets the road this year with a first-place schedule. We're going to find out if they're there. And I think, honestly, Ron, a lot of what I'm talking about, like that run defense, I know they were good last year, but I'm talking about a guy that went for $188 in week 17 or week 18, whatever it was against you? Can you shut that guy down and not allow him and Anthony Richardson to dominate the clock, the play clock, and dictate the game? We'll see. That'll go a long ways towards what I'm talking about. Joe Mixon and whoever the second running back is, can those guys generate a legitimate run game that when you're up 10 points and there's 6 or 7 minutes left in the game, you can go on a 4-minute drive that's predominantly run? Can you do that? That's the next level type of stuff.
I feel like, Clint, I know who they should be offensively.
I agree.
But I don't know if they have convinced themselves right now that that's who they are. If I'm honest, I think what they want to be is a really balanced team that establishes the run. Because I think that is where and how the 49ers, where they came from, have done things. Now, the one thing that I will say that I believe is the case, because D'Amico has personally said it to us when we talked to him, and he showed it last year, is now D'Amico won't just bury his head and try to force it, right? He'll eventually try to change. He'll eventually say, all right, I mean, we're right now, and they did it last year, we got to just throw the football. Like, we can't just keep running our head and wasting downs. But I do think what he wants this group to be is, like, we want to come in against the Colts and we want to establish the run. We're going to damn it do it.
Yeah.
And I just don't think that is what their offensive line is and what their team is, and that's not how it's built.
They're going to have to be. You're not winning 12 games and 3 to 4 playoff games solely on C.J. Stroud. Nobody's that good.
No, I don't think that either. But I also don't believe that the Chiefs and the Bills are walking into games saying, all right, man, this is what we got to do. We got to establish Cook for the Bills, and we got to establish Pacheco right off the bat. That's our priority. No, our teams are built different. And I think the Texans are more on that side of things. Like, I can see Baltimore and San Francisco coming in and saying, we're going to establish Lamar and Derrick Henry on the ground. I can see the Colts coming in and saying, we're going to establish Jonathan Taylor and Richardson.
I think the Texans are built, and I think the identity is more Kansas City-like, where you're clearly built around your quarterback and your weapons, but your run game has to be – you have to have a physical enough offensive line to get down and dirty and run the football. That's a perfect example. Actually, Kansas City's a perfect example. Like, I'm not sitting here asking the Texans to lead the league in rushing.
They just can't flush it down the toilet in games.
You've got to have the ability when the secondary is deeper than the deepest, linebackers are dropping to 12 or 15. You cannot consistently ask C.J. Stroud to drop back and win ball games and outscore some of the offenses that are on the schedule, throwing the football into 7- and 8-man zones all the time. Is he good enough? Yeah, I'm not knocking him. He's plenty good enough. But when it comes down to it, in those moments when it's an obvious run situation, you've got to not just be good. You've got to be able to knock people off the ball and go get yards and force them to go, oh, okay, damn, we got to get them linebackers back in it. Damn, we got to get this safety back in the mix right here. You've got to force them to do those things, or again, against the best teams in the league, when you got to win 4 games straight, it's going to be tough sledding. It's that simple.
It can't be. Appreciate you. It can't be just throw it away, but also you can't run your head up. Like, to me, if they come in this game and say, damn it, we're hell bent on establishing Joe Mixon, baby. That's what we're going to do. We're going to match power with power. We're going to run it down their throats. I just don't think that's them. And I don't think that's going to be them.
That should never be them. That's the one thing I don't think they should ever try to be or want to be. And establishing the run, and that's coach speak, man. And I do think that there was a time when we heard them talk about that last year that they thought that there was a time, the approach would be to try to be the San Francisco 49ers where Bobby Slowick came out of. Now you've got proof. You can see what the Texans are, who they are, how they're built. what their O-line looks like, and you're never going to be that. Let's just come out here and establish the run no matter what the front looks like and just punish people up front for 3 quarters so that we can then.
And then we can come into any game how we want to.
They're not going to punish folks in the run game. I just when it's the opportunity presents itself and the numbers are right and you've got the advantage in the run game, they've got to be dominant at that point in time and not out of the gate. C.J. Stroud is the out of the gate identity of your team. But when C.J. Stroud is cooking and they're dropping 7 or 8 into coverage, you got to be able to counter that with a serious blow in the run game, which is going to require this offensive line to push people off the line of scrimmage. And we hadn't seen them do that. Can Laramie do it? Can Titus Howard do it? Is Kenyon Green and Juice Scruggs good enough to do it? I know Shaq Mason is about it. Can those guys do it? We'll see.
Yeah, don't waste that first quarter. Go do what you do. Go play with those weapons. All right, coming up, I know you didn't think we wouldn't do it, baby. Yeah, baby. We Mad Dog Mondays is not over. Mad Dog Mondays, and we're gonna talk this thing through. We're gonna go ahead and do we're gonna get the Mad Dog Monday bylaws out here and understood. So we have the rules out here right now. But Mad Dog Monday, we'll pick our players coming up as we continue live right here on The Drive.
Before we do that, y'all know what time it is. I got to tell y'all about our Vision.
Builder of the Year award. Discover why their superior building process and service is second to none. Visit them at kirkhomes.com. That's K-U-R-K, because at Kirk Homes, it's all about you.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in, and it's been a great time here. We appreciate everybody that has helped us put this on. We just scared these two young ladies right here sitting in front of us. They said, "Oh my God, what is going on?" They just stared back at us. It's all right. We're just doing the radio show here.
Almost done, ladies. Almost done.
We're almost there. But no, a good time has been had out here, and shout out to all our winners today, and shout out to our all of our staff here. Is a lot of our sales staff came out here to help and support things. We appreciate them.
Greatly appreciate that.
We do.
Always good to see their smiling faces.
Love their support as well. Also, our promo team guys have worked really, really hard out here. Been walking around, getting people signed up. We definitely appreciate that a lot. Our engineer Matt has done a great job as well, keeping us on the air. We appreciate that as well. Tyler holding it down at the back end also as well.
Big shout out to Academy Sports and Outdoors, man, for sponsoring this.
Here they have prices you'd love.
Our Football Friday, absolutely. But Tyler, no matter what you buy, no matter why you're going, man, whether it's youth sports, back to school, hey, you need to go get some new golf gear so you can keep up with me? Yeah. Hey, you're going to find prices that you'll love either way. Academy Sports and Outdoors.
What I do, slipped into a little meat church yesterday. Had to get some rubs in here yesterday for that meet I'm going to do this weekend. So I did. I went over to Academy Sports and Outdoors over there by my house in Missouri City and got.
I don't know why, but when you I didn't like meat church kind of threw me for. I got a little bit.
Great brand, Tyler. I've tried to put you on it. Have you?
I use it. It's also what I call my bed.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like
Tyler, you don't call your bed meat church. You don't. You don't.
I do use it.
My mind went Tyler. My mind went Tyler when you said meat church. I don't know if I'm proud of that or not, but I thought that meat church. Where is there?
Some King Ding-a-ling in there.
The hot honey hog is a beautiful beautiful rub to use on
my favorite
those
one.
That's what my wife called me last night.
She didn't. She didn't call you that, nor is Tyler's bed called the bedroom called the meat church. It is not. Maybe wishful. Well, it is not.
Why don't you loosen up and have a little fun, man?
I'm having fun. I'm just being
Maybe I'll start calling it that from now on.
I don't think you will. Just call it maybe the Meat Village. Oh man, you don't want me to do this. The Meat Village.
There's so many possibilities.
That's what you call it. 713-572-4610. Starting with meat. What other things can Tyler call his bedroom?
The meat.
What other things can he call his bedroom? I don't know. Meat Village. Meat Hunter. I'm not sure what other things he can call his bedroom.
Beat the.
All right, I do want to get to the Mad Dog of Mondays, the bylaws that we're going to try to use here. I do want to get to that here in just a bit. But quick question to you and the people. We haven't really talked about the wide receivers, and I think that's the big part of this offense. And I think a lot of people, we talked about people, that players that people are excited to see. I think the Meat Cathedral coming through on the text line. I think that people are really looking forward to these guys, the Tank Dells, the Stephon Diggs, the Nico Collins, to see those three on the field together. When it's all said and done, coming in on Monday, who do you think will be the one that had a day? Because it feels like one of them will, maybe a couple of them, but who do you think tomorrow will be about? Which receiver, Sunday, who do you think is going to have the big day of the receiver?
Look, I got to go with Tank Dell. You think
it's Tank?
Yeah, look, I think it's a crapshoot to know or think which one of these guys is going to be made priority. I know it's probably easiest to get to Diggs based on what we saw, but I'm going to go with the one guy that I feel like that there's undeniable chemistry with C.J. Stroud. I think in scheme he'll make some plays, and I think out of scheme he is without a doubt the dude when it comes to having that chemistry with C.J. Stroud. So I got to ride with Tank Dell. for multiple reasons. But number one, he's never let me down.
Yeah, I want to. They run a lot of zone. Gus Bradley does, and he's one. I was thinking Diggs or Tank, just sitting in the middle, finding voids in that zone, and CJ easily being able to get him. If he could be protected, he'll just kill him all day long in those zones that Gus Bradley likes to run. I was going to say Diggs because I feel like they're going to really try to make it a point to get him the ball. It feels like to me if anybody is somebody they're going to come in with priority in the game plan to try to get going, and I think that's early and often I think it would be Diggs. So that's to me who I think we may come in here and feel like they had a day.
I like where your head's at, and I totally agree. I totally agree with you that Diggs could be the focal point, but I'm going to lean into this. I believe that defenses are going to do their damnedest to take away early options and immediate options, and I think that starts with Diggs. And again, that's why I'm leaning heavily into Tank is, man, his ability to find the soft spot late in plays, his chemistry with C.J. Stroud when things are off script, off schedule. I've got to lean into that. It's what I know right now. And so I'm going Tank. But I like where you're at with Diggs. I do agree with you. I think
they're going to find a way to try to get him.
Look, I think Diggs is going to be the move guy on this team. I think Diggs is going to be the move receiver in terms of like, hey, man, we're going to ask you to know more of this offense and do more within this offense than we're going to ask Tank Dell to do. And I think with that said, I think Robert Woods is going to be his backup. I think that's how you justify keeping a Robert Woods is you got a guy like Diggs mentally and with the experience can handle a big load of the offense. So I just think I agree with you with Diggs, but I got to lean Tank.
All right, coming up behind us, Texans All Access. D'Amico, the head coach, D'Amico Ryans, will be on the show as they get ready to preview the Texans and the Colts. And behind that, we're live and local. Area 45, Bijani and Creighton. They'll take over at 8 o'clock as Texans All Access is now from 6 to 8. They'll take over at 8 o'clock, 8 to midnight, and Bijani and Creighton will have a post-game show between the Diamondbacks and your Houston Astros. So stay tuned for that. All right, guys. I'm just going to throw out the bylaws for Mad Dog Monday, and I feel like we can – and if you want to add something to it, we could discuss this real quick. But I think that I have the feel that we can only pick a player 2 times all season. All season long, a player 2 times all season, and that means I'd say it starts over in the playoffs. In the playoffs, if the Texans make it to the playoffs, that starts over. Y'all good with that?
I like it. No, I think that's solid guidelines right there.
I mean, are there? I'm okay with it, but I'm just thinking like
you can only pick Tank once in the regular season, Clint.
Well, that means
you can pick him twice.
No, that means that we've got. That means that we've individually got to pick 8 different players throughout the year.
Yep.
Is there enough Mad Dog? Is there enough Mad Dog quality players?
Absolutely.
8?
That's what'll make it fun. Maybe some weeks we have some under Mad Dogs.
You got CJ, you got Mixon, you got all 3 receivers. That's 5. You got Dalton Schultz, you got Stingley, you got the 2 pass rushers.
You're at 9.
Yeah, that's more than 8. Yeah, you can go. Somebody can get spicy.
Now I gotta hope y'all don't. Oh, well, it's like Aaron Donald in the face.
You guys somehow.
Wait till he looks right at you.
A bigger Aaron.
No, wait till he looks right at you. He turned his head last minute.
Okay. Also,
right in the face.
And we're clear on this. The loser has to purchase 3 different bottles. I know that's a rule I'll throw in for place for myself. The loser has to purchase 3.
And I'll show y'all where we buy the small bottles. Okay. It ain't far from here.
All right. Loser has to purchase 3 bottles, and there needs to be a penalty if you don't come through on your bottles, Tyler. There needs to be a penalty.
And it needs to be stout.
It does, and I think we can still figure that out. But I think the loser has to.
I think it needs to be twice the bottles.
Twice the bottles.
It needs to be $20.
Okay, that's cool. I can roll with that.
If you forget, $20.
Yeah, I can roll with that. And obviously, this only comes into effect if the Texans win.
And I think Tyler's got to change his picture here on this.
No, I want it to stay just like that.
I'll better give the people your picks quick.
Yeah, all right. All right. I'll start with mine. I'm gonna go Joe Mixon this week. I'm gonna go Joe Mixon as my pick week 1. Tyler, where are you going?
I'm going with that dude, Nico Collins. Pick up where you left off, dude. 190-something yards and 9 receptions last time he played the Colts. Let's go, Nico.
Now this is going to force Clint's hand. Where you